Alright, everyone sleeping in crazy today or what? I really need to talk to, like, Xanac or Rumpus, though. For real. Sean was in here whiling on refraction yesterday. Oh, what up? What's that? I didn't realize anyone else was in there.
Yeah, brother.
We'll get it popping here in a minute. Did you hear me and Sean yesterday? And there was people agreeing with him, saying that something could be refracted yet still be in its actual geometric location. Does that make sense to you?
Of course not. I don't understand.
It'd be like a contradiction, right? Like it either is refracted or it's in its geometric position. Its actual position. It can't be
What do you
both.
mean? Why would you even say that?
They're trying to win some argument because this guy comes in. I almost called names. This guy comes in and starts drawing straight lines to celestial objects on flat Earth and acts like we got a problem when globe model, if you start drawing straight lines to celestial objects, guess what? They have a problem. I was trying to point that out to Sean. He got wrapped up in this whole refraction thing.
Gotcha.
Like
Yeah,
they're
I mean, of course.
throwing stones. They're throwing stones, but they live in a glass house. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't draw straight lines on our shit and act like we got a problem, and then think you're fine with straight lines on your shit. So what are you gonna say to?
Yeah, I mean, I think you know my position, but I think that the primary thing is like how we see. But yeah, I'm sure like what you could call refraction takes place, depending on the mediums.
I'm just
They
saying.
didn't.
You
They
know
didn't
how these
address.
guys think.
They
What's
didn't
up?
address it not working on the globe.
He agreed that there was a pro. Well, I got Sean to agree that there was a problem, but he wouldn't admit that there's an issue anywhere else. So that's when we got into the whole refraction thing. Like Polaris at 45 degrees, he was saying it was so minimal that it's basically in its actual position, which I don't agree with. He's like, it's so small that 45 degrees Polaris, it is in its actual position. And then he's like, but it is being refracted. I'm like, bro, that don't make sense with your shit. It can't be both. Yeah, they try to, they'll be like, they'll do Eratosthenes and be like, oh, that doesn't work on flat Earth because you get different heights of the sun or whatever. You get the sun in different positions and shit because they're drawing straight lines to do it.
Yep.
And J.H.
This is
said some
right.
crazy. Was that?
Okay, good. Okay.
J.H. was like, yo, 99% of scientists are not, or atheists, or not religious, or some shit. What was that quote, though, where, like, science is the first sip of the glass, yes, and then the last sip of the glass, you find God, or something? You know that quote?
Yeah. Yeah. Werner Heisenberg. He said the first sip of natural science will have you an atheist, but at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I don't know why. I will say, man, what I've learned with the atheism thing is like people are just, oh man, it's like they can't understand logic because I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I went and looked at the comment sections, and every comment on that video of my debate is like just ridiculous. They don't understand the argument, so it's whatever. Atheism is just like a way to pretend that you're super smart. So Jay's like, I know the answers to so much stuff, right? That's what I think. I don't care. I know many physicists that are definitely not atheists.
Well, yeah, I did a quick search in the moment, and I don't know. I think I still got the screenshot. I'll post it. It was a lot of scientists actually are religious.
Well, if you ever talk to an atheist about this, bro, like they're just going to talk about religion and talk about, oh, your book, yo, you think your book is special? You know, like, nah, we're not talking about religion, bro. You know, I don't give them that out. I don't let them just talk about a religion. It's not about religion. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about like logic. Uh, there being a creator, intelligent agency. If you want to debate about who figured out who the creator is and what book is right or whatever, that's totally different. But all atheists just want to talk about typically the Bible. They want to just make fun of the Bible, and it's like, dude, the Bible can be completely untrue, and your position of atheism is still retarded. You know what I'm saying? It's not really about that.
Yeah, it's strictly
So,
about there being a creator or not. Yeah, I hear that. Definitely.
yeah,
Like regardless who got it right, who got it wrong, there's still got to be a creator. They're all right in that sense.
yeah.
Oh,
Actually, I opened up my debate by pointing out. So I said that quote, and then I pointed out that a lot of people debate the false dichotomy of like evolution versus God or evolution versus a creator or whatever. And like evolution isn't exclusive to atheism. That's just stupid. You know what I'm saying? I said actually, if evolution were true, it would be evidence of creationism because the existing information required to build or evolve was already built in. Meaning, like, if an organism is able to adapt, quote unquote, to its environment and then change, that means it has to draw off the information that's already in it. It already had the ability to do those adaptations, which is just further evidence of a creator, right? You still have the same problem of how did that information get there? Evolution isn't exclusive to atheism at all. It's literally irrelevant. It's irrelevant to atheism, and that's why I don't take evolution versus creationism debates because it's a false dichotomy. And creationism versus atheism is a true dichotomy. And you know, what atheists do is they hide behind evolution and they hide behind picking apart religion, but they never like philosophically or logically defend atheism. Then they say stuff like, "I don't have a claim. I'm not making a claim. It's not a position of belief. It's a position of disbelief." And then you press them, they quickly become agnostic and they say, oh, I'm not saying I know there isn't a God. I'm just saying I don't see any evidence of a God, or I'm not currently convinced there is a God, right? And it's like, no, you are making a claim. If you claim atheism, you're claiming it is possible that all of the order and information that we see could get here without intelligence. That's what you're claiming. You're claiming that is possible. That's a claim. They need to substantiate logically how that's the case. I don't understand why atheists don't understand that. That's just weird.
well, on the evolution part, they spent years. They spent years telling us, oh, we'd be having evolution talks, and they'd be like, well, abiogenesis has nothing to do with evolution. It's completely irrelevant for this conversation. Then you want to talk about there being a creator and whatnot, and start bringing up evolution, it's like that's totally irrelevant. We're talking about abiogenesis. They're scared to death of that topic. Like they never want to talk about it.
I know, dude. I even pointed. This is what I'm saying. I'm taking all their cards away though, because I'm like, abiogenesis still doesn't help atheism. it Abiogenesis is one of the weakest theories ever, right? And there are many different versions of speculations, whatever. But abiogenesis still wouldn't answer how there's not a creator, because you need to address how the energy that sparked it in the first place got there, right? So the atheist has to explain the matter and or energy that's here. Abiogenesis doesn't help the atheist. Evolution doesn't help the atheist. Their problem is way before that. Their problem is, okay, if you're an atheist and just the material world exists, and okay, we have a natural law and matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, where are you getting this energy from then, right? Like, what you have to say, oh, it was eternally there. It just was, everything was always here. You know, that's really like the only thing you can say. Or you have to say that something outside of this universe was the source of the energy. You see what I'm saying? And then you apply a second law, and you can say, you can prove no. The second law dictates that there was a beginning, because entropy increases, so usable energy decreases over time. If something's progressively decreasing or increasing, then it's coming from a starting point. It can't decrease from, infinite. And so when you point that out, they're like, oh, they have to say there's a beginning. When they talk about abiogenesis, they just assume the energy. The atheist problem is way deeper than that.
Yeah, the only argument they have is the universe was eternal. Because if you have a beginning, you now have to ascribe how that beginning took place, right? We can do it easy with a creator. They have no way to do it though. So the only thing they can say is, "Oh, the universe is eternal. It's always been here." That's it. That's all they can say. Yeah.
But the second law takes it away. So like that's what I was trying to do in my debate. But what the Leo kid did was just avoid everything. He just avoided everything, because if you set them up with the first law, and like, okay, if matter cannot be created nor destroyed, then where does all this matter and energy come from? Then they'll typically be like, I don't know, maybe it was always here. It's like, okay, so say it's eternal. Now let's apply the second law.
But the
Second
usable
law.
energy is decreasing. Yeah, that's actually a good one. Yeah, I like that.
It's kind of like if you invoke evolution, you're saying, okay, we progress throughout time to be the humans we are now, right? Progression. If you invoke human progression, you have to have a beginning point to progress from. And like Stephen Hawking said that. And then you can go look at
If
Arthur
you
Eddington.
hold on, the usable energy is decreasing. It's at the beginning because
Like
I'm
it's
trying to think
decreasing
of how
from,
to phrase it.
yeah, well, if it's decreasing from some starting point. Like you can't
Some amount.
decrease, you can't decrease infinitely. Like if it's decreasing, it's progressively decreasing, right? So it's progressing. Then it's like, okay, progressing from where?
If it
like
was
oh, just
always
progress
here,
forever. Yeah.
eternal, been eternal because the energy is decreased. Hold on. Say it again.
If the usable energy is progressively decreasing, then it has to be decreasing from a starting point. It couldn't just be infinitely decreasing, right? Like decreasing from where? Like it couldn't always be here and always be decreasing. It has to be decreasing
That's a good point.
progressively
Yeah.
from a starting point. And also that means eventually you're going to get to where there is no usable energy. Logically, right? You can't just, so, and again, what I do, the best way to get these people is because they love the appeal to the idea of science and scientists and blah, blah, blah. Just give them quotes. Like I have Arthur Eddington and Stephen Hawking and all these people explaining that if any theory you have goes against the second law of thermodynamics, it's completely gone. It doesn't mean anything. And then
Yeah, I've
they'll
seen a
point
bunch
out
of
that,
quotes.
yeah, Stephen
Those are
Hawking will
good
point
quotes.
out that the second law of thermodynamics necessitates that there was a beginning to the universe. Like Stephen Hawking said that. And so like, and he explains why. He even uses human progression as the example. It's basic logic. So now they have a conundrum, right? Like the first law, they need to say, oh, well, it's always been here. The second law, they have to say there was a beginning. So now they have to go back to the first law and say, okay, well, maybe the matter and energy just came from somewhere else. Okay, so now you have to invoke something outside of this universe, right? Like you get the problem. Like
That would
so
be the
now,
beginning. That would be if something came. Yeah, that would be the beginning of our universe.
correct. So what I've
Okay.
gotten all the atheists to end up saying, every one of them will end up saying, sure. So there had to be an external source of the matter and energy. It is eternal. It's not limited to time. It doesn't adhere to natural law that we understand, right? The laws may be different, and it's beyond our ability to understand it, so we can't describe it. So it's like, okay, there was an external source that came before this universe that is eternal, and we can't logically understand it. It's beyond our ability to comprehend. And it had to be energetic. Why don't you just say God? Energetic initial source that's external that we can't fully understand that sparked this existence. You're just saying God. That's what that is. You're just saying a God, right? So it's so funny to me, bro. I don't get it. That's a God, bro. That's a God. So now you have to claim all that could happen without intent, without intelligence, right? I mean, and they will, dude. Atheists have no shame. They will claim the most absurd thing ever. They will say, yes, sure, there's an external source of energy that came before this universe. It created this universe. It is timeless. We can't fully understand it. It doesn't adhere to natural law, but it did all that without intelligence. It created all this order without intelligence. But then the easiest way probably is like, okay, the definition of supernatural is attributable to a force that uh, exists outside of scientific understanding or the laws of nature. So if it exists outside the laws of nature, it's supernatural by definition. You're saying, okay, well, this doesn't adhere to natural law, because even if you go outside this universe, you still have to have the matter and energy. So if you apply the first law of thermodynamics, the matter and energy had to be created at some point, which means the first law cannot apply. You see what I'm saying? So like you have to. That's what Leo did.
Yeah,
He said,
if you have physical matter and energy, that shit had to get created at some point. It didn't just come out of nowhere. Because that is
exactly.
nuttier. They gave up on that coming out of nowhere. I think it's fucking retarded. But yeah, any matter or energy came from outside the. It had to be created at some point. That energy had to be created.
Yeah, coming out of nowhere would still be created because it didn't previously exist. Like, I don't even know what that means, coming out of nowhere. But yeah, like it's pretty simple. So that's Leo is like, oh well, maybe the laws of thermodynamics didn't apply before this universe, right? Like before the singularity. It's like, okay, so you're now invoking the supernatural. Because if you still keep the natural laws and you say, oh, well, there's something before the singularity of the universe, but there's still natural laws, you still have the same problem, you know? Like the matter and energy had to come from somewhere. You're going to have to invoke something being eternal. If you apply a second law, it can't be eternal. So now you have to say, okay, we have to step outside of natural law to answer the question. And that's the definition of supernatural. So now we have atheists invoking a supernatural spark that created this universe that existed before the beginning of this universe, and it is the external source to this universe. It's energy. I like it's just so insane. You're just saying it's eternal energy that's supernatural that sparked the creation of this universe. That's a god, bro. You're just saying God. It's so stupid because energy is the ability or capacity to do work, right? So, and then what they'll say is like, oh, the usable energy may eventually run out, but that doesn't mean the universe ends. Okay, what? You just have complete darkness with nothing, no ability to do any work? What does usable energy mean? If energy means the ability to do work, that means it's usable. So what does that even mean? What does usable energy even mean?
No, if you
You know what I'm
have no
saying?
usable energy, there's nothing's happening. It's basically the end of the universe. If
And
all the
that's not
if
even
all the
energy.
usable energy goes to zero, it's over. Like what? Nothing's happening.
This is not even the definition that they use for energy is the ability to do work, which means it is usable. It has the ability to do it. I mean, I get there's just some nuance of like, oh well, yeah, it's still there's still the ability to work, we just can't use it or whatever. But just stupid. And then, like you said, it's effectively the end of the universe. So to me, I think I find it funny because the atheist has to invoke God without saying it. If you know how to logically corner them, it's like okay, whatever. That doesn't mean it has intention. It may be an energy outside this universe that sparked the creation of this universe. It's eternal. It's supernatural. It doesn't adhere to any of our laws of nature, but it's not a god. It's not a creator. It's not intelligent. Okay, so now you're gonna say that all of that is chaotic, and that chaotic random disorder created meticulous reoccurring order and information. So disorder created order. Their position is legitimately retarded. And I don't mean to be ugly, but it's philosophically inept. I don't care if you believe in a religion or not. It's not even the point. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to start taking more debates about atheism, though, because I found that, like, none of the atheists can. And then I brought up morality. I'm like, is morality objective or subjective? And the smarter atheists, they'll say that it's objective. It's like, okay, but you can't say that. As an atheist, you can't say that. Because, like, if there's a linear code of ethics, a specific code, right, then that requires intent. And they're just going to say that it doesn't. And maybe it doesn't. It's like, okay, bro, please just go home.
I hear that, bro. I hear that.
Well, the dude keeps invoking laws. I'm like, don't laws require a lawmaker? Like, are you saying that there are laws that everything in the universe adheres to, but that, that
Nobody
they
set
weren't
that up.
written? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, set that up or something. Put it into play.
Did you hear
Hey,
Jace tell me yesterday
Jay,
that an encyclopedia could write itself?
Jace was in here yesterday saying that you could just get the code for DNA. You just get that because that'll just happen.
Yeah, it could write itself, no
He's
problem.
saying shit just
Yeah,
happens, bro. Shit just be happening. Nobody's doing nothing. Just shit just happens.
yeah. He got me really upset yesterday, as you noticed, Jeremy. Like this guy, man. Oh my God, bro. It's
Well, the
like
funny part is,
sophistry. Yeah,
but they're arrogant about it. Like the
yeah.
funny
That's
part
what
is
gets
that
me
they're
mad,
arrogant.
bro. Yeah, they're
They
arrogant.
act like they have the intellectual high ground. Dude,
Yeah,
they
bro.
can't
Yeah,
even coherently address the questions, but like they're the ones that are smarter or something. Like
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
care about atheism. I care that they're so rude and arrogant. You know, like, they're like these
That's what
stupid
gets me, bro.
creations. Yeah.
And he's like, oh, the way that they talk, like you said, like the arrogance. It's like, bro, you don't know nothing. Why are you so confident? Yeah,
Yeah, bro. It's like it's really crazy to me, bro. Like oh these and they'll say God of the gaps, right? It's like no, no. It's just the necessary logical antecedent of intelligent agency. But you just use the time of the gaps and the we don't know of the gaps. Like if you say we don't know, somehow, oh, you are right. And then they'll actually virtue signal. So 95% of atheists that I've interacted with since I did that debate, They actually virtue signal. And they're like, we're the one. Isn't it more honest to say we don't know? I'm saying I don't know. I'm like, yeah, when you ask me, how did the creator do this and that? I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know exactly what the intelligent agency did or how he did it. I don't know. I'm not asking you to tell me the exact mechanism of how he did it, of how this universe was created. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to explain logically how it could happen without intelligence. That's what I'm asking you to do. Just explain it.
If you don't know, I don't know what you're doing here, because I know. Why am I talking to somebody that doesn't know? Get somebody in here that does know.
Yeah, but none of them do.
Like, why am I even talking to you if you don't know?
The best is, bro, when they do the evolution thing, right? This is where they really freak out and they start double speaking. Just ask them, right? From the single cell organism, give me the progression. Like, where did one thing turn into the other? And this is where they'll double speak. They say, well, yeah, one thing eventually, during time mutates and you can't recognize it. And so you tell them, so that turns into another thing? Well, yeah, they start double speaking. So you have something turning into millions of things, one thing turning into millions of things without changing. It's like mind-boggling.
Yeah, they'll say evolution doesn't say that one thing changes into another thing.
Yeah.
But then you ask about how it happened. How do you get a giraffe or how do you get a mouse or whatever? And they'll tell you about how, it slowly mutated into this other thing. So it does say that then.
Then they say, no, that's not what it says. And it's like double speaking. Like, that blows my mind. That.
And it's just annoying. It's bad. I like this whole second law of thermodynamics thing with the universe. Because, if the usable energy is decreasing, it's going to have an end. How can something have an end without having a beginning? Is that even possible?
Like, how do you decrease from infinite? Like, how do you decrease from, like is the idea is that it's infinity, or eternal or something? It's like, nah, it's decreasing progressively. It's the progression that is the argument too, right? It's like human progression would require a starting point to progress from. Like, Leo couldn't comprehend this in the debate, bro. I'm like, are you not understanding what I'm saying? I don't know how else to say it. Progression requires a starting point. It's progressively decreasing. Let's say the amount of used energy is decreasing. We're just going to say by 10% every 100 years. Okay, so 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%. Right? It's like 10% comes out of the 100% starting point. Like, you can't progressively decrease by a consistent, steady amount without it starting from somewhere.
I still can't figure out how to phrase this. I'm trying to word it in my head correctly. I can't figure it out.
It's easy, bro. How can you have an end without a beginning? Just say that, right?
Well, that's what. But they'll say that it's not an end. They'll say it's not an end, though, right? They'll say that, if the usable energy runs out, that doesn't actually mean the universe itself ends, which is stupid. But that's not even it's still not the argument. The argument is, if it's progressing, like, dude, if something is like 100 volts per meter, right? So we know that the potential energy on the Earth, right, the electrical energy, it increases 100 volts per meter. So every meter, 100 volts, 100 volts, 100 volts. It has to start from the ground, like 100 volts, 200 volts, 300 volts, 400 volts. It's like, okay, it started from zero. It started at the ground. Like, you can't increase a specific amount. You can't progress a certain amount, right, without a starting point. And then I started asking, like, what are you saying then? And it just goes, if you go all the way back, does it just go to, like, negative numbers? He's like, imaginary number line. I'm like, what? What are you like malfunctioning or something?
He's glitching out, yeah.
Yeah, bro, entropy basically says that we're in a gradual decline into disorder, bro, since the beginning. Like, we have relative harmony, right? We have relative synchronization in the universe, but it's all in relative decline. I hate to use that word relative, but you know what I mean.
As soon as he brought up
Also,
disorder, I just said, yeah, but disorder is the process of seeking order. And then he just said,
if you can't
he didn't
create,
understand.
if you can't create or destroy energy, right? So the second law disproves the first law. Because if you can't create or destroy energy, first of all, how'd you get the Big Bang, right? All that energy creation. And then the second law, entropy, states that eventually, like you said, it's going to progress into darkness, right? So it's a contradiction in terms. Energy is being destroyed. Think about it.
It's not about the It's not about the end of the universe. It's about the end of the energy, the usable energy, because we have usable energy right now,
Exactly.
obviously.
Exactly. So if in their model, Jeremy, that energy eventually dissipates to zero, you see what I'm saying? It contradicts everything.
There had to be a
just
beginning to the.
yeah, exactly. There had to be a beginning for it to progress away from. It's like simple stuff. Like Stephen Hawking wrote this down. I'll show you guys the quote when I get back to the house. I have to work out. But Stephen Hawking has a great quote. It's like 3 sentences long. He breaks it down. And he uses human progression as the example. So it's just perfect for the evolutionists. And this is him saying, like, okay, application of the second law necessitates we say that there was a beginning to the universe. There's no way around it. And then he quotes Arthur Eddington, and he says, Arthur Eddington infamously said, yeah, you can have a different theory, and the observations don't match the theory, but that's okay because the observations may be. But if your theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics, it's done.
Yeah, they say that. Any theory that goes against thermodynamics is like, forget about it.
Yeah,
Just throw it away.
I think the quote from this guy would be that the theory collapses in deepest humiliation or something like that. It's not like it can be dismissed. It's like bullshit then, right?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, they say it themselves. But just the fact what the first law says, you can't create or destroy energy, then there goes their Big Bang. Because literally,
if you don't have
that's what the
usable
Big Bang is. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't have usable energy, you have energy? Non-usable energy?
No, it's just a fancy word of them getting away with, because they can't say anything. What are they going to say? Everything goes dark. There's still stuff around, but what was Jay saying? The energy is so spread so equally, blah 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 blah, that it's not useful. And what do you mean it's spread equally and it's not useful? Well, what does that even mean? Yeah, they double talk. It's like a mishmash of contradictions, really. One of the best things, though, is the information, right? And how they have to say that. What was I telling Jace yesterday? 3.2 billion base pairs have to be written in sequence properly. 3.2 billion. And what, you think those just randomly occurred? And they'll say, yeah, why not? So
all in the right order to be able to make life. Not only that they formed, they had to form in a usable fashion for it to make sense.
Exactly. It's not like you have 20 Encyclopedia Britannicas with all the letters just sprued out like randomly. No, they're all in succession. They are, one leads to the other one, and they are all organized information. What does that mean? That means somebody with intelligence had to put that down in sequence. Yeah, there's no way out for them. I mean, you can go any which way. Yeah.
You got to think these guys think if you had an infinite amount of monkeys and an infinite amount of typewriters, eventually one of them would type the complete works of Shakespeare. So
Exactly.
they do think you can have organized random intelligence or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I like the
They think this made this shit out of
747.
nowhere.
Yeah, when they get me really mad, I'll tell them, okay, man, I'll give you everything. I'll give you the lipids. I'll give you the DNA. I'll give you the RNA. I'll give it to you all. Here it is. Take it. Right? Even if you do all that, it's like they still can't do it. It's like you tell them, okay, look, I'll give you all the pieces of the airplane. Right? We'll spew it out on the runway, unassembled. You're going to tell me that in a billion years that plane is going to assemble itself? And they say, yeah, well, why not? Yeah, given enough time. But people listening are saying, what? Did he just say pieces of a plane are going to assemble themselves? Yeah, it's there's so many ways that it's not even funny. This is one of their worst arguments.
I mean, Jace was borderline saying you could make life. Like he wasn't saying it, but like he was basically like saying it. I don't know.
Yeah, bro, he was
And
telling me that
that
one
thing
guy,
he said. Hold on, that thing he said about 99% of scientists being atheists, right? Is that what he said yesterday?
something like that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
In
that's
what
not even
context?
close to being.
What was the
What was
context
that?
Jay said that?
What, the scientists being atheists?
Yeah, the 99% of them.
I don't know if it's 99% of the ones he knows or just 99%. I think he was talking about some study or questionnaire they did where it came back 99% of the scientists are atheists. But I
Okay.
posted a thing. I posted a thing. It was only like India, Turkey, and some other crazy European countries, but it was over half of them were religious. So I don't know.
Yeah, you want to really get their goat when they start talking religion? Tell them, you know, Newton, the guy that you have high up. Did you know that he wrote more religious stuff than he did scientific stuff? And they're like blown away. What? What are you talking about? Yeah, have a look.
Yo, while it's commonly assumed, this is from news.rice.edu. While it's commonly assumed that most scientists are atheists, the global perspective resulting from the study shows that this is simply not the case. More than half the scientists in India, Italy, Taiwan, and Turkey self identify as religious, Eklund said. Eklund. That was from 2015. So, unless things have drastically changed in the last 8 years, I'm guessing, it hasn't, but maybe he's got a newer study where 99% of them are now atheists. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think if I can add that really quick, then I'm quiet. It's just I get the feeling that by saying that, he implies that this would mean that there wouldn't be like religious contaminated research of those scientists, which would be atheists, right? But I think this is wrong because, you know, maybe a Christian will try to interpret phenomena in order to the principles corresponding to Christianity, but it's also true that an atheist would do the opposite thing. So there is always contaminated research, right? This is just what my thoughts were when you said he said some kind of that.
Sorry, could you say
You
that
know
last
what
sentence again?
though?
I typed
Doesn't even
something.
matter. Even if 99.999 of them are on one side and the answer is on the other side, well, guess what? 99.999 are wrong. So it doesn't really matter.
That's not even the case, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's maybe he was talking about people he knows. I could have swore he was referring to some study though, but whatever. It's not even. I don't even think that's true. Definitely not true globally, quote unquote, because I just posted the thing. It's just an assumption that they're all atheists.
Man, I feel sorry for them, bro, because we have so many angles. We have so many things locked up. It's almost embarrassing. Well, if you heard Jace yesterday, if I was him, I'd feel embarrassed. Like saying his buddy created life in a pond and like, are you kidding me, bro? You actually think you created life? Come on. Even my coffee is laughing that I just put in the microwave. So what's up with Good White? He thinks he has an argument? Is it against God, or what's your thing, Good White? He says he can smash with it on what? On evolution?
On God. I don't know.
Well, come in, let's do it, bro.
Try to pry it out of him. Let's just let him type it out, man. It'll be easier.
Isn't he a flat
He'll come
earther,
in if you
Good
want.
White?
I don't know what he's doing.
Come on, let's see some smashing. Let's go.
Bro, do you know what I would have given to have Rumpus or Zanuck in the chat yesterday when Sean was there?
Oh yeah, bro.
Oh my god, they would have smashed him on that.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. The things that, like, really, you think that if we're in a vacuum chamber without the air, you wouldn't see one side to the other? Like, it's insane that I
Yeah,
don't
he
get it,
said you
man.
can only see because of refraction. Yeah.
Yeah, only because of refraction.
What the fuck?
We tried the pumpkin in the water, in the pool, but there was no getting to him.
So if the light travels to your eye in a straight line, you won't see it? What the fuck, dude? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. Well,
That doesn't make sense.
I asked him to make sure because he thinks that if there's no refraction, you can't see.
Yeah,
He
so you
thinks,
can't
right?
see photons if they travel in a straight line. Impossible to see them. What
Yeah,
the fuck, dude?
yeah. There, lad. That's really something, man. I couldn't believe it.
Sean's a nutcase.
Well, we had a good laugh though with the Dan and the Q-tip thing before that, so that was funny.
That was good, yeah. You got to ease Sean into it. If you just go right at him, like he get crazy. I mean, he's still
He
got a
goes
little
mental.
crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
You gotta like ease him, gently ease him into it.
Yeah. When you started, I go, okay, here we go now. No more fun and games. No more Q-tips.
It wasn't that bad though, because the last two times he was here before that, he freaked out. One of them was on Zanuck. It was him and Zanuck,
He does get excited.
which is reasonable. This is a hot topic right here. I get it. I've been excitable from time to time.
Yeah, that's right, Isaac. That's what I was saying. Yeah, he has exactly 477 volumes. Yep. Most people don't know that Newton was a really religious person, and he wrote on it also, not just talked about it. That's right.
Yeah, man. He thought the world is gonna end in 2060, man.
Yeah.
He really wrote like big books about biblical apocalypse stuff and really some mystic stuff. Quite interesting for such a great scientist, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Not only that, their Big Bang Theory was introduced by a Catholic, a Jesuit-trained Catholic priest, Lemaitre. Even their model, which they prayed to, was given to them by a religious man, a Jesuit, no doubt. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, man.
Well, when you think about it, even they get all their other information from the Greeks, which are super religious people.
Exactly. And multi-God, not just single God, multi-God. Yeah. Like, what's so special about the Greeks? Nothing. They
Yeah,
got
all
their
the way
information. Yeah.
all the way back to atomism, right?
Yeah. But then there's the other fact where a lot of the stuff in the Bible you can find in Sumerian text before the Bible was written. So we got to take that into account as well, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the similarities in text is interesting.
Yeah, you have the Jesus story.
You think there was like one original that kept getting copied, or what?
Yeah, I think the monotheistic God, from as far back as I can go, it goes to the Sumerians, and I think if you look at all the Christian, the Jewish, and Muslim religion, they all borrowed from that.
That's what
what I think.
academia says.
I know, bro. I know you guys don't like that, but man, I don't listen to academia. I see it for myself, bro. I see the stories there. I see the similarities.
Oh yeah, I know. Me too. I've read the Epic of Gilgamesh and the
Yeah,
Sumerian tablets. I have copies of them, and they have a lot of similarities with Noah's flood. They
yeah,
yeah, they built the ark, had similar dimensions. The account
yeah.
wasn't the same, but the thing is, they academia doesn't really believe the Book of Enoch to be as old as it is. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason they believe the Sumerian tablets are older.
Right. Well, the tablets, the, the tablets, like there's no way around it, right? They found like tens of thousands of them. Most of them are not even like read yet, right? And it's not like those things could be made up. They're clay tablets. It's not paper that could be that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why they survived as
Yeah.
long as they did, because they're written in stone. But just because they survived, and that's the oldest that we have, doesn't mean that they're the origin of these mythos, right? They're not the origin.
Agreed. Yeah, they could be old. Yeah, as far as we know, we have to say always, right? Because they always find. Look at Go Bepli Tepe, right? They always find
Yeah,
older.
yeah.
It seems. Yeah. And there's a particular god which I think got translated to the single god that we know today. Is it Anu? I think it's Anu. Not sure exactly which one it is, but there's one god that ruled all the other gods, just like Zeus in the Greek mythology. Yeah, they had one god above all the other gods. I think it was Anu or Amen. You know when we say Amen right now, when we after prayer.
Amun. There's a few of them. There's all kinds of different gods from back then, but Amun Ra,
I think that's the
Amen,
one.
right?
Yeah,
But what's interesting is that Ra in Hebrew is evil. Literally means evil.
yeah, yeah.
So I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's fascinating. That Sumerian thing.
But the Assyrians, the descendants of the Sumerians, Assyrians, Sumerians, Persians, Syrians, that region right there are descendants, according to the book of Jubilees and the book of Noah, they're descendants of Noah, bro. The Sumerians are descendants of Noah, and not too far displaced either, just a couple generations down the line.
Is that what it says? The Book of Jubilee, that Sumerians are
Yeah,
descendants of
yeah,
Noah. Yeah?
both Genesis and Jubilees have the table of nations. Jubilees goes into more detail regarding the table of nations and who married who begot who. And if you find out the patriarchs of the Sumerians, it's both the Shemites and Japhites that mingle together. Shemites and Japhites mingle together, and eventually down the line, you came up with the Sumerians. But you don't have to believe me, but that's what the book says. That's what the scriptures say. Arphaxad, a descendant of Shem, took Japheth's wives, or Japheth's daughters for wives. You ever heard of Arphaxad?
No.
Yeah, man.
You've heard of the one Egyptian ruler that sticks out amongst all of them? He introduced monotheism, sorry. And after his reign, they destroyed all his statues. They reverted back to their original beliefs.
Yeah.
You know which one? Yeah.
Yeah, but there was a lot in Egypt. Abraham had influence in Egypt too, and he was a monotheist. And Egypt were polytheists. And then you had Joseph. Joseph was a ruler in Egypt, and we don't really know what his name was. Some say it was Imhotep. Was Joseph? There's a lot of
That's the
parallels with
one, I
Joseph.
think. Yeah. Imhotep.
Yeah, well,
I think he's the...
when Joseph ruled Egypt, Egypt became the biggest dynasty basically ever.
Yeah, but he pissed off a lot of priests, right? Like, he took away their Horus and all these other gods and just made one god. And then when he died, they just reverted right back.
Yeah. So during Joseph's reign, he became king. He never became pharaoh, but he became king, and he also took Pharaoh's daughter, right? Basically, an Egyptian princess as a wife. And during that time, he also prophesied of a big plague that was coming. We all know the story, the 7-year plague, where during that time, Joseph was building silos. Those silos are still there today in Egypt. They have these giant silos with grain in them still at the bottom. And the thing is, because of what he did, when the plague happened, the plague was worldwide. Like all that whole area was, for whatever reason, was experiencing plague all the way up to the British Isles, and you had people migrating from all over Asia Minor, even Europeans before it was called Europe, traveling to Egypt for food, for sustenance, and they were making contracts and in return for food, they were gaining Egypt was gaining territory. And as far as I know, Egypt had territory going as far as Europe because of what Joseph did. And Egypt was the biggest it ever has been and ever will be. Egypt is a shadow version of its previous self, because after Joseph, things went downhill. And it was prophesied that Egypt would basically never return to its previous state, when it ruled basically all of Asia Minor and all the way up to the British Isles. Egypt literally had territory all the way up to the British Isles, bro.
Interesting. I didn't know that it was a worldwide famine. I thought it was just in Egypt. So that's news to me.
Well, I'm not sure about the Americas, but at least in their side of the world, there was famine going up to India, the Hindu Kush Valley, Asia Minor, Turkey, all that whole area, bro. Europe, there was famine all over the world, and everybody was migrating to Egypt and they had lines for miles and miles and miles and miles with people on camels, people on horses, going to Egypt to bow down to Joseph so they could get sustenance. But and in return, they would buy grain, because the only place you could get grain at that time was Egypt. But if you didn't have money, you had leaders from other countries literally giving up territory just to feed their people. And that's how Egypt basically amassed all this territory going up to Europe, bro, because the people were starving. They're like, here, we'll give you this much land, and just feed our people.
Interesting. And this is in the Book of Jubilees, you say?
No, this isn't the Bible itself. This isn't the Bible itself, but it's also in the Book of Jubilees, that the Table of Nations that I'm talking about, not the.
No, but it says a worldwide famine. I mean, area-wide famine. It specifically says other countries came to get food. Because it's the first time I hear this.
Yeah, I had to refresh my memory, but no, this is basically historical record, not just biblical record, historical record from different vantage points. So from different perspectives, different cultures talked about this great famine that happened. Even in ancient Egyptian writings, they talk about this stuff. Now, I don't have like the source in front of me. I don't have recall like that, but I'll have to pull up the information for you. But the the person that I heard this from, his name is Dr. Stephen Pigeon, and he has a doctorate in theology, but he's also a lawyer of 25 years. So he not only does he know the law, the Torah, but he also knows like the law of the land. He's very enlightened, and I heard this teaching from him. But I have to pull up the scripts to show you.
Okay, interesting. Like I said, the first time I hear this, I knew about the silos. I knew about the 7 years of famine, and that the king was wise. He built the silos, and he made his people survive. But the fact that he had plenty to give to that I haven't heard. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just shocked. Like, I never heard this before. You'd think that'd be common knowledge, right? A big thing like that. Like other cultures would have been like be beholden to them, and they'd be writing about it, and it'd be all over.
And because of Joseph's influence in Egypt, a lot of people converted to the faith and became monotheists, because not only did he prophesy the coming plague, they knew that Yah was with him and that what he said was true. And Joseph promoted monotheism. He promoted, righteousness, and the king was on board with. I mean, the Pharaoh was on board with the king, which was Joseph. And yeah, bro, a lot of things happened in Egypt. Egypt was basically blessed because of all that, and a lot of people forsook their pagan gods. So like the ones that you're referencing, Amun Ra, and all these other, the frog gods, the bird gods. They had gods for everything, and instead of worshiping all these other gods, they started worshiping the one true El. And you can call, you know what I mean? I might be biased, but that's literally what the scriptures say. But then after Joseph died, and all the 12 patriarchs died, little by little, they went back to their old ways. And then Egypt started getting plagues again and problems again.
Yeah, this is interesting. Like I said, first time I hear this.
I'm driving right now, so I can't. I wish I could pull up the video. There's a video on it.
Well, whatever it is, right? Egypt is definitely at the center of uh, of what I call the melty rock civilization, right? Obviously, I don't believe the Egyptians built the pyramids. So, standing right before our eyes is this magnificent structure, right? Now, that is something, man. And there's no way that you can tell me that there's pyramids in that part of the world And then way across on the other side of the world, we got pyramids in Mexico, got pyramids in Egypt, we got pyramids in Japan. So there's no way that those cultures absolutely had contact with each other. Or, as I think, it was like one culture that built all that. Now, my man Forrester, which I think is the greatest archaeologist alive today, he says there's two ancient stone building civilizations that build worldwide. So I mean, the evidence is right there before our eyes.
Yeah, it's the same thing all around in South America and in Egypt. You have like this advanced technology where they were building these crazy architecture, and then all of a sudden, like it's like they went downhill. Like things started degrading. The architecture started degrading. It
Yeah,
was like a gradual decline. You could see it. It's like you got the ancient civilizations, the middle, and then like the modern, and it just gradually got worse.
getting worse. Yeah. Declining technology. Yeah. How does that work? Yeah. Also, we got Africans in the New World back then. Those huge, what are they called? Altec? I forgot the name exactly. You know, those
Bobek?
huge. Sorry?
Oh no, you're talking about the
Almac, or I forgot their name. It's
Almec. Yeah, they
yeah,
look like Africans.
yeah. It definitely looked like they're definitely not white. That's for sure. So yeah, and we're talking about
I've seen somebody's head though that was Cambodian. They were Oriental and they had the same face though, so they could have been Oriental too.
yeah. Either way, what are they doing in the Americas at that time?
True.
I know a lot of people say they're Asian, but to me, they don't look Asian, man. They look like freaking Africans. But whatever. Either one doesn't make sense in our time frame of what they tell us history is. As far as I'm concerned, history's up for grabs. All this science stuff of space they tell us is up for grabs. I think we're living in exciting times. It's like we get to rediscover everything the real way. You know what they say?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, stones don't lie, right? Look at what I just posted. Look at that thing, man. Now imagine a freaking shell creature that size. Go on, what were you gonna say, bro?
Well, you got me thinking now. So like talking about evolution, right? We're in a steady decline. Existence right now is in a steady decline, and we're gradually getting worse. We're gradually declining. Genetics are gradually declining. Genetics are not getting better with time. They're getting worse. There's more genetic mutations, and it gets compounded. Every generation of men that goes by, the genetic mutations are compounded. Like you just show this fossil right here. It's huge, bro. Well, they have orangutans, they have penguins, they have bats, they have dragonflies, they've basically found a lot of the modern animals that we have in the world today, in fossilized in stone, right, petrified in stone, except they're bigger, right? So their ancient counterparts were bigger,
Yep.
more ferocious, stronger, better teeth, better genetics all around, right? And so what we have, instead of evolution, what we have is a gradual decline, a de-evolution. Their model, like literally every single animal, you can almost find its ancient counterpart. And if you don't, it's like if you don't find an ancient platypus, then it just didn't get fossilized. It doesn't mean that the platypus just came out of nowhere. Because they've like what? How are you gonna find an ancient orangutan that's basically one to one the same? The only difference is its size. So we have alligators, we have crocodiles, we have sharks that basically stayed the same for millions and millions of years and didn't evolve at all. They just shrunk, right? And then you have other animals that seem to have evolved at an incredibly fast rate with no explainable reason. Just kind of they adapted to their environment.
And then we pop out of nowhere.
Yeah, man, it's weird, dude.
Like that thing that he's holding right now, the ones that are around now are the size of our palm. This thing is like bigger than a human.
The voltage seems to be decreasing. The
It's like what we're talking about before, entropy, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Man has grown arrogant, right, with science. And what we need to do is humble ourselves and realize even with science, we're very, very limited in what we can do and find out. And just because some dude comes up and says, "Oh, look, evolution. Oh, I saw a couple of finches and their beaks grew. Oh, look, evolution." And then everybody goes with it. I mean, you got to be kidding me, man. You know? Some dude in the 1900s came up with something and like that's it? Seriously? Come on.
I like what North says about evolution, like, because I do see animals adapt to their environment, but like there's microevolution and macroevolution, right? But we see that the information is already in the seed. It's already in our DNA. Now, certain things might make it express itself, right? But it was always there. It was always there in the code. It wasn't expressed. Now, if you go into an arid environment, a drought-stricken environment, then certain chromosomes or whatever, right? They're gonna express themselves because your body's gonna adapt to that environment. Sort of like when you get a domesticated pig and you release it into the wild, 6 months goes by, that pig comes back with fur on it, with husks on it, tusks, I meant, and it's like a whole different animal. It's like, what the heck happened, right? I think human beings have that ability. If you can tap into your primal self, you can become a beast. You know what I mean? You can become the cold won't bother you. You might start growing more hair. I think that these things are already there. They're already present in the DNA. It's not due to mutations or anything like that. It's being expressed because your body has the ability to basically adapt, and all animals have that ability. And it's like the paper unfolding, where you crumple up the paper, and then it's adaptive, right? It's what do they call it? It's adaptation, bro. Your
Yeah,
body
yeah,
is
but you
it's
gotta
just
be
expressing its genes. Go ahead.
I agree with that though, but you got to be careful when saying that, right? Because like I heard him say that, and I was like, be careful, bro, because now you're saying now we're gonna grow a thick coat of hair like a gorilla or something. That ain't gonna happen, right? Because you can look at our northern counterparts, right? Maybe they have a bit more fat and this and that, but you ain't gonna grow like hair like a bear. So you got to be careful with that, right?
Yeah, but theoretically, if it's already in your genes, right, encoded in your genes, just not being expressed, you could grow a lot of hair. Like there's people out there. Look up hairy men. There's like a condition where like people literally look like apes, bro. But I'm not saying that. I'm not. It's adaptation, bro. But you're not changing species. It's not. You're still a human being. Like a dog's a dog forever. It ain't gonna turn into a rat. Like the guy last night was saying that a chihuahua eventually become a rat. That's a
Oh,
whole
was
different species.
cracking? Yeah, I was cracking up with that dude. Yeah.
Well, I think the important part is that the information required to quote unquote adapt, as in the actual what the word actually means. I don't actually conceive the evolutionary term adaptation at all, but the information inside of it that caused it to be able to adapt had to already exist. And this is kind of further substantiated with epigenetics, right? Study of epigenetics. That genetic
Yeah,
code was already in them, right? It wasn't like,
yeah,
Exactly. The code
yeah,
has to be there for you to grow fur or to grow whatever else. It just can't, it just doesn't adapt. It has to be in the code. There's no way
correct.
around that.
it,
Yeah.
So that
it's
was
not
so
clear.
the ability to do that was built in.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
not clear what causes the genes to be expressed. Like, what is the trigger that makes the genes expressed in the next generation? I don't know. I don't think that anybody knows at this point. But they're slowly making progress in the epigenetic field, and they're starting to see these things where it's going against the evolutionary model, because evolution states that everything just due to random accidents that over millions of years, the mutations just like it's all bullshit, bro. It's not mutations. The information's already there. You know what I mean? Like it's already there, bro.
Exactly. Exactly. That's and it can happen quickly. Like it can happen over the course of a singular life, like a man, right? So
Yeah. A
um,
perfect example of that is the Sherpas, the ones that bring the people up the mountain. You see a lot of people use oxygen, right? Now, these dudes, they can go up to a point where they don't need oxygen, and they've checked their lungs and their heart, right? Their lungs and their heart are actually bigger and thicker, believe it or not. So they have adapted to the low pressure from all the times going up and down, right? You heard about the Sherpas? That's a perfect
Yeah.
example right there. Yeah. Also, how this became about, right, was when, um, what's his name? It's too early for my brain to work properly. He went to the Galapagos, right? And he found the finches. So he noticed that those certain finches had longer beaks because the flowers there were like longer and deeper to get into the good stuff. So over time, right, natural selection, if you want to call it that, the birds with the longer beaks survived, passed on that trait, and there you go. So it's not like they became another species. All this idea came from that one man when he saw those finches in the Galac. I can't even say it, the islands there. So that's where all this came from one man going on an island and witnessing birds. I wanted to say that yesterday, but I didn't want to interrupt. Rakio was doing a good job. I was cracking up with the, what was it, the whale rat? Something. What was it? That was too funny, man. So yeah, all this came about from one man going on an island and witnessing finches that had longer beaks than the finches on the mainland. Like, really? This is how we got evolution. Like, come on, man. And the name is Darwin, of course. My brain ain't working.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the funniest part, right? So people believe in evolution, and I mean it's just a religion, but the funny part is like whether the atheist admits it or not, which typically they won't if they're smart, but they use that as justification for thinking that there's no creator, meaning like, well, the creator didn't have to make us because we see that this natural process would do it, blah, blah, blah. Dude, evolution would be proof of a creator. And even Charles Darwin said that. Because the intrinsic information and ability to adapt, the malleability of the organism would be evidence of intricately built in sequential information that could then be activated. Charles Darwin said that if evolution is true, that it would require a creator. So yeah, we can destroy evolution in many ways, in my opinion, right? But it doesn't even matter. Let's get to the heart of the issue. People want to believe in evolution so they can try to convince themselves that they have science and that stupid religious people don't believe in science and that you don't need a creator. That's why they are so obsessed with evolution. Dude, if evolution were true, you still need a creator. Like, how do people understand that? I think we get trapped into this like creator versus evolution thing.
It used to be me, bro. I used to believe in evolution and heliocentrism and the whole Big Bang, and I was able to fit it in with my theological understanding of the universe. I was able to fit it in.
I mean, even other than that, you can't fit atheism in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Jay seems to think that a collaboration of specific chemicals can create the building blocks for the existence of life to spontaneously emerge from innate matter.
Okay, even if that was true, it doesn't help the atheist. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm so glad I decided to take that debate and focus on that because I've realized this is such a big thing that needs to be tackled, okay? This delusion that is atheism or, these atheist agnostic types or whatever, okay? Abiogenesis doesn't prove atheism is possible either, okay? Because you have to have the energy. So where'd the energy come from? Like, abiogenesis wouldn't even prove atheism either. So I'm trying to say,
the definition of a miracle, abiogenesis. Think about it.
Well, Jace would say the energy is an innate property of the matter itself.
Okay, where'd the energy in matter come from?
And then the miraculous process of asexual reproduction, bro, from a single-celled amoeba. Like, I used to be able to fit that in because I'm like, well, it was Yah's hand all along. It was the Holy Spirit, right, working through evolution, making these things happen that, for the most part, is a miraculous thing, bro. How do you get inanimate life to become life? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Okay,
That's a miracle right there.
The amount of information, right? Okay, so, yeah, information is, like, ordered and sequential by definition, right? It's meticulously ordered, reoccurring sequence. So, okay. The the DNA of like a single lily seed or like a salamander egg or whatever. A single lily seed has more information than 60 Encyclopedia Britannicas. Okay, if you look at this like quote unquote primitive amoeba, it has more information than 1,000 Encyclopedia Britannicas.
Our human DNA has 3.2 billion base pairs written in perfect order and sequence. And I mean, just think about that. 3.2 billion base pairs written in sequence in order. I mean, yeah, that happened on its own.
So this is all the atheist says. Look, I can still man. So we're not making a claim. We're just saying, still man, I'm going to make the best argument. So I would never say that actually. Because you are making a claim. Atheism says that all this order and information is possible without intelligent agency. So the best the atheist has is chaos theory. Literally, which is that order can arise from chaos, right? And everyone's heard the typical, like, okay, take the world's most complex watch, put it in a jar, and take all the pieces apart, put it in a jar, shake it up, will it make the watch? The atheists, with their intellectual superiority, will say, yeah, eventually, if you have enough time, it'll make the watch, which is legitimately retarded, okay? But beyond that, you need the watch to be made multiple times, back to back to back to back, okay? Meaning you can't have, oh, well, it took 50 billion years and then it made the watch. That doesn't help you because the next watch and the next watch and the next watch and the next watch all have to be made right after the first one is. You don't have another 50 billion years. So chaos theory doesn't actually address the information observed here. Does that make sense?
Why aren't we seeing other complications, like complicated, intricate? It's just floating around in space. Like we should be seeing Rolexes just floating around. You know what I mean? Possible.
The thing, the irreducible complexity, right? What evolution cannot be possible just for that mere fact, right? You can't develop a lung slowly. You can't develop an eye slowly. You can't develop feet slow. All these things need to be present in the organism in order for the organism to move and feed. So you can't have these things happening eventually. It has to be made one shot. You can't have a lawnmower without a blade or without a piston, right? It has to be one shot.
Yeah, pissing Jeremy off, bro. Go ahead, Jeremy.
You can't have just a part of a lung. Like otherwise, it's just a waste and a drain on the thing, and it does nothing. So you would devolve it because it's not doing anything for you. So it wouldn't keep progressing. Yeah, like you can't just have a part of an unworking lung being developed. Like it doesn't. I don't think evolution would like do that because it's not doing anything for you. It's just a waste.
No, the whole system would have to be created in its entirety.
Yeah.
That's why chaos theory doesn't work. That's what I'm saying. Like, and they don't understand it. They don't understand this, bro. It's so crazy. Chaos theory is what the atheist has to invoke. If you say the necessary antecedent to information is intelligent agency, they'll say why? It's because, well, random chaotic disorder cannot bring about reoccurring meticulous order and sequence and information, right? Okay. And each one of those words is specific. It's a specific part of the argument, right? Meticulous, ordered, reoccurring. Okay. So you can't have random chaotic disorder bringing those things about. Reoccurring. Because the only thing you could say is, well, if you have enough time, because it's time of the gaps, right? If you have enough time, eventually it'll be ordered. Okay, but what about the next thing and the next thing and the next thing? if it takes that much time for the random chaos to bring about order, you can't have all the other order reoccurring right beside it. And then that
Time
overlaps
actually
into
works against them.
irreducible complexity.
Yeah, time actually works against them in the evolutionary theory, due to the fact that a lot of the necessary chemicals that are the base requirements for life, RNA, DNA, X, Y, and Z, all of that has like a very short period of shelf life and has to be like cultured in a specific way, and it has to be extracted at a specific time. Otherwise, the entirety of the thing is botched. So that's the point I was trying to make to Jace the other day, but I don't think he was picking it up.
You should be able to tell.
Time
Sorry,
works
go ahead.
against them. I was just saying that was the sum of the point. Time works against them.
But if their theory was true, you should be able to reverse engineer something, right? Or not necessarily reverse engineer, but what's the word I'm looking for? Like reverse evolve, like de-evolve something back to its original state, right? So we should be able to like slowly de-evolve a creature and it still be able to survive without its organs, without its, like this idea where irreducible complexity, where you can't live without your lungs, you can't live without your kidneys, you can't live without your gallbladder. I mean, you can. There's certain organs you can, but you should be able to go back to at least your primal self and still survive. But you can't do that.
Well, I asked Jay specifically, like, why aren't we seeing like new life forms emerging within our current timeline here? And he said that because all the other life forms are depleting the necessary requirements for the new life forms to form. So then I took it to a laboratory setting, a sterile laboratory setting, and then he tried to point out some other guy that created RNA, and that was all he had.
That's
Like
all
you can
he had.
survive.
Yeah.
You can survive with one kidney, with one eyeball. Like, but you still need those things to function properly. They call them vestigial organs, but like they have my
you can survive, bro.
what's it called? My
yeah, but you can't survive with part of an eyeball. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have any good at working eyeball, but you just have parts of them, like a non-functional eyeball or a non-functional lung, you don't survive.
True.
Yeah, you could survive with one lung maybe, but that lung still has to be functional.
Yeah. I got my appendix taken out when I was like 17, bro, and I'm pretty much fine without that. But I'm sure that the creator made that for a reason, right? We have the appendix for a reason. It's not just a vestigial organ. Like, there's no use. Like they say, they used to say there was no use for it anymore.
So you don't depend on your appendix?
I mean, I'm pretty good without it, but it's there for a purpose, bro. You know what I mean?
Supposedly, it's I don't know this for sure, but I've heard that it's a probiotic reserve when you really need probiotics. It's got like a big reserve of them. Good bacteria.
Yeah, too, bro.
What they would call good.
I heard like monkeys don't have an appendix, and due to that fact, they have to like they have to acquire a bit more stuff consistently. I don't know if that's true, but
On the genetic thing though, there's just a lot of problems beyond just evolution, even on genetics itself. Because empirically speaking, one of the major players in the way that they say genetics works, the ribosome, most likely doesn't even exist. It's just an artifact, just like flat Earth is just a made up nonsense. The ribosome, the rib of man, it's like a gas bubble, and that's where the supposed proteins get translated from mRNA. And even if you did have that ribosome, now you just got some floating proteins. How the form of an organism? So you have some supposed information. Information by definition is going to be arbitrary in the technical sense. It's like, a code is going to be arbitrary in the technical sense, meaning it needs a cipher, something to decode it. And then second of all, you have this information, and let's say you even grant them the black boxes which get them to all these proteins now floating around. What's going to organize them into the specific shape of a frog, specific shape of a human, specific shape of a toenail?
So you're saying there has to be a blueprint in order for all the functionality to properly take place?
Well, it's not just the blueprint. The blueprint is there supposedly. The blueprint is supposedly, there are two problems. The blueprint is supposedly the code, the DNA or the RNA. But but any code needs a cipher. So yeah, so you need a cipher, something to say that this sequence specifically means this. Because here's the thing: if any code doesn't necessarily entail any outcome. Only with the cipher does it, because some things necessarily entail other things. Like if I say I'm going to bend this rod, it's necessarily entailed that the rod is going to be bent. But if I say ACGT, ACG, ACGGG, there's no necessary link between that and a toenail.
No, I understand what you're saying. There has to be a mechanism at which the code is interpreted.
Yep, that's number one.
Which requires some sort of sentiency.
Yeah, and that's number one, because again, code is arbitrary. And then second of all, something has to then execute the code, meaning put it together. Because if you just have floating proteins, why do they coalesce into the specific shapes all the time, over and over again? Like, why? Why would they do that? That makes no sense.
Good point. Very good point. So you need somebody to write the code. Then you need a decipher. You need somebody to be able to read the code.
Yeah.
And very good point. Exactly. Yeah.
And then the final thing is you need something to then execute the code. Take the code and then take the floating around chunks of whatever matter by the magical process that's happened, and then put it together in this specific form. Because there are so many, like the texture, the form, the shape, the function. It can't just, it's not just, basically every organism is basically just as miraculous as the first case of evolution. Every organism. Because they don't have it.
Might be the function of the Lamar frequency.
Something that there's some sort of like you'd have to think about it like a 3D wireframe in a 3D program. Like imagine if it's what they're saying is like, okay, you got the code and then you got Maya and you got nothing to interpret, and then, but they don't even have Maya. Like they don't have they don't have the thing in which the thing could be formed. They don't have the like framework within which the matter could be put together into a specific shape and form. The laws of chemistry aren't going to like read the DNA and just all of a sudden say, okay, this means arm, this means hand. There's no set of physical laws or chemical laws or anything that necessarily leads to any shape whatsoever.
Good point. You know, another thing that stumps them, like the ultimate question, right? Well, one of the questions is, we have billions and billions of life forms on Earth, right? Why is only one species get intelligence? How does that work?
Well, intelligence of the way that we have it. Well, why is that the gulf?
Human intelligence. Why are we the only ones that can ponder this stuff?
Their model doesn't make sense whatsoever. I have my
we
own.
were given dominion on the earth.
Yeah, we can invoke God, right? But what do they say? What do they say to that? We can say a creator made us that way, but what's there? They start double speaking there. Why is one thing on Earth got intelligence?
Well, I think it's because their claim is the fact that we didn't have as much advantageous features. So we developed the brain more to account for that.
I mean,
we developed the brain.
Yeah, that's what they say. But again, dude, the intrinsic information drawn upon for any quote unquote adaptation is still a problem for the atheist. But this is what I say. So when you talk about like the synthesization of proteins, or right, say the proteins actually congregating in a specific sequence, right? And then you said something about frequency. Well, that's another part of all of this, the intrinsic laws of nature, the fact that all physics operates in such a way that it is seeking equilibrium, i.e., it is automatically seeking a predetermined place of order, is also proof of intelligent agency. Like even physics itself. So non-sentient material order is proof of intelligent agency as well.
Yeah, that's a problem in and of itself. Like to say something as a property, I would even say it's like the wrong language. I mean, it's good, useful language, but like they think that a property can just exist innately, that this one thing will do this over and over and over again. Why is that the case? Why would these molecules always combine to give this? Like, why? It feels intuitive
Yeah.
to everyone that something would just, just a property. It just happens because it's simple, but that's all. But the problem is the repeated. Why does it always happen that way then? Why?
Yeah, everything in the material world is going to find equilibrium. What is equilibrium? It's order. That's what that is. So like everything that exists is trying to find a predetermined position of order. So like the laws, which require lawmakers, right? The first, second law of thermodynamics, that's proof of a creator.
Yeah.
It literally is, and that's why the atheist always gets cornered into invoking chaos theory. They have to, but like chaos theory just doesn't hold weight if you press it at all. So like,
doesn't even exist. I mean,
just retarded.
Chaos does not exist. Throwing that out there.
So when Leo jumped into my atheism creationism debate, and he said like something about, so I'm like, I'm like, okay, the information requires intelligent agency. Why? I'm like, because random chaotic disorder cannot bring about order. He says, the universe is certainly ordered. There's certainly order in the universe. I'm like, okay, you're not. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not addressing the point though. Like, that's all atheism is just avoid the actual philosophical ramifications. Right? Like, okay, so, and then he said something about, well, it's actually disorder. When we were talking about seeking equilibrium, I'm like, disorder is just the process of seeking order.
Right.
That's what physics is. Disorder is literally just the process of trying to seek order. So the disorder doesn't help the atheists. It literally hurts them. Everything hurts them. Evolution would hurt them. Abiogenesis would hurt them. Yeah.
Time. They love throwing time out there.
It's just wild. It's wild because, like, you don't have to believe in a specific religion. You don't have to believe the creator is malevolent or benevolent. You don't have to believe any specific interpretation or personification of intelligent agency behind this place. That's a totally different conversation. It's like, why are you so deathly afraid that there is intelligent agency behind this place? That's like, it has to be a personal thing, right? There must be some personal fear.
I mean, from how Jace put it yesterday, he said 80% onwards up to 90% of highly intelligent people don't believe in a creator, and I don't even know if that's accurate, dude.
It's patently false, dude. If you invoke like the smartest people in their paradigm, right? Like, so Einstein wasn't an atheist. Arthur Eddington, Isaac Newton, and like, what is your parameter of highly intelligent? IQ?
Right. That was the other question. It's like, yeah, how are we weighing and gauging on this? Like, yeah, IQ is not a standard for intelligence. I'm sorry.
But even if it were, higher IQ people believe in God. That's been statistically proven.
They don't mind if it's an intelligent creator as long as it's like some simulation theory nerd in a basement though. That they'll entertain. That's not crazy somehow. Somehow it's okay if this universe is simulated in the backyard or basement of some dude, but it's not okay if it's a immaterial consciousness of some sort.
Well, this is the funniest part, right? Okay, so atheism is just the position that there is no deity. Every atheist nowadays is actually atheist agnostic, as they would say. They're agnostic. They say, I'm not currently convinced there is a creator. I don't see the evidence that there is one. I'm not currently convinced. It's not a belief, it's a lack of belief. But again, in reality, to claim that you're claiming it's actually even possible that this order could be here without intelligent agency. It is a claim. It absolutely is a claim. But in order to it's a philosophical debate, right? So in order to have the philosophical debate, you have to adopt a philosophy. And normally they adopt naturalism or methodological naturalism, using the method. We just rely upon the methods we use in the natural world to study via science, etc., right? And that what exists is what can be observed within this material world, matter and energy, and then our study of that, right? Like naturalism or methodological naturalism, right? It's like, okay, so you start hitting them with the natural laws, which that's the staple of their philosophy, right? And then all of a sudden they have to invoke something supernatural, because the definition of supernatural is attributed to a force outside of
Material
scientific understanding or the laws of nature. That's why it's called supernatural, superior to, not limited to nature. So as soon as they say, oh, well, maybe the pre-singularity, before the singularity, it was different laws of nature. That's supernatural by definition.
Can you give me an example? Can you give me like a few examples of some of these natural laws?
Yeah, the first law of thermodynamics.
Oh, okay. These are their
And
natural
like whether
laws.
or not, yeah, that's a natural law. And natural laws are not theories or anything. It's just us observing things consistently happen this way every time. Whether or not we want to disagree or agree with the natural law, the atheism adopting naturalism has to build their argument upon them. That's what naturalism is. You see what I'm saying? It's literally what their argument is. So you can literally just corner the atheist into invoking the supernatural by definition. Because then you say, oh, if matter cannot be created nor destroyed, then you're going to have to say that either it was always here, that this material universe is eternal, it had no beginning, or that the matter and energy was transferred from somewhere outside of the universe. And then you just have the regress of like, okay, well, eventually one of those universes or whatever dimensions had to be eternal. Or you say, well, outside of this material universe or before the singularity, maybe the natural laws don't apply, right? Which is supernatural. So if they try to say it's eternal, then you just hit them with the second law, which says entropy increases, usable energy decreases over time, which means there was a starting point. So now they go back to the first one. They can't say it was eternally here. If matter cannot be created nor destroyed, it had to come from somewhere outside of this material universe. Okay. So that and now unless you say that it can be created or destroyed outside of this material universe, you have the infinite regress. So then you get into, okay, well, that means that the matter and the energy can be created, and what happened before this universe doesn't adhere to our natural laws in this material universe, which is by definition supernatural. That's what supernatural means.
Yeah, I don't even think they have a problem with the supernatural, because they believe in like the bending of space time, which doesn't mean anything. Like you can only in your wildest dreams can you try and make something like that make sense, or a black hole or a white hole or whatever else. It just has to have the flavor of something that's not conscious. It can be supernatural.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It just has to be like, mechanistic feeling. They don't want to have a mind be at the heart of everything. They want the mind to just be some sort of a bubble that blips up way down the chain. Minds and consciousness.
I do think a big first step in it, though, is getting the atheist to acknowledge the metaphysical or the supernatural, right? Like,
yeah,
having them verbally concede it.
I agree with that. Yeah, I'm just saying that they in their whole. It's funny because a lot of the atheist versus theist debate, they get to like LARP as if they're the empiricists, but they're not even the empiricists when it comes to other matters like flat Earth and shit. They're not. They're not people who are just like, flat, like logical positivists, like empirical. I'm just going to see where the facts lead me. No, they have like theories which have massive leaps of logic, massive like unsubstantiated, unempirical fucking postulates, which even fly in the face of empiricism. So it's like, but they get to LARP in the creationism versus theism debate. They get to, theism versus atheism debate. They get to LARP like they're like these very cold, dispassionate, empirical people. And I don't even like letting them have that. It's fucking.
No, yeah, I think it's funny, man, because what they typically do is they just say like they lack belief, and then they say a bunch of I don't knows, and they say we're more honest because we say we don't know, and we don't deny science. Dude, science proves a creator, bro. You clown. This is what I called Leo out at the beginning. So Leo does his opener, right, and he just like he tactically positions the argument where it's science versus creationism. And I'm like, no. Science isn't exclusive to atheism. It's a non sequitur, right? Science is to know, the pursuit of knowledge, methodological naturalism is what you're invoking. I mean, yeah, the methods we use to understand the natural world isn't exclusive. We both have equal claim to that. The philosophical debate is about the interpretation of it. What does it mean, right? Like, what can we do with the evidence that comes from this methodological approach? That's what atheists do. It's just what they do with flat Earth too. Like the Glober will try to position the flat earther against science as if they have claim to science, exclusive claim to science. It's just a tactic. It isn't true.
What the position they try to adopt in the theist versus atheist debate, where they're just like, well, I just don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm taking the default position. All of a sudden, on flat Earth, you can't take the default position. You got to accept all of the leaps of logic. It's funny.
That is funny. Yeah, that is super funny. And that's something else they try to say. Like they're painfully unaware, right? Because I go read the comments because I wanted to know, like, I actually want to change people's lives. I want to make that philosophical spark in the people where they're like, damn it, I'm tripping, like there has to be agency. Like that's actually why I do any of this. Or I would just go run some businesses in the background you would never know I exist, straight up. It's not my thing. And so I was reading the comments to try to figure out, like, where am I not landing with these people, right? And it's really wild, the stuff that they say. You can go read the comments, but it's like, so they use what you just said as an example. They're like, oh, it's so funny because that's what flat earthers always do. Just say, I don't know. I don't have to know. I just don't believe. And I'm like, no, that's not the same though. That's not the same at all, because if you acknowledge the logical antecedents, right, in the philosophical discussion, that's different. Also, the earth itself is tangible empirical discussion. It's not it's not strictly philosophical discussion.
No, you're right, because with God, like the claim is that the reality could exist without this intelligent conscious mind, right? That's an implicit claim that's made, so you can't just be agnostic to it. You're making the claim implicitly by entering the discussion. Whereas with the flat Earth, off the bat, logically, it could be a globe, it could be flat. I mean, a lot of flat earthers don't want to accept that, but just logically, not based on physics and empiricism, which will debunk it, but just logically, off the bat, okay, we could be living on a globe, we could be living on a flat thing.
Correct.
So you can't
take
exactly a position there. There is no, yeah, that's the difference.
And it's crazy because this discussion about atheism, or I like to say creationism, so it really drives home the point, because they love to hone in on the idea of personification of a deity. So that's why I say creationism, but because I don't care about that. I don't want to talk about personification. That's irrelevant. I don't want to care. I don't want to talk about how you didn't like your church growing up and you don't like the books of religion. No one cares, bro. You're using that as a method to avoid the logical ramifications of your position. The next thing that I hear though is like, obviously they say this, they virtue signal as if, well, we're the ones being more honest because we say we don't know, right? That's like the number one thing, is like, just claiming to know things you don't doesn't mean that you're right, when the atheist is just more honest and says that they don't know. No, when I was asked in the debate, oh, well, then how did your creator do this? What was the mechanism? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't need to know. That isn't the point. We're talking about one question, and that is the antecedent being intelligent agency, right? That's what we're talking about. What that intelligent agent did or how they did it doesn't matter. That isn't the debate. It's all tactics. All of it is tactics.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm realizing that they don't know that, though. Like, I don't think they know that. So kind of like when the average person thinks the Earth's a globe, you can't be mad at them, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, 99% of the time, they genuinely don't understand. Like, they're not intentionally twisting and manipulating. Now, the people that come in here do that. The average person doesn't do that. The average atheist just heard these scripts. They're like, they don't like religion, man-made belief. They like, oh, well, atheists honestly say we don't know. Atheists just use what we can verify with science. Like, that's how they view it.
Yeah,
right? So we should be like empathetic.
Yeah, it comes down to like, I've just been a lot of this, even with the whole AI thing. I've just learned that a lot of the way people learn, a lot of the way people learn is completely subconscious or even unconscious. So like so all the things that they've understood, they haven't actually understood a lot of these things from like logic or first principles. They just kind of entered into the domain and kind of intuitively like gain mastery. So like now when you try to like explain something to them logically, step by step, that process is alien to them. It's kind of like, a good example is like, how did you learn language? Every one of us learned language completely subconsciously. The first language we learned, because no one came and sat you down and taught you the rules of the grammar of the language. You just intuited them. And so a lot of the stuff that they've gained mastery of in their life, they've not really learned it from first principles. But now when you try to like teach them, like not teach them, but basically point something out to them via first principles, it's not going to register because like it's not intuitively.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Real fast. A rule. You're hot micing, my brother.
Oh, sorry. No, I was speaking. Did I
Oh,
not?
you? Oh, that's you. Okay, you were just typing at the same time. My bad.
Arul, can you talk about first principles a little bit?
No, Guy. Sorry. Please, just a second, bro. Guy Incognito, you're hot micing with your keyboard, brother.
Oh, sorry about that.
Just mute him.
Well, I was just gonna let him know first.
Hot mic his ass. Hey, Arul, can you talk?
Sorry. I just I didn't realize the mic was on by default when I joined.
You're good, man. I was just playing around. Can you talk about that a little bit, Arul?
Yeah. Well, it's not too deep. It's just like basically like there is I've talked about it before, but like what they used to teach the Romans and the Greeks, the trivium and the quadrivium, basically like logic, the laws of logic, what a logical fallacy is, and when you and then once you've learned those, and what a contingent versus necessary truth is. Contingent just simply being something which is true in this world, but not necessarily true in all possible worlds, versus a necessary truth like the truths of mathematics, the truths of like logic, self-evident truths, which are necessarily true. They couldn't change in any. God could create 1 billion worlds, and those truths would still be the same. 1 + 1 would always equal 2 in any world that God created. It may not manifest, meaning he could create a world where you put 2 oranges in a box and a third orange manifested out of nowhere. It may not manifest, so that's possible. But like the underlying truth would always be the same in any universe of these kinds of truths. So
I'm assuming you understand the difference between principle or principality versus attribute. Can you touch on that a little bit, or at least explain the difference?
I've heard some people talking about that. I'm not quite sure I get that. So maybe you could talk about that.
Yeah. So principality would be the thing in contention, and attribute would be what that thing does, like its function or its how it interacts with the surrounding world. For example, a shadow. A shadow has no principality because a shadow is not a thing. However, a shadow has attributes. Like when you stand in the shadow, it's a little bit cooler than when you're standing in direct light. That would be an attribute. Now, in regards to space, being space is not a thing, rather the absence of a thing. It can have no principles or properties, only attributes. Do you agree with that?
I'm kind of getting what you're getting at there, but like I have a slightly different version of ontology, but I just think everything is like rules defined in the ultimate mind. So principle, attribute, property, these words, I only view them as heuristics. Even things like force and energy, like I don't really think that they're things in and of themselves.
Right.
So if I say this, if someone says this molecule has this property of like, I don't know, like mass or whatever you want to call it, like weightiness, I would just say that that's just something that's defined by the mind in the system that it's created. This thing will have this quantity associated with this behavior, and then it's just defined that thing will always do that. It will always behave in that way.
Right, but it seems like oftentimes people confuse the behavior with the thing itself, and ascribe the behavior as a thing rather than an attribute of the thing.
Yeah, but ultimately in my worldview, every single thing that exists is just a definition in a mind, because you can't. There is no. We really ask people like, what is matter? It's going to break down. No one's going to have a proper definition. It's going to get metaphysical real quick.
You said matter?
Yeah, if you ask someone what is matter, they're not really going to have a proper definition. Everyone kind of feels what it is, but you couldn't define it if you were hard pressed.
Well, Well, you just said it, Phil. Tangibility. So,
Right. Yeah. Physical tangibility.
Not physical.
Such
Not
that it,
physical. Physical's not the right answer.
matter would not be physical.
Well, no, but physical wouldn't be exclusively matter. Like energy is also physical, right? Like at least that's my opinion. The proper interpretation of the word physical is, any interaction within the physical world, any interaction within this material world, within this natural world, whatever. Energy is not matter, but it is physical.
So we couldn't even attribute perceivability to matter then.
Why not?
Well, because light's perceivable, but it's not matter, is it?
Oh yeah, you mean like, yeah, you could attribute. Okay, I see what you're saying. You're just saying like you can attribute it to it, but it's not exclusively that.
Yeah, exclusive to.
Yeah, exactly. I get you.
Right.
But I just think it's a common. It's I that one specifically is somewhat triggering, right? Because when you start getting into discussions about physics, that terminology, physical, that term becomes like super important. I yield to your point. Fair enough.
And even energy, like how would you define? No one can define energy. I mean, it's defined as the ability to do work. Like, wow, that's the most vague definition I've heard in my life.
Terrible definition. Yeah.
I think ether's come the closest to defining energy.
I think energy is actually like, I think it's like will, intent.
Yeah. I mean, because when it comes to God, there's no law of thermodynamics that applies to this. The mind could, like, for example, in my mind, or forget God, when it comes to a conscious mind, there's no law of thermodynamics. It doesn't take me more or less energy for me to think of a big ball in my mind versus a small ball. Of course, some atheists would say, well, how do you know? Maybe it does. No, I mean, it doesn't. Like, what is the measure of energy of, like, me creating a fucking steamboat in my head versus a fucking rowboat? There's no like laws that follows. Like, it doesn't exist on that plane of reality.
Dude, all the atheists ever say, all they ever do is appeal to possibility.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an infinite appeal to possibility. It's like, maybe there are infinite universes, and in the other universes, there is no such thing as natural laws.
No, what you said earlier is completely true. When you said, like, the repeated nature of, like, the coincidence that they're appealing to, this because they think you just need to get one cosmic coincidence, and then everything else just kind of repeats. You get one replicating molecule. Why does it replicate then after that? Why doesn't it just do some random shit after that? So they have to appeal to occasionalism, which is the position that this whole sequence, it's not just that the first thing was a cosmic accident. This whole chain of events has been one big cosmic accident in a bigger sea of, like, garbled, nonsensical cosmic. So everything from the quote Big Bang till now is like a sequence of is one big cosmic accident.
Meaningless.
It's not
Correct.
just,
and it's reoccurring. Like, the reoccurring aspect of it is such a death blow.
they would have to say this whole time chunk is a cosmic accident. They can't just say that the one thing was a cosmic accident. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not that. Yeah, they can't have the reoccurring thing because there's no laws if everything is accidental, there can't be any laws. The laws themselves are just like illusions. The whole thing is just like one big string of occasionalism.
And that's what I was trying to say. I guess yeah. So, like, and in agreement with that, like, distinctly consistency is refutation of their position, right? Like, consistency is refutation of the chaos theory.
Well, if they're committing themselves to that position, they can no longer believe in physical laws, because a lot of them will say that laws are just descriptions. But then you can't rely on descriptions. Like, for example, if I'm playing the stock market or something, there could be 20 repeated patterns in a row, but I can't rely on the fact that that's going to hold if I keep tweaking around the variables. Whereas a law is different. No matter what I tweak, that law is going to hold true regardless of what gets tweaked around. It's not just an accident. So they can't really even appeal to the scientific method if they hold their position about accidents and cosmic accidents. So they're pretty much fucked in any direction they go. Like,
yep. But you can easily make them have to invoke chaos theory, right? And then all you do is invoke consistency, and it's over. But this is the problem with atheists. Once you logically corner and refute their position, it doesn't matter because they'll just say, "So you say," or "Who knows what's possible?" Again, they'll just always revert to appealing to possibility. Like there's no way to defeat the atheists in the debate because they don't even sit at the table of intellectualism.
Yeah, I don't even. I think like I said, I think it's more of just a flavor. They just don't like the flavor of God, and not just Christian God, just any sort of conscious mind. They just don't like it. They don't like that flavor. It doesn't. I don't exactly know how to put it. They like the flavor of things just being moving balls and physics and force and this and that. They like that language, even though that language is all metaphysical. They don't like the
I
mind.
think it boils down to responsibility. Like, I don't think they like the fact that they're going to be responsible at one point in time for all of their decisions and actions. I think that just scares the shit out of them, and it's just easier just to hand wave dismiss all of that entirely.
You know, I used to like think that was a decent reason. I'm sure that's true for some of them, right? But at the same time, I don't think it's true for all of them because the more I've talked to them, the more because there are atheists who are very responsible, and also it doesn't. Well, number one, it's not necessarily entailed that there's going to be a judgment just because there's a God.
Well, it's not necessarily self-responsibility, but the responsibility of the part at which you play in the entirety of the picture, meaning how your choices, decisions, and actions affect the next person, and so on and so forth. Like, I think they run from that.
But is it entailed? Like I mean, again, I don't have any specific religion, but like, there's no, just because there's God doesn't mean that there's going to be moral payback or even karma or judgment or anything. It really doesn't. It's not entailed. I'm not saying.
But it is strongly implied. It's strongly implied that there's now accountability because now, whether that be that the intelligent agent itself actually exercises punishment or anything, right? It's like there's intrinsically accountability, meaning that there is an objective like mode or modality to this place, meaning there's a linear code of ethics. There's an objective right and wrong. There's intrinsically accountability, right? And so like if there's intelligence that isn't limited to anything that we're limited to, that set this place up with specifics, right? Immediately humans innately interpret that to mean like, oh, well, if there is a mind, right, or intention behind this place or overlooking me, right, then the next step you think of is accountability. Like, I think just the mere idea that some type of sentience could be watching you is the thing that they're scared of. Meaning, like, if you're an atheist, you can go, as long as no one else sees you or you get away with it, then it's fine. Like, then it doesn't exist per se, right? But the idea with the creator is, oh, he always sees.
No,
I mean, he knows
that's
what
the
you're
difference between ethics and morality. Like, they run from morality and they they dabble in ethics
but
due to what you just said, lack of accountability.
I've definitely interacted with people who fit the description you guys are pointing out. 100%. I meant like, and I used to think that was universal though to people who are atheists. But then there are some other people who are more like support. Like again, it's not just about their personal behavior. They really are fine with the notion of morality. They really do like it's just, but they don't like the feeling. They don't. This is a lot from like just certain types of people. They just don't like the feeling of like anything mystical. They don't like that flavor, something that feels mystical. Even if
I don't think so. I think that's a benefit, or it could be a detriment, and they perceive it as a detriment due to the fact that maybe they haven't really been living an honest life, not only with the people around them but with themselves. So that that sense of accountability starts creeping in, and it's scary to them.
I just think the idea that they don't like it is a little bit. It just lacks substance, right? Like maybe if it's not moral accountability, because I know you're saying I know atheists that are like they're fine with morals and they agree with them or whatever. But then it's also the idea that, oh, well, then that intelligent agent allows all this bad stuff to happen to me or to happen to people here.
That's also another one. But I'll give you an example of what I'm saying then. Like, okay, So you take some people. I'm gonna get a bit. I don't know. I guess like it's gonna get a bit dicey here, but I'm gonna say it anyway. You get some people from the Anglosphere, right? Like countries like Britain and places like that. They could even be, because let's even take people who believe in God, right? Supposedly, like Christians, some Christians, but they won't even but they still don't like the flavor in their enacted life. They still don't like the flavor of something which has any sort of a mystical feel to it. So they're not going to accept flat Earth. They're not going to, and if you ask them like, dude, you got cancer, why not try this? Or even a simple ailment, why not try this herbal remedy? They're going to be, get the hell out of here. I want my pills from my good, you know, scientific lab coat wearing freaking pharmaceutical agent. They just don't like the feel. Some people just don't like the feel of what a conscious mind is.
Okay. Here's where I can kind of meet you, right? And this is my. It's more so that it automatically introduces the need for further philosophical deduction. Meaning, if that's the case, they may like how it feels, the comfortability of just not having to even worry or think about any of this, right? Like to them, it's just an additional component that is unnecessary or not preferable, right? Because if you realize that there's intelligent agency, now you're basically forced to try to understand it. Right? Like it adds an entire component to life that didn't previously exist.
Okay, now I think I can phrase it now, because with what you said, I can now phrase it. But it's like they've grown up. A lot of people, right? They've grown up with the notion that everything's been figured out. It's just the details. And yeah, there are some atheists out there, even if it's a theist person who's like a Muslim or a Christian or something, who's like, but who still believes in scientism. They don't have to overhaul their paradigm. Whereas if you the idea of so now let's take an atheist who believes in scientism. It's just a complete overhaul to their paradigm to like now have to like accept God, because then there's other areas of reality that they have to look into, which are not going to feel as comfortable or as regular or as
It
controllable.
sounds like a control issue. Like
Yeah,
the
control.
lack of control is what drives them insane. Like and creates this whole fear mechanism that
Yeah,
is triggering.
that's probably it. It doesn't feel as predictable or controllable if it's like, because the in real reality isn't going to be controllable in the same way. It's like the ultimate heart of reality. It's going to be regular, but you're not going to be able to control every aspect of it.
And which goes back to ego and other things like pride and such. Like if you're truly not in control, right, then that kind of shatters that whole paradigm, and they don't want that. They want to be the arbiters of their own destiny, and you know the fact that they're not is something that's, I don't know.
And even that, it's more of a collective ego than for them, because it's not individually, they're not like all egotistical people. It's just like on this one issue, they want, it's like, human pride or scientific pride or something. It's like, we figured this out collectively. It's not that individual person is like egomaniac.
No, not at all. Like, yeah, it's a consensual, egotistical agreement of comfortability. It all boils down to comfort, really. And I mean, it just seems like they don't really. A lot of these atheists don't really have a nutsack. Sorry to be so crude.
Yeah, in the philosophical domain, they don't like that. They don't have that.
I almost wonder if there's something that happened in the past, like maybe they did something wrong to where they can't accept God, because then they would have to accept the accountability for their actions in the future. Like there's something going on there with atheists.
I guess I don't try to always go down that line, simply because I've done a lot of bad stuff in my life, and like I know atheists who have not done a single thing which I would consider bad, and they're ardently atheistic. So
Well, I mean, nobody's perfect, but and just because somebody seems that they haven't done anything doesn't mean that they necessarily haven't, or even at least perceived some sort of like condemning of themselves because of it.
Well, again, I know some of these people. It's not like just people I'm seeing them on the surface, and they're like like they seem all goody two shoes. No, I mean I literally know them. Like,
Well, you know what you know of them, but you don't know everything about them. I don't even think anyone knows themselves.
well, I mean that point is true, but I'm saying like I know their life from beginning to end. That I know that they're not harboring some massive fucking skeleton in their closet. Anything more than like I could imagine like if they've done something bad, more it's maybe they I don't know what they banged a hooker or something. I don't know. Like I mean that could be the maximum. They've not killed anyone. They've not got like. So I don't know. Like they're really fucking running from something as opposed. I think it's really a lot of people have just fallen prey to the psyop, and they innately just know that going against atheism or like materialism, even if they are supposedly theistic, just goes against the current paradigm completely, and that just puts them in the out group. So they can just sense the Overton window, and they don't want to go there. Because I brought it up earlier, but there's a separate phenomenon of supposed theists, but every single belief that they have is in line with scientism, lockstep. Not a single like they believe in evolution, they believe in Big Bang, they believe in this, they believe in that, and the other theists, but they're not even theists because they understand that it's logically necessary for God to exist. They're just theists because like it's the way they grew up or something.
It's the best, showing them proof against their model from their own scientists and them fighting it and them saying that can't be true. That's not a good article. It's beautiful. Keep tap down. Keep it up. Squirm. It's beautiful to watch, man. It just makes my heart pound faster. Like I love it to see you guys put your own scientists under the bus. It's the best thing. The best thing. Keep it up. This can't be right. You read the article wrong. It's sensationalism. No, it's the death of your Big Bang Theory, given to you by the hands of your own scientists. It's like nothing could be more pleasurable than that. It's like going into your backyard while you're playing hoops. I grab your ball and I go around all of you in front of me, and I do a couple of those moves and I slam it in there. It's just that easy and that pleasurable. I
Did
love
you
it.
guys did you guys watch that video I posted the other day about that mainstream scientist saying that they're essentially doing away with the space-time Newtonian model?
Many of them, bro. Many of them, yeah. I didn't see that particular one though.
Yeah, I posted it the other day. The channel is Jason A. I believe it was like the latest video he posted. But yeah, they're just saying that, you know, it was a good ride while it lasted. You know, it got us fairly far, but it's just not adding up anymore.
Yes, sir. Exactly that. And the thing is, they have to
So-
throw scientist after scientist under the bus.
So are they replacing it with something else?
Yeah,
Trying to do
yeah, they're
Mon.
trying to.
So in other words, they know it's wrong. They just don't know what the right answer is yet.
Well, that's the whole thing is they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board, and they don't want to do that. Like with the amount of time that's passed, like they just want to continuously build off the same nonsense. But I think they're starting to slowly realize they've got to go back to the drawing board. Step one.
So they have to start over.
I mean, that's how it's appearing. It's kind of creating a division right now. You know, you've got one camp that's agreeing on starting over, and another camp that wants to keep pushing forward with like quantum dynamics or quantum field theory.
Yeah, they want to modify the existing model. But the thing here, Extremis, is you see, Extremis is somebody that has accepted it, right? He understands. Now, what freaks me out is the scientists themselves say they got to redo it, but the people here, certain people here on YouTube and on Discord, they're the ones fighting it.
Well,
So
yeah, they're
that's
invested.
me.
They're all in. They've got all of their poker chips in already, dude. Like, there's no turning back for them. You know, they're financially and temporally invested into this nonsense, and they know that going back is a futile pursuit for them personally, not for the betterment of humanity, but for them personally. This goes back to accountability and atheism.
Yeah, they're gonna have. They just can't say we were wrong. They'll never admit it, no matter what. And that's the beauty of it. That's how you expose them. You tell them, look, your own scientists are saying it's wrong. No, this guy's he's dumb. He's a liar. Research the paper. Like it's unbelievable. Like your own scientists are telling you this, and you're fighting them. I mean, yeah, you guys are like in big trouble, man. Like I posted, I don't know how many articles. They find fault in every one of them. Well, this guy's that. This one is this. This is a sensational journalism. Yeah, they're all wrong, right? All of them. The whole James Webb team is all wrong, but you are correct. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's like you're going to have to swallow it, man. Your Big Bang model is incorrect. The timeline is incorrect. Black hole formation, wrong. Galaxy formation, wrong. Quasar formation, wrong. You got it all wrong. Not just a little bit wrong, massively wrong. So you're going to have to learn to live with that.
Also, intentionally wrong. Just to add to that. There we go.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling. It's like truly mind. You show them step by step. There has to be a big bang. There had to be an expansion. There's a timeline. There's a timeline when stars form. Timeline where galaxies form. Reionization. First light. That's all in sequence. And guess what? Your own research found that did not happen the way the Big Bang predicted it. So that means your predictions, your whole reason d'etre, your whole reason of being is that your model makes predictions. That's what they've been telling us forever, right? Look at our model, it works and makes predictions. Well, guess what? All those predictions are all, and I mean all, wrong. the timeline, the gas form, everything. It's all wrong. Black holes, quasars, expansion, contraction. It's
All right,
all wrong.
you're on repeat mode now.
Okay, I'm done.
Europia just got in. I don't know. Oh, oh no, he's still here. Did you hear our discussion on evolution?
No, I saw a video of from another Discord server, a guy named Witsit, that was coming up with some pretty interesting theories, but they kept on interrupting him, so that's why I jumped in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's here. We just had a discussion about it. I'm sure if he's got a moment, he would be happy to tell you why you're wrong.
Why I'm wrong? About what?
Aren't you an evolutionist? Mic check.
Can't hear you. You're breaking up. Now we heard you good.
No,
Okay.
I'm not breaking up. I had to laugh about that.
Oh, sorry. Are you not an evolutionist? I thought you were. I thought you were arguing with Rakia last night about it. I could be mistaken.
I don't ever remember that. You're probably talking about someone else.
Oh, yeah, you could be right. My bad.
It wasn't him. It wasn't him.
A lot of people sound like a lot of people.
Just to clarify, my entire position is that evolution is a red herring attempt by the atheists to not address the problems they have. Yeah, you know, like evolution would be proof of a creator, so we can just throw that away and get to the heart of the
Good to
issue.
see you.
You too.
Hope all is well.
Dude, in-person debates are fire though, bro. When it's totally different. You know, like if I was talking to him on a computer, he would have been like 10 times more of a badass. You know, so I'm gonna start doing in-person debates. I'm gonna talk to Jaren about setting them up. Like we're gonna have atheism, creationism, or evolutionary debates, or whatever, geocentrism, heliocentrism, flat Earth, globe Earth, all kinds of debates. Similar to MTD, and I'm not necessarily trying to compete with them, but we want to have like really substantial
M what?
big names only. What's that?
You said M what?
MDD, modern day debate.
Were you the guy, the same Witsit that moderated a 2A debate?
Nah, that was his little brother.
I moderated a debate. I don't remember moderating.
Oh, okay, must have been someone else with the same name.
No, there's only one Witsit, dude.
Oh, it's another Discord server, so that I wasn't even on. Some guy linked a video to YouTube, and that's how I saw it.
I was moderating?
Some type of Second Amendment debate.
Oh, I remember that, yeah. I probably do
Between
occasionally.
some guy named Demon and some Australian. It's
Yep.
kind of weird.
Oh, I did moderate that debate, yeah. I didn't really have to do much, though. But I remember that now, yeah.
It was really hard to listen to that.
Yeah, it's rough. People advocating to take away my guns is just so funny.
That's crazy, bro.
I know, it's just so goofy,
He
bro.
was Australian too.
Love the topic. Yep. I think I saw that as well.
Was it Flat Earth Solar?
No, dude, it was Dogs Are God or whatever.
Oh, that guy. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That guy's rough.
It's just so stupid. I'm like, bro, say you're not a man without saying it.
I saw so I guess it was you coming up with some interesting theories. Like they had posted you talking about the pains of childbirth and stuff and childhood trauma. I thought that was a really interesting theory, but I mean, you could hardly get through it because they kept interrupting you and mocking you.
I know, like in the process of explaining why people do that, they were doing it. Yeah, that's my most recent theory, is that basically everyone alive now has suffered pretty immense childhood trauma from like their birth. And then many of us have even additional childhood trauma from our families or our houses or whatever, how we were raised. And yeah, I think that when we now are adults trying to discuss this, um, it affects the way that people interact, and including primarily in this debate is like the fear of not being accepted. So whether that was your parents not really affirming or supporting you or whatever, not you felt like you weren't accepted in your family or whatever, in your classroom, whatever, at school, on a football team, blah blah blah. You have this deep rooted fear of acceptance. So yeah, I think that the idea of, so people project their fear. So like when people ridicule the flat earther as being like a science denier or whatever, they're actually projecting the fear of the idea of standing alone and not being accepted by the group, and so they throw all of that fear in the form of like attack on that person. And I mean, flat earthers also do this though. Flat earthers, a lot of times, they have a fear of acceptance within the flat Earth group, but it's way different. I think flat earthers are way less likely to be like that. Like they're like, oh man, I don't agree with what's it about this. Oh man, I don't care what science says, you know. But the other side, it's like the notion that they would have to publicly be by themselves, and that the group wouldn't accept them, is a deep rooted fear. And then what happens, and I'll stop ranting. So with like, you have, so it's childhood, and I'm just learning about this, I'm not an expert or whatever. You have CPTSD, so childhood post-traumatic stress disorder. And that ends up causing a lot of the defense mechanisms overlap with narcissistic personality disorder. Now, I'm not huge on the labels. I don't think they're definitive or whatever, but they are informative. And narcissistic traits, narcissistic personality disorder is like, well, it's attack the other person, gaslight the other person. You know, it's just psychological manipulation to make them feel that they're insane, blatantly lie to them, but convince them that it's the truth, and all this different stuff, right? Lack of empathy, blah, blah, blah. So it's not necessarily that the people are narcissists. It's just that they have defense mechanisms that overlap with narcissism. And then when you start to apply it to these debates, bro, you're like, wait a minute. This is making a lot of sense. I mean, at least for me, it makes a lot of sense for me.
And then also, you were talking about like apparently, where modern day childbirth is done wrong. It's not done like it was in the past, like naturally.
Correct. Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying. I think we all have that deep rooted trauma. I've actually heard for a woman to properly give birth, like, so for it to maybe be painless, there are women that have like almost orgasmic quote unquote births, but it's because they had to actually go and face the childhood trauma of their birth. But yeah, like, you know, they make it hard for the baby to come out, and they have the mother laying on her back and legs up and screaming and pushing, and just this intense thing where it's hard for them to even come out. And then they get out, and their first interaction out, it's like chaos. So they're like, well, I want to go back where I was, you know, I want to go back where I was like safe. And as soon as they get out, it's just chaos. And then they rip the baby, they cut the umbilical cord super quick, causing oxygen deprivation, and it's just traumatizing that baby, right? It's all of a sudden it's had all the supply it needs, and then all of a sudden it's just being preemptively cut off super quick, then ripped from the mom, then wiped off and spanked and jabbed, you know, and then stuff squirted in its eye, wrapped up in clothes that aren't typically not linen. Even though sometimes babies do still get linen.
I'm curious. Do you know any of the natural childbirth techniques?
Yeah, because my wife gave birth somewhat recently. So yeah, like
Squat and cough.
if you do a lot of like pelvic floor exercises and squats and stuff during your pregnancy, it makes it way easier. Getting in water, yeah, squatting in water and then like just calmly breathing and blah blah. Now I'm not a woman, obviously never experienced it. Yeah, in order to deal with you just bypass the epidural, which is tough for some women because it supposedly gets rid of the pain. Sometimes it doesn't even get rid of the pain. But anyway, yeah, stuff like that. I mean, it's like having a calm, supportive environment. Some people suggest candles or like soothing music or whatever, meditative music, and then being in water and having done squats and squatting, and then the baby will fall out. Is the idea, right? As opposed to having to fight its way out. Yeah, and there are all kinds of different theories and details with underneath that.
You said epidural. What is that?
An epidural is what the shot they give women that like supposedly removes the pain. It like numbs them so they don't feel the pain of childbirth.
Directly into the spinal column.
Yep. And sometimes they miss. Sometimes it doesn't fully affect the areas that it needs to. They're not able to have full control or feeling of their legs. And this is all bad for their future pregnancies, for the child itself trying to get out. And also it's been proven that that the children that are born via epidural have a higher propensity to be addicted to drugs. Because basically there's this process where they're like, oh, when things get hard, you just take a drug to make it go away. This deep rooted, it's really kind of profound. But the numbers also show that those people will be more addicted to drugs. What they do is basically induce the pregnancy, then numb it, induce and numb until they finally get the baby out. So they try to force the baby out too fast, and then they numb the mother. Then they just keep doing that cycle until the baby comes out, as opposed to just the natural process. And I'll say this one. I think maybe one of the most profound things I found out is that there are something called dolphin water births, and these women, they get into like the ocean or whatever, and the dolphins will naturally migrate towards them, and they'll start soothing them with the sonar. They'll actually soothe the baby and make the baby feel comfortable, and it'll loosen up the mother as well with literal physical sonar waves. And then the birthing process will be way quicker and way less painful.
And then also, you had mentioned oxygen deprivation and the cutting of the umbilical cord. So should that be a delayed process?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. We should wait at least like a couple hours, but there's no set time. It just depends on you'll be able to tell because that's what we did. Like even when she passed the placenta, we just put it in a bowl and we passed our baby around after she had the golden hour and stuff. If someone else held the baby, the placenta came with it, with the bowl with the big umbilical cord tied to it. You're able to see where it's basically done. It changes color and it's done pumping nutrients to the baby. But they cut it within like seconds or maybe a minute or something. And it's pumping all these like crucial nutrients to the baby and oxygen to its brain. So when you cut it really quickly, it literally causes oxygen deprivation to the brain of the baby. So the baby feels like it's suffocating and its brain cells are dying. As soon as it comes out, it's like, I hate this place. And so that's why so many people hate this place, because their first experience of it was traumatic. Yep.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I like that information. I'd
Yeah.
never heard any of that.
Yeah,
So-
and you can get deeper and be like, well, do you think that's a coincidence? Do you think it's a coincidence that they've now engineered the birthing process to be exactly opposite of what it should be, and that we are all traumatized at birth? Or is it possible that some people that kind of control big pharma and the medical system and the hospitals, etc., they understand that when you're traumatized, you're more easily submitted, right? Like it's more easy to control you. Right, it's called child or trauma-based mind control, and that's kind of my opinion. I think that this was all done on purpose to create synthetic medicine dependency and trauma, so that you can basically be manipulated.
Now,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these professions, they have licensing that you have to go through. So, I mean, they really have to do what their licensing authority tells them. Otherwise, their whole livelihood is at risk. And then also I had another question.
Yep.
So when the baby comes out, the umbilical cord is attached to the placenta, and all that comes out, and it's not attached to the mother anymore.
That's correct. Yeah. So the baby will come out with the umbilical cord, and then a little bit later, the mother will pass the placenta, and then so now it's all out of the mom, and the placenta is attached to the umbilical cord, which should still be attached to the baby. And honestly, dude, what's so crazy, bro, is they take all that stuff. These are like critically valuable stem cells, and they take it. So what are they doing with it, right? I mean, they think about how many babies are born every day just in America alone. Okay, well, there's a dark side to this, and consumption of these stem cells can cause you. It can like result in longevity, prolonged youth. It's basically like a drug as well. Like it gives you this euphoric ecstasy type of feeling. It's really pretty dark. But yeah, the whole thing comes out attached to the baby.
I think Michael Jackson said that when they gave birth, that they kept the placenta and actually
Consumed
ate it. Yeah.
Yeah. You can also get it made. You can get it dried out. So you can either eat it or you can get it dried out and then basically put into capsules.
I remember when I was doing deliveries. That was one of our contracts. Is we would go to hospitals and we would go to the mother and baby center, and we would always get pickups from there, and we would always take it to the state lab. I was always kind of wondering what was going on with that.
Yeah, crazy, bro. That's crazy. It's like, what is going on, man? I mean, they do the same thing with abortion. Yeah, it's really pretty dark. Yeah, I think that I mean, there's arguments for and against it, right? Like, some say, well, if there's blood, they shouldn't be consuming it. But at the same time, it is the mother's blood, so it's not like you're consuming someone else's blood. So, but it actually is. It provides all kinds of like rehabilitory nutrients to the mother. The placenta consumption.
Are you familiar? Do the Amish do like our way of births? I know they don't do the jab deal, but are you
No,
familiar at
hell
all
no,
with
dude.
what they do?
Yeah, the Amish are fully natural births, bro. Fully natural everything.
Do they do the squatting in the water?
That's a good question. I don't know. There's probably different people that do different things. I don't actually know. I would
Yeah.
imagine so, though, because the idea that the mother should lay on her back, throw her legs up in the air, and scream is just such a foreign, unnatural concept. I don't know where anyone got such an idea, right? Like, I mean, that's not naturally. If the baby's coming down out of you, then naturally, it's obvious that you would sit in such a way, position yourself in such a way that the baby can just come out of you down, not have to fight its way out.
Yeah, Essie, I think we interrupted you. Did you want to jump in on this?
Oh, no worries. This is very interesting. I wanted to say, when you said about trauma, well, think about what the Jews do when they circumcise the baby.
Yep.
Think about that trauma. Yeah, that's all I want to say. Yeah.
Right when the baby's born. And then I know I have a friend that insisted on being able to see it, and because they try to tell you that the baby doesn't notice it or whatever. That's just patently false, dude. My friend saw it. The baby went crazy, dude.
I saw a study where it changes the way a person thinks when they go through that.
Yeah, probably because it's trauma response.
Yes, because of trauma response, it changes them, it programs them to a certain type of response.
Yep. Now, there is some evidence that supposedly around day 8, which is really crazy because the scripture said to do it. Back in the day, they were told to do it around like day 8. And there is like a 6 to 12 hour period where baby boys, their pain receptors start to kind of switch over, and they actually don't really feel pain for a second. So it's kind of crazy. I mean, that would be the only argument in that sense. But yeah, I know for a fact the way that they do it right now is completely evil. They take the baby immediately and start chopping it up. It's kind of crazy because, like, what I'm saying is, I think that we need to kind of consider things like this when we're talking to other people. And I'm learning this myself because I've been super impatient with people. And I've also, what we do is we suppress our trauma. So you wouldn't even think you had trauma. Or if like someone's like, oh, you may have had childhood trauma from the way that you were raised, they'd be like, no, I was raised perfectly, you know? Because we almost everyone has childhood trauma. Almost no parents now know how to properly raise their children. And like, we convince ourselves that we didn't experience trauma. And I know that's true because I started figuring stuff out about my childhood recently. And because I was looking into this, and I'm like, oh my gosh, bro. You know, like I didn't know all this stuff, and like my brain had just compartmentalized it. So that's why it changes you mentally. You actually compartmentalize it for survivability, basically.
Now check this out. Add the trauma after the circumcision. Add that to a ritual where a priest says words and they actually, like, this is disgusting. I mean, but I gotta say it, bro. They actually suck the blood from the circumcision of the child.
Yeah.
Think about
They
that,
actually
man.
bite. They actually bite. They bite it off, bro. Like they bite the foreskin.
I heard that
off.
too, man. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I mean, that's like that should be punished by capital punishment, in my opinion. You should literally be killed.
Child abuse, by definition, child abuse. Yeah.
Oh, it's like sexual abuse. Like you should be killed. I mean, whatever. In my opinion, capital punishment is a proper punishment for something like that.
It's like a satanic kind of a thing if you think about it. Like it's like a ritual, man, a blood ritual, which involves chopping a body part
of a baby. Like
Yeah.
anything that you're doing to a baby, bro, like it's
help a child. Yeah.
yeah, you should be.
Well,
You should be.
I mean, in my opinion, we have so much rampant problem with corruption and people abusing their positions of power that, you know, generally I'm against like capital death penalty, but except for like, you know, if you have these government officials like blatantly abusing their power for their own self-interest, then I mean, in my opinion, you have capital punishment there, then maybe that's going to put a deterrent for everyone else to think twice before doing that.
Well, yeah, that's the idea of capital punishment. It's not that like we want that someone would want to kill people. It's that it's a deterrent. So, for example, like if you, this is going to sound extreme, right? But if you go and cheat on your husband, hypothetically, if you were to be punished for that, it'd be much less likely that you do it, right? Like if you were to rape a woman and that meant that you would be killed, we'd have a lot less rape. See what I'm saying? Like it's pretty basic logic. It's like when you have a child and you have a child and you say, if you do this, you're not going to get to play your Xbox.
We had a lot of incidences like Duke
Hold
lacrosse
on.
incidents. They were actually like fake rape allegations where the woman was lying.
Yep.
You have that too.
Isn't that how they actually keep the crime down in like the Middle East or the Emirates or Saudi Arabia or wherever there's like no crime? Like, isn't that because they have a punishment to where it's like you're definitely not going to want to do that. Like, if the punishment for robbing a bank was like, all right, we're going to have you spend 3 hours in jail, right? People wouldn't give a fuck. They'd be out robbing banks all crazy. If you say, yo, I'm going to chop your right arm off, rob a bank, be like, all right, hold on, let's rethink this bank robbing thing.
Yeah, and on the other hand, I think they do have a lot of untested rape kits, or maybe that's according to these TV shows that they do. So I don't know.
So the thing is, okay, so the scriptures seem to almost always give you answers for all these things. So like it says, so with rape, like the punishment should be very severe. So there are specific parameters. Like the woman has to yell out. So like, because what happens now is the woman kind of gets talked into doing it, or the guy runs some game and then she does it and she enjoys it or whatever, or doesn't really like the sex, whatever it is. And then afterwards, he just stops talking to her, and she gets triggered and feels like she was used. And then what she does is she takes that to mean, I didn't give my consent. I didn't consent to us having sex, but you not being with me, right? And then they make rape allegations, okay? Or they wake up after having had a few drinks and they're like, oh man, I messed up. I have a boyfriend. I shouldn't have done this. Well, I'll just say I was raped. So like the solution, they have to yell out. You see, it's like if they cried out, right, like physically cried out, okay, then that eliminates almost all of that. Because you know, if you're having sex, if you're actually, it's against your will, why would you not be like saying something, hitting him, trying to stop him, anything, right? Right, like it's just a pretty basic requirement according to that. And then also there has to be some type of corroborative witness according to the scriptures, and that's because the punishment was so serious that, you know, and also false rape allegations were punished severely as well. So those three things would solve all the problems, in my opinion. The only scenario would be, oh, the woman cries out, but she's somewhere that no one can hear her. There's no corroborative witness. That would be the one thing that slips through the cracks, you know.
Or there's a guy with a gun to her head or a knife to her throat saying, you know, if you yell out, I'm just going to kill you. That would stop her from yelling out also.
Yeah, that's true. I think that would maybe be an unspoken exception. So, because like even in the scriptures, right, the way it went was the specific case went in front of a group of people, like the elders, similar to a court. So the primary goal is justice, right? I mean, but what I'm saying is there has to be some corroborative evidence because, and I'm just going to say this. I mean, people get triggered, they get triggered. When women get emotional, they lie, bro. Okay? When women get emotional, they exaggerate and they lie. That isn't sexist. I love women. I think women are more important than men. I literally think women are more important than men. And history agrees, right? I mean, that's why we send the men to die. Because if you have one man with 100 women, okay, you can restart civilization. If you have 100 men with one woman, you're screwed. Okay, women are the
Hold on a
most
second.
important. Good.
That could be one of the reasons why. The other reason is because you're going to send the strongest people to go.
Of course,
To go
of
try.
course.
And then also to go back with what you're talking about, where you're lacking witnesses and evidence. I mean, even if you have like a suspect in a specific rape case, I mean, what you got to realize is that people have a pattern of behavior. So once you've identified this guy, but you haven't necessarily gathered enough witnesses or evidence, I mean, you know, if he really is a rapist, then he's going to continue to do what he's going to do. Or if the woman's really a liar, then she's going to continue to do what she's going to do, which is continue to lie. So, I mean, but a lot of these police departments get lazy in their investigations.
Oh, well, I've actually seen the police try to actually coerce effectively and twist and get the woman to basically say it's rape. Like where the woman's saying, I've literally heard this physical evidence, okay? An interview, and then she's saying like, oh, well, no, I did basically want to do it, but I knew that he had a girlfriend, so I didn't really want to do it. But he kind of talked me into it, or I wasn't sure about it. And then, but then I never specifically and verbally said, yes, let's do it. Okay. So it's like, so then he's like, okay, well then that's not your consent. Da-da-da-da-da. He's like talking her into it and then files a rape accusation. I mean, are you kidding me? Are you saying that the woman has to literally say the phrase, hey, can we have sex? That's not how sex works, bro. Like, that's something an
the
incel
cop
would
just
say.
wants a rest for his promotion and pay raise.
Yeah, like that's disgusting to coerce a rape accusation, or to coerce isn't the word, but like to lead the witness. It's like,
Illicit.
there you go. Yeah. Yep. Crazy. I think that's very serious. I think the main problem is that the women don't get punished when they do it. So, like, for example, there's that football player, star athlete, got accused of rape, went to prison for 8 years, was found innocent based on DNA or whatever, exonerated him later. And then he just got let out. He won some money for being in prison for 8 years. But then the woman doesn't get in trouble at all.
Yeah, this is just off the top of my head. I feel like the punishment for lying about it should be like the same as if you had done, like, whatever the guy would have got, you should get that now because you could have just I don't know, or something. It needs to be like, that's what I'm saying, bro. You got to have the punishment.
Yeah, it goes back to you saying
it.
women are too valuable for society because they birth the children. We don't send them to war,
Mic
and
work?
that's the
Check.
other aspect is that if they don't have to suffer the consequences of their actions or their decisions. So I mean, really, in my mind, if they don't have to suffer the consequences of war, then they should not be involved in the determination to go to war.
That's correct.
That was kind of coded.
No, but that's correct. I mean, yeah, because you want to say voted, but I mean, that is actually the best way to phrase it, the way you phrased it. Right? They shouldn't vote is what you're trying to say, but the best way to phrase it is what you just said. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is it's crazy because the part is like there are many double standards that benefit women, but it's good. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. Some of them are not good though. You know what I mean? It's pretty simple.
All right, check.
All right. What's up, brother? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Or... Yeah, anyway. I think it's crazy, man, because like I hate to have to say this, but this is the truth, man. Like in my personal experience tells me this, bro. When a woman gets really mad, bro, they will lie, bro. They will lie. This may sound bad to phrase it this way, but women have a higher propensity to lie.
I'm having a problem with my niece currently. I begged her to try to get natural childbirth, and she wouldn't listen to me. And currently, I mean, she lives in another state, so luckily I don't get to experience all the drama she's going through with her boyfriend and their baby and everything. But I'm kind of watching it, and she's trying to control the man, like, and she's trying to blame him for everything in the relationship. But I mean, from what little bit I can see, she shouldn't be trying to control him like that. So she's the one in the wrong. I don't know what to do about that other than, because
Oh man, this is a topic, bro.
one other piece of information, because I mean, watching her grow up, like for example, they had one of their brothers died when he was a baby, and it could have been because of that. We don't know, but so because of that, I developed a Minecraft server to try to give them an outlet to escape from that. They were going through some hard times, and so this girl, she gets on the Minecraft server, and she says she wants to be a moderator because she wants to control people.
Yikes. Well, this is the other thing. Let's just call it like it is, okay? So this is the problem. In the Western world, women have a visceral reaction to one word, and I don't know if it's lack of understanding or ego or whatever, right? But it's submission. Okay, so when they hear that word, they get triggered, bro. Okay, dude, submission is not a bad word though. Okay, so like if you ask all the women, 95% would say yes. I think the man should protect and provide. He should be the leader. I want a strong man that I can follow, that can lead. He should protect and provide. Okay,
if it's my duty to protect and provide, I have to be able to make decisions. Like if we're on a ship and there's the captain, okay, the captain is giving the orders, people are submitting to the orders because he has the authority, or the ship won't function properly, right? I don't know why this is such a I don't know why it's so hard to bridge that gap with people, but that's the problem. So
Yeah, your
when
girl
women
can't
try to
expect you
flip
to.
it, it's over.
Yeah, your girl can't try to expect you to. Oh, it's your job to protect us. You know what I'm saying? And then she wants to make the decision to go to the hood or something. It's like, yo, if it's my job to protect us, I'm deciding where we go.
Exactly. It's very common sense.
That's reasonable.
It's like you have to protect me and be willing to die to protect me, but I'm going to take my Gucci bag with 10K in cash and walk through the hood. No, we're not going to do that because I'm the one that's going to have to die. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's where the misrepresentation of this feminist movement has destroyed modern society. Like the boss babe type model, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that just doesn't work.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, bro. And then what happens is they get older and they realize, like, oh, man, me not being compromising, me not, because they want contradictory things. You can't want a man to lead you but refuse to submit to his leadership. It's so just the word submit triggers them, bro. That's what it is. Just have a conversation with a modern woman about this and say that women should submit to men, and then they'll just freak out. It's like, go look up the word submit, man.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about it's a bad situation. I guess I just need to continually repeat to her that she's in the wrong here until she finally starts to, consider that.
That was part of the plan to destroy the nuclear family. Started back in the 60s, 70s, well, late 60s, like during the Vietnam War type thing. And that was the plan. That was the plan. Make the woman think she's a man. Make her feel inadequate in her, like, in her position. Like a man has a position and a woman has a position, right? It sounds sexist to say that, but that's just the way it is, right? Men are the hunters by design, and women give birth, something a man can't do, and the woman takes care of the child. I mean, that's just natural order of things, but that's what they messed up.
And as far as reproducing society, yeah, women are probably more important, but they put men on an island and then they put women on an island. The men were
Yeah.
having a grand old time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They were fishing, they were killing it. They had shelter, everything. The women, they had to get rescued in a couple hours.
Yeah, they had to come prevent them from dying like 3 times. Yeah.
That's why we're bad at multitasking, right? A man is designed to hunt. Our eyes focus. We focus on one thing. We got to feed our family. If we don't get that animal, our family dies, right? So we got to focus one thing at a time, make a plan and execute it. That's why women are better than us at multitasking. I mean, it's
I
just
think honestly, yeah, as long as a woman is willing to kind of listen, then you can overcome them getting triggered. But if they like emotionally and impulsively respond and they don't hear the logic, then they won't ever understand. Like, so when you say, well, women aren't good leaders, like they'll get triggered. But no, it's you're a good leader of like children to an extent, but you actually need a man for the disciplinary leadership, right? But think about this. So the reason is, and they've proven this with studies, right, is because women are more of what's the word? It's like I don't remember the technical word, but they want to give everyone something, right? They want to give it to everyone. Meaning the man being a leader will be like, okay, you did the best. Okay, say we have 10 pineapples, okay, and then we're trying to survive on this island or whatever. The man will be like, okay, you did the best. You get 5 pineapples. you did the second best, you get 3 pineapples, right? And then you get 1 pineapple, 1 pineapple, 1 apple, whatever, right? The women will be like, everyone gets 1 pineapple. To them, that makes sense. Everyone gets 1 pineapple. But it doesn't make sense, though, because you actually have to incentivize the productivity in order to ensure success as a leader. So what they've actually proven is that women literally are different. They're not as good of leaders. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, because that's because they're more empathetic and nurturing, right? They want everyone to have a pineapple. You know what I'm saying?
This is going in a pretty interesting direction, because because it kind of reminds me of like the business world and like female run businesses and just business in general.
Yeah, it's an overlap. I mean, that's why. So what's so funny, bro, is like what women, because if you say like name one matriarchy that ever survived, it doesn't exist. Literally, it doesn't exist. Right? Like name one matriarchal civilization that was successful or stood any test of time whatsoever. Like, it literally doesn't exist. You know why? Because the patriarchal civilization always took them over, or they collapsed and imploded from the inside. And so what women will say is like, oh, well, we have leaders now. Like, look at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It's like, okay, first of all, she has a quote unquote leadership position inside of the world that the men built. Only because the men built a society, is she in a position where she can even, take that position, right? I mean, does that make sense? Like, it's an oversight. Or they'll bring up, oh, what about the countries with a woman president like New Zealand? They got rid of the pandemic faster. It's like, no, they actually destroyed people's lives faster and didn't let them come out, and they were a prison. So look at Australia, New Zealand. There's a few other, Finland. They did the worst. Suicide went up the highest in those places, etc. And the funny part is, though, last thing. The funny part, though, is they're actually taking orders from a man. And in that case, it's like these new world order people that are telling them what to do. So even in that case, they're actually still subservient to a real more omnipotent leader. The only people that spoke out during the pandemic were men. And not many of them even. So anyway.
I was kind of lucky to live in the state that I live in, that we didn't go through some of the craziness that I heard in the other states. Is like absolutely crazy.
Where do you live?
What'd you say?
Where's that?
Tennessee.
Oh, nice. That's where I'm from, yeah. Yeah, Tennessee, and then now I'm in Florida. I guess what's so crazy, it's like those very countries that are invoked for that argument, they're actually they were the worst. Like I've talked to people from New Zealand, Australia. I mean, they will tell you that it's like a prison. You couldn't go more than a few miles to the grocery store once a day maximum. It was literally a prison for years. Some places still are. So I don't know how that would be a testament to. Anyway, the overarching point is, men are made to lead, right? And women are meant to follow the men and help raise and even sometimes lead in a way their children. It's not a bad thing. It's just weird though, bro, because the modern woman is being brainwashed. If you try to help them with this and you're like, look, man, you're beautiful and delicate and need to be protected. And you're super important. None of us could exist without you, right? Like, you bring life. We love you. We want to protect you and take care of you because you're delicate and special and important. And somehow they take that intention to mean that we're actually trying to strip them of their meaning or degrade them. And it's like, no, that's not what that is. It's the opposite.
That's probably why the men did so good on the island, because you need someone to lead. We can't all just go do whatever we want on the island, right? If we all just go get firewood, great. We have a giant pile of firewood. We have no food, water, shelter, nothing. So the ability to delegate things You know what I'm saying? That's a huge skill, because when you're dealing with a group of people, you need that. Now, it could have been because the men just had better survival skills, but leadership is very important when you're dealing with multiple people.
That was like Bear Grylls reality, right? What happened was the men immediately started delegating positions. And then the women were like taking votes about, oh, should we kill this animal? No, we shouldn't. It's too cute. They literally took a vote about like the killing the animal. And then the men were like, you get firewood, you go with him to get wood, then bring it over here for the shelter. You have some experience, or you think you can build, you're going to help build the shelter, right? You're going to go fish. You're going to go to they immediately started delegating, whereas the women didn't do that.
Yeah, that's like the first thing that needs to be done before you even do anything, is you have to start telling people what, everyone needs to figure out, what are we going to do,
And also, we have what's called the alpha male. Men when a group of men get together in a group, right? The alpha male always stands out, right? And that's where the delegation thing starts happening. Men know that there's a scale, there's an order of things, right? So that's why they're able to get in line and form groups with leaders and make goals. That's a very big thing, the alpha male in the group.
And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, when I was in the military, I found it extremely difficult to, take orders from stupid people, which were all the leaders. So I had to abandon that real quick.
Yep, and if there's
Yeah,
a
the guy
question,
that's leading. Hold on, Essie. The guy that's leading should be one of the smartest. I'm not saying he should be the smartest guy in the group, but he should definitely be up there as the smartest guy in the group. And that's our problem right now. Look at who's leading us in America. He's got to be one of the stupidest. You know what I'm saying? Like, all our leaders, are we picking them by who's the smartest person? No, not at all.
Exactly. The natural order has been changed in the political. That's a very good point, Jeremy.
There needs to be a fucking test or some shit. A presidential test or some kind of political test you take, so that, you know what I'm saying, this guy scored 92. I scored 94,
Yeah, well, if you go back in the old days, right? Was it Plato or Aristotle said that leaders, they should only be like experienced philosophers, right? Like, you can't be a leader of a group and not know what the hell is going on, right? So leadership should only be to a certain class of a person, if you know what I'm saying. You can't just be a doofus and be the leader, right? Yeah.
And then also, we have a lot of these people going back to referencing the narcissism. We have the narcissists, the psychopaths, and sociopaths, and these types of people are generally really attracted to these positions of power.
That's what I was just going to say. A leader should never be elected from somebody that's positioned themselves to take that opportunity. It should always be somebody who doesn't want the position. Anybody who wants that position is, like he said, a narcissist, dude. So it should be the wisest person in the group, and it should be somebody who's not seeking that power of position.
Exactly. Like, you need certain traits to be a leader. You can't just be a leader because, I don't know, because you're rich or because you have land, or you know what I'm saying?
So just to kind of point out some generalizations as far as females are concerned in leadership roles, I've noticed that most females in leadership roles, or females that become leaders or want to be leaders, are very insecure about their position. So they over micromanage, and then they're very concerned about successful people below them showing them up. Whereas a male in a leadership position, if he sees somebody that's successful or smart or really good at doing the job, he'll leverage that for his job, knowing that that will push him even higher. Whereas a female try to keep those people down and try to micromanage the hell out of them and take credit for the things that they do. So the alpha female is a lot more insecure about their position and concerned about losing it, whereas a alpha male or a dominant male within, a structure like that is typically going to encourage those below him to be more successful, which ultimately he knows reflects better on his leadership position.
Yeah, you know that.
And there's also like there's the cattiness, right? So if a female isn't necessarily an alpha or a dominant female, but sees another woman trying to slide into that role, other women will scheme to try to like undermine that woman. Whereas males, if they're like, whatever this dude's saying, what this dude's saying is correct, even though he's an asshole, and we need to get the job done. Let's just fucking do it and get it done.
Yeah, I've noticed some of these management they are scared of like talented people underneath them, like taking over their position or even progressing further than them.
Yeah, if you're a manager and you're not training your employees below you to take your job, you're not doing it correctly. Like you want to promote everybody beneath you. That is the goal of a manager, is to train your people below you to be the best that they can be and allow them to move up through the ranks. It doesn't mean that you're going to fall down. It just shows that you have good leadership skills to breed other good employees. Females don't.
Did we lose?
He was breaking up a little bit at the end, but I'm just kind of taking in everything that we've discussed here.
I got a call or something.
Was I breaking up? Sorry, Discord's been like horrible for me lately. Like people will be talking, the whole Discord will just cut out for like a minute and I miss large chunks of the conversation and then it comes back in. But yeah, I just wanted to say, like, in general, I've noticed that within women within either leadership positions, within employment, all that kind of stuff.
Yep. But I will say this was so funny, bro. If you go talk to some like OnlyFans girl or some stripper or some girl that's just running around wilding in all the clubs, that's just sleeping with all the people, blah blah blah. Right? Okay, for one, like hypergamy is inevitable and they're all like chasing after men that are superior to them. If you ask all of them, like the biggest feminist in the world, right? As long as she's not like quote unquote gay, which she's not actually gay, but anyway. Like if you ask her, do you want a guy that's taller than you? Most of them will say yes. And then some of them will say, well, it's not a deal breaker, but preferably. Like, you want a guy that's physically superior to you, like stronger than you? Yes. Do you want a guy that's smarter than you? Yes. Do you want a guy that makes more money than you? Yes. Do you want a strong leader that you can follow? Yes. Right? And or you can just say, do you want
I thought you were going to say no there.
Oh, okay. But if you say, do you want a man that can protect and provide? They'll say yes. Okay. So you don't even have to ask them the other question of, do you want a strong man that you can follow? Because when they say yes to protect and provide, that answers the question, right? Because you have to have leadership to protect and provide. To lead, you have to have authority. So, like, it's so funny. That's what I'm saying is, like, they want contradictory things. So they're actually sabotaging the ability for the relationship to work, whatever, right? Like, intrinsically. Because they want something that they're refusing to allow to happen.
It's so goofy to me.
This is my theory, dude. Yeah, my theory is that, you know, deep down, women kind of they kind of sense that there's something wrong with the world, and so with these outbursts, this is kind of them. They kind of have these outbursts to shit test the men, and also to try to, you know, whiplash them back into reality to take control back. I don't know. I don't know if
Well,
I
yeah, I mean,
articulated
well,
that
they definitely,
properly.
yeah, they definitely do the shit test thing, right? So it's like a good example is like, say a girl cheats on you, right? So like, she'll be like, "Oh my gosh, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again." Blah blah blah. But really deep down, if you forgive her, she will never respect you the same. She wants the guy that says, "No, we're done. You had your chance," because she will respect him. That's the girl she wants. That she lost. Like, and that's just an example, right? Like they'll push your boundaries, but they want you. Now they may actually be stubborn enough to, like, for example, like you can't wear that. You can't wear that, right? Like that's a poor representation, reflection of me. Uh, that's not acceptable. You can't wear that, right? Like they want the guy to do that. They'll actually push your boundaries to make, because they want you to actually set them. At least that's what I think. Like I think it's basically like, and I think it's innate in them. It's like they're trying to test the man to know if they can trust him to be strong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily bad. It's just annoying.
But what did you think about my theory that deep down these women they do sense that there's something wrong with the world that we live in, and so they do try to provoke men into taking back the leadership mantle.
Yeah, maybe. I would never. Yeah, you mean like some subconscious thing? Yeah, maybe. I think it just goes back to the fact that
Subconsciously, yeah.
they just want the man to lead. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. But I think before the world was like it is now, women were like that, right? Women always want to kind of, they want you to step in and put your foot down. Because then they're like, okay, you know, that's like why one of the main things I think women don't like is like indecisiveness,
You know,
or they feel
in
like
the
they have to
script,
make decisions.
in the scriptures, it actually says that women's natural desire is to rule over the man. It's in all of them. They naturally want to rule over the man. It's the man's job to put him in place. So
Right.
when men get weak, women take over, and that's a natural consequence.
Yep. And it says that the men's desire they have to overcome is to physically gain compliance, like to gain compliance physically. These are the two things that men and women have that they automatically have to overcome. It is interesting. I think it's good though. I think the creator made it that way so that it makes strong men. Right? Like it forces the man to be strong.
So then we're getting into an issue of where like men are like forcing women. So then to get rid of that, the women they would still have the choice to if they don't like it, they can leave. Question mark.
Yeah, that's what the boundary is. It's like this is the rule. You can leave if you want. Right? So it's like,
Yeah,
it's like that.
I didn't want anyone to misunderstand our positions.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. So like what I'm saying, like the guy, like okay, this is the thing, dude. Like if the girl feels like the guy will never leave her, then she doesn't respect him. Dude, some of the stuff is blunt and like uncomfortable for people, I think, but because like maybe they're in a relationship or whatever. But like if the girl feels like there's no way the guy would ever leave her, then she doesn't want him. In fact, what girls want is a guy that, I'm just gonna say the way it is, right? So women are attracted to a guy that other women want and other men want to be. And women, they need to feel like there's a possibility that they could lose you. And I'm not saying to like manipulate them or play games. Just it should just be real. It's like, okay, well, if you cross these boundaries, it's unacceptable for me as a man. Then we'll have to part our ways. Either you're gonna follow the leader, you're not. You're welcome. You're like free to do whatever you want. It's just not without consequence. I think the modern society has allowed women to think they can impose consequences on men, but if you impose consequences on them with your boundaries, then it's misogyny. And then, like, no, that's retarded. Anyway, that's my theory. I think the evidence pretty sufficiently supports it.
I think I saw an article about an all-female business and kind of got me wondering, if I could start an all-male business or if the government would come quickly shut me down if I tried that.
You don't have to say anything about it, just do it. Honestly, if you want an all-male business, just do something just start a business where the work is hard. And they'll naturally weed them out. Yeah. Like something in the field of STEM, right? You don't have to make it a point to just hire men. It's the only option. Like 99% of STEM is men.
Actually, it's funny. When I went to college, in the lab, it was all the women coming to me asking me for help in the laboratory assignments. But then I do deliveries to these labs, and it's all women, all of them.
Well, I did construction for years. A lot of years I did construction, and you almost never see a woman on the site. If you do, they're doing something with sheetrock or something. You know what I'm saying? But
or like what the fire watch, the fire hole, the whole watch.
They're not doing any kind of of the actual I did my main thing was I installed floors. Never had a woman on the crew. Never saw a woman on a flooring crew. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. I'm saying it's very rare because the very hard work. I did blacktop. Never saw a woman on a blacktop crew. You know what I'm saying? Actually,
I think nowadays, because I had a friend that was doing that, and he said if I wanted to get into his company, I would have to speak Spanish. Maybe it's not like that for all companies, but
well, I was on an all Spanish speaking crew, and I figured it out. You know what's so crazy though, man? It's like I don't know why women are not satisfied with their position in this, though. Right? They have the better position. Right? Like, it's like, oh, you have to do all the hard work. Like, oh, you have to sacrifice your life. Like, oh, you have to do all the jobs I don't want to do. You have to protect and provide for me. Like, why wouldn't you just be happy with that?
I actually think that's one of the reasons why women have a longer life expectancy than men, is because we're out there, we're doing the dangerous, hard stuff. You know what I'm saying? And what? I don't know. I just feel like that may be attributed, some kind of correlation to the life expectancy.
You want equality in the workplace? Go fix a sink already.
Like, how many women are roofers? You know what I'm saying? How many people fall off a roof from fixing roofs every year, and how many of those are men? I feel like construction is definitely. I inhaled so much toxic shit. I remember one time I was heating up asbestos tiles with MAP gas. I gotta imagine that construction is is a huge reason why women live longer than men.
Yeah, for sure. Just like the overall turmoil of a man's life. Like, a man's life is just more difficult.
You could say though, how many men die during birth, but
Yeah, but I'm saying the overall, like, a man's life is more difficult. Now, like, obviously, but like, I would say is like, think about it even in terms of sex. So, like, the modern woman now will be like, it's not fair. Like, there's a double standard. This is the only double standard almost that benefits men. Okay, it's that like men can't be whores; they're whore makers or whatever, right? I know I'm being like really blunt about this and stuff, but everyone's a big boy. or girl, whatever, right? So like, they're like, oh no, men can be whores. No, they can't. You know what I'm saying? And there is a difference in a man sleeping with a bunch of women and a woman sleeping with a bunch of men. There is actually a difference. There's a physiological difference, an emotional difference, a physical difference, all this stuff, right? But I guess this is what is crazy to me about it, is they think that it should be the same. They think that it should be the same, that men and women are the same. But no, like, just think about this. This is so easy to refute this. Women, they're born with their ability to have sex. I mean, I'm saying, like, as soon as they turn 18, boom. If you're an 18-year-old girl and you want to go have sex, super easy. Right now, snap your fingers. You want to go have sex, you can have sex. Not difficult for women. Not difficult at all. But for a man, they're going to have to earn a position in which they're able to sleep with a woman, right? They have to earn it. So, like, you can just look at the numbers. Like, 40% of men throughout history have made children, and 80% of women have made children, right? Or, like, men have to earn a position in which they're able to have sex with women. Women don't have to do anything in terms of that. They can just have sex with them. And I'm just being really blunt about this, because what I'm saying is, obviously, then there's no idea of respect or it being earned on the end of a woman sleeping with a bunch of dudes.
You're misspeaking a little bit.
How so?
Because well, the man, he has to develop himself to become better, to become attractive to the opposite sex. Whereas with, like, he has to earn a good position to be able to do that. You know, that's starting to get into the area of me thinking of, like, all these managers that are, like, taking advantage of their position and the people, the women under them, like Harvey Weinstein, for example. So I just wanted to make the clarification.
Well, what I'm saying is, it's a simple line of logic, right? The reason that it's not the same, and there is a double standard that benefits men in this scenario, but it's, like, basically the only double standard that benefits men, and all the other ones benefit women, is that it's not the same if a man sleeps with a bunch of women compared to a woman sleeping with a bunch of men. I'm just saying, and it's just a fact. Now, what will happen is, like, it's the modern feminist that's super promiscuous or whatever, or now just all alone. She'll get super triggered about this, but, like, it doesn't matter. It's just a fact. If like, there's a problem, like, you can't address logic. Like, it's easier for women to have sex than for men to, right? So, like, it's like, if you have to earn, something, then it comes with respect, right? Like, if you, for example, if I had to get everything on my own, I had to build a company from the ground up by myself and, like, work my ass off around the clock for 10 years to build this company. And then this other person, his dad just gave him a company. Which one do you respect more? Like, obviously the person that had to earn it, right? So, I mean, that's what I'm saying, though. That's all I'm explaining, is that there's a difference. And then you can also just get into the fact that there's provably an emotional difference. But anyway.
We have some new people asking what the topic of conversation is.
It's just gone over the place, but you guys will be okay. That's not a new person. It's a person that always sows contention.
Oh, I was saying new as in they just jumped in, I guess, and we're asking.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's all good. Like, I guess everything can be twisted. Everything can be twisted as having ill intent, right? But if it's, I heard this good analogy. Let me say this, right? So, I guess if a man's like, I don't think that you should be dressing like that, right? Like, I think that you should not dress like that. So he went up to his, this is the story, I saw this. This dude went up to his daughter and was like, hey, why do you put the iPad case on your iPad? Isn't it brand new? Like, why are you covering it up? And she's like, well, it's super valuable and I want to protect it. Like, don't you think that, do you think that it's uglier though, because you're kind of hiding it? And she's like, no, it's valuable and it's new. There's nothing wrong with it. I want to protect it because it was expensive and I spent money on it. So since it's valuable, I want to protect it. Right. And he's like, okay, so why would it be different with you? So you can take that as like, oh, this guy's trying to control me. No, he's trying to say, look, you're valuable. You're more valuable than that. Like protect yourself.
Go put on some clothes.
Yep.
Oh, I thought you meant like a helmet or something.
Go get an OtterBox fucking sweatsuit or something.
We just started a new clothing line for women, like outer boxes.
It makes me think of that scene from Robin Hood Men in Tights. He goes to like hit it, and she's got on this like these like panties, but it's like a metal like
Chastity belt.
like a whole metal thing with a lock and shit. Yeah.
Call the chastity belt, bro. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Tesla.
Jeremy wears knee pads for.
I wear knee pads sometimes at work.
I know you do.
I put in my
We
best
know.
work on these knees.
We know.
I used to do floors. My knees took a beating over the years. You ever put a floor in? Bro, it's
Yeah.
all knees. All knees.
I'm gonna make you a safety monocle, Jeremy.
Yeah. I do gotta wear my glasses more often. People be wilding. Shit's flying all over the place.
Jeremy comes home with spitballs all over his back from kids making fun of him. That's got
No, the
kidney
kids love
stickers
me.
on.
The kids love me, bro. One day these two kids came up and they go, "Yeah, can you unlock this door for me?" I unlocked the door for him, and the one kid standing there. I'm like, "Dude, you can't have that in school." I thought he had a bong, like this elaborate bong and shit. He's like, "Nah, dude, this is just my this is my art project." I was like, "Oh, all right, you're good, you're good." And then like as they were leaving, he's like, "Yo, what did you think this was?" I'm like, "Don't worry about it. Just go. Have a good night, guys."
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I always had a good reputation with the janitors at school, man. I had this black janitor dude who smoked weed. We were pretty cool.
Yeah, you could do anything in the 80s. Like, I don't, as long as you didn't kill anyone and no one died, like, you're good in the 80s.
I literally gave this wasn't the 80s, fuckhead. I literally gave this guy some weed to watch my back.
The 70s?
All right, bro.
What are you in your like you're like mid 50s, right?
No, dude. The fuck? Do I sound that? Do I sound that old, bro?
I'm just fucking with you.
Okay. Fucking had me going, dude. I'm still getting carded for cigarettes over here,
Dude,
bro.
you should have kept it going, Jeremy. Fuck.
I'd be telling Pete Shays from Scotland all the time.
What's that?
I tell Pete Shays from Scotland all the time. I've been making all Scottish references when I'm talking to him.
Oh, does that offend him or something?
Well, he's from Ireland.
Oh yeah, they don't like each other, huh?
I don't know. It's just my favorite thing to do is fuck with people.
Pete has been 51 years old for what, 7 years?
Yo, I need to talk to Zanuck. Here we go. Zanuck's in the room. Here we go. Zanuck, you there? Let's
You
get
got it,
fucking
tough guy.
serious now. Let's get down to business.
What you got for me, bro?
Before we get down to business, though, hold on. What are those? You know the giant Q-tip things?
The Pugil,
When you're on American Gladiators and you got to knock the guy off the thing?
Pugil sticks? Yeah, Pugil sticks.
Pugil?
Pugil
Okay.
sticks, yeah.
All right, now that that's settled.
Kegel
Shout out
sticks?
to Snacks for getting that right.
Pugil sticks. He
Shout
uses those in the
out to
military.
Steve.
Pugil sticks, got it.
Pugil sticks. He uses them in the military for training with the, for hand-to-hand combat, bayonets and things.
Bro, that sounds so much more tough than the Q-tip.
Bayonet.
Or a pool noodle. Or a pool noodle. All right, let's get down to business now, though. No more effing around. Zanuck, if something is refracted even the tiniest bit, is it in its geometric location? Are you seeing it in its geometric location?
No.
The teeny bit of just the tiniest bit of refraction, the smallest amount.
Right. It's close to its geometric location, but it's not its exact location.
Okay, I know. I tried telling someone that. I know. That's all.
It's hard. It's a big pill to swallow.
I have no issues with it. Other people do, though. You need to talk to your boy Sean G.
There's a lot of people who have a lot of issues with everything.
It's reference frame dependent, Jeremy. I already told you.
I was trying to explain to these guys that if you use the globe geometry, if you just use the globe geometry of the heliocentric model, and then you try drawing straight lines to objects, it's not going to work because the geometry in straight lines doesn't work for your model, right?
Not sure I agree or understand what you're saying there. Maybe you can explain.
Well, I can give you an example.
Perfect.
If you're at 1.23 degrees south latitude, it should be geometrically impossible to see Polaris, right?
Correct.
Okay, but you can't see Polaris from that latitude because light's curving and it's not a straight line. So we're not seeing it in its geometric position.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can't draw straight lines. Otherwise, the geometry doesn't work.
Well,
It needs to be a curved line.
When the lines are going to be curved due to optical effects, then you wouldn't obviously be able to use those lines and call them straight. But if they were straight, where there was no refraction, that'd be the opposite. You would be able to use like, for example, a star above your head.
Okay, and then if you just
45 degrees, not 90.
But Zanuck, if you draw a star, if that's the only time there's not refraction, then all you know is that star is directly above your head. That's great to know.
No,
However, hold on. Just hold on. You see what I'm saying, though? If we were to take your geometry for the heliocentric model and draw straight lines, it would debunk the model.
Not debunk it. You just make the resultant values would make it look a lot larger in radius than it is. The curve would be
so you'd have to change the radius, aka debunk your whole model.
But it isn't.
If I told you we have to change the radius right now of Earth, does that debunk the radius of Earth?
Let's say you had to change the radius by a couple miles. That would debunk it. It just changes the values. If that's the value, but we have other ways of measuring it. See, the best way to measure it is things that are straight up or at 45 degrees in the sky. Then you don't have refraction of an issue. The refraction can go both ways. And by the way, by the way, you can do the thing I told you about earlier. The different measurements will be able to figure out what that refraction value is with high level.
Zanuck, you're just roboting. Maybe
5 nines if you go high enough. I'm not. Okay. I'm roboting.
You're roboting, Zanuck.
I apologize for my technology.
It's fine. What are you in your mid 60s? Probably just a boomer thing you got going on or something. The point is, Zanuck, you're roboting. Just stop talking and listen for once in your life. The point is, Zanuck, that if you draw straight lines,
He dropped out, Jeremy.
His satellite connection got refracted.
Yo, Jeremy, does this mean that these guys are saying they couldn't hit, like, if you were in the Black Swan image and you had a railgun, you couldn't hit the oil towers then? Because they're not in their actual geometric location?
Even on flat Earth, they can be. At some point, they're not. On even for us,
So what
like
about
if you had a
B-balls,
say you had a
Victor?
real quick, say you had a hypothetical railgun that could shoot perfectly straight, arc, none of that shit, and you got it all lined up. You got the crosshairs on the top of the oil rig. One day, you shoot, ta-da-da-da-da, you hit the top. You hit the top of the oil rig. I guess I don't know, but if you just wait, eventually your sights aren't going to be on the top of the oil rig because it's going to go up or down. So you would need to move the gun. You would need to move. You know what I'm saying? And now you're going to be shooting in a different location.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, the thing is where it is, so the crosshairs just have to be lined up in a certain location to hit it, right? Regardless of the refraction that's taking place.
No, if you point here, the thing is, if you point the railgun at the thing, you may hit it, you may not. It depends on if it's if that's the time when it's in its actual location. Because if you go to sight it up the next day, and it's actually shifted up a little bit or down a little bit or whatever, you're not going to hit the same spot if you're aiming at the same spot. Because your guns are going to be at a different angle now.
I got you. All right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I understand what you're saying. Like, it's the point and shoot isn't going to be that accurate because of that.
Yeah, like you're going to be hitting different spots on the thing. If you go out one day, sight it, shoot, go out the next day, sight it, shoot, you'd be hitting different spots on the oil rig at some point if it's shifting up and down.
Yeah. I was asking the ballers this the other day because then I brought up B-ball's image and I was asking them with a rail gun from where B-ball was, can you hit the bottom of that building? And those guys said, not without the bullet entering and exiting the water. How funny is that?
That's called a hump, bro. That's very funny. Because
You
then
can get a
That's a
railgun.
very accurate assessment of the situation. How you like now, bro?
Xanic, you're still
Sound better?
roboting and you're talking while you're on mute. Is it me or is it him?
It's him.
How are you talking while you're on
Not
mute
on
in my
mute.
screen? No, you're not.
This
You're still
computer,
roboting, Xanic.
whole
Xanic, you're
system's
still
all
roboting.
jacked up.
I was happy you were here because I wanted to talk to you about that refraction thing, but now you're just ruining the whole VC. Are you in a place with good internet? Because it sounds like your internet's bad.
Only Xana can ruin the VC while roboting or not roboting. Doesn't matter either way.
Well, he cleared it up earlier because me and Sean were having a little thing yesterday where Sean was trying to say, nah, if it's just a little bit of refraction, it's still in its geometric location. But Xanic just agreed with me and said it's even the little tiniest bit of refraction knocks it out of its actual position as you see it. So that's good. Good stuff. Sean, if you're listening, I told you.
I've been thinking about it, man, and I think calm days, like calm windless days, when you look out onto a lake and you see a very mirrory water and there's no wind, disprove the globe model. Because essentially, if you have a sphere of rock, right, rotating, it's going to cause the air to rotate through friction, but given that, the air is always going to lag, so there's always going to be a wind from east to west, a light wind from east to west. There can never possibly be a calm day on the globe model. So right there, it's just debunked on its face.
You're confused again. That's a claim you're making that does not exactly depict the actual reality. You're forgetting one key aspect of this, which is conserved momentum. End of story.
You see, like, I gave, right, a ball spinning. The ball spinning might cause the wind to spin the same way, but there would always be a lag, right?
No, it's always, well, as you go higher.
You can't possibly have the wind go the same fucking speed as the rocky sphere underneath it or inside of it. There's always going to be a lag. Thus, there's always going to be a wind from east to west. Yet there is calm days where I can see perfect reflection in the water where I live.
Not true.
So,
You got to think about where the air comes from, where these molecules of gases come from. Many of them come from plants. Many of them come from the water. Many of them come from you breathing. Maybe come from you farting. And when you blow that big yammy in your living room and it leaves your couch, starts floating around your living room, the living room is moving. Everything's moving. Your ass is moving. So as you were moving, that fart had a velocity from an inertial reference frame. So no, you're wrong. Now, as it floats upward, it will slightly lag if everything is constant. It's not constant. That's why we have wind and air currents that are very, very slight, even on the calmest days. So nice try, and I applaud your logic, but it's flawed in one major way.
Rhetoric, dude. You gave fucking like 5 words worth of content, and the rest was
Hey, look,
rhetoric. Just
I'm
gonna
gonna come
respond.
after you. I'm gonna come after you, Shill.
Man,
Quiet.
enough. You're done with your response.
You're done. I'm done with you.
No, you are done.
Jeremy, take care of this knucklehead.
You're going on
Just
to
relax, Danny. Let him go. Let him go,
enough. So essentially, yeah, even if you were to release the air at the ground and it was in the same speed, the Earth doesn't move in a linear, like the world isn't moving linearly, it's rotating. So that gas that was released at the ground would have a tangential velocity, meaning it would actually fly off into space. Given that fact, it would go straight, whereas the Earth would curve away from it and it would go into space with its momentum. If you're going to say gravity is going to then pull it back down, that means the gas is going to lose energy and lag with respect to the earthy ball moving beneath it.
Never loses energy, by the way.
If that's the case, there should still always be the air lagging behind the rocky sphere, causing an east to west wind and never having a calm day.
No, while your fundamental foundation for your logic is not flawed for that description, where it is flawed is that there is such a slight tangential speed differential as air goes upward that it would never be noticed. We're talking about an incredible amount. Now, from your living room to 80 or 100,000 feet, yes, there would be a slight change, and I can give you the value if you want to get that value. But because there are air currents and the air masses are not tied to the Earth like Velcro, that movement is very slight. But there's a Coriolis effect. Sure, as things go, if you release gases and have them go upward, if there's not an air current that's actually following the Earth for whatever reason due to some differential pressure, then yes, there would be a lag.
No, there's always going to be a lag because the air is not actually. Sir, you put yourself on mute, so it's assuredly my time to talk. Unless someone that's not Zanuck wants to speak.
It's your turn.
Yeah. Okay. So, essentially, the air is not attached to the ground. The air is a separate thing, right? So the air is sat there. You can say that it was created and it has the same velocity in its creation. If that's the case, yeah. So we'll have 2 cases. One where the air is already there and one where the air is created at the surface of the ball. So in the case that the air is already there, if I put a fucking basketball on my finger right here in this room, with the air already being here, I spin the basketball is going to cause a little friction, cause the air to move, but the air is going to lag against the ball because the ball the ball in the air isn't a rigid structure system. Only the ball is, not the air outside of it. Not rigid structure, therefore lag. Only way to transfer the energy or movement would be through contact, i.e. lag. Now, second case, the air is produced at the surface. Okay, so the air is produced at the surface. This gives it a tangential velocity. Tangential linear velocity. Linear tangential velocities do not curve around a ball. They just go straight, and they deviate away from a curved ball surface. Therefore, their velocity would project them out into space. You can say that gravity pulls them back down, but in that case, then, they would lose speed and energy, given that they're changing direction. There's a force causing them to change direction. They're losing their momentum in one direction, then to go in another. There would then again be a lag. Either case, there's a lag of the air to the fucking rocky sphere. Now, the rocky sphere moving with the air lagging on it would cause a wind, a consistent wind from east to west, just like in the theory of the Rocky ball of how the sun comes from east to west. Same thing. It would be the air there lagging, going east to west as the earth moves underneath it or from within it. That lag and that air, that wind, would make it impossible for me to ever go out and see a glassy lake in front of me, glassy water in front of me. Thank you.
All right, that was a lot. Let's give him enough time to respond.
That was incredibly painful, and I hope you realize how much it was.
Just go.
No, many flaws. I mean, when it's gone for so long, I could have hit the flaws as you went. So no, it's not taken off as a tangential velocity and losing energy. Energy is always conserved. It does have weight. The weight would cause the air, once released, to continue to follow. There's also air around it, which would bumping into those molecules that were released. That'll keep it rolling. So the only valid point you make is if as the air goes upward, it will lag if everything is kept constant, but it's not constant, so it's an irrelevant point. So let's just move on. It makes no sense to even be talking about it. Smokestack, for example, on a calm day, like Chicago, in New York, when it's like really cold and you got the steam coming out, or even the
Smokestack's a
pollutants coming out.
Bergenstock, dude.
Hold on. So all we have to do is think about those situations. It visibly goes straight up. Now, would there be a lag in that situation? If there was no other air, if it was like released in a vacuum, for example, and the vacuum didn't have all the things that would cause other things to happen, but just in concept, yeah, as it goes up, it would have to curve backward a little bit. That's true. And it slightly does that if all of the things are kept constant, but they're not constant. So let's just move on. This is a stupid point. This is ridiculous. Let's just not talk about this anymore.
He's devolved into just using rhetoric at this point.
No, it's silly.
He's not actually refuted the point. If you have a non-rigid body moving next to another body, the only way for them to transfer energy is essentially to have friction on each other. Now, if I have a ball, a rocky sphere inside a fucking, let's just say we're in a car, right? A rocky sphere in a car, and I'm rotating that rocky sphere. The only way that rotating rocky sphere can get any air to move is by bumping the particles. But if those particles are moving, they can't possibly be moving the same speed as the rocky sphere, given the system is not a rigid body. The air is not rigidly connected to the earth. Sorry, it's not a rigid body. If it was a rigid body, they could rotate at the same rate. But that is not the case. Therefore, it cannot rotate at the same rate. Therefore, there has to constantly be a wind.
Your analogies were poor. The basketball in the air was a good description of your ideas and where your brain is going, but it's incorrect. And I don't want to go back and forth because I've already gone 3 or 4 times trying to be very patient and give you the information you need to understand what happens if the earth is round and if there's an atmosphere and if gases are released from the surface. You're not grasping it, so I don't want to argue with you and cause a problem. So let's move on.
Yeah, everything he just said now is not even a refutation whatsoever. It was all rhetoric. There was no point to that last statement.
I gave you
think
a
he did
refutation. You didn't
agree.
take it. Let's move on.
I think he did agree, though, that there would be a lag as you go up.
So if there was a lag, there would constantly be a wind from east to west, because that's what the sun is. The sun is not a rigid body. The sun-Earth system is not a rigid body. Thus, the sun lags
In their
behind
model,
rotation.
yeah, but in their model,
He
they
didn't
call
actually have a
wind.
response for it. Like, he didn't actually.
It doesn't matter. I
give
told
a
you it doesn't matter.
response. He didn't
I
actually
don't have to
give
go over it
a
again and
reason.
explain to you. I already
He
did.
didn't actually
Give
give.
information.
He didn't
It doesn't
actually
matter. I
give a
told you it's not
reason.
rigid.
He
Jeremy
didn't
already
actually give a
agreed.
reason.
Okay, you're
Hold on
talking
one
over me
second,
now.
guys.
I'm
You
giving.
He
I'm
didn't
guys
actually
stop
responding
talking.
to
give a
you.
clear.
You're still talking.
Now
Forget
he's
about it.
just
Okay,
Literally
running.
going to
Now
make
he's
you,
just. Now
Zanuck.
he's
I'm
just
giving you a
running mute
warning.
him.
Noah, can you guys hear me talking? Come on, man. If I got to sit here and mute and unmute you guys, I mean, I can do that, but let's just try to go one at a time, please.
I literally went on mute the moment I heard your voice, Jeremy, and I was in the middle of what I was saying, and he wasn't even saying anything. He was just shouting noises.
Yeah,
Maybe I was.
I muted Jeremy. He was over talking Noah, and I don't know what to say, Zanuck. I don't know what to say. I'm not even mad or disappointed. It's just par for the course with this dude.
Well, go ahead, Noah, and then Zanuck will unmute you as soon as Noah's done. Go ahead, Noah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've already made my point, right? There's a rocky sphere. It's rotating within another sphere of air. the sphere of air cannot possibly keep the same pace as the rocky sphere. It has to lag behind. So if you're on a rocky sphere that's rotating and there's a rocky airy sphere that's lagging behind it, if you were on a zoomed in surface, that would appear to you as a consistent east to west wind. A consistent east to west wind does not purport with reality given calm days. I mean, I've now fucking reduced it into like a 2-sentence problem.
The same simple mistakes. We don't have to be rigid. We didn't say it was rigid. We also agreed that there's a lag. Jeremy already confirmed that. I'm telling you again, something's released. There's air that is released from the Earth all the time. There's air masses that are moving around. It's not consistent. It's not constant. But all those variables kept constant. Yes, there would be a slight lag and it'd be almost indistinguishable by someone on the surface due to the fact that the surface is so flat. Even though it is curved, it is relatively flat. No, it is relatively flat. I'll agree. It only curves. My God, over 3 miles, you only see a few feet of drop. And come on, it's very, very, very slight. So this would not be detectable by anyone. There would not be a wind, as you're saying. And we're talking about molecules that are already out there that are moving around in all different directions, that are bouncing off of each other. So relatively, it is flat. For all practical purposes, the air will stay in sync with the Earth. But yes, technically, as it goes up hundreds of thousands of feet, it would have to lag behind because nothing would be able to give it momentum other than the other air molecules that are bumping into them that are also moving.
All right, but what would be like the lag like from zero elevation to like I don't know 10 feet? Like what's the lag?
We're talking
mathematically
in velocities. We're talking something has a decimal point and several zeros in front of it as far as velocity change. No difference. Nothing distinguishable. Nothing be able to distinguish within the error of measurement. And that'd be a better way to describe it. So if there was a lag, it'd be so far beyond the ability to measure it that it's be negligible.
Yeah, and as far as the wind speed, you guys measure wind by its relative movement from the ground. So like if the shit's all rotating together, there would always have to be like this constant wind as you went higher though.
Indistinguishable because it'd be so small.
What if you go up 35,000 feet?
Well, why don't you do the calculation, Noah, and you too, Jeremy, and then get back to me. Tell me what that value is. I assure you, there's a decimal point with a lot of zeros in front of it for speed differential. Okay.
So Earth isn't moving. What if we were over a flat plane and Earth wasn't moving and you had gases being created basically at ground level and then rising up, and you had a heat source and a cooling source that rotated above and created a cycle or some type of transformation of movement, which is energy of those gases? Would we get similar effects of what we have right now, this very second?
No, because those bodies, if they were that, first of all, you're talking about bodies that are 3,000 or 5,000 miles away in your model, and there's no interaction. There's no winds that actually follow those movements. There'd be vortices that would be created. They are not detected. I mean, there's so many things flawed with that idea that I don't want to even address it. It's too demeaning to me.
I didn't say the winds. I didn't say the winds were caused by just these heat sources, but you have temperature input into the system, right? It's contained. It's a flat plane, not moving. Would you have movement of the water and the air just with the temperatures and just what the known factors we have right now, even in your model? Just put them on a flat plane. Would it be the same?
Let me go next after this, Rocky.
Would it be similar?
Well, no, the air doesn't move for the temperatures. It moves for the pressure differentials.
Okay, but we have pressure differentials created by the temperature input alone, right, Zanuck?
Well, it's a little more complex than that, but that's
okay. But right, Zanuck, I mean, that's basically it for this conversation.
No, not really. We have high
changes.
Let me finish. There's a high pressure zone when it's 32 degrees. It's just the same as a high pressure zone when it's 150 degrees.
But that's not having anything to do with the Earth moving or being round, sir.
So why you bring temperature?
So it's similar if the Earth was not moving and flat, right, Zanuck?
Can I try to steal man?
You are so hard to deal with.
Yes, it acts.
Okay, then we would have similar movement. Yes,
there is.
Yo, Zanuck, I'm trying to steal man.
Let me just finish this. I'm trying to get the word out to Rocky. He asked me 3 times, kept on talking me over as I was responding. Let me just answer the question. Yes, Rocky, you're right. It is so slight. The curvature is so slight. And the spin is so slow that there would be very little difference, if any, that can be measured between a flat surface and a round surface for as far as air movements and differential pressures and caused by heating and such by the sun and the sun not being there. So yeah,
Thank you.
Big deal.
Flat plane, flat stationary plane again. Can be both, right?
Okay.
Exactly. Thanks.
All right,
You're welcome.
Noah, then me. Noah, then me. Go ahead, Noah.
So I just wanted to see if I could steel man Xanix's rebuttal to what I said. So just give me a second, 30 seconds, and it will take less than 30 seconds if it's
Noah, then Xanax, then me.
So you have the terrasphere, a rocky sphere, then you have the atmosphere, a sphere of air, concentric outside of this terrasphere. You have the terrasphere rotating inside of the atmosphere. The atmosphere essentially would be flung off due to the tangential velocity, but there's a force of gravity that keeps it pulled in. Now, because it would have been spewed off into space, but it's held in by gravity, it's going to rotate at a slightly lesser speed. This atmosphere is going to rotate at a lesser speed than the terrasphere, given the terrasphere is the source of the rotation, and the atmosphere is essentially only being rubbed into, or like given friction in a sense, to start rotating, essentially. So we both agree that there would be a lag between the atmosphere and this terrasphere. So the steel man would be that this lag is essentially undetectable at Earth's surface, but becomes greater as you go up in the atmosphere. Is that a proper... So your refutation of what I said is that the reason we have a calm day here on the surface is that the lag between the atmosphere and the terrasphere is so small it's undetectable given a body of still water. Is that correct? Yes or no, Zanik?
Yes.
Okay, cool. You gave me
Okay.
food for thought. I'll come back later with some more research.
All right, cool. So let me just say that hold on, somebody's on my
It's Shine, I think. Can you mute him? Or move him to another room?
Yeah, fine, I got it. Oh my god, where's the move the server button? There we go, I got it, guys. Hold on, I know what I'm doing. Okay. The thing
I
Rocky
got
has
it.
said. Alright, you want some apple juice? So the thing Rocky has said about the input of energy, if you look at an AE map, and then currents or wind speeds or something, it looks beautiful. It looks like the path the sun is taking around a flat plane. It's awesome. Also, yes, the amount they're saying as you go up, they're saying the amount is so small as you go up that it's minuscule. It'd be net. You couldn't. It'd be immeasurable, basically. But my question is, it goes up as you increase. So when should we stop? When does that point stop increasing as we go up? You do it for 100 feet, 1,000 feet. What's the limit?
This was my first argument to rocket science or whatever that guy named claimed to be a
This was the
NASA
first
engineer.
argument I
He is a
stole from you.
rocket scientist, by the way. He's in Canada.
This was the first argument I ever stole from you. I remember.
He manages satellite deployments and.
Okay, Xanax. What is the when does that stop happening?
Never
We can do it
stops.
for 100 feet, 1,000 feet. When does it stop?
It doesn't stop. The problem is the
So infinity.
other forces. Remember, I told
Hold
you
on.
we can't
It
ever.
doesn't stop. So Xanax, hold on.
Well,
It doesn't stop. So it goes for infinity. You're saying?
basically, I mean, eventually you run out of molecules and atoms. So no, not forever. And they start disassociating themselves with any kind of gravitational effects, meaning i.e. their weight. But the thing I wanted to say really clearly here is that as you do get higher, and because we cannot keep all those other forces constant, such as solar winds and things that can actually force the Earth's atmosphere to spin ahead. In many cases, much of the Earth's atmosphere spins ahead of
Yeah,
the
it's super
Earth.
rotation. It absolutely debunks your
Yes,
whole
no, it
idea of
doesn't.
this
There's
lag.
reasons for
It's
that.
going the opposite
Now
way the
you're
higher
interrupting
you get.
me.
I'm sorry.
No problem. That's funny when he told me he's just sorry to me. Thank you. No, go ahead. There's super rotation. It doesn't debunk anything. Just you got to say, if something happens, there must be a force behind it. If you're going to steel man it, just steel man what forces those are.
No, if something happens, it just listen. I don't know why you just got that from. Anyways, so not only is it not going the way you claim with this lag, it's going the opposite direction.
Yes, in some cases it does.
What do you mean? Some cases. Hold on. So there's an area where the super rotation isn't happening.
Yeah.
Where?
North or south latitudes. The Earth's atmosphere is not generally spinning in a homogeneous type of fashion. It's very chaotic.
What?
Look
Dude, you've been spinning for millions of years. It's all.
Sorry.
What's up?
Look over you. Racky put a couple pictures that actually describe exactly what I'm saying.
Where? Yeah, that's the sun. That's the sun's path over an AE map, and look at the currents and the winds and shit. And then look at it on a globe.
Those are
That
the
shit don't
jet
make no
streams, not
sense
the
on a
sun's
globe.
path. It's not the sun's path.
Dude, that shit don't make no sense on a globe.
No.
Look at his top picture. I'm so glad you pointed this out. Perfect.
You're
look
welcome.
at the top picture.
That's not the sun's path. We're in agreement?
On the AE map, it is, but not on your map. It definitely has nothing. That has nothing to do with the sun's path. What's up?
Not the
You're telling
sun's
me the
path.
sun ain't going around in a circle on an AE map?
The sun is going in a circle on an AE map, and
Okay.
it moves up and down latitude-wise, and you'd be able to plot that. It wouldn't match anything that the jet stream's doing. That's a jet stream, and that doesn't. Those two maps don't are not equal. There's no correlation there.
What are you talking about? There's definitely a correlation with the AE map and the movement of the sun. However, there is no correlation with the way.
That's not what the sun does. The jet stream.
The sun doesn't go around in a circle. The sun goes around in a circle, bro.
But look at how squiggly it doesn't straighten it out when you put it on a flat map.
Dude, this was the old school AE projection. This is exactly what it looks like when you put it on a flat map.
Anyone can take a first glance and say, look, see how the thing goes down through North America to Mexico and back up to Greenland. Do you see that same thing happening on the flat map? No. It's stupid. He got it confused with something that he actually thought he was doing.
He's talking about the globe model on the top left that looks flat. That's the ridiculous globe path, Zanuck.
That's what we see as we measure those movements. And the intensity is the red versus the yellow versus the blue. The speeds are detected by the colors. That's the path of the jet streams. You even
the path of the sun. That's the path of the sun.
That's not the sun's path. That's not the sun's path. Look.
Yes,
No,
it
is.
is.
It starts. Okay, really? Listen, look at. I can look at it.
The sun would be above the A map.
Stop talking, Rakia.
I was trying to get a statement in, but I was overwhelmed by this guy who always tells people to stop talking when they're trying to get one statement in. That is the sun's path over A map. That's why it's different colors. That's why the poles are cold, white, snow-capped. In the middle, they're red or yellow, different colors, different temperatures, different air movements. Yeah, temperature change.
Dude,
air movement.
Stop talking for a second. Let me finish. Or let me start, actually. The one on the left is a jet streams. The one on the right, it says jet streams of flat Earth. That's not, they're not congruent. These are not equal. You have a air path that starts in Canada, Western Canada, Vancouver, goes down to Mexico around Texas, and goes back up to Greenland through Chicago. You don't see any paths like that when you flatten the map out. It's silly, Rakia. It's a silly assessment of those two pictures. I know you want to talk. I know you want to dive in. Go ahead, then.
Yeah, after you said it's silly, I would like to comment. Do you have any other...
then, knucklehead.
I don't need you to tell me. Just go on mute again, smart guy.
I'm on mute.
This is not made by flat earthers, Zanuck. This is not a flat earth proof. This is an AE map with how the jet stream work.
Yeah, that was on null school.
Man, no, it's not the jet stream. I just got done telling you we have a curved path like a snake from Canada to Mexico, Mexico to Greenland, and back down into the Caribbean. That is not depicted on the right circle flat map at all. Get it straight.
He doesn't get it.
You're telling me
I
null
do get
school
it. That
mapped
was
this shit out
directed toward
wrong?
me. One
Null
is a
school
heat
didn't
map.
do it right? What was
Sorry,
it called? You know the null school place? You're telling me they fucked up? Because we didn't make this, dude. This came from like one of your guys' things. They actually had to take it down.
Whatever, Jeremy, but there's no one's jet stream.
Whatever.
One is a one's a jet stream. We don't see anything related to jet streams on the AE map. Nothing. We have a heat map. We have a path of heat that's around the equator and colder on the inside and colder on the outside. That is not related to the jet stream on the left. I'm not going to talk about this anymore either. I don't want to argue with you about it. It's silly. Come on.
Hey, I'm about to have to go, but I wanted somebody to help me with a pretty easy math question. I'm trying to figure out if this spinning globe Earth theory is moving through space at 66,600 miles an hour, and we know the Kármán line is 62 miles up. I'm trying to figure out how fast does the leading edge of the spinning water ball hit? How long does it take for that edge to go to where the Kármán line is? And I'm trying to do 66,600 miles an hour, or 62 miles divided by 66,600 miles an hour, which gives me 0.00093. But then do I have to multiply or divide that by 60 a couple times? Because I'm just getting lost in the math.
Okay, first of all, we're moving way faster than that through space. They got
I'm
us
just
at like
moving. Yeah. I know all the vectors and stuff, but if we were just to focus on our orbital speed around the sun, which I don't even believe in, my whole premise of this thought process is this: why wouldn't they talk about the leading edge of the direction the Earth is going around the sun? And would there be no warping, or would it not? Like, here's the thing: how would this mass sling into space? Gravity is supposedly holding everything down, and it's slinging into space around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. And there's only a 62-mile buffer from our atmosphere and where space begins.
okay, hold on, real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick, Ron. Are you saying there should be a bulge on the
Well,
outside of the orbit or something? Like wherever the outside of the orbit is, there should be more gases or something.
I'm just wondering
Therefore, changing the
how
Kármán line.
someone could go up in the sky in high altitude balloons or anything and not know which direction they're about to fall off or get too far away from this Earth that's speeding away from them, or if they go up towards where Earth is heading, they could get dangerously close to space too quickly. They don't even talk about any of this stuff. It's almost like, because space is so empty, we're able to have this spinning ball with this atmosphere. Is it perfectly balanced? This sphere, this atmosphere, is it perfectly surrounding our pear-shaped spheroid?
The answer is yes. Everything works out like a counterbalance. The rotation counterbalance the gravity, and magically we have atmos, which is gas, in a vacuum. Correct. It's a mythical, made up, impossible, physically impossible model. Correct.
Just to answer you, JT.
Well,
or
I mean,
Ron.
it's
Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead.
My alarm went off. So even in their model, there should be a bulge of gases, therefore changing the Kármán line. I don't know what you're. It's all. No one's ever gonna like. We're never gonna be there because you have to go up from the surface to get there. So
Well, my original question is, if I'm standing on the leading edge of the sphere Earth, how quick does my body get to where the Kármán line was if we're orbiting at 66,600 miles an hour? Because how many seconds ago was the Kármán line ahead of me, and then I am now where the Kármán line was. Is it?
Okay, bro, if you're talking about that, then you're just talking about 1.3 million miles an hour or whatever, because the Kármán line is in this spot in space. You're moving at 1.5 million miles at that spot, and whatever that math works out to be.
Mm-hmm. So you just have to believe. You just have to have faith that everything's balanced, right?
Yeah, not only do you have to have faith that it's balanced, but it's balanced evenly all around, irregardless of the direction of movement, irregardless of the leading edge. If that answers your question.
Yeah, it's wild. And then if the sun is going 550,000 miles an hour, why doesn't it have a tail, or we don't have any proof whatsoever of its direction? That's ridiculous.
Exactly, yeah. Because like I told you before, all the forces counterbalance. It's like a magical act. The rotation, the centrifugal force, counterbalances gravity, and it all works out just one magical atmosphere, I'll use that word, around the mythical globe. It's all counterbalancing and just works out perfectly.
Man, that's mind-blowing.
Yeah, no, that's a good one with the. Hold on, real quick. That's a good one with the tail right there. I like that. All right, thanks. I've often wondered that about the sun. You know, the sun's moving, so like, what causes things to make a tail? And then, is the sun doing that thing? You know what I'm saying?
Because
Are we doing it? Is Earth doing it?
Halley's Comet has a pretty big tail, and it's out in space, so there wouldn't be drag, I wouldn't imagine. And it's been having a tail forever and returning at the same time, like every year, right? Or every time it returns.
It's like 80, 70 years or something. So,
Yeah, it's all pretty wild. I wish Zanuck was here. I wanted to ask him what it feels like to have the faith he has and the belief he has in the heliocentric model and be able to rattle it all off. Yet we have a bunch of people in here that are believing that, that may be just a story and we're stationary. We're not moving. The luminaries are moving. The wind moves or it doesn't. The water's still or it's not. It seems simplistic once you start breaking down the stationary topographical plane that we're figuring out we live on versus the rhetoric and the basically just regurgitating the mainstream answer, which it's false. It's not true. But we're having these debates day in and day out that they think we're fools. It's wild.
yeah, let me just touch on the first point you came in with.
Do it.
That's literally how far we were. Like, you are moving through space at 1.3 million miles an hour. So, like, wherever you were in space, you got to do it by 1.3 million miles an hour or some shit, because that's how fast they got us moving through actual like 3D space. And that creates a huge issues, possibly with I forget, I didn't look into this comment. Why isn't the sun making a tail thing a long time ago? But that causes other very big problems with if you start shooting laser beams into space or something.
Yeah, last time I counted 11 different vectors. Just saying. And all of them with a increase of speed.
It's like 1.3 or 1.5 million miles an hour, but you got to use that number in their model because that's how fast we're moving through space. When you shoot a laser beam at the moon, yeah, unless the laser beam conserves momentum, not by changing wavelength. We're talking actual directional conservation of momentum. It has to have that. Otherwise, you shoot a laser beam. If that don't roll with you, it would just be getting left in the dust.
Or you're over a flat plane that's stationary. You can only see so far, and the stuff around you, above you, is moving in such a precise movement that it resets every year like a clock. Or that.
Truth.
Yeah. I'll go with the resetting every clock, because guess what? That's what we see. Shout out the Antikythera mechanism.
It's the same thing with the creator or non-creator. We don't see anything that's non-created like back.
Would you say that Antikythera mechanism is something that we've built that gives predictions? Does it predict? Would you say that predicts things? Because XO was in here talking about there's no. I forget what his exact argument was, but he was acting like we couldn't build nothing that could predict something or something.
Well, we have, and not only have we've done it like 2,000 years ago. The ancient Greeks. So, sorry, XO.
I predict that the water lays flat and the sun will rise in the east tomorrow.
That's crazy talk. Oh, I did bring up the Antikythera mechanism, but I think he said like you don't even know what that was or something. Like I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know what they say it is, but what it actually was and shit, I don't know. Like, did they remake one exactly how that one was made, and now we have a working model of it? Is that how we know? Because the other one was like I don't want to say it was a pile of rust, but it didn't look too hot.
What they did was they X-rayed it.
And then copied all the gears and shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And it's not just a hearsay thing. They found sort of like an instruction thing written in Greek, actual written Greek letters. Yeah.
What the fuck did it say?
I'll try to find them. I'll try to find the like it named the planets and the moon, the sun. I'll try to find the actual thing so you can see it.
Hopefully it was a better instruction manual than like some shit that comes with like a dresser you buy at Walmart or IKEA or something.
Yeah.
Yo, we need to start chiseling more stuff. Was it carved into rock or something? Like, what are they carrying around? Clay tablets? How'd they find that? Was it chiseled into the side of the machine or?
Yeah. It was engraved in metal. I'll show you. It's real freaky, bro. It's like bits and pieces
Like
of.
with the machine? It was like right with the machine or like attached to it or just like next to it somewhere?
Yeah, it's part of the machine. Yeah. I'm trying to find it now.
Yeah, I feel like we're not carving enough things into rock and like stones and stuff. Like, right? Get your Dremels out. Well, what would you carve into it? Let's say we were going to carve something into a rock right now for future generations. What are you going to put? Maybe the alphabet so we can, the numbers or something like, but I don't know.
Here's an example.
Xana could be out there chiseling in a rock. Earth is a sphere or some crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? Maybe let's wait on the chiseling in the rock thing. People would come along and be like, these guys were confused because we'd be chiseling his flat. We gotta all get on the same page. You know what I'm saying? Like, doesn't that seem like what humans need to do? Is all get on the same page? It'd be like a good start.
There's no way that's going to happen.
No chance. Yeah.
The amount of tyranny that would have to take place to make that a thing would essentially cancel out any benefits of us all being on the same page.
But the idea, like, if we were going to step into some kind of utopian world, like, you got to all get on the same page, right?
Yeah, whose page? Like I said, man, whoever's the guy distinguishing the page that we're all going to be on, essentially has to be like a world Emperor Caesar guy who has absolute control over everyone. Like, it's just not gonna. It would just be a horrible thing for all of us.
You could set up some system where everyone votes on the blockchain or an app or something.
Yeah, but democracy is fundamentally flawed. The worst ideas come to fruition. I mean, all the Greek philosophers wrote extensively on how democracy was the worst idea because it gives a voice to the stupid and the easily manipulated.
We could let AI do it.
No, there's no letting AI do anything, bro. Like I said, dude, we should never fucking choose to pick somebody to lead us that is running for that position. Only people that are running for positions are people that want control over other people, which are generally evil fucking people. We need to hand select somebody, right? Who's wise
There needs to be
and
a test.
yeah, I mean that's not a bad idea either. You know, a wisdom test. We don't need
Like, bro, yeah,
intelligent people, bro. Intelligent people are the people that have created the fucking worst atrocities upon humanity. I mean, look at Mao, Stalin, Hitler. These were all highly, highly intelligent people, but the thing they lacked was wisdom. We need a leader, a selected leader who's the wisest out of the bunch and possesses empathy. We'll be just fine with that.
Jeremy, I posted a thing, the last one you should find interesting, how they went about doing it. The X-rays to the recreation of the actual gears. So if they were able to figure out 2,300 years ago that the motion of the stars were repetitive and a gear-like motion and able to reproduce it, like, I mean, what else do you want to
Hold
know?
on. Either way, even if the old one didn't work, the new one predicts all the positions and shit. Like, who even cares about the old one? XO said we couldn't make one or something. So, like, does the new one, that does it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what's up.
Yeah,
What was
this is
it? We can't recreate the Antikythera mechanism? Like, why couldn't we? If a man made it, why can't another man make it? What is that? Doesn't seem like an argument to me.
No, he was saying we couldn't make anything that predicted anything or something. I don't remember what his exact argument was, so I don't want to straw man him. So
I'm gonna have to ask him about that because, like, this stuff in the heavens are very predictable. Like, given enough time of an observation, it's not like they're doing new shit. Oh, all of a sudden, like, the sun's rising from the west. Like, there's a fucking order to it.
and not just one guy recreated it. A few people have recreated it.
I think Elon Musk or someone like that, someone very popular like that, has made one or is in the process of making one. I saw it or read it. I told Jeremy or somebody in here about it. I can't remember who it was. I think it's Elon Musk.
Oh, that would be freaking something. That would be their Iron Man making this. I would look forward to that. What are they going to say after? No way, Iron Man was wrong, right? Oh.
I mean, bro, how long before I can get one off Amazon?
You could probably order one now.
Can you get one on Amazon?
I don't know.
Can't you like easily buy a watch that just tells you when the sun's gonna rise and set and shit?
Yeah, but this is a 2,300-year-old watch, bro. That's the whole thing.
Oh no, I know that. Yeah, that's tough to believe they would have something like that 2,300 years ago in their paradigm. I mean, that's why they don't want to do underwater archaeology. Not that they don't want to do it; it's very difficult to do, obviously. But I think that is where most of the stuff is going to be found because we probably lived on the coast. I mean, they're finding a lot of shit all over the place. Gobekli Tepe, and they shut us off from Egypt back in the '90s. I think we've been boxed out of Egypt for decades now. I don't know if they opened it back up or what, but they don't want us digging anywhere. China said to wait. China got mad pyramids. They're like, there were no rush. No rush. We've had these forever. We can wait. They're
Yeah,
scared to dig.
Oh, yeah. Well, this single finding, for example, this one mechanism that they found, they had to rewrite history by 1,000 years. They had to, all the textbooks had to change on
Oh, it didn't
when
match their. It
made
didn't
gear.
match their thing.
Yeah, they thought gears were invented 1,000 years after that, right? The Swiss or whatever. So they had to rewrite that whole section of history, had to be rewritten. The discovery of gears had to go back like 1,000 years. And attributed to another people, not the Swiss, the ancient Greeks. And who knows before that if somebody, I mean, that's how it got until now, right? But it doesn't have to stop at the Greeks, right? It could be somebody before the Greeks that did this also. So, but until now, we know at least that the ancient Greeks 2,300 years ago had a working mechanism that predicted all this, the movement in the sky. That's why they're afraid to dig, bro. They're gonna have to admit they were wrong. Oh yeah, that's cool. Look at what Rakia, mechanical biological gears. Check that out. Nice one, Rakia. Yeah.
Yo, that's crazy. Bro, you know what that is right there? Oh my God, that's dangerous.
Of course.
I just posted a picture that's almost a $500,000 watch, and it uses basically a azimuthal equidistant projection. It has a little moon that goes around it. It gives you the most accurate sun moon positions and stuff like that. Yeah, pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what's up. I heard about watches like that. There's some dope, very good watches that do that. Yeah, $500,000 on the wrist.
So imagine what else, and if they keep digging.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. They don't want to. They don't want to. I mean, Göbekli Tepe. They had to start pushing shit back thousands of years. They had to admit, okay, we were wrong on what we thought hunter and gatherers were capable of, or some shit. Like, they tried to push it back as tiny. You know what they do, but yeah, their shit's having to change timelines every time you dig, and eventually you're gonna find something that don't match. I feel like they probably already found it, but it gets like suppressed, and I'd love to pop into this Vatican, the Vatican vault, or maybe one of some of these museums and stuff. Pop their vaults open, see what they're sitting on. But the Vatican would be interesting. The Vatican vault, they got like 50, 60 bill worth of assets, like in investment funds and shit. Like they got like $60 billion, bro. They could end world hunger if they wanted to.
You know what I think, bro?
Interest. How much you get on interest a year on it? Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, the Library of Alexandria, which they say they burned and this and that. I think they took all that knowledge, and it's there amongst all the other world collective told. Yeah. Like that's the place. If I had a choice to go to one place, well, maybe not, but I definitely would be top of my list is to go to the archives there and have no holds bar access, which it's impossible.
Where do you want to go?
Vatican archives.
Oh yeah. Oh, but yeah, that was if I was the world leader, that's the first thing I would do is pop that bitch open. Let's see, put it on the internet, everything you got. I want to see pictures and details of every museum vault item, every friggin' Vatican vault, everything. Empty the vaults out. That'd be like the first thing I did.
Yeah, a lot of answers there. A lot of answers. Not all the answers.
People got questions, bro. We got a lot of questions.
Yeah, we want in, man. We want to see what's in there. And the funny thing is, even the people they let in, right? Like, listen to how absurd it is. You have to know what book you're looking for, what page it is on that you're looking for. and you could only have access to those. But if you're looking for a certain type of information that you don't know where, like how you're supposed to find, how are you supposed to know? I'm looking for something that is in that book and that it's like ridiculous standards of the people they let in, and you can't even turn the
I'm
page.
sure there's some stuff. I'm sure there's
Yeah,
some stuff they'll just never show anyone. They'll be like, "What are you talking about?"
yeah. But
I
even
feel
this,
like loot and roll out. What you got in that room?
I know. But imagine they have access to you have access to a book only at one page. You can't turn the page. There's somebody there watching you reading it.
So you can't be touching old books like that. Yeah, they probably blow it with air. How do they flip the page?
No, they you don't touch the book. They open the book to the page that you requested, and you're allowed to read that section and that section only. That's how it works. And you have to know what page it's on.
It's stupid. It don't even
Yeah.
make sense. Just let me read the book. Why can't I read what? Why can't I read your whole book? Why did you not just take pictures of it and put it on the internet, and then you don't even have to open the book anymore because now we'll know what it says forever.
Yeah, and why is that book yours, the book that you stole from, let's say, China or wherever? How can you make
I
claim to
mean,
know? Yeah.
what were the Crusaders were going around doing shit, and where'd they bring all that stuff?
To the Vatican.
You think
That's
so?
what. Yeah, guaranteed, bro. It's all there. All the loot, all the gold, all the knowledge, all the books, everything that went against Catholic, like the Catholic Church, they hid it away.
Yo, they
Simple.
are the richest. Yo, the Catholic Church is the richest institution in the world. It's got to be. They got
Yeah.
a church in every city. My city probably has 5 Catholic churches. Probably maybe like I could probably drive to 50 Catholic churches in like 20 minutes radius.
I'm pretty sure that that's exactly right. And on top of that, and I think the reason why is because they had to cover all the melted buildings from the past and then hijack them as churches. That's exactly what they did. And I'm a Christian saying this, so I completely agree. But now all I see is melted buildings everywhere, and I'm like, damn, they got us good. Them and the Smithsonian or whatever the hell they did in unison. That's my theory at this point. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
sorry to
no,
interject, but you're exactly right. Yeah.
that's a neat idea. Yeah, no, but they are the richest institution in the world. Like I said, they got 60 billion in financial assets and funds and stuff. They also have, I mean, the real estate alone has got to be worth trillions. Like I said, there's a Catholic church in every city. So that's brutal that they don't just at least like, yo, you can end homelessness or world hunger or something with all that. Don't they want to? Aren't they like they're supposed to be helping people and stuff? That shit's a front for something. You're right. They're fronting. They covered building old. Would you say mud flood built style buildings? Shit that was there from like the World Fairs and stuff. They said fires happen, all that.
Yeah,
Yo, they
imagine
did
the.
a. I do think they did a reset at some point. I don't know when it was, if it was as recent as that or farther back, but I do think a reset happened.
Imagine all the knowledge if we're to believe what the Library of Alexandria was, ancient knowledge. Every ship that came into port, there was an order from the leader, the top, that they have to check, and every book they found, they had to copy it. Every single book from every single ship had to be copied and stored. So imagine the knowledge of the ancient world. Imagine that library. It's said to have 1,000,000 scrolls, if we're to believe that.
Well, I'm sure they have tons of texts and actual like physical pieces of things that they'll never show you. You know, if they found giant human bones, they'll never show you that.
I think they made the story of the burning thing up, and I think they probably took all those scrolls and transported them to Rome at the time.
Could have been, yeah.
And that's just one culture. they looted and they took their knowledge. Imagine all the other cultures that they had contact with.
I mean, yeah, Italy, Rome was like almost conquered the whole world at some point, so they probably would have had a whole bunch of stuff. And I don't know though,
Yep.
weren't the Crusaders? Where were the Crusaders from? Weren't they from England or some shit?
The Crusaders, yeah, they were. Well, a lot of I think France had control of them, and they were from different parts.
But you think they brought all the shit to Italy though, or to Rome?
They were Catholic controlled. They were like taking orders from the Pope, whoever the Pope was at the time. They were
Yeah, man.
military.
Well,
They were
you know the
military.
joke about Dave. Go ahead.
Just gonna say they were a military arm of the Catholic Church. One of their duties was to protect the pilgrimage route to Jerusalem. And believe it or not, they're the ones that first came out with the money order, the check. So what you would do is, instead of carrying gold on your journey and getting robbed, you would go to the Templar Bank. They'd give you a note, and then when you got to Jerusalem, you'd give the note and you'd get your gold.
Yeah, but why can't I just take the note and then get the gold?
Sorry?
Okay, you're traveling on the road. I come rob you. I take your note, and then I just go cash it in at whatever place you were going to.
Yeah, but the chances are you might not find that note. You can hide that note, right? But if gold, I mean, it's obvious, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
You can do that now. No one's stopping you.
Do
Change in all your notes and buy gold. You buy gold with your
I want to
notes.
do. I do want to get a tiny bit of gold and a little bit of silver, a few ounces of silver, maybe like a couple grams of gold or something.
Yo,
Yeah,
I'm selling a mine claim, bro. Give you a deal
Some
on
of
it.
us are sitting on a gold mine over here and ain't got no gold. You ain't even got a nose ring or earring. You got a toe ring.
I got a belly ring.
You got a gold toe ring. I'm trying
I
to
could see
get Buster
Dyslo
Rhymes
with
Cuban
a.
link.
I could see Dyslo with a belly ring and a tramp stamp, for sure.
I already got the tramp stamp.
What's his name? I don't want to know.
Dude,
Never mind.
Gold Rush episode the other day. They found like 800 or 900 ounces of gold in 1 week. Like over $1 million in gold in 1 week.
That's what's up, bro.
That's sick.
Fire. Is that the guy who throws the shit in a big cylinder? He throws like dirt and
Yeah.
sand in
Well,
a
all
big
of them.
cylinder.
Usually, a lot of the big miners do that. You know, they have the shaker decks or whatever. But this was the young guy, Parker, whatever.
But those are the guys that do the best. They're just dumping, boatloads.
Did you see what he
of
did for the locals? Parker gave the locals some tips on how to find their own gold. That was pretty cool.
You need to get some tips. But those are the guys that do the best. The guys that guy had buckets of gold. I don't know. This was a long time ago. I saw on one of those gold shows on the Discovery Channel or some shit. The guy just had buckets of gold laying around his office. They showed his operation. It was just, front loaders just dumping giant buckets of sand and dirt and shit into this giant cylinder.
Yeah, but they
I
have
don't know,
huge
bro.
overhead. I mean, they don't tell you about
Run
that.
all
They
those machines.
buy
No,
$1
I
million
know.
pieces of equipment, burn hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of fuel, and maintenance, and labor, and all that.
I invited Jeremy to the death cave, bro, and he's too scared to come get the gold out, bro.
Dude, you got noxious fumes, acid water and shit, bro. Like it's literally, yeah, you get cave-ins. It's literally the cave of death. Why can't we just take all the dirt from your mind? Let's just start at the top and we'll build like a staircase going down and just remove all the dirt from the inside or a ramp or something.
Have you seen that? They discovered this fucking church. Oh fuck, I forget what country it was. Somewhere in Europe. And it's got this spiral staircase, dude, that goes, they don't even know how far down it goes. But there's like supposedly they built the church over this fucking already pre-existing portal, and it wasn't a church for worship. It was a church to keep whatever comes out of this thing from coming out. And supposedly they had some prisoners back in the day when it was under the rule of the king, and they lowered some dudes in there one at a time. And I guess one of the guys, the first guy they lowered, they only lowered him down about 40 feet, but he started screaming and freaking out. And when they pulled him up, they said that he aged like 30 years. Like he was 19 when he went in, and when he came out, dude, he looked like he was freaking 50 years old, dude. And he had like gray hair and wrinkles and shit.
Time
Do you believe
dilation.
that story?
Nah, I mean, it sounds interesting, but nah, I mean, it's kind of hard it's a hard pill to swallow.
Yo, that sounds like some SCP shit. But yeah, I can't like instead of like going down in this dangerous tunnel with the fumes and the acid water, can't we just like just start at the top and we'll just take all the dirt off and eventually we'll be at that spot,
Yeah, like 1,000
right?
years later, bro.
Bro, I need a shovel and a pickaxe and a wheelbarrow. I get rid of that whole mountain in 2 weeks. How far down you gotta go?
It's 700 feet to the bottom, but you don't have to go all the way down.
No, we gotta get to that 700 feet. What's
By
that,
the
like a
time you
couple,
hit your
couple
feet,
months?
your feet, Jeremy will be down 100 feet.
Yeah, what's that gonna take, like a few months?
Hey, where did the story take
You guys
place?
are lazy. You guys are
Who's
lazy. You're
Jeremy?
talking about getting jackhammers and all this powered equipment. Now you got all this overhead. Dude, that shit old school. Pickaxe, shovels, wheelbarrows. Boom.
I don't remember the country the story took place. I'd have to go back to my YouTube history and see if I can find it. If you're that interested, I'll look.
Bro, there's a place in America that they claim that happened. There was this hole near this farmer, and all the people would throw trash in it, and they couldn't figure out how far he ran out of line when he was lowering line down or something. I don't know. The dogs wouldn't go near it. You guys hear that story?
I think I heard of that one.
Yeah.
The question we should be asking is, when we talk about digging, why can we only dig to a certain depth?
8
Because they
miles,
didn't have
bro.
me on.
It's because Eminem fucking said so.
They didn't try hard enough. That's why. Maybe that's just the story they told you. Maybe they did get farther than 8 miles.
You talking about the Russian hole?
Koala or cola. What's it called?
Capicola?
Koala
Coca-Cola?
bear.
The Cola Deep borehole.
Like Coca-Cola. Cola. Okay, so the Cola borehole. I mean, they told you they went down 8 miles. That actually reminds me of the thing. You ever see that show where it's a couple and they're looking for houses and they go to this picturesque, perfect neighborhood, and then they can't escape. They just travel and they just end up back at the same house. All the clouds are puffy and exactly the same. You guys see that one?
Vermont, what was it called?
They ended up raising some
Venom?
weird alien kid that screamed at the TV. It was nuts. It was like weird.
Verarium,
Anyways,
something like that.
what is it, Elba?
Is it a Verarium or something like that's called?
I can't remember.
Veritasium. Do you guys hear the sounds coming out of that bullet hole? You know that they lowered like a microphone down there, right?
I didn't hear the sounds. No,
That was
that'd be
bull crap, and you know it.
Supposedly they lowered like recording device down there, and they heard like all these. It sounded like you would picture hell to sound with like people screaming and being tortured and shit.
Well, NASA
Vivarium.
claims to have a vivarium. Yeah. Anyways, the whole point of that was, oh, well, on the thing Dyslo just said though, NASA claims to have sounds of like the sun and Mercury and shit. Like
Oh
you like
yeah,
get these.
yeah,
Anyways,
I heard
they
that.
say it's good for restructuring water. Anyways, the sound of the sun was the second best thing next to like prayer or something. I forget. I don't know.
What the fuck? I didn't know that.
Anyways, on the in that movie, Vivarium, whatever it was, I don't know the name. If that's what it is, maybe. But the guy was digging down. They're trying to escape this thing. They can't go. They just end up at the same spot. It's like one of those weird movies. Anyways, the guy tried digging down, and it was just like this yellow goop. Like it almost sounds like what they say was in the cola borehole. So you just couldn't do it anymore. I don't know. He was like digging for like days and days. He's like all like he got all weird with it. He just spent all the time digging. He just couldn't do it.
There was
This
one
place
guy
is
who's.
filled with. Hold on, real quick. This place is filled with negative reinforcements, meaning you go up, you can't breathe. You go out, it gets cold. You go down, it's hard to dig. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't. This place is almost made for us to not escape. What were you gonna say though?
I mean, it's kind of irrelevant in comparison to that. But basically, this guy spent like majority of his life fucking digging this tunnel, and he just never stopped, bro. He just did. I forget how many years he spent digging this fucking tunnel through this mountain for whatever fucking reason, but he did it. He made it all the way through.
Just dug a hole through a mountain for no apparent reason.
I guess, dude. I don't remember what the reason was.
So, if we started knocking off the top of your mountain, how long before we're at 700 feet?
I told you, bro. You're gonna fucking be there a long time, dude. Your kids will
Like
be
4 months.
fucking trying to finish your bullshit job.
So, what do you mean, like 5, 6 months?
700 feet, and you want to be able to walk up to the spot. That means you're gonna have to like have such a wide circumference around this fucking hole to make it not steep enough to where you're gonna like fall into this fucking thing. Yeah, bro, this shit would take a long time.
You know, you build a ramp on the outer edge, like a circular ramp going down on the outer edge. You don't chisel that part away. We're gonna make like a cylindrical hole in the ground with just like a chiseled out staircase, or not staircase. We got a wheelbarrow shit up, but a ramp you could walk up the side. You feel me?
I mean,
Is that doable?
why would you want to do all that instead of just having like an overhead hoist that just takes you in and
Bro, because I'm not trying to go in the death cave, dude. The cave of death, whatever that you call it. Like that shit sounds mad dangerous. This doesn't even seem like a good spot. Is there like a part off to the side of your property line we could do this? You got like acid water and the fumes. I guess the fumes won't be a problem once we open it up, but if there's like some kind of like crazy water down there, is it just like a big puddle or we'll find mad gold along the way, dude? I don't even know what you're worried about. You know how much gold you're gonna find on the way down? Probably metric ton, bro. All right, die slow, rage quit. What else we got, guys? Yeah, seriously though, there's all kinds of negative reinforcements. You go up, you can't breathe. You go out, you can't drink the water anymore. It gets cold. You go down, it gets hard to go down. You know what I'm saying? Like it just, and that I mean, would you want us escaping? We are a menaces to to society. We'd be messing stuff up. Like you wouldn't want us out on the loose. Like you get a little hamster or something, or a lizard or some kind of thing, a little pet at home. You keep in a little cage. Like you don't let that shit run around the house. You can't let
Well,
that thing out. It'll freaking die.
that's one of my things. It appears that we're pets. Can go up.
But you can't let your
Yeah.
yeah. There's some pets you can't let out, or they'll just fucking die.
Yeah, you don't want the pets to go out. If you have an ant, you don't want them to go out. You seal it.
Yeah, it's a good example. Nice work. You definitely don't want. You're definitely not gonna let the ants just run around. They'll get died. They'll get lost. They'll just go out wherever. Next thing you know, you got the exterminator coming.
Yeah, that's one of my. When they ask me, well, what do you think we are? Well, I say, well, it appears we're pets in the machine. It's quite obvious. You can't go up. You can't go down. You can't travel in the water because of the salt. You can't drink a certain amount to get out. They tried exploding bombs up there. Remember? Yeah, well, the logical thing is we're pets. To me, anyways, that's my thing. Pets in a machine, provided water, like we have goldfish or an ant farm.
Well, there must be some kind of rhyme or reason to this. I mean, I don't think you would make this for no reason. You know what I mean? We talk about there being a creator. Like, why would you create something like this? Like, we don't really create anything that doesn't have any value. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we do. We create things for entertainment purposes, right? It could be just as simple as that.
But that would have value, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, whenever we create something, like, there's a reason for it. We don't just create things that there's no reason for. Usually,
Why did you create a slinky?
For amusement.
Exactly. Right?
Yeah, no. If you think that's the reason, that's a good reason.
Yeah.
I think it may be a little more than that.
So why were we created? Could be just as simple as, well, the creator got bored and he just made it for pets, or he just gave his son some pets to play with. We could even be like the creator's son toy or something like that. Think about it. Everything is provided for us: water, food, sunlight. Everything is provided for us. Just walk around and pick a fruit off a tree. Never have to do a day of work in your life. Go to a tropical area and just eat the fruits off the trees.
Like you're saying, like kind of like this is like God's West world, basically. You can just come in and this is like the playground.
Pets, like you get a dog for your son, or you get an ant farm. The best thing, or goldfish. We could literally be just goldfish. Everything, all the creatures, not just us, right? All the creatures.
No doubt. I hear that. Whatever it is, yeah, pets, if it's to exploit us, or to study or something, whatever the case may be, there's probably a reason for it. Like it's not like just there's no reason. There have to be a reason.
Yeah, but look, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying, why not? Why can't that be a possibility?
No, it is. It is just as pets. I mean, I feel like there's something more to it than that, but could be.
Like what? Okay, let's try. Well, let's not be egoistical and try to put our minds in God. But let's say you were to create, like, try to imagine why, if we can, with our feeble minds, why would the Creator create us? For what reason? For what purpose?
Well, it depends on what kind of creator we're talking about. Like, if you talk about an all-knowing creator that already knows everything, there's very few reasons why you would even make this place. But like, another idea of a creator would be one that doesn't know everything, and there's a lot of reasons why that guy would make something. Like I said, to study us for amusement, for to exploit. Think if you had a zillion of these on a shelf in a warehouse, and it's like, yo, these guys created some crazy shit. Look at this little petri dish, and they go in there or zoom in or whatever, however they get in, whatever, and just take your technology or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't think of anything. Like, this is just me spitballing, right? I mean, who knows? Like, how could you possibly put try to understand the creator, right? Like, I don't even think we can even attempt to. But just spitballing as mere humans, personally, I can't see why a creator would create us.
There could be a bigger thing to it, like he created souls, and our souls and we're in this reincarnation kind of thing, growing our soul or something. That could be a thing. You know what I'm saying? It could be deeper than just pets. I'm saying it could be just pets, but like I'm hoping that's not it. Like I hope we're not just in a petri dish in some lab somewhere.
Yeah. Some say that the creator thrives on us praying to it or him or whatever. Like that's sustenance for the creator, our prayer.
Oh, that's straight out of Wrath of the Titans, bro, or Clash of the Titans.
Yeah. Who knows, man? The ultimate question, I think.
What's up? What's the ultimate question?
Why the creator created us? For what purpose? For what reason?
I feel like the ultimate question is what happens after you die. I feel like that's the ultimate.
Well, it's kind of like the same thing in a way, yeah. Knowledge of creation.
There would be some questions I would ask the creator if we ever got a chance to, like, if he texted me or something, or I hit him up in the afterlife, whatever is going on. I definitely got some questions for whoever's running this whole operation.
The one thing is we have a limited time. We were built with a expiration date. We know that.
I mean, maybe we can. What do you think it is? What, in our physical body?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't think we could extend that? Did you ever see iRobot? No, not iRobot. Not iRobot. Bicentennial Man with Robin Williams. He had that chick living to like 200. And it is feasible that we could come along with some things like that. So, like, what do you think the date is of our expiration?
Well, we know what it is. 100 years or so. Now, maybe we've been able to, but still, I mean, the original creation was us expiring at a certain amount of heartbeats, let's say, whatever.
Yeah, but if we advance with medical technology and nanobots that can repair things on site, like all kinds of crazy stuff medically, like you might be able to extend that to like 200, 300, 400.
Yeah, still limited.
Your heart's bad. We got a new heart for you right here. Bam. We 3D printed that shit in the lab.
Yeah, there's no question about that. But I'm saying the original design. The original design is 100 years or so at the most, right? Now there is people in the Bible who live 137 years and 900 years and so on and so forth, but that's still a limit, even in the Bible.
Hold on. Yeah, but hold on. We only know it's like 100 years right now. It could have been different. That may be some kind of fallacy or something, but the conditions could have been different. In fact, they know the conditions on Earth were different. The mainstream, whatever. that could have been way different. It could have been shorter. It could have been way longer. Like, yeah, I don't know. Who knows? But
It's
I could see
finite.
us extending.
It's finite. It's not infinite. I mean, we
Well,
see
I mean, if we,
it. Yeah.
bro, IBM's been trying to download our brain into a computer for like decades. I don't know if they're still doing it or they gave up or what. I doubt that's something they'll ever give up on though, because if you can't download like somebody's mind or brain or something, I don't even know. But if you somehow can download my mind onto the computer, then that's as close to immortality as you get.
Yeah, well,
If you
that's
could
the.
always interact with the physical world. My bad. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, isn't that, and wasn't that the ultimate goal of the rich and famous? When you have everything, what is the one thing that you cannot buy?
The emperors of China used to. That's why they were bugging with the mercury. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the Philosopher's Stone. That was the ultimate goal, is to achieve immortality. And that's what I'm saying. God built that you can't have that. I mean, the Creator gave us a finite time, not infinite.
That's why what happens after you die is the ultimate question. That's maybe why people are. What if it's awesome when you die, and people are just scared to do it because they don't know? Because that's the ultimate question, bro.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, where you came from and where you go after you die, basically the same thing. What I think is most important is the most important one is why. Why would a creator create us? It just doesn't make any sense.
That is big. That's definitely big. That'd be one of the first questions I ask. Yeah, like why'd you do this? What are we doing here?
Prayer farm.
If you want us to pray to you, let us know. If you want, you know what I'm saying. Like, what do you need? What do you want from us? What? Why did you make us? Why did you I don't know, man.
Imagine you could watch back everyone's life in real time or something, or through their eyes or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That'd be crazy right there if you could do that. Like I said, it depends on if you're dealing with an all-knowing creator or one that doesn't know everything. Like if your creator is just, I don't know, somebody that doesn't know everything, as
He
opposed
wants
to
to
an
share.
all-knowing.
He made us so he can experience what it is to be alive through us. I've heard that one. Still doesn't make any
He
sense
wants
because
to.
you can experience anything you want, anytime you want.
He wants to share what it's like to be him.
I haven't heard that one.
That makes sense to me.
So
I like the God and God.
I mean,
Go ahead.
think about it. So when he created he created this place first, right? And you said you create something either for entertainment or utility, and pretty much what he said, according to his word, right? Well, whatever the scripture said was that he created us to tilt the ground.
Utility.
Yep.
To till the ground.
Yep. Well, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
I've never heard that, but it
Why
might be
though?
true. But I've heard to have a relationship with us. But to be a creator, to be able to create a TV and then never create a TV, like, I think he created us because he can.
But for what
Like,
purpose?
Yeah, but wouldn't you? That is the purpose, because he's a creator. He creates things. Look at this. No one else, like, there's no other creator can. I can create something, right? A human that can create other things. Why wouldn't I do that? That's its purpose. Relationship
Wouldn't
to
you
me
make
is the purpose.
Wouldn't you make two of these? Like, if I could make one of these, I would definitely make two.
You mean two worlds?
I'm just saying, like, if you made one place like this, like, I would think, like, all right, let me make another different place. Like, I would have a whole bunch of these things going. I don't know.
Well, it appears he has already, or I don't want to say he, but when we look out, right, we're definitely not the only um, place. Now, whether there's other creatures in those other places, who knows? But definitely made other places or lights or whatever you want to call them.
We never just make one of something. If something's dope, we're ripping them off. We're making a whole assembly line to make something that's awesome.
China.
We'll build buildings for it. We'll move mountains to get this stuff done. Like, so
Unless
you would
there's,
make two of these. Would you
unless
make two
there's
of these places? You said unless there's what?
we'll move mountains and do stuff unless there's penguins there that need protecting. Like certain places are official, it appears. Yeah.
Eh, Rick, yeah, I mean Genesis was 2:15, and the Lord God took the man and put him in the garden to work it and take care of it.
Yeah, we have domain over the earth.
Right. So he
He created humans. Like the earth was a place for humans to live. They had domain over it, to have a relationship, to have that choice, to prove their love or faith for the Creator, give glory to the Creator, and have a relationship, a personal relationship with Him.
Oh no doubt, no doubt. But we
Okay.
were
You're saying,
we still had utility though.
like you're saying, our functionality is to till the earth, be the stewards of earth.
Well, I mean, we were to till the earth, but we weren't to be tilling like we're now 24 hours from day to night. And
Yeah.
I mean, that was the punishment that pretty much you really had to work hard to get your substance. Because I mean, it was pretty much, I mean, in Genesis 3 something, it says that because of listening to the women and not what God says, right? He said you're gonna work pretty much yourself into the ground, and from dust you came, and from dust you will end, and you were sweat, you know, planting and
Like we were
tilling
just
and
chilling.
harvesting, sweating in the field from dawn to dusk.
Like we were just chilling, picking fruits off trees and shit, and then something happened, and he's like, "Boom, you gotta grind for it now." Well, he told us to be fruitful and multiply. If you get enough people, like there's none, if you have so many people, you just can't be just picking fruits off trees.
Yo, the Jews didn't write Genesis, bro. The Levite. If anything, Moshe was a Levite, bro.
Well, that wasn't mentioned in the.
I thought you said something about Jews and writing Genesis. Maybe I
No.
misheard. But yo, it's basically the Creator was lonely. He was lonely, and He made us to keep Him company. Literally, the Creator was lonely.
Where does it say that?
We're meant to have a relationship with Him, bro. I mean, it's throughout the
I like the
scriptures.
idea that the creator was just bored chilling. He's like, let's get this thing going here so I can chill with some peeps.
Not just us, not just us. Though. He
Before
created
man,
the angels. He created the animals. He created everything, bro. But basically, he wants companionship from all his different creatures. But we are his most prized possession, though.
True. Before man, he had all of the angels, so he was lonely after he had all the angels and all the stuff in heaven.
Yeah, he created us after on the sixth day, but the angels are envious of us because he loves us more than he loves the angels. We're his most prized possession, bro.
That's dope.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to say where it says, "I was lonely, so I created humans." Just like that.
I mean, but what do you think? That he created us just to be stewards of the earth?
I mean, I'm pretty sure you. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying pretty sure, but that, I mean, that's pretty much what he said in Genesis.
No doubt.
What if there are multiple gods and they created us so that they can have a little competition among themselves?
Yeah, no matter what it is, there's got to be a reason, some kind of reason, even if it's some crazy reason or a normal reason or whatever.
I don't see why it has to have a reason.
Because we create things for reasons. Well, we do as humans. Maybe he works differently or something, but generally, like, all we know is create. There's always a reason why we create something.
Well, I think, like you said, and I was trying to say it's out of love. Like he wanted that relationship with us. He wants us to choose him over everything else, over all the worldly possessions that he gives us an opportunity to give glory to, instead of giving glory to money or to cars and riches or fame or whatever. Give glory to God. You're blessed because of the Creator himself, and if you do that, you'll spend eternal life with him. That's the reward for choosing love. It's no different than your own wife or whatever. You make choices, right? You could have chose another woman, or chose to be ugly, or choose not to work and support your wife, and she's probably not going to love you. But you choose to do these things for love. The more I think about last night's conversation, the more absurd I realize the stance of evolution, of just believing that something was already here, and then man was devolved from things that were already here, and then we create things. That's the only thing that's basically, you look at I'm looking at trees right now and a brick fence. I know the brick fence was put up by man. I know the tree was put there by something else, like a different creator. I don't think man made the tree. He might have planted the tree there, but he didn't make the process or make the tree itself or make the dirt that it grows in or the water that provides nutrients or whatever. Like, I think that's something a different creator. I think there's a higher level of intelligence that takes, to create these things. There's different levels. Even different men are different intelligence. I just think the proof is all around us. And some old wise or dumb goat farmers, whichever way you put it, agreed with me and said creation proves a creator. It's pretty simple. I think that's the Occam's razor, right? That's the simplest way of thinking.
Well, this is definitely one of the ultimate questions: where we came from, why we're here, and where we're going after.
Hello. Hi, this is Justin with Milgard.
You're going. Somebody mute.
Well, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Dice Low, you're hot, Mike.
He
muted. He muted.
So it's not as bad as it used to be, right? The trolls and inch, they'll take them down.
You're roboting.
It's a fact of life. And apparently it happens on all different levels of the internet. Like, no matter what group you have on their NASCAR,
You're roboting really bad.
you know, talking about NASCAR or football, you know, forum that they're discussing, you know, points. I forget what it's called. I don't know, but
What happened?
Well, this subject tends to be either volatile or silence. Because how are you going to? What do you say? Where did you come from? How are you going to talk about that? Yeah. How can you make a concrete argument on where life came from?
I mean, bro, they think life came from pure energy. Just pure energy. We evolved. The universe started. There was nothing but pure
Pure
energy in this
energy.
one. They think we eventually came from that. We had to. That was the only thing in the whole thing. So we came from that. That's what we really evolved from, was just pure energy. That's it. All right, the Big Bang, just one little thing. It wasn't even giant. It was tiny, one little tiny thing of all the energy in the whole universe, all in this one spot. Just all energy. There was no matter yet. You didn't even get gas molecules for mad long after that. So, like, there was no physical matter. We came from no physical matter, basically. All right, that would be like a heliocentric idea of where we came from, just pure energy.
Yeah, definitely. Not only pure and the smallest possible imagination of compactness, and then boom, like the creation, like it's like
There was no space.
It's the first law. Yeah.
Yeah, there was no space.
Yeah, it's another thing. Yeah. Yeah.
So it was actually everywhere. It was all the energy was everywhere in the universe.
Everywhere and nowhere.
Either way, though, yeah, humans eventually came from this, arised from this giant ball or tiny ball of energy, however you want to look, just this one compactness area of energy. No matter than time, and you get humans.
Yeah,
Energy, and you would get a human. That's the
that was
formula.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. Go on.
No, go ahead. Just that's the formula for humans in the heliocentric model. You need energy and time.
Yeah, yeah, and a little bit of baking soda. Yeah, maybe some yeast for expansion. What I was going to believe their model, me and you and everything here really were aliens, right? You know that, right? Explain to you how. The beginning in their fantasy model, the Earth was all molten. It was all like in the state of magma, lava, the whole planet, quote unquote. So then when it cooled, right, water, they tell us, came from space. So we came from space. We are aliens. We are not of this world, according to their own model.
Space doesn't exist.
Yeah, but what happens to water in space or ice?
Well, they say it came in frozen asteroids or comets or
Oh, yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, that's neat. What happens to ice in space? Ice in a vacuum.
Yep. Another thing you got to think about, correct? So the whole
Yeah,
thing.
you're saying
Yeah.
we're all illegal aliens or something?
Yeah. Exactly
I think
that.
you're
We're
taking
all
this Palestine stuff way too far, man.
Here's a quote, real quick, before you guys get into that. Ice in a vacuum, such as space, in quotes or parentheses. Ice in a vacuum, such as space, will sublimate, not evaporate. Sublimation is the transition directly from the solid phase to the gaseous phase. So how do you have ice in a vacuum, such as space?
Oops.
I'm sure.
Well, because you're a dumb flat earther. It was locked up. It was locked up in a meteor inside, okay? And then the meteor exploded, and that's how it stayed intact, okay? You just don't understand.
Oh, I see another thing. It says water can exist as a solid in a vacuum. Hold on. We got some this is from an engineering site. That first one was from Byju's. This one's from an engineering site. They're saying you can't have ice in a vacuum. Let's see. I mean, that's the engineers are putting vacuums. They're doing real stuff. They're putting vacuums in a thing on Earth. These Byju's people are going with that, such as space, such as space quotes and
When
going with
did
that whole.
Zanuck? So earlier when I was asking him about the hemisphere versus atmosphere and the lag of the atmosphere in relation to this hemisphere, he said the lag is so small it's undetectable. But he gave no way to calculate the lag, or any way in which he did calculate the lag. So now I'm reflecting on the conversation. I think he just made that up on the spot. I'm gonna have to look into it, and I'll go do the math myself.
Well, here's another.
Made something up in the fucking because wouldn't he be able if he,
Go ahead. I thought you were done.
he'd at least put the show. He would okay. Let me show you. Yeah, I was just gonna be like, if he did do that, he would have shown us instead of.
I'd love to ask you what this is on, but you're kind of roboting, so maybe in a minute
I don't
tell us
even.
what that
I
is.
think he just made that up. I think he just made that up on the spot, man. I'm not too sure, but I think that is what occurred. Like, do you agree, Jeremy? Like, it seemed like he kind of pulled. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, it seems like he kind of pulled that out of nowhere.
What did he say? I missed what you said. He said.
He said, "Oh yes, there is a lag between the atmosphere and the terrasphere, but it's so small it's unnoticeable." But then I was thinking, like, how do you know? He's not here anymore, but how do you know? Oh, he is. Zanuck, are you here?
No, he's not here. You got a
Yo,
messed up list. Yo,
okay.
listen.
Well, I thought he
The
would.
point is,
He made a claim that it would be too small. That if I calculated it myself, but I'm questioning: did he ever even do the calculation, or was that just? Did he just make that up on the spot?
yeah, that's a good question. The thing is, though, they say super rotation is happening with Earth's atmosphere. Not as bad as Venus, but it's still happening nonetheless, which means it's actually going faster the higher when you get like really high up. I don't know if it's hundreds of thousands of feet or something, but when you get really high up, it starts to go faster. So it's not lagging, it's doing the exact opposite.
Yeah, I mean,
Of
that whole
super
super
rotation.
rotation is. I just came to this epiphany, right? Because I was sitting there looking at the water on a day, and let me tell you, bro, there was no wind. It was so glassy calm. I could see perfect reflections of everything on the other side of the water. And I just thought to myself, like, if there's a sphere rotating beneath the air has to lag. And he agrees with it. And he agrees that there's a lag between the atmosphere and the terrasphere. But he says that the lag is so little that it's unnoticeable. But that claim, that positive claim about the lag being very small, was never supported, and I never called him out on it. He said, "Oh, do the calculations. You could do the calculations yourself," but he never presented any calculations. He just claimed that there was some nefarious calculations out there that could demonstrate it would be too small to see. So, do you kind of see where I'm coming from, Jeremy?
Yeah, QE used this argument. It's some scientific word and then reflection. It's when you get a perfect mirror reflection off of something. I forget the technical term for it. But he used it for a different reason. Why because the Earth would be curving back, and you know, it looks like it's on a flat. I don't know. The point is, though, there is no wind. There's no wind in their shit.
Like
I mean, there
there,
would be a teeny tiny amount, like 10 feet up, 20 feet up.
yeah,
There
like
might be some minuscule, measurable amount in their model. Yeah.
no, I don't even think that. Yeah, I don't even. I'm not even. That's what I'm calling into question. Is that even something that's calculated for in the model, or is that something that was just a Zanuck special? You know, like a Zanuck conjecture, essentially, and that no one actually fucking taught. Like, I mean, I could be wrong, but I mean, if there
I'm
is a
pretty sure it's a
calculation and the calculation is very small, bring forth the calculations. Like, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see
well,
a rigid rotating body. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I'm talking to.
the calculation would be how high are you off the sphere and how much would the gas have to lag at that point? Like if you were moving everything as conservation of momentum, you're all moving equally, but how much would that lag behind? I'm sure there's a calculation for it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I think I might even when I get a little free time because I'm essentially driving between sites right now. But like when I get a little time at my desk and I get some pen and paper, I'm gonna start trying to make an equation for this, or find an equation for this, because I'm gonna crunch the numbers, man, because I'm seriously thinking that this whole thing like could be another hole in the fucking model, essentially, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't think so, but I mean, check it out. I like what JC said, or not.
Essentially at the equator, it's 1,000 miles per hour tangential velocity, right? So somewhere in the atmosphere, somewhere high up in the atmosphere, where the friction or the energy transfer from the friction is completely dissipated, that atmosphere should look down at the Earth, and the Earth should appear to be going 1,000 miles an hour underneath it at some point, somewhere along this calculation. Or if you're on the Earth, that wind should look like it's going 1,000 miles per hour in the opposite direction. You know what I'm saying? Like, and momentum is conserved, but it would be conserved linearly. Momentum doesn't conserve around a ball. Momentum is conserved linearly, which is tangential, going out into space, which means you're losing that momentum. Essentially, after the Earth rotates once, one day, all the momentum from the creation of that gas is already gone. It can't still be there. Now, if all that momentum's gone, that means the Earth must in fact be going 1,000 miles an hour underneath it. Thus, if the wind is still and the Earth is moving, it would appear to someone on the Earth as if the winds were going 1,000 miles per hour. Like, dude, I don't know, dude. I'm gonna make some calculations, but I think I'm not gonna say Xanax wrong, but I think he might actually have just made that up, man. That response, that like refutation.
Maybe, but I do think there would be a calculation you could do based on the circumference of their globe model and all that shit. So, like I said, I don't know. So,
Just think about it. Like if you're in a calm room and you're spinning a basketball on your finger, the air on the surface of that basketball, yeah, kind of is dragged around the basketball, but it has a severe lack. And the farther away from the basketball you get, I mean, just 2 feet away from the basketball, you won't feel any movement of air at all. Even though the basketball is causing the air to essentially swirl, it dissipates exponentially. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to do some models and some math of this shit, but I think just on like a Newtonian fucking basis, like this could just be absolutely destroyed. It could be an absolute hole in the globe model.
yeah, maybe. Like I said, I don't think so though, but it's possible. It would
There
have
should
to. It would
always
have to
be a
like be
wind.
during.
There should always be an east to west wind consistently, and that east to west wind should be much greater at the equator as compared to the more closer to as you get closer to the poles, the wind should be less, and as you get closer to the equator, the wind should show an increase given the tangential velocity of the ground, which is not a rigid body or connected with the air. Like, dude, I don't know, man. I might even make like some fucking things. I'm gonna ask for like video privileges to pull this up. Like, what is that, like screen sharing or whatever? Like, I might model this out, dude, because this I don't think this is even a fucking thing that they account for.
I mean, I don't know what the difference would be from 1 foot to 10 feet. Like, there's going to be a wind 10 feet above you by some. Xanax said it was so small you wouldn't even be able to measure it by the calculations. Now, I don't know what calculations he used. Yeah, if he made that shit up or what, but
Yeah, that's
I'd
what I'm
have to
saying is
assume it would
I
be.
don't think he made any calculations or even saw any calculations. He just pulled that whole response straight out of his fucking imagination, straight from his imagination. I don't
Yeah,
think
but
he
I
did
think
those calculations.
I know, but I think it would be small though. Like I actually think like the calculation for that would be super small difference.
Yeah, but after how long is a day? 24 hours. After 12 hours, your your tangential velocity should be in the opposite direction because the ball has done a 180, right? In 12 hours, a ball does a 180. So the tangential velocity is 180 degrees from where it was before. Therefore, all the conservation of momentum of the air that was created at the ground should be gone within 12 hours. Once all that momentum's gone and it's still, nothing's stopping the ground from essentially being 1,000 miles an hour faster than the air. Because gravity is not a rigid force. It only goes to the center. It doesn't hold things rigidly. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a rigid, it's not a yeah, man, I don't know. I'm gonna make like fucking visual representations and get equations for this and like actually I'm gonna make this like actually good and official and shit because like I think actually that I've stumbled onto another hole in the globe model that people don't want to expose because it's complicated.
The best thing that could ever happen to you is when a troll blocks you. When that happens, rejoice. A bell, what do they say? A little bell rang in heaven? Oh, yeah. Thanks, bro.
What is it, SE? Every time an angel gets his wings, a bell rings, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So every time a troll blocks you, an angel gets his wings. You have succeeded. And especially water. Water, like, really gets them upset. It really destroys them. Really does a number on them.
Quiet in this chat. Why is that? Even 24/7, they're pretty quiet. What's going on?
We go through little peaks. Did you have something you want to talk about?
Not particularly. No,
What are you into?
everything. I just like to listen in the background. Whatever you guys are into.
Oh, we're in all kinds of stuff.
Right.
All kinds of.
Hot topic now is evolution.
Evolution.
Mm-hmm. Are you a believer?
Evolution. Huh.
Like basically, the Globers think we evolved from a single point of energy in space. Ultimately, like, do you go along with that, or?
Yeah, no. There's like I don't know, microevolution. You make a dog, different kind of species of dogs. Yeah, but we came out of monkeys. Yeah, I don't think so. Or we came out of a little blob coming out of the ocean. Of course not. I think most people, if they were honest with themselves, no, they couldn't even defend that. It's just like the globe, right? You can't defend it if you actually look into it. You cannot even defend it. You can't even start. If you do take it seriously, you start to look into it, then you just open up a whole new can of worms for your own life. And it's like, really? Am I even going to engage in this? You know what I mean?
See, they have to explain the impossible. They have to explain how one thing turns into a billion things without ever turning into another thing. And just listen to them doublespeak. Just ask them that question and sit back, have a coffee, and just listen to the sophistry. That's the best part.
Yeah, see, I agree with you, man. It's just like you just throw it out there and you watch them. And it's not to watch them to make fun of them and to it's like, look, I just made this human being look like an idiot. No, that's not the point. I don't think that's the point. You don't want to make anyone look stupid. It's almost like the psychology behind it. You just watch it kind of unravel. That part's entertaining.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know.
definitely. It's the people that are listening that why I'm saying that, right? Because the people listening are saying, wait a minute, he just got asked a very pertinent question. How does one thing turn into another thing in your evolution? And they'll have to double speak. They'll have to say it does, but it doesn't. So the average person listening is saying, wait a minute, didn't you teach me in school that one thing turns into another, then another, then another? Well, what are these guys saying exactly? They're saying, no, that's not how it is. So the people listening, they're like, whoa, what's going on here? Why are they double speaking? Why are they going against the model?
And when they, if you listen from the sidelines, you see those people double speaking. You can actually see yourself in them. It's like, wait a second, that I would give the exact same answers. It's like, what do I actually believe? I couldn't even defend myself. Like, look, this guy's being made a fool of. He's double speaking. I would be the same. I would be in the same shoes. That's
Like,
what I find interesting.
yeah, it's like they have to say, well, I believe in the same thing. Like they're going to have to re-examine their position logically if they have logic. Yeah. If they're too far gone, if they drank too much Kool-Aid, like it's never going to happen. They just think you're dumb. Yeah. And you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I know it was you that muted me, Jeremy. This means war.
I do for your own safety. It's for your safety.
Do I look like I wear knee pads, bro?
Bro, if I'm ever
Game
hot
on.
micing, you would mute me. If I'm
You're hot
roboting or
micing
some
right now,
shit,
bro.
if I'm ever roboting or hot micing or just server mute me.
Nah, bro, you're getting the ban, bro.
Well, that's not necessary.
I'll see about that. Sorry,
All
Essie.
right.
Go ahead. Had to get that off my chest. I'm in here doxing myself on the reg, bro.
Yeah, you need to calm down. You want me to DM Geo?
Nah, he's gonna get pissed at me, bro.
No, it's okay. He'll do it.
Yeah, maybe.
Everyone
Probably be a
already
good
knows
idea.
you. We could find you.
Yeah, why do you dox yourself so much, bro?
There's no doxing. I'm gonna have to ban you eventually, Dicewell, if we keep this up. You want to play goofy games? Shit is on. I love this game.
I'm a self-hating flat earther. What can I say? Now we got Jace up in here with his dog water arguments.
I mean, it depends on what dog you have, right? Like my wife be giving our cats Poland Springs and shit. So
Yeah, I don't know. Jace has probably got clothes for his dog and little Nike Jordans and shit.
so you see them things people get their dog to look like a zebra or like a lion or panda or some shit. They'll be like, groom them, like haircuts and dyes and shit.
Oh yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. That's entertaining. I like to see that. You get a little kitten with a little mane on its head, lion mane. That's funny.
Jace's dog's got an Edgar haircut.
Edgar, what is that? Edgar haircut. What's that?
I don't know. I heard my kids talking shit about it one day. It just stuck. I think it's like the new age bowl cut. So you like kind of like fade into the bowl.
Gotcha.
You said he's the type to get in a motorcycle accident and get his dog kicked off the bridge.
What happened, bro?
Remember that shit? Remember that shit from Anchorman?
I didn't watch that one, dude. I heard it was good with Will Ferrell. Yeah, I didn't watch that one, bro.
Yeah. Like Jack Black was like riding a motorcycle. He got Will Ferrell hit him. They got some kind of accident or something. He's like, that bike was the only thing I cared about in life, man. He's like, what do you care about? And Will Ferrell, Will Ferrell's like my dog. He just fucking took his dog and kicked him off the bridge.
That's fucked up.
Like punted him off the bridge. Yeah, it was fucked up. Those Will Ferrell movies are friggin' hilarious though. Oh my god, dude. Talladega Nights, come on. When he's given the when he's given the grace, he's like little baby Jesus.
And the kid's all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
It's all, Chip, I'm gonna come at you like a spider monkey. I think Step Brothers was the best though, dude. That movie's the shit.
Little 7-pound, 8-ounce, newly born baby Jesus. Step Brothers was awesome, man.
The older brother's wife, bro.
Put my nutsack on your drum set. All that. Do we have something serious, man? This is what happens every time with you. Every time with you, Die Slow.
I don't have friends, bro. That's the problem. You guys are like my extended friends here. I gotta have somebody to laugh with, bro.
What do we got, dude? We all evolved from energy. In the heliocentric model, like the Big Bang, there was no mass. Sorry. There was no matter. It was just all energy. And then if you add time to that's how we got here, from all that energy, ultimately. So if you have enough energy, you can get a human from just energy, eventually. That's what's up. That's a hell
I
of
thought
a
it was
recipe.
nothing.
Yeah, I give him the energy, but whatever. I'm still a crazy ass recipe. Time, energy plus time equals human. That's the formula for a human.
Or as they say, one thing leads to another.
I called in sick today.
Snacks is trying to throw fucking 80s music at us right now. Hoping someone catches on.
Snacks is underrated. A lot of his shit is just under the radar. It's overheads. It's hoodie shit goes over the head.
I should stick to fart jokes.
You want to hear a joke? We've changed what we mean by something and nothing. Actual quote from one of their top scientists.
Yeah, because if you can't have nothing, then what does that even mean?
He wrote a
If you
book.
can't actually, yeah, if you can't actually ever have nothing, then what is nothing? Well, they debated on even using zero in math for years. Zero and negative numbers. The negative numbers lasted longer than the zero one. But yeah, they didn't want to use that shit because like, dude, we're trying to use this math to like explain real stuff. Like we got real shit going on. There's no negative things. There's no negatives in nature. Like that's not a thing. You can't even have nothing of something.
We've changed what we mean by something and nothing. It's like mind-boggling, man. They think they can change the meaning of words. It's incredible.
I called into work to be a doorman for cats all friggin' day. Yeah, you can't have nothing. Like I said, that's why they debated so heavily over even adding the number zero to math. Like for what? If you're doing something with zero, you're not doing nothing. So why even have it? I don't know what their arguments were. That would have been a fun debate to see between the mathematicians. There's some guy out there like in the crowd on one side. He's like, "We're trying to do real stuff," with this not imaginary stuff, and there is no such thing as negative no. And then what does the other guy respond to that with? Like, we're not still trying to do real stuff, so we want to put these negative numbers and zeros in and shit. I don't know.
They get caught in their own model, and then they have to, come up with more absurd explanations to explain away the previous absurd thing. Yeah.
There is some neat stuff with math, though. I like that number file. That number file guy, those guys, pretty good. How you ain't gonna know about a 5-sided square unless you're checking for them dudes. So
You got to go to these guys for that. Yeah.
yeah.
Ranty brought that out. And who was the other guy? I forget the other guy's name, but Ranty was one of them.
What? That showed that video?
The 5-sided square.
Yeah.
Remember that one? Yeah.
I mean, I saw that one right when it came in. Did he get it from number file?
I think so. They had the grid with the all 90s like a house. That was funny. Let's see if I can find it.
Anyway, so guys and girls, what are we supposed to do with this world right now? We're supposed to take sides. What are we doing here? It's always one thing or another, right? Forget about Ukraine now. Think about the desert, I guess. What are we going to do? It's always some kind of division. Always some kind of division. I think the important thing is just to remember that there's always going to be some kind of division.
You mentioned the Palestine thing. What's your opinion on that one?
Well, I don't know if I mentioned it exactly, but I was hinting at it. Yeah, the desert. I can't. I honestly, honestly, I can't pick a side. I know that you're. I heard you the other day, and I kind of like that. But honestly, brother, it's like I feel like they're playing us. It's a war of propaganda. Who's gonna? You know what I mean? Like who's gonna? What side are you gonna be pushed towards? I don't know. I mean, ultimately, you don't want to kill anybody. War is bad.
Agreed with all that, but I'm saying if it's propaganda, right? Who does it benefit?
Say that again. I'm sorry. You broke up.
I agree that a lot of it is propaganda, right? But if let's say it's all propaganda, who does this benefit? Like if there's not a war going on there, right? Who and what does this benefit, and to whom does it benefit?
If there wasn't a war going on there, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, yeah. If this is all like fake, right? What? Why?
Well, I don't think it's fake. I think it's real.
Oh, you think it's
Hypothetically.
real? So which part are you not sure of?
Oh, there's so much, especially especially nowadays in 2023 when AI is a big thing. Like, how many of those images are actually legit? You know what I mean? Like, how much of that is, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with
Constant
you.
doubt,
I'm with you.
constant red flag. It's like, which one is real? Which one's not real? Nobody wants to see people die.
Like I said, I agree with everything, right? Let's say this is a fabrication, right? What benefit does it serve? Like, why is this being done? It's not real. Like, Israel can't possibly win in this, right? The states can't possibly win. The whole world is against us, right? Public opinion matters a lot. So, why do this? Well, what's the benefit of this? Like, who started this and for what reason? Okay, it's propaganda. Let's say it's all propaganda. Why? Because the way I see it, Israel stands to lose everything from this. So does the United States. So does uh, England, France, the countries that are supporting. And a country that really surprised the heck out of me is India is supporting Israel. I think I know that one because they have Pakistani terrorists to worry about, and I think Israel has helped them in the past. So I think they feel obliged. But besides those countries, everybody else is against them. What benefit could they possibly have by staging this? Doesn't make sense.
Hey, SC, I got a question. I just finished up a run, and I thought about those moving sidewalks at airports. I looked up; they go 1.2 miles an hour, and even if you had one that just went, 20 miles, it would take 24 hours to go the 20 miles. If you lowered somebody onto a big moving sidewalk, blindfolded, and they didn't really know which direction it was going in, the second they stood up and started walking in which direction, they could tell if they were at an off angle, going with the movement or going against the movement. And that just brings me to the idea of 1,000-mile-per-hour spinning Earth. Once you walked, you would know if you were going with the spinner or against it. And then like sports like long jump or tennis or any of these, highly refined sports, you would know which way you were playing. You would have to. So the spinning ball Earth is just totally lame.
Absolutely, bro. I've used that exact thing, the walkway in airports. Absolutely. And a flowing river. Absolutely. There's no way around that. Even a moving train, when they say you can't tell, yeah, you can, sure, get up, start walking to the back and start walking to the front, and you tell me you can't tell the difference. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell if you're going with it or against it. It's just so silly that we're debating still. I feel like, honestly, the people who are super duper sold out with the science and the heliocentric model, they've never really got to talk about it very much. And now that flat Earth and stationary topographical plane talks come, they've got to refine their skills and study it and try to refute us like we're stupid. We're right, they're wrong. They're just playing around with their philosophy. Basically, they're joking around with their philosophy at the expense of us tolerating them.
Yeah, to me, they're like irrelevant. If it was just me talking with them, I wouldn't even be here. The only reason, well, it interests me in that, and we find new things and we learn stuff. But I mean, if I didn't think there's a possibility for other people to hear this one day, I wouldn't even be doing this if it was just for these guys. Because there's no possible way you can make any headway with them. There's just no possible way. They're set in their ways.
Well, thanks for letting me jump in. Thanks for all that you're doing for the truth movement. It's pretty windy out here, so I'm just going to hand the mic over. But you guys rock.
Well, thanks, brother. Right back at you.
See, what do you mean you wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for, what did you say?
Like, let me give an example, right? If I had to talk with people, and no disrespect, Zanuck, right? If I had to talk with people like Zanuck, which I know there's nothing you can tell them to see reality, right? Then I wouldn't waste my time. But the reason why I'm here is, number one, because we learn new stuff, right? And it beats just watching TV. It's like an interactive TV. I see it, right? No beat. There's no way to beat this. But if I didn't think there was a possibility in to just reach some people out there, one or two or whatever in the future, right? People listening, that's what I mean. I wouldn't even bother. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, you're basically influencing people, at least with your ideas, your thoughts.
Yeah.
What's that? Go ahead.
You go on.
I was gonna follow up with Boston. What Boston was saying about the, feeling the sidewalk moving in the airport there. What's that? So if you're looking at 25,000 miles circumference, or let's say 1,000 miles per hour at the equator spinning, you divide that by say 25,000. What do they? It's like 15 degrees, right? Per 360, like the full circle, 15 degrees. What's just off the top of your head? I haven't even Googled this. What's equivalent to that? Like, how would we sense 15 degrees? Is there another example how you could sense something that moves at 15 degrees per hour? Do you know, SE, like just off the top of your head?
Say again. Sorry, I was reading something. Say again.
If so they say that we spin 1,000 miles per hour, 360 degrees, 24 hours a day. That's 15 degrees per hour. What's the equivalent to 15 degrees per hour? Like, is there another something you, off the top of your head? Is there anything that you can, equate to 15 degrees an hour movement? Does that make sense? What I'm asking?
Yeah. Let me ask this: if the moving sidewalk at an airport goes 1.2 miles an hour, and if you got on it at the beginning and it was going to go for 20 miles, you would move the same relative. 24 hours later, you'd hit the end, just like the revolving Earth. So my whole point is, if you take something as slow as 1.2 miles an hour over 20 miles, and you got up, when you're sitting there, you don't feel anything really. If you're standing up, standing still, you don't feel anything. But like what SE was saying with the train, if you start moving, if you start propelling yourself either forward with the motion or at a 45-degree angle or against it, then your brain is designed to say, oh, yes, I know which way this moving sidewalk is going. But the fact that outside or right now in my house, I can walk a 360 circle all over, I have no idea which way this 1,000-mile-per-hour spinning Earth is going. But I should be able to. We're designed to pick up the slightest of motions, right?
Yeah, there's no two ways about that. It's all in their mind that we can't feel 1,000-mile-an-hour rotation. It's all in their brain. In reality, that's just not possible.
So, Boston, that's exactly what I was inquiring about. Is what's the equivalent to something like that, like 15 degrees per hour? over 24 hours, which is 360, right? The Earth revolves around 360 degrees over 24 hours. So what's the equivalent of 15 degrees per hour? And
Okay, let me think about it this way. What if we somehow can pretend that I can make a sphere, a ball, 20 miles in circumference at like the equator of this pretend ball that we could, make ourselves stick to if we could fabricate gravity. You put a person on this moving sidewalk at 1.2 miles an hour. It's going to take 24 hours to go from your starting point all the way back around. That's the equivalent of what the Earth does. And what I'm saying to you is, if you stood up on a 1.2 mile per hour moving sidewalk that would have the same exact 15 degree per hour motion, the whole problem is the science is trying to convince us that the Earth is so big and that 1,000 miles with relatively we wouldn't feel anything. They're trying to convince us we would feel no motion. But my comeback is, even on a sidewalk moving 1.2 miles per hour, not 1,000, you would feel it. You would know which way it was headed when you started heading either with it or at an angle or away from it. And that's fact.
Yeah, Boston, I agree with you. Now, how would you break that down in terms of 25,000 miles circumference? Because you're talking about 1.2 per hour. They're saying 1,000 per hour over 25,000 miles. Like that's all I'm asking. Is like, how do you break that down to make it kind of?
Well, mathematically, I did just break it down, because 20 miles going 1.2 miles an hour takes 24 hours to make a circle around it. So basically, it doesn't matter if we're talking about 25,000 miles and 1,000 miles an hour, or 20 miles and 1.2 miles an hour. I'm just saying the problem is if they slowed it down to 1/1000th of a mile an hour. I don't know if the human body could tell any which way it was going if it was that slow. The problem is they're saying that we're moving incredibly fast, but can't feel it. All these different vectors, but don't know it. The water doesn't show it. So I mean, I just feel like and believe we're on a stationary topographical plane, and you can't convince people that are sold out to the religion of heliocentrism. You can't convince them. But if you start getting into it and you see flaws and band-aids and everything falling apart, we're human beings. We have the ability to say, "Oh shoot, I was wrong," or "I was tricked." Let me pick this up for a while. I've been walking this for 2 years. I'm no debater. I'm no theologian. I'm no super smart guy, but I pretty much know that we're not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
I agree with you, Boston. I agree with you. I'm just trying to. I like your example, the walking sidewalk in the air, in an airport. How do you break that down though, so that people can kind of digest it?
So the other way you could do it is, rather than just having like a sidewalk 3 feet long moving in one direction, you could say, okay, pretend that the entire state that you're in is the moving sidewalk, and you're blindfolded, and you've got you're blindfolded and you're lowered down very slowly from a crane that's moving with that entire state that's moving in one direction. The second you didn't even have to take your blindfold off. The second you stood up and were free to move on your own, we're free beings. We can jump, we can run, we can change our speed, change our direction. That's the freedom of being a human. The second that I was able to explore my environment and start walking any direction, I don't even need a compass. I could say, I know which way this is going. This is going exactly that way. And I would be 99% correct when I pointed that this is the direction the whole state's moving at 1.2 miles an hour. Yet they say, oh, we'll go at 1,000 miles an hour, bro, but you don't feel it. Einstein, relativity, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, that's BS. Hey, yo, let me say this. In my analogies and my daydreaming and my thinking on this, like the whole state moving, that some mathematician could maybe come back and say, well, You know, JT, your reasoning is flawed. You're incorrect in your imagination. And if that's the case, that's fine. At least I'm trying to imagine what reality is and what's true, because their whole system of thought, their whole belief system, I have now found, is in imagination and making stuff up and believing the math. And math can say anything, and philosophy. So if they get to pretend all day, I get to at least, you know, pretend my own way, and I'm having fun with it.
It's good. The more people that say it in the more ways, like see, you picked up on the walkway, and see, people need to hear this from different people, because different people go about things different ways, right? So that's very important, because I might say something and it'll go right through somebody, but you might say it the same thing in a different way, and that guy will say, "Wait a minute, man! This dude is making sense here, unlike that other idiot." You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So it's
dude.
different people, yeah.
And you could even get, you know, an indigenous people group that don't even know English, hasn't even heard of space travel, none of it. And you could get somebody that was bilingual or whatever to explain to them, hey, I'm going to blindfold you. I'm going to put you on this moving. It's going to be going very slow, and you tell me which direction it's going in. 100 out of 100, I believe, are going to say, we're going this way, bro. It's common sense. We're heading this way. I can feel it, because when I walk this way, I kind of feel like I'm not going very quick, or I feel this motion under my feet. When I'm going this way, I feel that I'm aided and assisted. And then when you transfer it over into long jump and stuff that's precise, like these elite athletes running as hard as they can and jumping as hard as they can into a sand pit, if they're changing with, against, or at an angle to the spinning earth, they're going to say, like, dude, I want to jump at this track. This one's going with the spin. It helps. I don't know. Or maybe, what do you think? With long jump, would it be better to run and jump against the spin? Would you jump farther, or with it?
Obviously with it, and that's a good point. The point is you notice the difference. If you're landing a plane, something's moving underneath you. All these things, just any logical person, you tell them once, they'll say, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." These are the only people in here that go against that. Only the people here that we encounter on the internet and YouTube.
Yeah, dude. Last thing, that I got to go. Matt Long, he's a biblical cosmology believer, and he played high level tennis. He could have been a tennis pro, and he has a video that talks about, you know, the angle of the court would make massive differences, because they're hitting a ball and it comes down to just like a centimeter, or you know, a fraction of a stone off.
Absolutely, they'll say no to that, and then they'll say, "Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson with the field goal." Complete contradiction.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, it's so good, man. It's like too easy now. There's like different. There's like no competition. It's like fencing by yourself almost. It's too easy.
Dude, it's so funny, because all the while that we're in here batting it around back and forth, thousands upon thousands of people are waking up and getting it, and beginning to ask the questions that we've been mulling over. And the Globers are just going to keep popping their heads up to see what's going on. And the next thing you know, they're going to be the minority. And people are going to be like, why are you still hanging on to that?
Yeah. I remember when I first brought out the 11 vectors, everybody was laughing. Everybody. Well, they ain't laughing now, I tell you that.
You sure about that?
Maybe some. What's up, Kosho?
What's going on? You guys are cool guys. I'm just saying, I was laughing listening just now to you guys. So, but you guys
Yeah,
both are
we're
buddies. Have, you know, some bullshit that out of our wheelhouse anyway. You know, 60 inches seems like a big deal, but 7 to 14 years seems like a long amount of time. You know, so I'm not sure if that wobble is that significant. If it takes 7 to 14 years to actually move that much, but yeah, I'll just say that for now. But I gotta take a shower. I have a job review.
Good luck in your job interview. Yeah, and I bet you're right.
Thanks, man.
Probably can't feel it.
That's just me. Was just thinking about it real quick. I'll catch up with you guys a little bit later.
Microphone sounds a bit better today.
Yeah, man.
Go hit the showers. Done here, Kosho.
Thanks for reminding me.
You stole my next line. Stay out of the shower, you'll be good.
Trying to wash the globe off.
So who's Kosho? Kosho is who's Kosho? He's been here around for a while. Is he like the Matthew Lerds of 24/7? I know he's taking a shower now.
Also is the resident baller that's almost a flat earther. You can say it.
Yeah, I'll say
No.
Kosho's chill, and if evidence comes, he would make the shift. You know what I mean? He's not just like blindly regurgitating religion. Like he really will talk to you about different ideas.
Oh, I got you. So he's like he's a rare Glober that's actually thinking, asking questions, and listening. Like he's listening to what you got to say.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes.
But I don't know. I think like that is something I was thinking. I was thinking about that yesterday. Like Kosho is like close enough to maybe almost be a flat earther, but he's like he's a baller for sure. But it's like, is he like can we have like middle terms now? Like is he a flat baller? Like you know what I mean? Because there's like certainly some very hateful ballers out there.
It's flat. Let's put it that way. Flat curious.
It's like curious. Yeah.
I think we could call him a faller, like a flurf, but also a baller. He's a faller, and I think he's falling in the direction of flat Earth. It's just going to take the masses to start talking about it a bunch before he jumps.
That's got potential. I like that. Did you just coin that right now?
Yeah, I just made it up, but it really makes sense to me because they say that like the ISS is falling around the planet perfectly in balance, not to come crashing down. You're balanced. Everything's balanced.
You mean orbit?
Flat curious. That's hilarious. I love that. Flat curious. Yeah, I got that at work too. They'll come up to me and they'll laugh. They're flat curious.
Know where you got it from, huh?
I won't forget, Essie. I got it from Essie.
Yeah, we got Kosho is flat curious.
Yes, he is.
Hey, SC, tell me, how has no star ever crossed the path of another star in history?
That's a good one. Well, the answer is easy. I could hear them saying it because they all expand out evenly. You know, like picture like a cake or a balloon, right? I think it's at the same time. That's the answer.
Well, they got
Dude,
binary star systems that degrade so that there'd be like eventually the stars collide or pull themselves into each other somehow.
You
That
can't
sounds
you can't distinguish between two stars if they're too close. It just looks like one star. It's like binary stars.
air disk.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the concentric time-lapse photography of stars that make perfect circles and have for thousands of years with the exact same constellations. And I know they say that everything is so vast in distance that we'll never see it change, but then we're also told all these stars are going to crash into each other, and I don't know. It just seems pretty weird that we've never seen one cross.
I don't think they're saying their stars are going to crash into each other. I don't think there's anyone saying that. However, there is careful documentation of the position of the stars in the sky in something called the Nautical Almanac, and you can compare from one year to the next, and they're not exactly the same. They are changing. It's just gradual, but it's even measurable.
Yeah, I know there's been change, measurable change, but Alan was talking the other day about the whole sky clock snaps back and resets again and resets again. And we see the same exact rotation over like a timepiece, not, not the heliocentric model stuff, but the stars are in the firmament and they repeat annually perfectly.
Yep, every single year.
Perfect. And not perfectly if their positions are changing gradually. If it was perfect, they would get to the exact back position, but they don't.
Except that they do for the most part, because we have, the Antikythera mechanism, which is predicting the same stuff. It's been 2,300 years, so if it's longer than that.
Tell me exactly how you're getting that to whatever margin of error you think there is. You can say the cycles of the stars are exactly the same. Going back to how old you're referring to.
Well, they recreated the mechanism, so the mechanism makes the same predictions today. So you'd figure maybe it was the same back then. I don't know.
What prediction? What prediction? We're talking about stars, remember? Let's
mechanism,
what did it tell you about stars?
It predicts certain things. It predicts the motion of the planets. It predicts eclipses. It predicts the phases of the moon, and so on and so forth, with accuracy.
Right. What does it predict about the eclipses? And what is the accuracy?
The exact accuracy, I'm not exactly sure, but it's pretty accurate because they recreated it, and it does work. So,
right.
If you want
does it predict all eclipses, or does it predict that similar eclipses will happen after a certain amount of days in a pattern that repeats for about 10 cycles?
Well, it predicts eclipses. It predicts. They even have a dial on it for the Olympics every 4 years, so it makes. Yeah.
Let's get specific, because that's not really related to then we were talking about, because he was saying that the stars position, like, they repeat and they don't change, like it's perfect from the last how many years. At the same time, we have documented stuff like the Nautical Almanac where they do change, so they can't be getting to the same position every time if their position are changing. So which one is it? And then you bring up the Antikythera mechanism, which, as far as I know, doesn't tell you anything about the exact position of stars. So I don't think what you're saying really addresses the point here.
Well, the point I'm making here is that the motion of the sky is predictable, and it has been predicted for thousands of years.
Well, you're talking about some specific events, and you're also not bringing any information about down to what accuracy it can predict. For example, I can tell you the sun's going to rise tomorrow. That's predicting the sky with somewhat of an accuracy, but that's not impressive, right?
There's no question that through the years, the predictions have become finer, better due to our computers and stuff. But it doesn't change the fact that the sky appears to be a rotational motion which repeats itself year after year after year. There might be some minutia changes, I'm not saying no, but the predictability is there year after year after year, and it's been so for thousands of years.
Yeah, no one's disagreeing whether or not patterns exist in the sky. I was responding to the other guy's claim the stars get to their exact position again, and that that cycle doesn't change. Even
No, his original
moving.
question was, why do we not see stars crossing each other? I think that was the original question here, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly.
Yeah, it was. Because if they're going thousands of miles an hour in different directions, coming towards us, going away from us, all sorts of stuff, like random chaotic nature after the Big Bang, red shift, blue shift, we should see even the constellations coming out of alignment, you know. But they say it's too vast, it's too great, you won't be able to tell. But they had the astrolabe device when they thought that it was a stationary topographical plane, and they could predict the eclipses without even computers. Like they just had the manual astrolabe they designed, and it was pretty accurate.
Can we see how that works?
You know that the
What?
astrolabe is based on the globe and spherical astronomy, right?
Say that again. What was that?
Astrolabes are based on the globe model.
Astrolabes are based on the globe model.
No, I thought they were invented long
Yeah.
before the theory of heliocentrism.
Yeah, I think it's
But
based
the
in the
theory
sky.
of heliocentrism isn't the same thing as the globe Earth. The geocentric model that was used before the heliocentrism still used the globular shape of the Earth, but it was simply believed to be stationary in the center of the universe.
I think the astrolabe was based on the sky being like a dome kind of a thing. They looked at it.
I think one of the main points is I can easily say, fellas, I could be wrong about some of the things I'm saying and thinking about, but can a globe believing heliocentric faith follower say, I could be wrong? I haven't heard many say that.
Definitely. It's just that the evidence not pointing in that direction.
But you know, the evidence is built to build up and hold up the globe model. Even you were talking about the written down account of these stars changing positions. I think you called it something an almanac. How do we know that that's been accurately written down? Is that really what the sky's done, or would we have to notate it ourselves?
That has been used for navigation for centuries, and all they did is to take accurate measurements of the stars and put it down on a piece of paper, so other people can use it. And it's not something that hard to do. It's something you can do yourself. I mean, you can build your own almanac from scratch today, and it would be completely independent from the current one, and you can compare it. Like it's not some information that is hidden. It's information you can just step outside your house, look up in the night sky, and then you can verify that information. It's not something that can be hidden or whatever.
From a
It's something that
percentage
people.
from a percentage of 1 to 100, how certain are you that you're a man, Bacon?
100.
Okay, because most Globers say 99. So just wanted to make sure you're not falling into solipsism. So 0 to 100, how certain are you that the Earth is a globe, Bacon?
I'm not sure what percentage you put there.
I'll take that.
I'm more certain I'm a man than I'm certain Earth is a globe. But I'm very confident. I'll easily bet my life on that.
Bet your life on it? That much?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa, bacon! Really?
Yeah, easily.
I wouldn't bet.
Dead man talking.
I haven't seen as a whole. No freaking way, bro. I wouldn't. Anyways, that's you.
I just can't make sense of observations. Thinking like with a different idea of Earth, it just can't make sense of almost any of the things we can observe in the sky mainly.
You haven't seen an object as a whole. How can you make a shape claim and especially put your life on it? That's pretty bold move. You got to trust somebody else for your life. I wouldn't.
Well, because there are billions of people that can see the same stuff at the same time, but they see it differently, and you can cross all that information and use that to figure out what they're standing on what's the shape of what they're standing on. Just like, oh yeah, I mean, if I take a picture of a room, you can more or less tell where the camera is within that room. And if I have many cameras around a certain object, and then you can see all those pictures, you can definitely tell what shape the object has that has the cameras over it. And the same thing goes with the Earth. We have a lots of observation from lots of different places on Earth, in lots of different times, and simultaneously. That gives you a lot of information to what the Earth is, and that easily points to here. It quite clearly points to here.
Okay. As far as the alignment of the stars go, right?
Yeah.
Like for example, the pyramids, right? They're aligned certain way. Orion's belt, I believe it is.
They're not aligned to Orion's belt. I've investigated that claim already.
They're not
They're not
aligned.
aligned with stars. No.
What are they aligned to?
Oh, they kind of have the same shape as the Orion's belt, and that's all. Like the angle from the two stars to the center star in the Orion belt kind of matches the angle between the two pyramids. They're not aligned to the stars in any way. They just have like a similar shape. They're positioning in a similar way.
Positioning the similar way, and that positioning, if done the similar way, that would have had to be done, if we're to believe, at least 5,000 years ago, right? At least at the minimum, which I think way more. Would you agree with that?
Probably. But like they're not only uh uh they not only have similar angles to the Orion's belt. There's multiple other 3 stars that form the same pattern that you can pick in the sky. Also, if you had a different angle to the pyramid, you can also find other groups of stars that match the same angle. Any angle you put between the two ends, the pyramids in the two ends and the one in the middle, you can find 3 stars that had that same angle. I mean,
So that makes the point even greater. So those,
it makes it whatever, however they were built, you could always find stars that match that because there's a lot of stars.
yeah, but are you saying this technically advanced civilization and all the other ones that seem to have aligned themselves with the stars and with certain shapes, like Chichen Itza with the staircase with the snake, that was all by accident? It just happened like that. They didn't know that the sun would come back around and form that snake. I mean, are you serious? Make that argument?
No, I'm not talking about that one. I was talking about the pyramids. The pyramids, I don't think they have anything to do with Orion when they were built. Not only like everyone thinks they're aligned with Orion's belt. They're not. The only similarity between the Orion's belt and the pyramids is like the angle that the two ones form with the center one. It's just like one value that matches the same as these 3 group of stars. And if it was a different value, you can easily find other 3 groups of stars that match that value. There's no reason to think they decided the location of the pyramids to have anything to do with Orion's belt. They're not aligned with it. They just have a similar angle.
Okay, let's say that's true, right? Put that aside, which I'm going to look into that, because as far as I know, they were aligned. How about the other one I told you with Chichen Itza, with the snake? that a certain time of the year, the shadow casts that snake on the stairs. Do you think they didn't know that the occurrence of that was by chance? How did they figure that out? And if it doesn't reoccur exactly the same every year, how does that snake shadow appear all the time?
Oh, that one you're talking about, I don't know. I never heard of it. I'll have to take a look into it. But I have no problem with that being the case. It sounds very possible. The ability to form a.
So man knew the motion of the sky thousands of years ago, correct?
It sound. It does it form like that shape of a snake with the sunlight?
Yeah, yeah. You see,
So
like
all you have to
exact.
do is in what position the sun gets at a certain point, and you can simply build from that. I mean, it's not that impressive that you can do that.
Yeah, then you would have to admit that it reoccurs exactly year after year after year after year, right?
I'm sure everyone see that the sun does the same thing year after year after year after year.
Okay. So we have reoccurrence of something in the sky, and then they seen other stars that have the same thing. Then they saw Polaris that hardly moved, and all that stuff. And then boom, 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 they came up with a system. I mean, it's not hard to ascribe special knowledge to us now. We just build upon that knowledge, and we got better at it. It doesn't prove no heliocentric or ball or any shape for that matter, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, noticing patterns it doesn't tell you anything about. I mean, knowing how long patterns take doesn't tell you a lot about the shape of the Earth. That's not all you know. We know a lot more than that. For example, give an example. I used the tracking of the ground position of the moon and the ground position of the sun during a solar eclipse to get the exact totality path of the last eclipse we had. That was an exact match.
Yeah, we've gotten better at it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I need to use like a spherical Earth model to get that working.
For your current model, correct.
Yeah, but I didn't use any previous data. I didn't use repeating patterns. All I used was in which position the moon was overhead, in which position the sun was overhead. On a globe Earth, where would the shadow be being casted? And I got a path from that shadow, and that path happened to match exactly where the totality path was. This is not repeating cycles. This is not we're using better tools to see when these things are repeating. I didn't use data of any previous eclipse. I didn't use data of any cycle. All I had to use was to know positions where the moon and sun were overhead. That's like real-time information. That's not repeating cycles. That doesn't necessarily tell where the shadow is. You need to know the geometry of the Earth. Use that information to get the position of the shadow, which I did, and I got the correct position. Like, this is way beyond just seeing when patterns repeat.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I'd have to look into it, but yeah, look, there's been different civilizations. They've used different methods, and they all made it work. Like the Polynesians with their coconut, right?
Yeah.
The Chinese,
Polynesian.
the Egyptians. I'm sure that none of them thought that the Earth was a globe, right? But they navigated just fine using their methods. You can assume a shape and then interpret things to it, and yeah, you can come up with an answer, but it doesn't necessarily prove shape.
Polynesians. No, we don't have any information of any ancient method that could do the things we can do now. Like, and it's not about just having better tools. You can get an old tool and then get some star measurements and a time measurement. There's no ancient method that can tell you your exact coordinates using that, like a modern methods can. Of course, there are limited amount of information you can have, even if you think the Earth is flat. That's fine, but that doesn't tell you much, because there's more information you can tell using a globe Earth. There's more prediction you can make. There's more accuracy you can use. Just by using the same data, but applying to a globe model, you can get more information and more accurate information.
Well, so you say, bro.
Well, there's no better way to know that than trying it out. Like, get some star angles, try to figure out where you are based on that star angle. See if you can do that using any ancient method that had a flat Earth in mind, and then assume you're in the sphere, see what that gives you. It gives you the right answer at the time if you use a sphere. That's what I did.
Yeah, you assume a shape, and then you look at the stars, and you make a method of prediction trying to use that. But like I said, to me, there's no way that you're going to convince me that you know a shape of something if you haven't seen the entirety of that object. You can say whatever you want. You can tell me about stars, calculations, angles, how you figured it out. To me, it doesn't mean nothing because you haven't seen the entirety of the object in which you're talking about. So it's a
Well, I can
simple.
give an example. I can give you an example in which that can easily be done. Not easily, but it can definitely be done. Say I have a chair and 100 GoPros. Then I glue up those 100 of GoPros in this chair, all pointed outwards. So all the GoPros are pointing away from the chair, but they're all glued to the chair's surface. If I put that chair inside of a room and I snap a picture from each one of those GoPro, it's definitely possible to tell the shape of that chair using the GoPros, how high it is, how wide it is. It's always obviously it's going to be an estimate. It's not going to be perfect. But you can definitely tell that's a chair shape. You can definitely tell how big it is in its dimensions. And you're not even looking at the chair. You're just looking to the room around you. It's the exact same thing we're doing.
Yeah, we got Jace laughing in the text. He thinks a freaking whale turned into a rat. No, we're laughing at you, bro, not the other way around. Here's the guy that was explaining to us yesterday that you start in the ocean from a single cell, and then thousands and thousands of different species occur without one changing into the other. Yeah, we're still laughing, bro. We're still laughing. Get off your sanctimonious high horse. Did you hear that one, Bacon?
Talking about evolution.
Yeah, evolution. He claims that a single cell organism started in the water, and we got all the hundreds of thousands of different animals, right? But that happened without one turning into another one. And then he goes and he tries to explain how that does happen, how one does eventually over the millions of years turn into unrecognizable thing, but without turning into another one. Yeah, very funny, bro. Very funny. What do you think, Bacon?
I think when you say turn into another one, that might be misunderstood. It's a bit of an ambiguous thing to say. It's not clear if you're talking about species diverging, or if you're talking about like one existing species turning into another existing species. If you're saying that, then that's nonsense within evolution. If you're talking about like species branching and diverging, then that's how evolution describes things.
Oh, how? So does one thing turn into another thing? How did the creature, the single cell amoeba, turn into an elephant, for example? Let's try that one.
Yeah, it's not that an amoeba turned into an elephant. The idea is single-celled organisms eventually gave rise to multi-celled organisms. I don't know how that process happens. I'm not sure if that's known or not. It's not my field. But at some point, it's believed that they did, and multicellular organisms like gave rise to all multicellular life, including all elephants and all whatever animal you can think of, even plants.
Yeah,
And give
called.
rise in the sense of reproducing, not in the sense of turning into.
Yeah, so how does that happen? Explain. I mean, maybe I'm just too dumb to get it. Explain to me how one thing could become another thing without changing into that other thing. Please
Well,
explain me
yeah,
that.
individuals are not changing into other stuff, so you don't have an animal turning into another. You have animals reproducing, and
Well, no, we're
their
more animals.
descendants are different.
We have one cell with a
Yeah, I
single
don't know
cell.
how most. Yeah, that part I don't know. I'm as I said, it's not my field. I'm not sure how that part worked. I can try to give a general idea of evolution, not in any particular case. I want me to explain you.
Yeah, because it's unexplicable.
Don't assume that so fast. I think that's a bit arrogant to assume that something is unexplainable before you dive into it. At least so far, everything I dived into made sense and it was actually explainable.
How? How can think of it logically, right? There's nothing that you can check and look and read that's going to change what I'm going to tell you now, right? Listen. A single cell organism has to, there's no ifs, buts, or whatever. It has to change into something else in order for it to become something else. There's nothing
Yeah,
you can
which
say
is not what.
against that statement.
Yeah, and no one's saying that the cell turned into an elephant.
But it
What
had
is being
to,
said?
listen, it had to, for your evolution to be true, that cell had to, one way or another, evolve into an elephant.
It's
There's
not that
no way
cell.
around that.
It's not that the cell itself evolved. Like species evolved, not uh, individuals.
How did a cell
So,
become a species, Bacon?
what do you mean how a cell becomes species? I'm not sure how the concept of species apply to cells. But multicellular organisms are definitely not the same species as single-celled organisms, right?
Where'd they come from if they all started from a single cell organism?
Well, you already said that's. I don't know much about that, but according to what Jace is saying in the text chat, that's called endosymbiosis. But,
You can name it
well,
Santa Claus's left toe. It doesn't explain it. You can give it a
I'm
name,
not
right?
trying to
You
explain.
still
Yeah,
have.
I just said I don't know. I'm just saying what the name is if you want to look into it.
Okay, fair enough. Have a look into it then. But
Nice.
Jay tried to explain it yesterday, and he did a miserable job. Miserable. Double speaking at its finest. And I'm not talking. He's here, so I could talk freely. Miserable job. Like double. I never heard more double speaking in my life. Ask him how does one single cell turn into an elephant without changing?
That's just true. I already said it's not a live single cell turned into an elephant, right? It's cells reproduce, so they split, right? And in that process, at some point, you got a multicellular life. So you got cells that started living in groups, right, as a single organism.
So they
I'm not sure how
changed.
that.
So they changed from a single cell organism. They became a multi-cell organism, right? That's a change. Correct?
Well, I think when you're talking about single cells, you might be able to say that because when the cell splits, you can say that it's still the same cell. Well, maybe what you're saying can apply there, but it definitely won't apply to elephants. Because when an elephant has descendants, that's not the same elephant anymore, right? It's not the change of that elephant. It's just a new elephant that is slightly different than the parent.
Yeah, perhaps you're not understanding, bro. All life in your model started from a single cell. That cell had to change to become jellyfish, a fish, a rat. Yeah. If you don't
No.
understand that, and you don't
But
understand the model.
the only point where you can say that cell became something is when it crosses from single cell to multi-cell. Once you have to multicellular life, it's no longer a cell turning into something else. It's an individual reproducing, and sorry.
How does that cell become a fish?
Oh my God, you're just not listening. I just said that's not what's being claimed. When I say multicellular life, I'm not talking about a fish or jellyfish or any of the current species.
Sorry?
When I say multicellular life, when cells went from single cellular life to multicellular life, there was not a fish or a jellyfish or whatever. It was nothing like that. It's just a small group of cells that works like one single organism instead of many. But that's not a fish or anything, any current species.
So where did the fish come from?
From its previous species, from its parents, from whoever gave descendant to that fish.
Yeah, but it started off as a single cell. Bacon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not exactly.
A fish. Just say you don't know, bro. Say you don't know. Evolution is ridiculous, and we stop the conversation. It's up to you.
Well, I told you already. I don't know any. I won't be able to tell how any particular species came to being. What I can tell you is how the general process of evolution works.
Yeah, and I can shoot it down readily. I can tell you it's ridiculous, and you have no proof. You're just listening to one bearded man who came up with it, and everybody believed it.
I don't think so. I mean, natural selection is a very powerful process. It's even used in computer science. And it definitely applies to living beings because living beings has the exact same ingredients that we need to replicate on computers to have natural selection working.
You still gotta explain.
AIs that can do very weird stuff that humans can't. The way they work internally, no one knows. That's because they didn't build them the way they are. They build them to evolve into what they are, using the exact same idea of evolution.
So you're saying a computer program proves evolution? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying that natural selection is shown to work. The same ingredients that we use in computers to get things like AI working exist in life. You have changes, you have selection, and you have reproduction or inheritance. It's all there. So even if evolution is false, even if life didn't evolve, even if we start the way we are now, you still should expect things to keep evolving. Because all the ingredients for evolution are there.
You should expect that. So what are we gonna what is man currently gonna evolve into if your theory is correct? What are we gonna evolve into?
I have no clue.
Are we gonna go back in the water? What's our future?
Oh, I don't think so. But well, right now it's hard to tell. For many reasons. One, because it's hard to predict where evolution is going to drive a species towards. The changes are random, but they stick if they help you reproduce. It's hard to tell which
What you explained to me now, right, is one animal not changing into another animal. What you're trying to explain now is maybe what's called micro evolution. But you still haven't showed me one example of one animal turning into another animal. And before you say, I know what you're going to say, that's not how it works. If you say that, then you just killed your whole thing of evolution. Do you understand that?
That's not the case. That shouldn't.
Tell me why.
It doesn't follow because evolution doesn't rely on an animal turning to another animal. It relies on simply changes appearing whenever there's reproduction, and those changes either sticking with that species or disappearing. That's all. That's all it takes.
That's double speaking right there. That's
How is
an
it double?
example of speaking. Yeah, because you're saying it doesn't change, but it does change in one certain species.
I never
You
say
realize?
things don't change. I never said that it doesn't change. What I'm saying is that not an animal doesn't turn into another animal. That's where the straw man is.
So okay, stop there. So how did the single cell become a fish?
A single cell didn't become a fish.
So you're just gonna go around in circles now, right? You see the problem?
This circle doesn't close.
Your single cell.
Bacon, tell me doesn't become. Tell me become is not evolve is not become. That's the you guys are having a language issue now. Bacon's clearly saying they evolve, and evolving of a cell to a person or an elephant is different than a cell becoming an elephant. I think if you get that definition down, I think you might have a little easier time communicating.
Explain to us how it's different a cell becoming into an elephant, and how is that different?
Okay, why don't you define what becomes, how it's defined, that word, so we can actually talk the same language.
Zanuck, if you're going to start this, don't even come in the
No.
conversation.
I clearly want to talk, and I know what you're going to say, but I think for the audience, it's important that you're saying a cell becomes a elephant, and I think what you're insinuating is how it's been described to you. Even what Jay said yesterday, he's describing evolution. So the evolutionary process is equivalent and synonymous in your language with our discussion with becoming. So evolution equals becoming in your mind, right? Same thing. Would that be fair to say?
Zanuck, in your
Yes or no?
one thing has to become another thing.
Okay.
Correct.
Would you agree, or just so we can talk the same language? I don't have an argument with you, and I think it's a pretty fair question. Would you agree, Essie, that in your understanding or your question involves equating becoming with our definition of evolution? Would they be the same? Yes or no?
What's your definition of evolution?
I think we already went over that for 2 days now.
No, just double talk. No,
No, it's not double talk.
Hold on.
Something just doesn't become. Like you don't have babies.
Hold on, Zanuck. You asked the question. What does evolution mean to you?
It means with every cell division, with every replication of a certain species, there are certain changes in the DNA and the chromosomes that create different animals, different beings. That are
How?
not the same.
How does one animal become another animal?
I just told you.
Doesn't he's going to say? I don't understand.
The evolutionary process takes this. There's small changes every time it's replicated, whether it be by some type of damage or some type of conditions or some type of random change in the DNA, and that particular species or the offspring survives and the others do not because of that change, then that animal will slowly change into another animal over many millions of years.
Oh, that changed into another animal slowly, please.
Over millions of years, yes.
Yes, name me one. Name me one animal.
Called evolution.
Yeah, okay, we got that. You heard him say it. One animal slowly changes into another animal because he's going to change that now. Name me that animal.
Yeah, like little ferrets or those little like rat-looking things became dogs, which then became humans.
So you guys hear that now, right? A ferret rat became
something like not a ferret, but it's something that looks like a small mammal. It looks like a rat, but it's not a rat. It's not a rat. It became some of the dogs, and they also became some of the primates, and they became the humans. They
So you
changed.
heard what Jay said yesterday. Jay said, I'm dumb, I don't understand. One animal does not change into another animal, but you just said that it does.
Well, because I'm equating the word change with evolve. So that those two verbs are equal. In our communications, I'm giving you that definition up front. So we can't debate it anymore. I'm saying that the word change equals evolution. For all the things that evolution stands for and describes, I'm equating it to change. Now, if we talk about how it's meant literally in your definition or your question, I'd say no. A little ferret-looking, rat-looking thing doesn't turn into another animal. It doesn't
You see,
change into another animal.
what did I tell you is going to walk it back? You hear that?
No, because I'm trying to define how with the word change is. That's why they said this animal, the single cell, doesn't change into an elephant. That's what Jay said. That's what I'm saying. But if you equate the word change to evolve, and you know what the word evolve means, we've talked about it for years. Then yes, if that's what you do, if you equate change with evolve, then yes, they would then change into an elephant, a single cell.
You see, guys, the double speaking?
It's no double
Yes.
speaking.
Oh,
No one's agreeing
yes.
with you, SD. You're being
Oh.
silly.
What do you mean? You just said it. You just said it yourself. One sentence you said it does, and the other one you said it doesn't, and then you went right back to yes, it does.
Because I gave you a specific reason why those two scenarios could be true. If your definition of change equals evolution, then yes, a single cell could change into a human. But change doesn't, in that context, in that sentence, in the English language, and you say, does a single cell change into a human? That doesn't mean evolution. That means what you think it means. That suddenly this cell just suddenly divides a few times and turns into a human. That's not how it works.
I hope that's clear for everybody. This is why
why don't you do this? Why don't you tell me what evolution really means? What's the definition of evolution?
Nothing else, bro. I just gotta let you talk and let you double speak. That's all I gotta do, bro. And
I made sure I didn't double speak by defining what I was saying in two different ways. I gave you the example of the two words and said when you equate them, meaning they're equal, then then if you use the word and substitute it for the other, then evolution means change. But it's a very specific type of change. So if you want to get pedantic about it, a single cell can change into a human with these other types of changes happening along the path of replication over millions of years. So there I've given you three definitions now.
Yeah,
you still don't want to accept it because you just don't want to believe in evolution, even though the evidence is very strong for it.
Which is it? A single cell does eventually turn into a human. Correct? Dun, dun, dun,
Only if the word change means evolve. If that's what the definition is, if you agree with the word, if I ask that question, you say yes, Zanuck, change can mean evolution or something will evolve. Then I will say yes, a single cell can change into a human.
So when will you say no?
When the word change doesn't mean everything that evolution entails.
So what is that?
I already got done telling you what it meant.
So you think by changing the definition of the word somehow makes a difference?
Of course. Why wouldn't it? Because you're changing. Because the de facto reason is because you changed the definition of the word. Why wouldn't it be different? Of course. Come on. You're usually smarter than this.
So you get to change what evolution means depending on the conversation? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the context for the word is very important. I could say, I've evolved into a very open-minded person. Now, that doesn't mean I've evolved genetically, does it? So the context is very important for these words. The English language is important, that where context is applied correctly for the subject that you're talking about. Now, if we're talking about evolution and for all that means scientifically, and we say we're going to distill it to the word change and make those words synonymous, then of course, a single cell can turn into a human over millions and millions of years.
Not can, and you don't get to choose.
Does
Don,
change.
it
A single
has-
cell did change into a
listen,
human over millions and millions of years.
listen, it has to in your model. You don't get
We
to
have
choose.
evidence for it.
You don't get to choose. In order for a single cell to become a man, there has to be changes in between.
Of
You don't
course.
like it. That's
Of
the way it
course. I
is.
agree with you 100%.
You don't get to redefine the word.
I agree with you 100%. And those changes along the way is what we define as evolution. Why is there a problem?
To Jace,
He
because if
would totally agree with me right now. If he's in the audience, he would agree. He's not
try
in the audience.
to interrupt Dominic, please.
You can quote me on it, and he'll agree with me later. When he comes back, if you define it the way I've defined it and agree to with you, he will agree with you as well. If you said, Jace, would you agree that there's small changes in these single cells animals that over millions and millions of years, these small changes will result in a human? He will say yes.
No, he won't.
Yes, he will.
He won't. No.
That's
He's
what
going to tell
evolution is.
going to tell you don't understand. He's going to tell you this exact thing. He's going to tell you a species eventually over thousands of years mutates until it's almost not recognizable. And then you ask him, so it turns into another animal? Oh, no. It doesn't work like that. No. He'll never admit that one animal turns into another one. Never, Zanuck.
Because you're talking about an animal, the animal like turning into something. You're making it using English. That doesn't make any sense. An animal turning into something else. It doesn't turn into something. It replicates, it mutates, and those mutations are changes. I mean, absolutely defined as changes. That's what mutation means. A change to the DNA, and it changes in such a way that over time, millions and millions of years, these animals turn into other animals with these small changes along the way. He'll agree to that, but you have to say it like I just said it. You say it like you're saying it, he won't agree. You say it like I'm saying it, he will agree. Now, you know the difference between what I'm saying and what you're saying. It's a very clear, distinct difference.
No difference. Absolutely no difference.
Okay, well, that's the problem. Then we've reached an impasse. Then, yes, I don't want to fight, raise my voice to you, but I think we've reached an impasse. We don't agree that what I'm saying is different than what you're saying.
You're double speaking. It's clear for everybody
I'm not
to see.
double speaking. I've been
There
very
you are.
clear about that, and I've qualified it and laid a foundation for you not being able to say that I'm double speaking. I said if you want to talk about change, equaling, being synonymous with, you know what the word synonymous means, right? Synonymous with evolution, then yes, that means I can substitute one for the other. That means I say change can mean evolution. That means everything that evolution entails is happening with the word being used called change. And if you're saying something evolves, that's exactly what Jace is saying. But if you're just saying loosely with the context for which you're using the word change, that an animal turns into another animal, no, that's not what happens. It doesn't just change another animal. It evolves.
You see, it does and it doesn't. Double
Oh,
speaking.
for fuck's sake, dude. Yeah, I'd say you're really good at I wouldn't imagine this conversation going longer than a minute.
Everybody
Good for
knows it.
you. Good for you. You held your ground. I admire that, actually. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's. If you think that you can convince somebody that you like one thing can, from an amoeba to a man without one animal changing into another animal, then you have no clue what you're talking about. You don't know your theory.
But
Sorry,
why don't
bro.
you tell me you might even be talking about evolution in the way you're using the word change. What does it mean when I say a single cell amoeba turns into a multi-celled species? What would have to happen along the way, according to us?
Multitude of changes over millions of years. That's your theory, no?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
I would agree.
So that's one thing, one amoeba turning into a completely unrecognizable thing, another thing. That's one thing, one life form turning into completely new life form.
Mm-hmm.
Unrecognizable from the previous one.
Yeah, it's amazing. I have a hard time imagining how a single cell would suddenly even become a multi-celled, a polycelled animal or species. How does that happen? Like, what mutation happens in the single cell where suddenly it combines other adjacent cells and they work together to form another being, and then suddenly the more and more cells, and suddenly the cells are now are creating only organs within the larger group of cells. I mean, that's amazing. It's mind-boggling. But yeah, along the way, you're making these major changes over millions and millions of years. And of course, they make certain animals, and those animals mutate and create different animals. And yeah, I mean, it's quite fascinating.
Yeah,
And this is the evidence we have, by the way.
Except Jace doesn't believe that.
Yeah, he does.
Have a call with him, and you'll see.
Well, okay, good, fine. Wait till he comes back, and we'll pass it through him.
I can't wait, bro. It's going to be you and can't wait. Yeah.
Now, his specialty is, right? He does professionally, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the guy has he's got some pretty amazing credentials, and his experience in this particular field. He's not an evolutionary biologist, but he knows about how these things all work, down to the cellular, and the component of a cell level. I mean, I don't have training in that area. I don't think you do either. So why don't we respect what he's saying and say, this actually makes a little sense, or I don't know, please help me understand. He's really good at explaining these complex things in simple terms usually.
No, he's actually quite bad at it. He's quite sanctimonious, and he down talks to you. So he's actually quite bad at it.
How about me? Do you think I speak in simple terms to explain complex concepts, or am I bad at it too?
Something way less. I'd rather talk to you than him all the way, and that says a lot.
I appreciate that. No, I mean, sometimes people being so technical, if you started talking about automotive technology with me, I mean, I might get more technical initially because it's so familiar to me than people that have no clue about how certain physics work with transmissions and engines and combustion and, forces and things. So it's hard to sometimes, I don't want to say dumb it down. I mean, simplify it better, not as insulting. He'd need to do it for me. If I'm gonna talk about biology, I'm gonna have to have it dumbed down because I don't remember anything more than what I learned in high school about biology.
This is not a thing where you need to be a nuclear physicist, right? Theory of evolution. No, hold on. It's my turn. Simple. A single cell started in a pond. You don't need to be a genius to figure it out. Pond, single cell amoeba. Both can be shown. Pond, water, single cell amoeba under a microscope. Then you got to go from that to a human. It's not rocket science.
It is rocket science. I can say rocket science is very simple too. Rocket science has explosion. Forces are acting within the actual chamber of the explosion and expelled out of an opening, and that opening is a direction of those forces. It's a vector that creates an equal and opposite force, which moves the rocket at a slower rate of acceleration one way, and the fuels that are burnt out at a super high rate of acceleration the other direction. The resultant speeds are a resultant of that acceleration over time, and there you go. That's why rockets move. So that's a real simple, dumbed down, rocket science. Now, is there more to it? Fuck yeah, there is. But I mean, come on. Depends how technical you want to get.
You can get as technical as you want, bro. You still got to explain how one cell could form into a human without one animal changing into another. And I challenge anybody, any scientist alive today, I don't care how many bananas you have, you cannot show that.
They have overwhelming amount of evidence for
Zero.
evolution. It's so overwhelming that I don't think there's any scientists that are credible in the world that don't believe in evolution.
Show it. I challenge them. I call them out. Any single one, any one of them that's alive.
I'll do it.
I'll embarrass the hell out of them.
How could you, dude? You don't know anything about the topic. How could you embarrass them?
What the stuff I know.
What do you know? Tell me about mutation. What is a mutation?
Bring me a scientist here, bro. You're
I have enough science to be able to have this conversation with you. Tell me about what does mutation mean? Like if I said let's say I had an animal, and it had and there was a nuclear holocaust, and I'm giving you hints by the way, and there was a huge mutation in this this whatever animal. Let's call it use that ferret. That ferret we went back. The ferret is near ground zero, and he survives the nuclear blast, and then he mates with another ferret, and they have an offspring. Tell me about what the mutation could do to the offspring.
Well, it depends if the mutation is beneficial or not. In your fantasy story, I don't know, radiation could hit a DNA and change the sequence and blah, blah, blah. You think we don't know your fantasy,
Well, all you're
Xanax?
telling me is blah blah blah. You're not telling me what actually happened. So you said it
It's blah,
affects the
blah,
DNA.
blah, bro. It's because it's blah, blah, blah.
It's not
You're
blah blah blah.
saying,
So let's say we have some of the
you
DNA that was affected is at the head. The skulls, the chromosomes now, and the DNA in the chromosomes have suddenly made this offspring have some weird calcification that looks like a big fat horn. But now there's been now overpopulation of these certain types of fish in the area that are eating all the ferrets when they're swimming. But this one ferret that has a spike, whenever it turns toward the fish that tries to eat him, it kills the fish. And the ferret can eat. So suddenly that particular ferret that has the spike on his head, because it was a mutation of its DNA, is now surviving where all the other ferrets are dead. So now we
listen,
have a
we need
ferret with a
time.
spike on the head.
Okay,
Well, that's
stop
just,
talking.
you would agree with me so far, right?
No, I wouldn't. Stop talking. Now it's
Oh,
my turn.
come on. You got to at least give
No,
me that one.
no, I'm
I mean,
not
it's still
going
a
to.
big leap. It's still a big leap to what you want to know, but just give me the little step. That the little spiked ferret with a big horn on his head suddenly is a sole survivor.
Well, incorrect. I'm going to explain to you the way it is. What he's saying now, to use a software term, what he's saying now is there's a glitch in the DNA caused by I don't know, radiation, and that glitch caused something to change in the software to benefit. In other words, the software entity had the ability to run fast or whatever, to grow hair, but somehow that glitch gave it the ability to fly. This is what he's trying to sell to me and you. I'm not buying your story, bro. You want to talk mutation? Yeah, you found the right guy. So you're in other words, a random, a system that's designed to produce life in a certain way randomly got hit by a radiation, and it created a benefit. It changed the software to allow something. It's completely ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
Like,
exactly what we're saying.
I know that's exactly what you're saying, and it's completely ridiculous, bro.
It says you, the person knows nothing about it. Isn't it kind of ironic that you're the person that leaves the least amount of knowledge of it is the one saying that it's either correct or not correct? It's
Isn't
very
it
arrogant
beautiful?
of you.
Somebody with my limited knowledge could so easily ridicule your thing. Isn't it amazing?
It's really called Dunning-Kruger. The less you know, the more you think you know.
I just explained to you, and you agreed to me what it is. It's too funny, bro. I mean, people are listening.
Yeah, but I'm
Can I ask
saying
you a
that's
question,
exactly.
SC? Go ahead, Zane. Go ahead. You can finish it.
Yeah, these mutations allow different levels of survivability to the offspring, and then those will produce additional offspring, and then there'll be additional mutations of the DNA, which can maybe result in longer arms and maybe some other types of structures that maybe allow the thing to stick its arms out and kind of glide, and then suddenly they start having the ability to flap and then become a bird. I don't know. I mean, these are these small changes over millions and millions of years that will allow these species to actually evolve into different types of animals altogether.
You know, you're embarrassing yourself, right? Because there's a lot of questions here, right? So you're telling me now, and Kosho is one of them. So you're telling me Kosho wrote a program that makes a bird fly, right? And has all the aerodynamics of here. And you're telling me now somebody comes in and changes the code, like just makes a random change in the code, and suddenly this bird has the ability to go underwater. That's what you're saying, bro. And everybody's laughing. I assure you. I
No one's
assure you.
laughing.
Can I ask you a question, SC? Because this was very quickly. You agree that, like Zanuck is describing, random mutations can occur. I'm not saying they're good or bad. I'm saying random mutations occur. Actually, in every generation they occur. Right? This is true.
I'm not even sure of that, but I guess your model says that random mutations can occur. Yes.
This is medical. This is actually medical, factual stuff. Isn't it? It's not news. There is genetic mutations in every generation. Okay, so that's true. And would it be true that in probably almost all of the cases? So there's probably billions and billions of different mutations. You said how many base pairs there are. Let's say one of those base pairs gets mutated every generation or something. But out of all those mutations that can possibly occur, almost all of them are benign. Almost all of them are benign, meaning that there'll be some difference, but it won't benefit or detriment the offspring, and so it will be, even though it'll be passed on through their genes, it won't be something that's noticed. That's correct. And let's just say that most of the time, besides it being benign, it would probably be detrimental, meaning it would probably impair offspring from, and that will be passed on. So that line might even be worse off than the other ones. But even out of all those cases, so in those cases, that's going to be something that's unnoticed, and the ones that's detrimental, that's going to be something that's also unnoticed because it's going to wipe out that line most likely. And in the cases that it's beneficial, so let's say there's a mutation that gives humans webbed feet, or a certain type of birds webbed feet, meaning they have webs in between their toes. It's a small mutation,
But
but in that case, there's plenty. In that,
how
it,
does a random
what do you mean now?
mutation of disorder result in order? That's what you're saying. You're saying a random
No,
mutation.
I'm not saying.
Hold on. In a program code that's already written, somebody messes it up, and somehow that's going to produce web feet. That's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah,
And that's
this
impossible.
occurs, man. This occurs. This happens to people. This happens to people. So it's not uncommon. I mean, it's not impossible or something like that. This definitely has occurred in plenty of people. The point is that
It occurred. What
once the gene, that those
do you
people had a mutation where they have webbed feet.
mutation? It wasn't already in the code. You're telling me the people that grow those tails, something that's not in the code, that's a mutation? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it would have been a mutation at one point. Yes.
This doesn't
My
make
point,
sense.
real quick, man.
A random mistake in the code, right? A disorderly random mistake in the code would change something that makes sense, that forms another limb, or it just doesn't make sense. You would have to write that in the code. You're a coder. If you want Superman to go underwater, well, you're gonna have to write a different code and make him go underwater. Give him gills, give him whatever, right? You can't just a mutation won't give a beneficial.
But it doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen one shot. It's very, very slow over millions and millions of years. I don't think you understand the word million or what that actually means.
No,
This is my point, though. Is this tiny change, like this whatever tiny mutation it is, if it gives it a slight advantage, even a slight advantage. Let's say we all live in water world, or birds like ducks happen to want to also swim and not just fly. This slight advantage, if only one offspring has this and the other ones don't, he's going to be better off than the rest of them. He's going to make more eggs, have more babies. His line is going to be more diverse, and over time, it's going to be apparent that that line was successful because that gene is going to be expressed in that population. So it's not far fetched or strange that a slight changes can grow these big differences that are going to isolate one specific gene and make it more apparent than the rest of them, and the rest of them are going to be they're going to be unsuccessful.
No, that's crazy what you're saying. But first of all, for that mutation to happen, it's not just a radiation and you just mess up a thing. You're a coder. You know that in order for you to make something happen, you got to write a whole line of code for that to happen. You can't just, I'll take that letter off and then just mutate it, and then whoops, we have webbed feet. No. You got to design those webbed feet. You got to design your flying creation to go underwater. You got to write specific code for that, orderly, not just a random mutation that happens over millions of years. I mean, if you think you're making sense here, I assure you, you are not.
I don't know what you're talking about writing the code. It actually is as simple as changing one, base pair. Like that's the code. The code's not a written code. It's just these base pairs. You just change one of those bits. It's going to change the other one. That's it.
It can't be a random mutation. You have to write the code specifically for webbed feet, specifically for him to be able to.
You missed my whole point, Essie. I told you, out of a billion cases of mutations, almost all of them are going to be benign, meaning that the random error is not going to express anything, visible or that anyone's going to even notice. Only rarely is it going to actually make an apparent change for something or other, and in most of those cases, they're probably going to be negative changes. Only in the most rare cases would that genetic mutation actually produce something that makes that thing like more successful than the other ones. It's
So you're
extremely
saying
rare,
a
but
patient wrote the specific code for web feet, a random mutation, 1 out of a billion. That one was exactly what the code should be for webbed feet. You seriously trying to sell that one? I mean, you're a coder. How can you believe that, bro? How can you believe that 1 out of a million times code is going to randomly write itself in such a way that it's going to produce webbed feet?
it's crazy you keep equating it to coding. It's not the same kind of
Yeah, I
just
mean, you
because it
think
is
someone's
a
going to go in there
code
and
doesn't
rechange,
mean it's a
like
code.
take the DNA out and recode it, reorganize it. That's part of the mutations job. I mean, when something mutates, that code has been modified, and like you said, some are benign, some are actually to the detriment, and they end up dying, and some actually give them an advantage over time. It's not that one. See, change is not evolution. That's what we started out very much at the beginning about the word change. Trees lose leaves, they change colors. Those are changes, but that's not evolution. These are talking about hereditary, descendantary type of changes that stay in that DNA, that coding that you mentioned. And every time you replicate, there's a slight change. And sometimes they're beneficial, sometimes they don't make a difference, sometimes they are beneficial or not beneficial. Depends on what the change is. And over time, all these beneficial elements of these changes change the species. And that's how lizards or these things that look like little, uh, ferrets or rats or something turned into either lizards or birds or people or whales or.
Yeah, we know your model, and I just told you how ridiculous it is. I mean,
it's not really.
Really. Yeah, you're depending on just random mutations in the code, and somehow you think 1 out of a million times will somehow, in that code, there will be a detailed explanation for the DNA to produce webbed feet. That's what you're saying. Nobody in here that's a coder or has any idea of what we're talking about is going to believe that story. That is impossible. That's why they pay coders. That's why they pay people to go over the code to make sure there's no mistakes known as bugs that will ruin the program. So, I mean, nice try, guys, is all I can tell you.
ASE, could you see the possibility that something already has the coding within it to have webbed feet, but also coding for it to have like non-webbed, but one is like a more dominant expression, but then a mutation happens to like make the non-webbed lose its dominance, and so like the webbed variant kind of comes through more strongly, and so that's how you would end up with something that normally wouldn't have webbed feet end up having it, like it was there all along. It's just usually the loser between the two options.
Yeah, that would be a possibility if both are written into the code. But think about it. That mutation, right?
How to get it in the first place.
Right?
Right.
Yeah, that mutation would have to give the instruction from one to switch over to the other. So that's still a detailed instruction that I don't think can happen through mutation.
I heard someone, because I heard someone say, I don't know this to be true, but I heard someone say that a mutation is always a deletion of data. It's never an addition of data. That's always just like taking a line of code out, never typing a new one in.
No,
that's what it seems.
I posted 3 different examples. No, it's not. It's not true though. I see. I posted 3 different examples of mutations. So one's a substitution where one, letter is switched with another one. One is a deletion. That's true. You can delete part of the code out. There's another one, insertion, where one's placed in. There's multiple types of. Actually, Jace is here. Jace can talk about this a lot better than any of us. But there's many different forms of mutation.
What do you think is being inserted? What's being inserted into what?
Nucleotides are inserted into the DNA.
Hey, Dominic, you can have a go with him if you like now. One animal changing into another. Give it a go, bro.
I only have a couple minutes for right now.
Too bad. Maybe another time then. Because Zanuck seems to think that one animal changes into another animal, Jace. Just saying.
Well, that's a very ambiguous statement. You have to be more specific. By the processes of cladogenesis and anagenesis, yeah, sure. But if you mean one animal gives birth to another kind of animal, absolutely not.
You see what I mean, Jesse? He did exactly what I did. Told you exactly, if you want to equate the word, because Jesse, you weren't here, I said, if you equate the word changes with the evolutionary process that has been described to you very in detail over the last few days, then yes, we can say one animal changes into another over millions of years with these small changes. It said small changes. And if those small changes are these mutations and such that we've talked about, then Jace would agree, and he just agreed with you.
No, he just said it does.
You misinterpret what people say? You play this
No.
game. Like you don't understand what we're saying.
I understand very well. He said he just double spoke. He said it does, but it doesn't.
No, he didn't. He said these changes are very specific types of changes, and they're very small over many, many millions of years, and they will allow a species, an animal, a single cell to turn into a human over millions and millions of years. Yes, that's what happens.
So
yeah, billions, I guess.
So Jace, one animal turns into another animal, which turns into another one, right?
Well, you have to be more specific, right? That's very ambiguous. The processes of cladogenesis and anagenesis do happen, but one animal birthing another kind of animal, or type of animal, or species of animal does not happen.
You hear that? Did you hear that, Zanuck? It happens. Not one animal giving birth into another animal. So how does it happen? An animal by itself turns into another animal? Please explain.
I've already explained this to you.
Oh my God, SC, come on.
Let me just see if I can figure it out. You got an animal. It always gives birth to the same kind of animal, right? Did I get that right? You have this animal.
Yeah. You
and
always have the same animal giving birth to another animal.
Okay, but eventually, if you do that long enough, you'll have a different animal.
Well, where do we? At what point do we go from like an egg to live birth? Like, where do we see? That's a whole different turkey.
It's a whole different.
In the amniotes, at about the time of the amniotes, the clade of amniotes, that's where about live births can begin happening. It really becomes pronounced in the mammals, like the eutherians, like we are. So not monotremes and not marsupials, but the eutherian placental mammals.
But
like
wouldn't
us.
that be a classification of a new species? Like, so something had to give
there's
birth.
tons.
Yeah, something had to give birth in egg form. That egg hatched, the thing developed, and at some point, that thing gave live birth, which would qualify as a new species. So when you say that new species don't come from existing species, it seems a little fallacious in the sense
they do, just that not the way you're thinking. It happens through the process of clado and anagenesis. But you do know that there are animals alive today and in the past that both give birth live and lay eggs. You know that, right? So all that happened was you had that kind of animal, and a subpopulation of that species just stopped. It no longer laid eggs. It had its genome mutated towards just live birth and expanding upon that.
So and
Okay, but
which
let's let him answer my question that I asked, please, because that's the key to this whole thing. What Esty was saying before we go off on a whole nother tangent.
all
You've
right, my
got
bad.
these animals.
Give him a
You've
second,
got
bro.
these. You've got these animals. They always give birth to the same animal, right? They never give birth to a different type of animal. It's always the same animal, right?
Yeah, the same species are we classify them as species. Yes, the law of monophyly, the evolutionary law of monophyly, means that you can't grow out of your ancestry. So you'll always be just a modified version of what your ancestors were.
Okay, so you have this animal, and it will always give birth to that same type of animal, right?
Species, right? We have to be specific now, right? Because species, we define what species are.
Yeah, you got to follow that line. It's like kingdom, phylum, order, genus, family,
Nah, when you do that, you
species.
just go out into the weeds, man. He has to explain how one animal changes into another animal without it
I already
giving birth
did.
to another animal.
Yeah, it's called, there's two processes that do that. One of them is called cladogenesis, which is analogous to Latin splitting into French, Spanish, German, Italian, Romanian, Albanian, etc. And then anagenesis, which is analogous to Latin turning into Italian, right? Those are language analogies for the evolutionary processes.
Okay, so how does one animal turn into another animal without the birthing process? How does it happen? Is it like a butterfly? Is it
The
like
birthing process is involved.
but you just said it's not. That doesn't. One animal doesn't
What do
give
you mean the
birth to.
birthing process? You mean like the
They
caterpillar?
have to
Butterfly? No.
reproduce. But
Okay.
those
Butterflies.
changes, right? Every human embryo is formed with 150 to 300 mutations just at the point of sperm and egg combination of the genome, right? So all these changes happen every generation. And if you get isolated populations that are still reproducing, they will be different than the original population. If you look 20 generations down the line, the population that was isolated from the original will have accrued different changes than the original population did. So you can then look at the two populations and say, okay, this one has XYZ ABC different characteristics than the original population. So it is now therefore a new species.
So a dog will eventually, after millions and millions of years, become something else, right? Through the birthing process, will become something that's not a dog, something that's completely not recognizable as a dog. In other words, it doesn't bark, doesn't fetch
It
things,
flies. A dog that
nothing
flies.
else.
It's a dog bird.
Well,
A dog.
dogs get muddied because we're messing with dog breeding, right? So who knows what kind? They will have changes for sure, but who knows what those changes will be? Some people may decide to breed these characteristics while others decide to breed these. But what we have seen is that they originated from Asiatic wolves, right? You can see the distinct differences both in morphology and in the genome of their split from wolves.
Okay, so when does forget the dogs and that. When does I don't know, when does a rat? What's a rat gonna change into? Does a rat become another? According to your thing, it has to, right?
Let's not
During
talk about Jeremy's ancestors like that.
So
Who
let's take
knows what something's going
Your
to
mom
change
doesn't
into?
care.
The mutations are random. It depends on the niche that the populations are filling. So it's kind of hard to predict like what new characteristics they may develop. All we can say is that they will develop new characteristics.
So a rat
Hey, Jason, can I add?
will always evolve into another species of rat, or will that rat change into something else? Is the question. Will it
Yeah,
always?
if you froze a rat today in time, froze it, and then say another 500 to 1,000 years passes and you let the population that the original rat came from keep breeding and doing its thing. If you look at one of the descendants of that population 500 to 1,000 years down the line, you will be able to identify different characteristics that they have that the original rat you froze doesn't have. Now, will that be enough to warrant a species change? Who knows? That's arbitrary. It just depends on what changes you observe happening. But at some point, there will be enough to warrant a species change.
So
Jace,
one,
can I add something?
that's like double speaking, bro. I mean, you're just saying both things at the same time. You're saying a rat will always be a rat with just some minor changes, but then you say over time it will become another animal. Like you can't have it both ways, bro. It's either always a rat or it changes into something else.
No, this
I
is
know what's
called the
missing
law,
here.
the evolutionary law of monophily. Right? You don't grow out of your ancestry. Like humans are a
Right.
type of ape. We aren't like not an ape anymore. We're still an ape. We're a subgroup of apes. Right? You don't grow out of your ancestry. So the descendants of the rat will still be rats, but they'll be a different type of rat, different species of rat.
Okay, but
That's what I
always a
wanted
rat,
to add to what
right?
No, this is the thing that's important about the monophily thing, dude. The taxonomy that the animal currently has, like all the way down, all the whole, it's the species, the phylum, all the whole thing. You never lose that. That's always that's never going to change from the future generations of your future offspring will always have those same classifications. They'll just have more, right, Jace?
Yeah, you're always a modified version of whatever your ancestors were. Even if you start a new clade for yourself or a new species for yourself, you're still a modified version of what your ancestors were. You can't grow out of it. It's like a woman who had a maiden name of Smith, got married to a guy with the name of Wilson, and it's like, oh, I'm not a Smith, I'm a Wilson. No, it doesn't work like that. You can't grow out of your ancestry.
Okay, fair enough. So what essentially what you guys are saying is that all the animals that we see now were created in such a way. In other words, spiders, donkeys, cats, everything as is now was created like that with very minutia, hair growing longer or whatever. So everything was created then, if what you're saying is true.
No,
They can.
not at all.
What you mean, not at all? If
How
everything,
does the law of
what?
monophily does not say that everything is created? That's silly.
So you're kind of perceiving things, SE, from like a lineal sequential perspective of like an evolutionary timeline, whereas Jace is trying to tell you it's multi-directional. Like you had this sea of whatever they call it, of goo, and things started crawling out of that sea of goo from every which direction, and these things went different directions, and each thing that went a different direction eventually evolved into being its own specific ancestry, and that's how you got like.
There's a problem that you didn't see. Their model starts with a single cell.
No, it doesn't.
Right. Well, no,
it doesn't start with a
Primordial
single
ooze.
cell. It
Single
starts with
cell
a
organism.
population of protocells.
No.
David
No, we're going
Demers
back.
has definitively shown that the biological evolution process begins at the level of populations of protocells.
So you're confusing him. Let me just rewind real quick. We had the primordial sea of ooze, which was consistent of single cell organisms. As those things evolved and took different directions, separate vectors from each other, eventually they crawled out of that ooze, that sea of ooze, came onto the land, and that's when they started experiencing differences, changing their evolutionary state.
That's drastically oversimplifying, and it's also in kind of an orthogenic way, because not everything that came from those populations of single cells came out of the water. There's still animals in the water that are descendant from those single cells
I understand that,
as
Gabe.
well. So
I'm
let's
just
start
trying
with
to.
placental mammals. Let's start with placental mammals, right? So the way to think about it, the way that it really happened is, right, so if we start, we're just disregard everything beforehand because it just makes it more complicated. Start with a placental mammal, right? Like you said, it's not linear, it's not orthogenic, right? It's a exponential branching pattern where you have lineages that led to horses, lineages that led to rats, lineages that led to apes like us, lineages that led to goats, right? All of these came from a descendant placental mammal. They're all placental mammals. They had a universal ancestor, a species population that they came from that was a placental mammal, and you had all these branches coming from that placental mammal due to the cladogenesis process.
You got it, Dice Low?
Yeah, I understood what he's saying, except for that last part. I've never heard that term, cryogenicidal something.
Cladogenesis. It's like what I said before with the languages. The cladogenesis process in languages is like Latin branching into Spanish and Romanian, Albanian, French. It's that branching pattern is called cladogenesis when it stems from an
Versus what was the other?
original ancestor. Anagenesis, which is like Latin turning into, over time, Latin turned into or transformed into Italian, right? So
Okay.
if you were to look back, 1,000 years ago, they would be speaking Latin. But those same people today, when you look, we call it Italian because of the differences from back 1,000 years ago that have occurred in that language. It's transformed into Italian.
Okay.
So we're supposed to believe now we had a lake of ooze and billions and billions of different cells came out of that ooze and made everything. This is a new one now. Amazing, man. Truly freaking amazing.
Oh, that's always been the idea. The protocell level, David Demers said, his research confirmed what was already suspected, that the evolutionary processes begins at about the protocell level, and he witnessed that you need populations of these protocells.
Yeah. All I don't know, man. If anybody wants to buy this story, you go ahead. But to me, it's complete and utter nonsense. There's not one shred of proof that all these millions and millions of animals started in the ocean and then we have billions of different cells that became different things. Yeah. Zero proof of that. Absolutely zero.
There's billions of different cells in the ocean right now. That's a silly thing to say, I see.
Yeah, how many of them are assembling themselves into different creatures? It's very silly to say, bro. You just whip
They're
it out of your.
all modified. Every generation is modified from the prior.
So everything was created individually. Then there is no evolution, no mutation. Every single creature, like you said, evolved out of the ooze on its own, right? You agreed with what Islo said.
No, I gave you the example from the placental mammals branching. That's how it works.
Placental mammals branching. What does that mean? How do they
Yeah,
branch?
so all the extant mammals like goats, bears, dogs, humans, horses, rats, squirrels, etc., have a common ancestor that was a placental mammal, and that ancestor, the different populations branched off of that kept branching, leading to the modern day where you have these different mammals alive today that all have their ancestry back at a singular population of a placental mammal species.
Which would be what? Placental mammal species. What does that mean exactly? Like, what would it look like? What would this placental mammal species look like?
It would be something similar to a cynodont.
Cynodon? What's
Which is
that?
a fossil. It's a fossil species. These would be fossil species. They're like along the line of going from reptiles or reptiliomorphs to mammals.
So it would look like a reptile, some sort of reptile?
It would be the species along that line. So going from that kind of serpentine body style and ungulation style or walking style to a more mammalian body style with the undulation type of walking that mammals do. So it would look in between a lizard to like a tree shoe or a squirrel or a rat, mouse, that kind of in between thing. Those are what the cynodonts, the clade of cynodonts, contain those species.
Okay, fair enough. So it's like a rat snake kind of a thing, whatever. Now, you say that's our common ancestor, so we all came from that, right?
Yes, from that population.
Okay, so how did we split without that turning into another animal and eventually turning to us, goats, sheep, like you said, all the other ones? How did that happen without it turning into one of those other things or something that resembled it over millions of years? How could that happen without that turning into something else?
Well, to really answer that, it's going to take a bit of talking. So prepare for it. So the way that works, right, you have this process of cladogenesis that I talked about, right? So you have this original, or you're just going to call it a placental mammal population. It's living in different areas, right? And you have one subgroup of one of the populations becomes isolated. And this can happen with more subgroups of the original populations. They become isolated geographically and reproductively, which means they aren't breeding with the original population that they came from anymore. There's no genetic information being exchanged between the two populations anymore. So over time, you have a buildup of distinct changes in each population. Now, that will lead to the subpopulation becoming a new species that we arbitrarily defined after it has X, Y, and Z different characteristics. Go ahead.
Before we go on too far, you said there was one group and then it became subgroups. How did one group become subgroups? Because you went from one group
you'll have a population of billions of this placental mammal, right? And some of them may there's different ways this can happen. There can be some kind of geologic event that occurs, like a volcanic eruption or earthquake or something that just there was a population that was in this one area and some geologic event happened and now they're stuck there. They can't get back to where the rest of the population is. So now they're a subgroup that can't reproduce with the original population anymore. They're reproducing with each other only, accruing distinct changes in their genome that's different than the original population.
Okay, so we got the same population separated by some sort of geological event. Okay, I can buy that. So you got two groups now, one here, one there. Okay. What happens next?
You can also have things like migrations as well. Some animals just migrate naturally. Some of the population will just go to a different region and they just no longer are with the original population. They no longer reproduce with them. Over time, distinct changes occur. And this process just keeps repeating over and over. And it'll occur again in the subpopulation. And then that subpopulation, it'll occur again until you follow that branching pattern of cladogenesis through their ancestry to the modern day of where all these branches have occurred.
Okay, wow, I mean, if that's sufficient for everybody, if everybody thinks that's how it's done, okay, but to me, it's still the same population. I don't see this rat, snake, whatever it was, turning into something else. I don't see how that happens, and I don't think you explained that part, or maybe I don't understand.
The changes are with the genome, right? So you have two different populations now. They're not reproducing between each other. Like population A and population B are not reproducing together anymore. They're only reproducing. Two members of population A are reproducing with each other. Two members of population B are reproducing with each other. And so every generation as that occurs, as they just reproduce with each other and not the other population, there's more and more different changes that build up in each population until, some X amount of generations later, you look at a member from population A versus a member of population B, and they have XYZ, A, B, C, E, F, G, different characteristics from each other. They're no longer the same thing.
Okay, so let's call it a snake rat for the primordial thing that you said, right? The snake rat. Does that ever change into a not snake rat? Like, does the snake rat change into a giraffe pig or whatever you want to call it? Does that ever occur? Or is it always, even after generation, is it always the snake rat?
Yeah, we're a type of cynodont or a species of cynodont. So in this oversimplified version of it being a snake rat, which would be more like a lizard mouse or lizard tree shoe. But it would, all these populations still belong. They can't grow out of their ancestry, right? They still have ancestors that were lizard tree shoes or snake rats, or cynodonts is the actual word for it.
Right, but they're always that same snake, right? You see what I'm saying? By your own admission, it never changes. But then you say that it does change, and I don't understand. It's called another name or something. You see, this is where the impasse is, Jace.
Yeah, there's still a type of cynodont. We're still a type of cynodont.
No, we're not, bro. Come on.
Sorry, man, but we are. It's demonstrable.
So
we're also still a type of primate. We're a haplorhine catarrhine primate. We're a type of simiiform or anthropoid, which means we're a type of monkey. And then we're a type of hominid or hominoid, which is a type of ape. We're still those things. You can't grow out of your ancestry. A woman can't say she's a Smith and no longer a Wilson just because she got married. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, but you still have to explain how your snake, your primordial snake, could always be a snake, but then we're part of it. It's us as well. So it's still a snake, but it changed somehow into us. You see the problem here?
Yes, because that branching cladogenesis, the branching cladogenesis process I described happens with every population, and it keeps happening, right? So it's not just one population splits into two, but it's one population splits into 2 to 4 to 16 to 64 to 128, and it keeps exponentially multiplying over time until you end up in the modern day where you have dogs, you have cats, you have humans, you have goats, you have bears, you have lions, etc. All these different mammals that all have a common ancestor of a placental mammal, something like a cynodont.
So when are we going to start seeing like new species emerging? Like not from the
We
primordial
do.
ooze, obviously, but like kind of what SE is trying to
We
ask.
we are the new species. We came from this.
There's 4 different types of speciation. They got those 4 different types from how we observed them. We had to, okay, this speciation event happened a little bit different than this one, so these 2 must be different kinds of speciation events that can occur, and even 2 more. There's really even more than that, but there's 4 different ways speciation has been observed to happen in many instances.
And what's the mechanism behind that? Like what's the alternative differences between them?
There's allopatric, sympatric, peripatric, and parapatric. Those are like the formal names for the speciation. Allopatric is the way I was describing it, where you have a population that gets isolated from its original population. A group of members of an original population get isolated from the original population. The branching happens from there. Usually that's through geographic means. Sometimes it can happen genetically, which is sympatric. Sorry, I got a phone call. Sympatric speciation, where a population within the original population has a genetic mutation that doesn't allow it to breed anymore with the original population. And so now the subpopulation can still live amongst the original, but they can't breed with the original. And the changes accrue from there.
So when did Kilpatrick become a ginger?
When did what?
Nothing. I don't know. You got all these Patricks going on here, dude. Only Pats I know are gingers.
Yeah, I think it just comes from the Latin word for speciation, species change.
Look, any way you slice it, any like fancy words you want to use, right? Any chemical processes you want to describe, you still have to get around the fact that you keep saying, Jace, that this primordial animal turned into us without one animal turning into another animal. You still got to explain that, bro. And so far, I don't believe you have. You might
I've
think you.
gone into detail about how that happens. And nowadays, we know all of the clades, basically, that humans belong to along the way from mere molecules to man, the 200 to 300 so clades that we can trace our ancestry through.
So do we have any proof of this primordial being anywhere in the fossil record, like showing us an evolutionary process of it changing into anything? Do we have any proof of that at all?
Yes, there's fossils of biogenic carbon cycles, which are just the cycles before life that are building the original biomolecules that will eventually be what life becomes. And then there's microfossils after life has begun. So we have fossils of before life began, of these inanimate, inorganic carbon becoming into these biogenic carbon cycles, where it's looking more and more like life, like metabolisms and RNA formation, things like that. Then we have the single cell fossils of what we call bacterial microfossils. They're usually in these mats, stromatolite mats that people have found, especially in Australia.
I don't doubt that we have different fossils of different species of animals, but do we have any like in transition? Surely with these millions of years, we should be able to show like a transition
Or
fossil
even
level.
modern day. Even
They're
today, like
all
we should have
transitions.
living transition.
They're all transition. Every organism alive that ever lived is in transition. You are not an exact carbon copy of your parents, right? So you're in transition. You're transitioning to your children, you could say. But nonetheless, yes, every fossil we find is a transitional form in some way, shape, or form.
So what will we eventually transition into, humans? What will we eventually, if we want
Well,
to
it all
follow?
it all
like I
depends on
said,
the
that
environment, right?
yeah, that it's hard to predict what something's going to become, right? Because there's so many factors involved, especially with humans. You know, they can go a multitude of ways.
Like what? Will we be, will, okay, let me get down to the nitty gritty. Will we be anything other than what we are now?
You got quiet.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
got a call.
we'll have changes. Definitely, if someone was to freeze a human right now and then go, 500 generations of humans into the future, there'll be distinct differences between that 500th generation versus the human you froze from now.
Like what? But would we still be recognized as Homo sapiens, humans, or would
Yes,
we have like wings or feathers, or I
we
don't
get
know,
we
like
get we get first we get 6 fingers and 6 toes, and then with the wings come after that. The wings and feathers come later.
Yeah, like I said, the exact changes are hard to predict. If I had to take a shot in the dark, I would say it would be genome changes, defenses against certain diseases, and
But hang on, will we be getting smarter or
bacteria and stuff.
smarter or dumber? Which one?
Well, real quick, because those
Yeah,
viruses
that's a
that
good question. Go ahead, Daiso, go ahead.
I was just going to say, those viruses that we encounter is actually what supposedly created our evolution from what we are today. Like, you can see that within the genealogy change.
I would say we're getting dumber. Just look around.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. But yeah, viruses have definitely, and bacteria have definitely had, and fungi,
well that
parasites and whatnot. They've definitely had a big influence on our evolution.
Isn't that like how we got Cro-Magnon versus, I don't know what the other one is?
Well,
well changes in our system.
there's a bunch of defective simiiform anthropoid genes that we have that led to the changes that gave us larger brains and a better ability to thermoregulate. And there's viruses that were involved in some of those processes. These genes got mutated due to trying to defend against certain viral, bacteria, parasite kind of infections.
Who
That's
writes the code?
understandable that our immune system would grow in that. But the question really was like, would there be any changes visibly? Like you said, freeze us for 500 generations. Would there be a visible change in our anatomy? Anatomy, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure there would be. Like I said, it's hard to predict exactly what that would be, but there definitely would be changes.
It seems like all of these species that we have today had to crawl out of that primordial soup in order to further evolve into their potential state that they've achieved today. So, are you insinuating that man would have to leave this realm in order to achieve its fullest potential of evolution, its evolutionary cycle?
No, I don't think so. Land animals have been evolving for hundreds of millions of years, and we would just continue that same trend that we don't have to leave anywhere.
And what do you think is up with the lack of bipedal creatures?
Say again, Ron?
Say again.
I know this is just speculation. Like I'm asking you to speculate. Is what I'm saying. But what do you think is up with the severe lack of bipedal animals? Like, all right, we got humans walking around legs. We got we got these other two limbs free to do all sorts of cool things. Swing, grab things, throw things, right? Very handy, not walking on all fours. Why do you think there's such a lack of bipedal creatures in the world? Like
humans aren't animals.
Well, that is, part of what led to the development of our
I know
encephalopathy of our
I know the
brains
story of that.
becoming larger.
But
But
what's your
they're in the
speculation as to why? It's like just
in
us
the
and birds, really.
No, in the fossil record, there's a bunch of hominids that are bipedal. There's even there's a bunch of dinosaurs that are bipedal as well. There's even some crocodiles in the fossil record, crocodile ancestors that
You're
walked on their
kidding.
back two legs. Nope.
But
So
but I'm
there's
not calling like
definitely
a
not
gorilla
as
bipedal.
many.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not really like I know
Yeah,
like
gorilla
gorillas
isn't
can waddle
bipedal.
around, right? But you're saying that there was once a crocodile type that was more bipedal than a gorilla?
Oh yeah. There's some that can only, based on their biophysical profiles, they could only walk on their back two legs comfortably. If they tried to walk on all fours, it
What
would be
the
like us
fuck?
trying to walk on all fours.
I got to see this fossil. That sounds crazy.
Is that
Yeah.
what like the Jewish people evolved from, or?
Oh man.
Let's not get into that now. But this is interesting. A two-legged crocodile. I mean, walking on two legs. I gotta see that one too, bro.
Yeah, it's not really a crocodile like that we have in the modern day. It's a crocodile ancestor. But yeah, you look it up. Just search on Google.
Yeah. I'm seeing
Bipedal
some.
crocodile ancestor.
I'm seeing some pictures. It's basically like a Tyrannosaurus Rex sort of like a design going on, where it's like they got the head, sticking out on one side like a teeter totter, and then the tail is like a counterbalance weight, and the legs are like the fulcrum in the middle. It's like, all right, the head goes the torso, the upper torso and the head go one direction, and then a big fat tail goes the opposite direction with the legs in the center. You know what I mean?
Does it have like fucked up little like front arms and stuff?
Yeah,
like
yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. I'll take a picture. Just give me a sec.
Yeah, there's a bunch of dinosaurs too that were bipedal.
See that I suppose that is bipedal, but like it's
fake
not
shit.
it's not upright. You know what I mean? Like that's also just
What
kind of
about
strange.
birds?
Well, yeah,
Like
because
human.
they're not mammals, right?
I mentioned the birds.
Those are animals that are diapsids and not synapsids like we are.
I find it hard to believe that Mother Nature would give like two useless appendixes to like dinosaurs, right? Isn't that weird? Like, why would you give them hands that are not useful?
Well, I think they had.
Yo, I have a question for the Glober actually about evolution. If that's
Go ahead.
okay. So, given that every trait in evolution essentially is randomly generated, and certain traits are advantageous and certain traits are not advantageous, one of the traits randomly generated in the evolution model that human beings got essentially was the ability to write languages, make civilizations, and learn things. Why was this trait not randomly generated and I guess adapted at any point in history before that? Essentially, is my question. Like, wouldn't it be very
Well, there's
advantageous?
other animals that are just as intelligent, if not more intelligent than us. They just don't have the dexterity. Like they don't have two hands that can manipulate things and whatnot. So they're at that kind of disadvantage compared to us. But nonetheless, you have to remember the basically the law of diversity, that the further you go back in time, the simpler and more similar living organisms appear to be. right? So you have to have some time where these traits are developing. We just happen to catch ourselves at this moment in time where we've developed these traits based on what our ancestors developed.
So I guess my question is, why wasn't there like a species of dinosaur in the past epoch of the globe model, evolution model, that developed a civilization where, because essentially like we went from like a prey species piece of shit hiding in a tree with a couple tribes to essentially 7 billion people. Wouldn't any other animal that developed this, I guess, civilized trait or ability
If
to
you
make
find
a
those
civilization, wouldn't that be so extremely advantageous that any animal would essentially, if randomly generated, it essentially blow up in scale like humanity
Well,
did?
it's not randomly generated the way. The only thing that's random about it is the mutations themselves. The selection of those mutations isn't random, and the niches that the animals fill in the ecosystem also isn't random. The only thing that's random is just the nucleotide changes.
Okay,
So
for the
right, you
niche,
had large populations of dinosaurs and stuff. If you want, you can call those civilizations. They just didn't have the same traits that we had. They were doing their dinosaur thing. That's what they developed those traits to do what they did, to eat how they ate, to communicate with each other, how they communicated.
so why
You know,
didn't
I was explaining
any
this last night.
animal? Why doesn't
You cut me
any
off.
animal? That's nice. Yeah, cool. Why didn't any animal? And this is for all the Globers in the room. Why didn't any previous creature or animal essentially develop the ability to learn and build technology like a human did? Because the civilized farmer man was never filled until 6,000 years ago. So that niche was wide open. Why didn't something else develop that niche before us, essentially, is my question.
Yeah, it's what I was explaining last night. Like I said, when you kept cutting me off and saying I wasn't on topic, I was telling you that the difference that there's investigations amongst chimps when they're looking at like they have the same dexterity we do. Basically, they have better skills than we do in some ways, and their brains are very similar, except they have a extreme short term memory that we don't have.
They
And
don't have
we
the same
have the
dexterity.
ability to communicate, just like Jace was saying. Jace was saying there's other animals that have the same sort of ability to maybe even have abstract thoughts and that kind of thing, and share abstract thoughts and create a language, but they don't have the ability to manipulate the world around them the way we do. And it just so happens that we have both those traits, which right there just gives you a great advantage. And it took us a long time to become farmers and stuff like that from when we first adapted language and shit like that. So you have to have both those traits to have the advantage that we have, and that's obviously extremely rare.
Yeah, it's how we developed in the niches that we were filling, right? Chimps are very similar, but they're primarily herbivores. They have a hard time digesting raw meat, just as we do. So they stuck to the more herbivore kind of living. So they didn't need to develop these communication skills to coordinate these attacks on animals, to get their meat and then to cook it and stuff. So that was a different niche that we were filling compared to their ancestors that led to the development of our current traits. We were fulfilling this niche where we were going to eat meat. And so we're a generalist. We don't have claws, we don't have fangs. So the traits that we chose to develop upon were communication, coordinating attacks, and thermal regulation, so that we could just keep running and running and running, chasing down animals that can't run the same distance that we can. Right. So that's kind of it's just the niche we were filling.
I want to take a whack at answering Noah's question. If unless you're satisfied, no.
Yeah, sure. As many whacks as you guys need.
Well, this is fun, B. I'm just trying to speak from their side. to the extent I can, try to level with them. Uh, so, in to make a long story short, what was your question exactly? It's like, why do humans have all these developed traits that are
Yeah. Why?
super
why
awesome that you don't see anywhere else?
yeah, it seems like they talk about niches. So let me just, I guess, phrase it in relation to what a niche is and the niche that human beings fill.
Uh-huh.
So humans lay down highways, build cities, and farm crops. That's our niche. No other animal does that. You don't see
Mhm.
animals planting crops. You don't see animals building cities and roads and making technology. That's our niche, right? So my question is, right? Given that this
Mhm.
niche is like exponentially advantageous for our species, why had this niche not developed previously? And I guess they're to steelman them, they said that this niche is caused by a combination of communication and dexterity. So why didn't any creature essentially develop the dexterity communication
Uh-huh.
combination to essentially
Uh-huh.
fill that niche in the past, given whoever got to that niche first, their species would be, I guess, naturally selected exponentially more than its predecessor. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Uh, so it would all come down to a combination of like luck and also occupying some sort of Goldilocks zone. Just like their story of the Earth, humans found themselves occupying this Goldilocks zone. It's like, all right, not too close, not too far. What are the necessary ingredients here? Well, it's gonna take first of all, it's gonna take the tree dwellers to develop hands for some reason, right? Things that live, certain areas. Okay, they're developing hooves. They don't got hands. They can't live in trees. Uh, the ones that got claws, or paws or whatever. All right, they can't. They can't climb. So the ones that develop these like grasping things, all right, they get to spend time in the trees. And then Terrence McKenna, he tries to explain it like the development of humans is that the tree dwelling primates, on the search for more food, ventured out of the forest into the plains, where they then followed the cows and the herds because they knew what they were doing in the plains. So we had to learn from them because the forest was shrinking, the food was growing sparse, so the population was getting too big. So you got some primates equipped with their hands that can swing, and the ones that actually do things like latch onto things with this grasping ability are going to venture out into the fields, and then through natural selection or whatever, the ones that are better at keeping up with the herds of migrating cows and bison, right, are the ones that can follow them, hunt them the best. And so then these tree dwelling primates then develop stronger and longer legs that are able to run, because now they're in a new environment. They need legs that can travel long distances across the plains instead of just hunching and crouching in the branches of the forest, right? And then uh he also says that, and then about the laying roads and communication and teamwork, right? He says at that point we didn't even have the intelligence, but then the unexplained mystery comes about where they say that the human brain tripled in size at a rate like a million-fold faster than the development of any species brain. Uh, just all of a sudden out of nowhere, which Terrence, there's just speculation about that. There's a few different ideas. His is that it was because psilocybin mushrooms naturally grow under cow patties, and that following these herds through the plains, we would, some curious dude flipping over cow shit starts seeing, we all start getting exposed to these psychedelic substances more and more often, and then our consumption of those is what led to the crazy tripling in size of our brains in such a short period of time. And then only the creature that has a brain as advanced, that, due to the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms, are the ones that finally gain a high enough level of intelligence to form complicated enough communication systems and teamwork in order to make such a collective impact on the world, like building cities and things that require a lot of group effort. Not to say that wasn't already natural because of other things that also form groups, but not to the extent we do, like wolf packs, right? But wolf packs don't tend to conglomerate until, like, all right, these 7 wolf packs all agreed to become one super wolf pack. They usually just find some sort of size, that suits
Yeah,
them
the only
naturally, right?
thing that seems to preclude other creatures from taking our niche, the city building farming man,
Mhm.
our niche, is that they don't have hands. So essentially, if you have hands and you have a mouth and you have a brain,
Right.
you
That
automatically get the overpowered niche ever.
Yeah,
So
that Goldilocks zone, right?
my whole contention is, why didn't a creature with a mouth, a brain, and hands develop in the dinosaur age?
Because they
Why?
had to live.
What?
They had to live in they had to be branch swinging creatures.
No, I'm saying not. No,
Uh-huh.
not apes. Just any creature. Any creature. Essentially, there's a niche.
Yeah,
If you get
they
into
were
that
busy.
niche, you win. You get into that niche, you win. No, I'm trying to boil it down real quick. There's a niche, the city building farming niche. If you get into the city building farming niche, you win the game of life. You're essentially you win, right? Now, you
More like
guys,
a
out of your
team.
own,
It's more like a
you
teamwork
guys,
niche.
my fucking goodness, can I get a statement on the record?
Yeah, man.
So, you guys are essentially saying that to get into this niche, you need to have hands, you need to be able to communicate with the other guys in your species, you need to have a sufficient intellect. Which, okay, so you need to have those 3 things to get into this niche. Now, my question is, why isn't there a dinosaur or a fucking fish or any other fucking creature, insect, doesn't fucking matter? Why didn't another creature develop those 3 traits? Hand, mouth, brain.
Well, I
And
think it
then
has to start
essentially
with
occupy
hands.
the OP niche.
This
I
is like
think it
a
has to start
really.
with hands, right?
This is. But
Hands come first.
Because this is like a really human-centric viewpoint, right? Like a lion, or trust me, a dinosaur is not looking at us with jealousy that we won the game of life. That they certainly are not. They're looking at us like, ooh, look at dinner. I'm gonna chase this fucker down and eat him. They win the game of life in that case. Right, so it's really human centric. But Fundy, other than the psilocybin thing, are you talking about like the stone ape hypothesis? He's
Yeah,
kind of
Terrence
on the
McKenna's
right
stoned
track.
ape.
Yeah, you're kind of on the right track, though I'd argue that it was psilocybin. It was more just the genes we had and the way that they changed. You look at the comparative genomics and see how these
Well,
genes mutated to
there's
lead
only
to a
3
lot of different
ideas.
traits.
There's only 3 theories out there that have gained any amount of traction as to the explanation of where our intellect came from with the tripling in size of our brain, and they are the 3 popular ones are Terrence McKenna's stoned ape. We started fucking finding mushrooms and taking them all the time. The other option is that humans learned how to throw things, and just the process of throwing rocks and then sticks that was unlocked a new portion of our brain that just exploded out of control. And then the third one is we learned how to cook food, and the nutrients of eating cooked meat allowed our bodies to develop at a rate no one else, because no one else is cooking their food over fire. And those are the 3 ideas out
Jason
there.
already said another version.
Yeah, I think
Jason,
it's a little bit different than that, right? The from the comparative genomics, when you look, right, you could see that the genes that lead to like the Miocene apes and like gorillas having those large sagittal crests, those crests on the top of their head with these massive chewing muscles, those in our lineage mutated, right? So we no longer were confound with these huge chewing muscles and this big crest on the top of our head, which keeps their skull small and compacted. So
Well, that's
ours at that
correlation.
point could then become larger. right? Then we had the changes in our thermal regulation genes, where we had mutations that led to the loss of fur, but keeping the follicles in the glands that got repurposed into being able to sweat in a way that is far
Yeah,
far more
we have the best
beneficial
ability
than
to sweat
chimps.
than any other animal. I know that.
Yeah, then that led to us being able to run really far, whereas most mammals that we were chasing down to eat can run really fast, but only for very short amounts of time. They have to pant and stop and rest, or else their brains will
Yeah, we
overheat.
can chase
And
down.
so
Yeah, we
that's
can
what we
chase down
did.
any animal. They'll give up before we do because we can
Yeah,
sweat and they can't as well.
and we began using these communication cues to coordinate these hunts with these animals. And then, we also knew how to bang two rocks together with our hands and form fires eventually. It began with us just pounding meat, like our ancestors just tenderizing the meat that they hunted down in this super running marathon way. They would just beat the meat and meat, no pun intended, with rocks to tenderize it and eat it raw, which wasn't great. But then eventually, like you said, we figured out how to make fire and cook the protein. And that's when the brain expansion really
But
went
uh-huh.
haywire.
But before that, I mean, before you're even there, like I said, it all has to start with hands, and then the hairlessness and the
After Bundy.
sweating. What's up, Noah?
I'm trying to get in after you. I'm calling my
Oh, you know
spot.
what? Sure, man. I'll make it quick then. Um, you know, already the humans, before they start tenderizing their meat and chasing down things, already have to be a very organized, like, pack animal with hands and
Yeah,
with
but
long
at that
legs.
point, our
Hey, no,
brains were
stop,
comparative
stop,
to other
But
stop,
animals at
stop,
that point.
right there, stop. I called after Fundy, so if Fundy's done talking, I want to make
yep.
my statement. So, just real quick, what I'm saying, and this is going to be a direct, I guess, argument or refutation of what you said earlier in response to what I said, and then there was a whole other topic brought in, but I'm just going to respond to what you responded to me with. The whole idea or notion of being in the niche of the civilized builder, being a human centric, being that the niche, that's a winning niche, given that's a human centric, is not human centric. In the game of life, according to natural selection and evolution, in that model, every time you reproduce more, like every time you reproduce more offsprings that are living than dying, you're winning. Every time you die without producing offspring, you're losing, right? So when it comes to saying that the civilization builder is a winning niche, it's not a matter of human centricity, it's a matter of numbers. There was what, like a couple thousand humans, and now all of a sudden there's millions and then billions of humans. Objectively, when we take mathematics and count the amount of offspring that the people have, when you get into the niche, that niche being the civilized builder, when you get
You
into
win.
that, your number, yeah, you win. Your numbers explode. It's not human centric. It's number centric. It's reproduction, offspring before you die centric. You win.
Survival,
So
life.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is to get into that niche, the barrier to entry that you guys gave does not seem to be very high. I.e., communication, intellect, and dexterity. Given we know about animals with dexterity, we know about animals with intelligence, and we know about animals with communication. So those three things, to bring them into combination might be unlikely, but we have millions of years to do it and millions of different combinations of animals to get to that point. So in my mind, at least, it seems more improbable, given the evolution globe model, that there wasn't a previous civilized race or species that wasn't human. Do you kind of see where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
I
but you know what
don't,
all
man. This
you know
is
what else
still
is a
like
part.
really
Okay.
human centric because you're talking about numbers. There are species that have way more members than we do. So according to your metric, they win. But I get what you're saying. and it's you're thinking of it in two. It's more detailed than that. It's all these kind of traits we've been talking about that had to come together in the right fashion along with the environment. Too, the dinosaurs lived in quite a bit different environment than the geology of today is. So
Can I
it's
just
like
make a
multiple
scenario?
factors overlapping.
What stopped? Let's just. I'm just gonna make a little scenario real quick for you, Jace. So let's imagine we're in the Jurassic age, Jurassic, whatever the fuck that age was. I don't care. Okay, that's not the point. There's velociraptors. What I mean, given if the velociraptors were able to essentially corral and breed their prey, their population would have exponentially increased, i.e., farming what they eat. Right? Any
Right.
animal, any animal that eats other animals or eats other plants and shit, essentially, if it learned how to farm, make a civilization, and farm shit, its
Mhm.
numbers would increase exponentially. So I'm just wondering why didn't, say, like in
Cultivate.
the case of velociraptors, why didn't they fucking gain the ability to essentially farm, like breed and farm their prey animals? Given that would make them so much more. Because I'm not comparing humans to an ant, right? I'm comparing the ape-like human who couldn't build a civilization. There was only a couple thousand of him. Then the ape-like human who could build a civilization and plant shit down. Now there's millions of that guy, right? So it's definitely advantageous to become like essentially to become a farmer or come in the niche of the farming niche. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Yeah,
I think
you know the
in
difference
that
between genetics and
in
epigenetics?
in that case, it would be more like velociraptors. They didn't have trouble, getting their prey. They were supremely adapted to hunt down their food, whereas our ancestors had to develop all these coordinated plans, and we don't have claws, we can't fly, we don't have these other really advantageous traits to gather our food, to hunt down our food like a velociraptor would. So intelligence is the trait we develop to give us that advantage. But go
I
ahead,
mean, what
Fundy. What about
what
epigenetics and genetics?
Oh, before that, I mean, but the traits we had obviously had their uses of acquiring some source of food. Like, there's a reason we had, like, like, let's say we had, like, whatever, some ancestral species had claws that turned into nails. There was a driving force behind that transformation, and it had to be advantageous for us to give up our claws because there was some sort of purpose that nails could serve that was outweighed the use of claws, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, definitely. I Right, capillary catarrhines typically have fingernails and not claws. So I don't think we ever had claws. Or we came from placental mammals that had
You don't
teeth,
think that the
like
snake, weasel,
shoes.
shrew, proto mammal thing had claws?
No, some of them didn't. They had just hands, or not, at least not what we would call claws in the modern day. And then
I'm talking
once it
about like
got
the
into the
first mammal.
primate, in the primate lineage, one line led to claws, while another led to fingernails.
You really don't think that like the first mammal had claws? I feel like claws go back
No,
like
they
all the way
didn't
back.
all have claws. They didn't all have claws. That's why we have mammals like raccoons and stuff that still have hands today.
So what kind of what kind of appendages do you think the first mammal had?
Well, they were eating plants and shrubbery and stuff in the trees, nuts, etc.
Why do
So
you,
they didn't need claws. They just
you
had
think the you
hands
think
like
the
a
first
raccoon.
mammal lived in trees?
Mic check. Mic check 1 2 3.
Yeah, your mic's good. And
Okay.
yes, because the cynodonts and the rhapsids and stuff were around during the time of the dinosaurs. So that's our ancestral lineage of placental mammals. And so they were definitely in the trees because they were much smaller than the dinosaurs, and the ones that weren't in the trees or in burrows, they would be getting eaten. They'd have to watch out but from getting eaten if they weren't
There's other
protected.
places to hide than the forest. Like,
Trees
I
or
mean,
burrows, man. If you're
yeah,
out
but I mean,
on
look
the
at it. Look at it.
ground,
Why couldn't the first mammal live like a hedgehog or something, or like a or a groundhog
where do hedgehogs live?
in the
On the ground?
grasslands?
Oh,
The prairie dog,
But
you know,
you can't
whatever.
be
Just
out in the
pick one.
open. You
okay,
have
wait,
to be underground or in the trees. Those were the options mammals had. You
okay,
either
but
took up a niche in the ground or a niche in the trees.
okay. Let's
Hey
make a
man,
comparison though.
your
Let's make a
mic's a little
comparison.
bad, Jace.
Who's
Just if
gonna
you want
be
to
a
reconnect
better
real quick.
who's gonna be a better surviving velociraptor? The tribe of velociraptors that have to go out every night and hunt for their food and maybe come back with nothing, or the velociraptor that breeds its prey inside a pen and then has a fucking abundance and plethora of prey and just, oh, you need some food? Open up the pen. Let's slaughter one right now. I mean, there's no animal that I can think of that would do better. Like no hunting animal, or I guess foraging animal. No hunter or foraging animal that wouldn't do better from either farming or domesticating its prey, essentially.
Right.
So it
That's
is advantageous no
epigenetics,
matter what creature you are. So why would we be the only one that develops it?
because that's
Because
epigenetics, not genetics.
it's also not how evolution works either, right? Like just
Well,
because
it
to
is how
us
epigenetic evolution works.
that seems more advantageous to us, but those animals had to work with what they had and compound changes upon what they had, right? So the changes they accrued were in their niche to become better hunters, right? They didn't their changes were not accruing in a manner that would lead them to domesticating and farming things like that. That came along much later from the velociraptor time, right? Because their changes weren't as developed as some animals in the modern day. So they were adapting changes to hone what they had, and they can't really choose either what they're changing. They're just working with what they had.
There's a really amazing, like really 10 out of 10 YouTube channel called Tier Zoo, and he treats the entire worldwide ecosystem and its animals as like an RPG video game. He like makes short little documentaries on a species or of a family or whatever, like all cats. He'll take like the 30 types of like the 30 most populous cat like feline animals in the world, and he'll rank them as which one you would want to be if life were a video game and you were choosing like your type of character and like, do I want to be a sorcerer, do I want to be a mage or an ogre or a knight or a, you know what I mean? And he treats it like that and gives them like stats, and uh he'll explain like speed is a stat, jumping height is a stat, intelligence, charisma, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I've seen that channel.
Yeah, 10 out of 10. Great. I mean, every video he's ever made is so entertaining and so educational at the same time. And to go back to what Noah is saying about saying humans win, I feel like Jason is kind of making the point that although humans are winning so hard, and if it came down to a war, we could kill everything and we could survive. Like if it came down to a war of all species, yeah, we're gonna win that fight. We don't want to, of course, because that'd be lonely and a bleak world afterwards. But in the sense of survival, there's like multiple ways to win. You could say like the cockroach is just as much of a winner as we are at the game of life. because it's gonna have high population numbers. It's got its own little sectioned off like way of surviving that nothing besides perhaps us could even threaten. Like no animal's ever going to exterminate the cockroach species. It's so resilient. Nothing besides us could even try to attempt to get rid of them. And if the game of life is won by the survival and longevity of your species, you could say the cockroaches might even outlast us. And so, who's the real winner at the end of time?
Yeah, like I said, that question is really coming from this human point of view, human centric point of view. And again, it's just evolution theory. The
It's not
species don't get
just
to
human centric, though.
choose what direction they're heading in. They have traits from their ancestors, and they have to build on those traits in a way that helps them survive, which leads to them filling specific niches, and they build upon their niche as the generations go on.
But you can say it's not human centric if you want to put it in terms of the game of life as won by being like the most powerful, or like if you view life as strictly a competition of survival, we're the ones with the ability to eliminate everything else and be the only the last man standing.
Yeah, but that's still human centric because that's a human concept of exterminating everything. Life isn't about that. Life is about reproduction, and there's plenty of species that have much more numbers than us and can reproduce different ways easier than us. So in that sense, they would certainly be winning what the
Yeah,
genome is programmed to do.
But if there's any species that would approach us and saying, for us to flourish, we need to get rid of you, we're going to win that fight. Like, go ahead and try anyone else. Like, we will win. And so that's a victory you can't take away from humans. We have the ability to control the population of other species. And if our goal was to populate, we could do that very well. As that isn't our intention. We aren't just like, all right, everybody populate as much as possible. If it was, we could give anything a run for its money, especially if we're allowed to trip the opponent in the race.
But
if you
again,
were going
these are
off of that
human
virus,
concepts, right? Go ahead, Gosha.
No, everyone else has to
I
deal
was
with
just
us.
saying,
We're
by
part
that
of the
metric,
natural world.
viruses.
We are their competition. They don't know what we're going to do,
Yeah.
and we're the ones able to form backup plans.
Okay, but by those metrics, your metrics, viruses could wipe out all people. Like
They
a
could
strength, a
try.
virus strength could wipe out all the
We
people.
could
No,
fight
it could.
back.
It could easily do it.
Oh yeah. Well,
I'm just saying,
it
but the
isn't.
metrics that
They
you
don't
guys are
have
using, like
They
ants,
don't have the intelligence to try, Kosho.
they don't need
We
the
do.
intelligence though. They don't need intelligence.
You're.
If you were just
Yeah.
going off, can wipe out all the other people. Like viruses could do that without having intelligence. And
It could make
if
an
you're going off of
attempt.
numbers, they have much more bigger populations than we do, and there's ant colonies that roam over multiple continents.
Yeah, but this game isn't
So
over.
there's all sorts of different metrics.
No, there are several metrics, and that was the point I was making, giving credit to the cockroach on a certain level of, what qualifies as victory in the game of life. And I was just saying there are non-human centric ways of calling us the winner It's sort of like the state fair. You know what I mean? There's many competitions at the state fair. There's the best flower, best pig, best cow, right? And humans, gather the most amount of blue ribbons. And not to say that other animals don't earn blue ribbons in ways that the humans get second place in, or even 10th place. But the humans have earned the most amount of best in shows. Like who wins the communication battle? We
That
do.
whole concept, right? The thing that I think you're missing is that whole concept of accruing the most best in shows, like life in general, other animals and species don't care about that's a we care about that, but
They'd be
like
better off if they did.
the lion on the savannah is not looking at you with any jealousy of wow, he can farm animals and build bombs. That lion's looking at you like, I wonder how he tastes. That's my dinner.
Do you think animals can feel fear?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so if humans wanted to, they could terrify all dinosaurs. We could build something, we could trap them in a giant enclosure, and I don't know if they'll have the intelligence to recognize it's us doing it to them, but yeah, they'd be looking at us saying, wow, I really wish I was him and not me right now, because I'm fucked and that dude is winning.
Yeah, but I don't think we could entrap all the dinosaurs. Right, there's some big old dinosaurs,
Well, you
man.
got the story about the dodo. We could have done it slowly, all at once. We could have shown them all of our fate. We could have corralled all of them and then shown them our faces and said, "Hey, guess what? Us humans, we're gonna stay around, and you guys are going bye bye." And now, like, sure, they don't care. They're not looking at us like that because they don't have the intelligence to recognize what's going on. But we can't put the raw emotional fear of humans into them, and like, they probably don't have the intelligence to be like, man, they don't have like that ability to identify like you as another like ego or whatever compared to their inner dialogue or what if animals even have an inner dialogue. It's so confusing to compare animals and humans, or, other animals to the animal that we are, because we just have separate ourselves with this level of consciousness that we can't even push onto them without perhaps making assumptions that aren't right. But if all other animals were as intelligent as we are, we could absolutely convince them all that they'd rather be us. Because we would be the ones dominating them, trapping them, killing them, murdering. And if they had the intelligence, at least a level of intelligence to think about, would I rather be me or that? They'd all say, I'd rather be that. And that means we win in a non-human centric way of looking at it. It is human centric, but
Would
that's
they
because we're the
though?
only ones with an yeah,
How do you
everyone would
know that
everyone
they
would
would
rather.
say that? I don't think they would, man. I don't think a Tyrannosaurus would have any jealousy of us if it
Of the
was as
one who lives
intelligent.
versus being the one who dies. Wouldn't every
What do you
animal rather
mean?
be
If
every
you
animal would
gave
rather
the
be the victor
Tyrannosaur,
than the loser, right?
but you said you're giving the animals the same intelligence as us. So if you give the Tyrannosaur the same intelligence that we have, and it's a super fucking predator that can eat at will and reproduce at will, why would it want to be us? That doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm saying that if right now all animals were bestowed not our intelligence, but enough intelligence to recognize that there's us and there's them, and we are going to kill them. We're going to survive, and we're going to kill them all. Every single animal in that situation would, with it given a certain amount of intelligence, would say, "I'd rather be the one who lives and not the one who dies." And we have
Okay,
the ability to
yeah,
kill everything else. So
but
that's not
I
human
don't
centric.
think
That's just survival centric.
I don't think we would be able to kill all these dinosaurs. Do you know how big a sauropod is? Like, I don't think we could
What, you
engineer
don't believe in technology?
equipment to capture these things. At least not easily, especially not all of them. That would be
Well,
a
that's just crazy,
monumental
man.
feat.
That's just crazy. You got to believe in us more than that. We're there's almost nothing we can't do. You can do
Yeah,
anything
I
if you
don't
set your
know.
mind to it.
I don't know, man. I think a Tyrannosaurus would tear apart humans trying to capture it, even with the best technology.
I think ridiculous. I think that's so underestimating people, and I don't even. I mean, that's crazy, man. Do you think that a person could make a spherical structure that a dinosaur couldn't bite through?
Yeah, but dude, it's not like the dinosaur is just going to stand there and let you construct a dome around it. And there's more than one. There's going to be
We
tons
have
of these
drugs, dude.
things all
We got
over the
crazy
place.
drugs.
They're going to be
We got
moving around
tranquilizer
trying
darts.
to eat you. They're going to be moving around trying to eat you as you're doing this, even with
No,
your
we have
tranquilizer
technology.
darts.
Dude, we got barriers. We got titanium. We got crazy chemical concoctions that can knock out a blue whale in 5 seconds.
Yeah, but that's a mammal. We're going to have to develop something that works on dinosaurs. That's
And
going
I
to be a
believe,
process all
and
in
I believe in
itself.
us. You
I
don't.
mean,
You think that's somehow out
maybe.
of our
I
capabilities? That's insane.
just think it would be a much larger feat than you are making it out to be.
Nah, man.
It's
Nah,
doable, but it's not like, oh yeah, Sunday morning we're just gonna go capture all the dinosaurs. We're gonna lose a lot of people in the process. It's gonna be a huge undertaking, and that's just dinosaurs. Never mind mammals and other things that are around. Fishes. There was fishes that are like 3 times the size of humans with these massive teeth and jaws. You got to capture all those.
Yeah, most of the means that we have to kill like lots of things at once, like let's say a bomb, it doesn't discriminate against dinosaurs and people. So it's like a lot of our tools that you're probably thinking that dominate over dinosaurs maybe would still probably take out a lot of people in the process.
not a
It's
problem.
doable. I'm not saying it's not doable. I just think it would be a massive undertaking.
Yeah. So is the whole fucking railroad system of America. Yet we did it. The highway system. Yeah, we could basically do anything.
Nothing a little
Whether we can all go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say nothing a little napalm won't take care of. I'm here for you.
Nice.
Yeah, and if you believe in like gene editing and like virus manipulation, I'm sure we can engineer a virus to any species to fucking take them out hardcore.
Yeah, but then why haven't we done that? Because there's lots of species that we don't like. Like, I mean, there's plenty of species we don't like. If it was that
Because
easy,
we'll have to leave because we'll have to live with the repercussions, and I think we've learned our lesson that you don't just pull a brick out of the Jenga tower willy-nilly. No one knows what's going to happen if we kill all spiders. We can speculate. Most of it's going to be like, okay, we're going to have some serious problems. So, I mean, you're satisfied with that answer, right?
No, because I'm not talking about
You,
spiders. I'm talking about mosquitoes.
you really don't
Mosquitoes
think
that
that was a appropriate answer to your question? There's lots of things we don't like.
Yeah.
Why haven't we killed them all?
No, because you're saying that we can
Because
do
there'd be
this, that we can do
repercussions
this
to
thing, that we can kill these things.
eliminating a
And
species
I'm saying if we can
overnight.
do that, then why haven't we done it? And you're saying because if we do it, then there's negative repercussions,
Yeah.
which means we can't do it. There's not a way. There's not a way that
We
can do
can't.
it.
We can do it. We just have to brace ourselves for the repercussions, and we say, hey, do we want to risk it or not? And we say no, we don't want to risk it.
Or like
Not to say that we
mosquitoes, for
couldn't do
instance.
it. We absolutely can do it.
Why don't we kill the mosquitoes?
Because of the
Mosquitoes are the most devastating
because of
animal.
We can't
delicate
kill
balance of the
all
world.
creatures. Like we could maybe kill like all lions in a continent or something like that. But when it comes to insects, dude, there's no fucking way to keep. Listen, if all human beings simultaneously agreed that we were going to exterminate cockroaches off the face of the earth, I don't think we could do it, dude. There's no way. You know how hard it would be to find every. Yeah, no. I'm just mosquitoes too. I'm just adding to Kosho's point, not taking away from it.
Mosquitoes are the most devastating animal creature on the planet because they malaria has killed more people than anything else, and it's usually spread by mosquitoes. So you would think if that's possible, then it would just be easy enough to wipe out all the mosquitoes. But I don't think it's an easy feat.
Okay.
Ah,
Okay.
Good
Go ahead.
in case for a non-designed Earth is mosquitoes, man. What fucking role does a mosquito play other than fucking a parasite?
Spread malaria. That's most devastating. That's
Bro, but I'm
most
saying
devastating.
like that's a good. Is that not a good argument for evolution as parasites versus creationism?
There's got to
For
be
me,
an
at least, I
there's got to
benefit
be an
from what I.
upside, don't you think?
Yeah, that's the
Mosquitoes?
problem. Is you just think of one species like a mosquito or one type of insect or animal or anything like that, and you say, "Well, what purpose does this serve?" You have to understand that we don't know all the purposes that it serves, but we do know some. Like it's a main food source for bats and sparrows and things like that. So what happens when the bat populations go away? Well, purpose do they serve? Then we have to figure out what their purpose is. There's a million different things that rely upon other animals and species within this symbiotic world that we live in.
Everything is a parasite at the end of the day.
Yeah, ecology is full of feedback loops, and if you
No,
mess with one
every
species, you're going to have ramifications for the entire feedback loop that species is involved in.
yeah, I would disagree with Fundy when he says every creature is a parasite. Definitely not. I mean, there's creatures that are predators. There's creatures that are what do they call like autotropes or something? Autotropes don't even get their food from other animals. They're like the base of the food chain or whatever. And there's predators who consume the host. And then there's parasites who essentially consume the host, but the host is still alive. I guess that's the distinguishing factor between being a parasite and a predator is after the parasite's done, the host is usually still alive or is living through. You know what I mean? Like a predator comes, he eats you, you're dead, right? If you have a parasite, the parasite lives in you, you're still alive. It's kind of like, yeah.
Sure. How about cow milk?
Yeah.
That's sort of parasitical to cows. I know it doesn't really harm them too much, but
No, it's
we're
a
just
symbiotic.
I
It's
think the
not
product
parasitic,
is,
it's symbiotic
well,
because in exchange for the cow milk, we give the cows a house. Go ahead, Nate.
yeah, I was just going to say, I think the problem with your statement, Fundy, was the blanket all species or animals or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, not all can be necessarily categorized as parasitic, but there is, like Jace was pointing out, there's these I forget how you described them, maybe feedback loops or whatever, where you have the symbiosis between so many different little things, and removing certain aspects of the ecology completely changes things. I don't know if you guys have ever looked into the reintroduction of wolves into Yellowstone, for instance. I mean, it's completely changed that environment. Just that one species being reintroduced to that area has had such a beneficial impact in changing the ecosystem just within that small area. So there's many things that we don't always think about that these animals or insects or whatever are contributing or taking away from the environment. Just like people always want to remove predator species, and then once you remove that predator species, then you have an overabundance of the prey and an overpopulation, which then causes other issues. Yeah.
That's a good point, actually, Napalm. That kind of refuted the point that I brought up earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, we have no predators right now, so I mean, we're just running wild with it because we are the apex predator of Earth. You know what I'm saying? No one's fucking with us. We have no predators.
I thought the lizard men eat us and harvest us. We farm the animals and the lizard men farm us.
Right. Hey, Noah, I want to address the point you made about like symbiosis versus like whatever
There's three types.
parasitosis.
Parasitism.
Thank you. Yeah,
There's
that
three
sounds good.
types. There's three types. There's one where one animal benefits. The second type is where both animal benefits, which is symbiosis. And the third is when one animal benefits and the other animal is at a
Doesn't.
detriment, which is parasitism. I forget the
Okay.
one where one benefits and the other isn't, it doesn't
Neutral.
benefit or gain. Yeah, they have three names for it in biology. I can't
Mutual.
remember the third.
It's mutualism, I think, is the name for it.
No, that mutualism just
I'm
sounds
gonna
like
figure it out.
the same thing as both benefit. That's symbiosis. Mutualism, I'd expect, at least based on my understanding of the word mutual. You might be right. Maybe it's just a shitty name, or I don't get. Anyways, I want to address your point you made, Noah. It could be argued that you know, any parasite, because of its involvement in the larger ecosystem, does come round the mountain in a beneficial way to the thing it's stealing from. Like someone was saying, all right, you got, tell me something that eats bats. What eats bats? Can we say a hawk? Is that fair?
Yeah, eagle or a hawk.
Okay, so we'll say a mosquito is a parasite to a hawk, and the hawk's like, God damn, these mosquitoes, they just bother me. I don't fucking care for them all. They're just a parasite to me. But then the bat eats the mosquito as its like source of food, and then okay, well the hawk wants the bats well fed so they can eat a bat, right? So in a roundabout way, there's still an involvement that's symbiotic, not directly symbiotic, right? But like I said, in a roundabout way, it's still not only parasitical if it's giving indirectly, like Toys for Tots. You know what I mean? It's like
Okay, I
Commensalism.
actually,
Is the name.
Is a mosquito a parasite? Doesn't a parasite technically have to attach itself to the host, or it can't
no,
survive?
I don't think so. Like a leech is a parasite; it sucks your blood and then can fall off, but it's still a parasite.
okay, so I was incorrect. Let me correct myself on the record real quick. Mutualism, commensalism, and parasitism. Mutualism, flowers and a bee. The bee gets the pollen, the bee gets the honey, the flowers get to pollinate each other. That's mutualism. Commensalism, barnacles and whales. The barnacle gets a house, it gets a good thing, the whale is unaffected. And then parasitism is between, say, a cat and a flea. The flea benefits, but the cat has a detriment. So it's either win-win, win, neutral, or win-loss are the three biological categories of symbiosis, I guess. Thank you.
Right. And those are only addressing things on like a one-to-one basis, not in the roundabout way I was talking about. But yeah, those are very good categories for addressing like one-to-one interactions and relationships. That's very good. But it could be argued everything plays its part in like the whole holistic system of things, and you really don't want that parasite to be instantly removed from Earth because in a way it's doing its part in a roundabout way of benefiting you. But yeah, that's those are good classifications for one-on-one relationships. Or one-on-one interactions, I suppose.
They're essentially relationships, yeah. So,
Mm-hmm.
like, they live amongst each other, right? Whereas
Yeah.
between a predator and prey, there is no relationship. Once the predator enters the environment, he eats the prey. You know what I mean? There's no relationship, right? Whereas in parasitism, they actually live side by side. Like the tick lives on the cat. It doesn't go anywhere. Essentially, it has to do with the whole, I guess. Yeah, in business, business relationships, following consistent client, shit like that, kind of.
Yeah. Funny how there's like a trinity to this as well. You know what I mean? Just popping its head up again in the dynamics of the universe.
Yeah, I guess, but you couldn't have like a lose-lose situation, or else both creatures would just leave the environment. You know what I'm saying? Someone
Hmm.
has to win. So it's actually one person always has to win, right? So
Or
someone
tie, right?
is going to be the winner. No, like someone's going to okay, not win, benefit. Someone's benefiting in a relationship. If nobody's benefiting in the relationship will cease to exist. Now, as for party two can either benefit or it can be a detriment to party number two, or it can be neutral to party two. So, I mean, there's no other option.
No, I think there can be lose-lose relationships because because you may have a lose-lose relationship that two things are forced into, but that can be compensated for and allowed to continue as long as there's other relationships both those things have that outweigh the relationship they have with the lose-lose relationship they have with each other. I don't it's hard to even think of an example though, like even hypothetically, just off the top. It's like, yeah, it's definitely rare because obviously that's the one that's going to be the rarest.
Well, yeah, because essentially the only situation in which someone loses is parasitism, and the only reason parasitism happens is because party A, the party that's benefiting,
Right.
is essentially that's the person causing the relationship. If both were losing, both would be trying to leave, right? Like cats
They would
don't want
try.
yeah, cats don't want fleas on their back. They lick themselves, they try to get rid of the fleas, right? Now
Yeah, you'd have to be trapped.
if the fleas got onto the cat's back, but it conferred no benefit, and actually the cat had some poison that killed them, the fleas would
Uh-huh.
be trying to get out of there too, right? I mean,
You're so right.
they wouldn't try
Yeah,
to stay.
you're absolutely right. And
All
that's why
relationships
a
all relationships
lose-lose
have to be
relationship.
sustained by a benefit. All relationships, even in human beings, have to be sustained by at least one party benefiting, essentially.
Or well, what I'm saying is that lose-lose situations can be going on because relationships with third parties and third and fourth parties can maintain the existence of these two things that have a lose-lose relationship with each other. But the only reason that it would ever continue is if they found themselves somehow unable to avoid the situation they find themselves in, some sort of entrapment. Not, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be like a physical, barrier keeping them in proximity to each other. Just some sort of very unlucky circumstance where both these things are doing harm to each other, yet they can't get away from each other because they're trapped. And they have a relationship because they're forced into that relationship. Here's one, right? Like an arranged marriage, right, where both people hate each other, and for some reason it's like illegal by law to divorce, right? And they're just stuck.
Name me a lose-lose and a leech, non-leech species. Go ahead.
No, I really don't think I can even think of one. I'm just saying it's not impossible because third parties could be
Right, but
sustaining this relationship.
all relationships have to have like a glue or something that causes the relationship to stay together. Because the fucking base axiom is entropy, right? Things separate, things tend towards the lower things tend to fucking occupy a state of chaos or whatever because of entropy. So if there's no force actively binding the two species together in a relationship, that binding force being the benefit to one or both species, then there's nothing that would keep them in relationship with each other. They would tend not to be together.
Yeah, in a parasitic relationship, one necessarily wins. One necessarily has an advantage. The leech, which feeds off, or the mosquito, but the other animal always loses. unless you use the leech for to eat dead skin and that sort of scenario, which is created by us. But you know what I'm saying? There has to be an advantage to the parasite, at least.
Or else there's no benefit for the parasite to even be there. Why would he go to your body in the first place? If there was no benefit, I
Yeah.
mean, this is even true for human relationships, let alone biological relationships between species, just between people, man. There is no relationship where neither fucking party is winning. It's not a thing. I mean, there's what, the vassal and the emperor. Yeah, the vassal king might be losing, but what keeps the relationship together is the emperor's benefit. Or say with marriage, both benefit each other. The thing that keeps a marriage together is the mutual benefit of each other. But there's no relationship that lasts that's just not beneficial to either party. I can't think of one, like anywhere, that wouldn't tend to end. Like there's nothing that would keep the relationship alive.
I posted a video on the current war, Israel Palestine, with the U.S. Marine Corps Scott Ritter. Man, this guy breaks it down like there's no tomorrow. If you want to hear the story, the truth, what's going on there, have a listen to that, bro.
Yeah, that's the thing I don't really get, man. Why are we talking so much shit to the Russian military? I hear people all the time on Discord. Yeah, well, the Russian military is garbage. Like, well, I'm not afraid of the Russians. Their military is garbage. Like, they can't even defeat Ukraine. And what a garbage military. But it's like, wait, didn't Ukraine get like an infusion of like $200 billion and all the technology from the West, which is, some of the best military technology around, training and tactics from the military West? I mean, essentially, Russia is fighting a war that America couldn't win. America would lose that. We would lose that war. So how can we talk shit to a country that's essentially winning a war that we couldn't win? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
people
that,
talk
that
so much
war.
shit, but it's like we couldn't win against Ukraine. If we were in Russia's situation, we couldn't beat them. Yet Russia's winning. So how can we be essentially talking shit on Russia and saying their military is weak when essentially they've proven they have a stronger military than us? We lost in Afghanistan. We lost in Vietnam. Is Russia losing? No. Just because they're taking casualties, that's normal. That's what war is about. War is about casualties. Is casualty management.
Yeah, that war is essentially over, bro. And especially now that all the arms are going to Israel, it's over. I mean, it's only a matter of time before you hear it on the news, right? That war is already lost. Ask any military, check any military personnel. Go on any channel you want that talks about this, right? Besides CNN and these clowns, right? They'll tell you the war is lost. It's over. They have no more men. They have no more weapons. Essentially, they destroyed at least 400,000 men, if we're to believe what they tell us. And the kill
Dude,
ratio is like 7-1. Yeah.
America lost to Vietnam like what 50? What was it, like 40 years ago? 50 years ago? America
Yep.
lost to Vietnam. Ukraine is way better than Vietnam, dude. So that, I mean, essentially, given the fact that Russia won, that means Russia's military is way better than ours. Actually, an actual matter of fact. So why are
Right
we
now, on the
grandstanding and
ground,
calling
yeah.
them? Yeah, why are we calling them pussies and saying like, yeah, like we're not afraid of them? We should be. They did something that we can't militarily. We lost to Vietnam. Let that sink in. Let that sink in, bro. We lost to Vietnam. Russia beat Ukraine. That's like if I was fighting a 5-year-old kid. The 5-year-old kid beat me up, and then I see my buddy. having a fight with a 20-year-old. He beats up the 20-year-old, and then I say, hey, I could beat my friend up. Like, no, dude, you can't even beat up a 5-year-old, man. You can't beat your friend up. Your friend's beating fucking grown-ass men.
Yeah, right now, apparently, they have 750,000 men on the ground, fully equipped with the latest, greatest gear. Their military war machine is in full swing, thanks to us. They can produce missiles, planes, trains, tanks, anything you want. Something that the U.S. military cannot do right now. If the U.S. military was to go to war right now, you could not produce enough weapons at the rate needed to make a war. We would have to retool Ford, Chrysler, just like in World War II. We don't have the capacity. Most people don't know that. And the munitions
Bro,
we gave them all to.
think about this, bro. The U.S. had a kind of a hard time fighting a nation that was already at war with the entire world. We couldn't, like, the only reason we won World War II, bro, is because guess what? We had the entire world to help us. Imagine this, bro. Imagine the entire world being on your side. Obviously, you're going to win the war. And then what was the war after that? Vietnam. We lost the Vietnam War. We lost the Vietnam War, dude. Think about that. Russia is winning Ukraine. And our military is worse than it was in Vietnam. So, I mean, like, I don't know, dude. Who are these people talking shit about the Russian military? Need to fucking kind of do an internal check and realize, like, I mean, yeah, they're objectively, they're not some UFO alien angelic race. But, I mean, relative to our own military, we kind of suck, dude.
Yeah, there's no way NATO could face Russia right now on the battlefield. There's just no way. There's not enough troops, not enough tanks.
Dude, Russia doesn't even need to put boots on the ground. All they need is to hack the electricity. If they just hacked the fucking power plants across America, that's a victory. They already won the war without even sending a single troop over here. Well, can you imagine if the power shuts off, how big of a BLM riot there would be? I'm sorry, you would lose all your property. 1,000 people would enter your house and fucking kill you, rape your wife, and take all your shit. And guess what? Those are your citizens. Those aren't even enemy combatants.
Yeah, the next few weeks are going to be a very decisive time in world history. I know it doesn't look like that now, but this action that by Hamas and what Israel is retaliating with is finally has woken up the whole world. They're going to be no longer able to hide it with CNN, right? So the whole world now is watching this, unlike any other time. So this is going to be really something. I think now finally the Israelis are going to get what's coming to them. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it seems to be.
Even your president said that after this is all said and done, we cannot go back to the status quo. And what that means is there's going to have to be a two-state solution. Something Israel doesn't want, and regardless of what it says, everybody knows it doesn't want that. But finally, somebody's going to tell them, order them, get them off of their high horse and order them to do this. This is what it looks like.
I honestly don't think so. I honestly don't think any third party is going to tell them, is going to make them do a two-party solution. I think nobody's going to tell them. No, people are going to tell them something, but essentially they're just going to take it too far and they're going to fucking destroy Palestine. Like, there's going to be no more Palestine. And essentially the moment Palestine is completely destroyed, the entire Islamic world is going to fucking like have a jihad, dude. If Israel destroys Palestine, which essentially no one's gonna stop them, we know is the Islamic world's gonna have a jihad on Israel. And who's gonna stop them? Who's gonna stop the entire Arabic world? So essentially, there's two dominoes that are gonna fall that nobody can stop. There's nothing you can do. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't stop the Israelis from wiping out the people in Gaza. You can't do it. You can't stop them from doing it. And you're not going to be able to stop the Islamic world from essentially having a jihad. So essentially, I mean, we're fucked. Like we're in the like. I mean, it's hopeful thinking. Like, yeah, maybe they would have a two-party solution. I really doubt it, dude. I don't think anyone can stop it at this point.
You could be right. You could be right. Of course, they're not going to listen. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's going to have to be. Well, they're either going to get attacked from all the Arabs and get destroyed, or they're going to come to their senses, which I don't think is going to happen. So yeah, you're probably right.
The only thing I see happening that could stop them, and it's going to sound really stupid, but the only thing I could see actually stopping this from being an all-out jihad war, world war, is if, and this is going to sound really dumb, I'm not a supporter of this guy, but if Trump becomes the president of the United States again and flies down to Israel and essentially says, yeah, Mr. Netanyahu, you're going to have to make a two-party solution. That's the only case. There's no other case where there's two options here. Either Trump is president and he goes and he forces Netanyahu to do a two-state, or the other option is America does nothing, no one stops him, he wipes out Gaza, and Israel fucking has and Islam has a jihad. Like, those are your two options, dude. Those are your two fucking. There's no other scenario. Tell me, give me a third scenario, SC.
Yeah, you're right. There's only one problem: that you got the right country, you got the wrong president. The country, being the states, has to give the order, but it'll never be who you think it is, Trump, because they have Trump bought and sold. Trump is basically a Zionist. I mean, I know you don't want to hear that, but that is the truth, bro. They got him bought and sold. The Jews, that is. Just look at who moved the capital. You had 50 years. The only president that has done it was Trump. They have him bought and sold. He's beholden to the Jews. I'm sorry to say it, but yeah.
I don't even disagree, but I don't know. What other, like, I'm just thinking, who would be the, because it's not going to be Biden. Let's just be honest. Biden's doing nothing. So whoever the next president is, that's the only guy who has the ability to essentially stop a holy war from happening. Isn't that kind of funny? The next president of America is the only guy who can stop a fucking religious war in the Middle East. That's a fucking weird situation.
Not funny. It's not funny. It's because you guys created this monster, right? You were funding it for like 70 years now, $6 billion a year, all this military stuff. The only reason why the Americans can do it is because they're the ones that are supporting it. You basically own Israel. It's like the 53rd state. The only problem is that state is running you. That's the freaking problem. It's like Louisiana is controlling all of America type deal.
I could honestly see, I don't know. I mean, yeah, you're kind of right about, yeah, well, then that makes it very bleak. That means inevitable holy war, which I don't think anyone wants.
No, it could also mean that finally the Americans are going to get fed up and force Israel to do it. That's the only solution.
No, there's no
Cyprus solution.
No. SC, that's not going to happen. They
Probably
not. They took everyone's private property and gold, and now they take your children whenever they want to. It's well past the point of getting fed up. Americans will never get fed up. It's been proven, dude. Someone stole all the gold. Someone took all the fucking property titles. Someone now can take your children away from you if they want to. Someone can take your children away if you don't want them to be a fucking gender bender. So when you talk about America getting fed up, it's not going to happen. It's just, why would America get fed up about something across the world when they can be persecuted in their own country and they'll take it like a bitch?
Yeah, I was talking about the government. Yeah, but good point. Yeah.
Yeah, listen, like when it comes to the American people getting fed up and doing something, like that time passed, let's see, probably 100 years ago. Yeah. The time to get fed up was 100 years ago. So the American people are not getting fed up and doing anything. That's a fucking joke. When you say the American people, I would just laugh in your face. Like the American people, you mean those fucking idiots that they got the gold stolen from them? Those fucking poor fucks. They're not even solvent. They're not even economically solvent. They have no gold. What are you fucking talking about? The people. What a fucking joke. The people don't even have fucking right to their own children. If the American people, if someone says, "Hey, I'm gonna chop your son's balls off," you can't do anything. So when you say the American people, you're talking about like a fucking useless group of people who can't do anything. Talk about the American government, that's a different story. That thing would trample anything. But yeah, like you said, it is owned by the same people who own Israel.
That's the problem right there. Yeah. Thing is now what's happening, bro, around the world, unlike every other time, right? They were able, through the media control, which had very limited outlets, they were able to control the narrative. But now, with the internet and so many other news outlets, India, China, all these other places, right? It's kind of hard to hide the message. So the grabblers that had control of the media, well, right now, they can't control the narrative any longer. See what I'm saying? So they can't control the narrative worldwide. They can still manipulate Americans, yeah. But don't forget, more and more Americans have access to other news. And thanks to Trump, the fake news thing, a lot of Americans are, looking elsewhere for news as well. So this is kind of different. Let's see. I'm hoping, but you could be right.
I kind of agree, but I kind of disagree, Essie. Let me give you the reason why I kind of disagree. Because this internet revolution is essentially parallel to the printing press revolution, right? A new way of essentially getting information out to people, right? When the printing press came around, the church, in the analogy, the church would be the media guys, right? And the guys with the printing press would be all the online sites with their alternative views, right? So essentially, we had a revolution already where information became free. We had the printing press revolution. And the guys who controlled the narrative adapted to it, actually. Like they adapted to become the guys who write all the books, right? So when you say like the media is going to get taken over by the internet, I'm sure that the guys who run the media, the guy who own the media, already have their fingers all up in the internet pot, if not started the whole thing from the beginning, Like, I see it as being directly analogous, right? The church and the printing press is directly analogous to mainstream media and the internet. And I think the way they control us is going to shift, but the people who control us is not going to change. Just their strategies.
Well, yeah, they're going to have to. But the point is, with the printing press, right, there was still control of the message. See what I'm saying? Here, there's no controlling because anybody with a phone could become a news, say news. So in other words, they can try to control the narrative, but somebody on the battleground with a phone could show you different, right? They were trying to control the narrative in Hawaii. You got people with their iPhones saying, look at this, man. The tires are melted. Look at the steering wheel. Look at this. Look at that. Look at the selective burning. So in that sense, they can no longer control the narrative. See what I'm saying?
Right, but what I'm saying is if someone essentially has a way to essentially publish the truth and get it out there, the tactic is not to try and stop that. The tactic is just to make up a bunch of lies that are very similar to that truth that sound ridiculous. If you kind of understand what I'm saying, like they already came up with the solution to free information, and it was, if people have unlimited access to information, just overload them with crap information, essentially, so that they can never find the truth. It's not get rid of the truth, because they can't. It's bury the truth in crap. So with the internet, essentially, someone can expose something, and then you can send down, like, let's talk about this this fucking Maui thing, to be specific, right? You can have a bunch of people on the ground filming things and say, "Oh, look, this is weird. Like, this is not a wildfire, blah, blah, blah." Well, all it takes is you to send down a couple of agents, maybe real estate agents, maybe, I don't know. And those guys just completely lie about the situation and make it sound ridiculous. So now, like, you don't know what's true and what's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's kind of like a hate, like, you can't really find out what's going on, because essentially they put guys on the ground to lie. So when you're looking for free information, 9 out of the 10 sources you get is just crap. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the counter tactic they use against it.
Yeah, that is exactly that. The solution now is not to stop the information, because they know they can't. It's exactly what you said. They pile on a whole bunch of other counterclaims and this and that, and overwhelm you with information. That still doesn't mean that they can control the narrative, because you can still find what you're looking for. So yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it's still different than before. Before they had full access, you had 3 stations, channel 12, channel 6, or whatever channels you guys had, right? And we all know, word for word, sometimes the newscasts were the same. They can no longer do that, is my point. They can't control the narrative in the way that they used to.
Yeah, this is why I think they're trying to shift towards this whole subjective truth. Like, oh, that's your truth. Oh no, wait, that's my truth. You know, this whole, that was never a thing. No one in the history of retards ever fucking got any credibility for saying that retarded shit until recently. I don't think that it's part of this whole psychological tactic, because essentially, if there's not one truth, which there is, but essentially, if people believe there's not one truth, then yeah, you're gonna go out and find what you're looking for. But a lot of people look for shit that just makes them feel good. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know how to fucking say it. Essentially, like, I'm pretty sure, bro, that real estate agent guy was a fucking agent, man. I don't know. It is really sus. I have like whole fucking things, but like, that's like the main guy who was giving the information about Lahaina. And I'm pretty sure he was a fucking agent, dude. So now it's like, you know what I mean? Like, they just have to flood the market. I mean, it's not
They
like a
can say
direct
whatever they
refutation.
want, bro. Bro, they can flood the market with whatever information they want. The point here is, all you gotta do is look at a picture of a car selective burning, and they can say whatever the heck they want, right? A car that catches on fire regularly will not have its window molted into a ball and other parts of it burning, and not like half a car burning. That cannot happen. So they can say whatever they want. If you have a picture of something that just cannot be, they can't bring it into reality. So they can control the narrative still up to a point. Like, no matter what real estate agent tells you, are you going to believe that a car could burn halfway through? Like, the tires are melted, but the top isn't? No matter which expert tells you that, are you going to believe it? Can you set a car on fire and half of it burn?
And I think what I'm saying is, I don't think they've already, like, they're starting to do this whole burying method. I think that's the method they've come to already. Like, that's the method they're currently employing. Because when it comes to anything that we know is sus, there's always like a flock of shills surrounding the thing You know what I'm saying? Like when you start to fucking come into the truth, you start to realize that that's where most of the shows are at. Not like, yeah, we have Neil deGrasse Tyson, but like I think there's more shills. Like, okay, so let's think about the Glober shows, right? Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's like it's whatever that Neil science guy or whatever the fuck. What is that? 3 people, maybe McToon 4. I think there's probably way more shills on our side in the FE movement than there are on the Glover side. Because think about this, if I was the Illuminati, right, I would put more shills on the FE side because the people who are on the Globes are already deceived. Why you know what I'm saying? Like, you put your troops where the fucking battle is, right? You don't put the troops where there's no battle.
Oh yeah, of course, definitely. Yeah, you infiltrate both sides, as a matter of fact. Yeah. So you're saying they have more shields on the FE side to stir up stuff, like come up with crazy ideas to ridicule the flat Earth. Yeah, that's very plausible.
Yeah, because I mean, these guys are the ones who wrote The Art of War, right? And like one of the so they fucking studied The Art of War. They wrote it, right? They're the ones who do The Art of War. One of the tenets of The Art of War is essentially you want to look weak when you're strong and to look strong when you're weak, essentially. In the FE movement, the Illuminati looks very weak. So if it looks very weak and they're employing the art of war, their influence is probably very strong. And when it comes to the globe movement, right, it looks like they have a lot of strength, they have a lot of influence, which means they probably have way less shills on that side. Because it's all, you know what I'm saying? Like, essentially, if there's a war, right, and there's a front of war, and all the bad guys are at one place, you're gonna put your troops in that place. You're not gonna evenly distribute them, right? So if it's a war for the truth, if a bunch of people are on FE, you're gonna put all your misleading troops, all your shows, all your letters over there. You're gonna put minimal of them on the globe side. At least that's how I think. Like when I read The Art of War, dude, and I think about it, and I think about these people who control the world, that's what I think they would do. They would put all the shills in our group.
Yeah, there's I can't disagree with that. So here's a guy that thinks it's normal, good white, that a car could burn half or just the tires or yeah.
Yeah, but
It's so freaking funny, man. These are the people that this is how they run the show. They convince people like him of the impossible, you know?
I'm gonna
It's
be honest with
fascinating.
you. I was listening to Good White talk yesterday, and I'm not accusing anyone of anything, but it sounded like a voice changer to me. Like a fucking voice changer, and that guy can get in the room right now, and I'll tell it to his face. Like it is very creepy. It sounded like a voice changer to me.
He said he's gonna be here in 30 minutes. Explain to us selective burning. I would love to hear that.
I want to see him come on camera. Because yesterday when I was listening to him, bro, I got the weirdest creepy feeling that he was using a voice changer. And I could be wrong. I could be dead wrong. That's just what it came off to me like.
Like if you can't understand like selective burning, that's a problem. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, dude, and guess what else happened? There was another wildfire on my island. Did you hear about that?
On where?
On Oahu, the island that I live on.
Oh,
The
you're
next,
in Hawaii. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I live on Oahu, so Maui is the neighbor island. I can look over the ocean and see it on the other side, right? It's far away. It's on the horizon. But 3 days ago, there was a wildfire on this island. And guess what? Guess what I found was very strange about it. So
Selective
I
burning.
no man, it's no, it was all in the trees, and no one fucking took any pictures. But they said I came downstairs to go to work one day. Fucking watching the news and stuff. Said on the news, wildfire in Mililani in Hawaii, and I said, "Gee, that's strange, right? It's really weird. There's a wildfire in Mililani," and my roommates looked at me and they said, "Hey, it's because it's been very hot lately and there's been no rain." And this is how deep the psychological conditioning is. Because you know what I said back to them? But it was raining hard all last night, and that was the case. That was the case. So how does a forest fire start in the middle of a rainy night? But even more shocking is, why are people who watch the news saying that there's been no rain when it was just like it was the weirdest thing I seen, man. I was like, they were like, oh, it's been so dry lately. That's why there's like, and I was like, but this wildfire started in the middle of a rainstorm. Like, what are you fucking like? What? That's not even like what? You know what I mean? Like, how is that even possible? And why the fuck are you believing it when you and me, we live in the same house? You heard the rain. We were literally in the house, sleep like it was raining all yesterday and last night. How the fuck did a fire start? And these fuckers believe they believe the news over their fucking actual experience, as if they didn't fucking remember the raining that happened. I was like, that's crazy, man. Like, I just seen like some sort of fucking possession or something like in front of me, because we all know it rained last night. Everyone in this fucking house knows it was raining, right?
Yeah, that's weird. I didn't hear that one.
I'm working on a farm, not as a farm. I'm doing some mechanical shit for them, but essentially, I'm working on a farm with a perfect view of this fucking wildfire, perfect view into this valley of this wildfire. So I see all day long one Chinook. You know what a Chinook is, right? Like a helicopter going to the water, the ocean, grabbing the bucket, and coming back over and spilling the water onto the fucking thing. And I was just thinking to myself, dude, we have 4 military bases on this island and exceeding thousands of Chinooks. Why is there just one Chinook coming over here, pouring a bucket of water on this fire every half an hour? And how did a fire start in the middle of a night when it was fucking raining? Is the whole, I don't know, bro. It's fucking really weird, dude. It's really bothering. Like SC, dude. Our island has fucking thousands of helicopters that could be equipped to do this thing. We have we have 4 U.S. military bases here. Every time I go anywhere, it's dumb jack off military dudes with excessive fucking payment money, like excessive money from being a fucking. They fucking pay you out if you're in the U.S. military. I'll tell you, that's one thing. It's really tempting to join because you get paid out for being a tard. Like you get fucking bills, dude. But essentially, they have an army on the island. They have thousands of helicopters. Yet they're only going to use one helicopter. And I'm literally witnessing this shit all day. I'm literally working, looking up and seeing that one Chinook is coming every half an hour and pouring one bucket of water. So it's like, okay, so you're definitely not prioritizing stopping this fire. And then even the fact that the fire was started is sus, given it was raining. Raining, dude. Have you tried to light a fire in the rain? You know how fucking hard that is? Not even fucking Bear Grylls can do that.
Yeah, yeah.
A human
Make sure
being
you
with
have your
flint and
flint, your
steel.
flint sparkle. You gotta have your flint sparker. Yeah.
Bear Grylls can't even start a fucking fire in the rain, but then natural coincidence is gonna do it. and then you're gonna make a big deal about it and say, "Oh my God, there's a wildfire," and I'll tell you, it looked pretty serious, but you're not gonna deploy anything over one helicopter when you have thousands. Like, dude, I don't think you understand how much fucking Humvees, helicopters, airplanes, boats, like Oahu's stocked, dude. Like, we could have gotten that fire finished. That fire could have been taken out in half an hour. Okay, deploy 10 helicopters to grab some water. Oh, look, it's all gone. It took half an hour. But no, they want the fire to go for 3 fucking days and have one fucking helicopter going back and forth every half an hour grabbing a bucket of water. I'm just seeing this shit, bro. Like, I literally seen it. Like, I seen these guys wasting time and money prolonging this fire in front of me while I'm working for 8 hours for 2 days. And then I also see the fact that the fire starts in the fucking middle of the night when it's raining. Like, it's just like these stories, bro. Like, I don't understand why no one else sees it.
You can start a fire in the rain, though, right?
Let me run it down for you, North. There was another wildfire in Oahu 5 days ago that lasted 3 days or so, and it supposedly started in the middle of the night. And that night, when it started, there was torrents of rain, dude. Like, it was a downpour. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no fucking way a wildfire started in that.
When we say wildfire, I mean I've started fires in the pouring rain, and the fire blazed, and it was about 2,000 degrees. So, and that's just with pine logs and things like that. Um, in the pouring rain, you can go out and you can find some dry debris under, of course, soaked debris. And if you got some larger leaves and you got some things that'll burn really hot, you got some good fuel. All it takes is a spark, man.
This is you've done
And
this? You've
yeah,
started
yeah,
fires? Okay, well then
of course.
I stand corrected then. I stand corrected. So do you think a natural wildfire could start in the middle of a rainy night though?
It it depends on what you have that's burning. Um, what is the fuel for the fire? Um, it would highly depend on that. So I would ask, when did the rain start, and what was the debris? How big were the leaves? Was it pine needles? Was it leaves? Was it banana leaves? What kind of leaves were they? Was the dense woods? Um, I would ask those questions.
Flats,
Yeah,
rainforests.
pine
So
needles, bro. My God, I can attest to that. We used to, when I was in scouts, we used to start like bonfires, and nothing burns like a pine needle, bro. It catches quicker than your hair. It's freaking scary, man. Yeah, yeah. Good
Yeah,
point, Mark. Yeah.
I mean, 2,000, bro. You can take some pine. Just take like 4 big pine trees, have them all cut up in like 10-foot logs, and just throw them on top of each other, and leave some space between, and find you some pine straw underneath all that wet, soaked pine straw underneath the leaves. Put it under there, and you got shelter of all those logs that's on top, so the bottom's dry enough to when it starts, you're not going to be able to stand 15, 20 yards away from it. That's how hot it is.
so I'm gonna just describe what else I've seen, like with my 2 eyes, and maybe you seem to be the expert on fires here. I'll give you that. So when I was watching this thing burn out or whatever, I seen a fuck ton of steam. You know what steam is, right? Like water, like steam coming off of the jungle that it was supposedly burning in. So I
Yeah,
don't know
I've
if
seen.
what that means for the fucking fire, but essentially it was in a valley, and in the valley, it's a rainforest ecosystem essentially. So you could do with it broad leaves, I guess. What is it, like taro leaves and shit? Trees, plants, ferns, shit like that. Wet, of course. All of that's wet because it was raining. And essentially, it has to have been wet because when I'm looking at it, there's steam coming out of this thing. But this thing was going for like 2 days, essentially. It actually went for 3 days, but I wasn't working on the, like, I didn't have a view of it on the third day, essentially.
So it's in a valley. So of course, you know, it's in Hawaii. You're going to have a lot of wind, right? So there's plenty of oxygen to fuel the fire. Now all we need to know is what was burning. What exactly was burning on the ground or under those leaves? Was there something poured there? Or was it just really dry and it accumulated over time? And someone caught that on fire and it spread quickly and so intensely that of all that dry matter underneath the soaked, of course. And if it caught some trees that burn like pine trees, bro, yeah, the steam would be coming off and it would be blazing, bro. And you wouldn't be able to stand near it even in the rain.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So that explains that. So essentially, if there's enough dead plant matter on the ground, because I'm just thinking like from a natural perspective, right? I'm not saying someone. I'm just trying to explain it from a natural wildfire point of view. So you're saying if there was enough dead plant matter on the ground that could provide enough fuel, if ignited, to essentially withstand rain on top of it. But it was started in the rain, right? So like it wasn't like when it was, and it wasn't even that big at its height. Like it was a lot of smoke and shit, but it wasn't like, because I was looking at it, it wasn't too big, bro. Like it didn't see like like if it got outside of that valley, I would have been very surprised. Look, judging by like looking at it from afar, seeing the smoke come up from it, smelling the smoke and shit. But so you're saying it's just dead plant matter, like the bottom, whatever's on the bottom has to be dry, essentially.
Yeah, it wouldn't be wet. I mean, it wouldn't have water on top of it. I mean, the top layer, yeah, it takes a little while for, you know, the rain to kind of soak in and soak every leaf and pine needle and all these different things that are deteriorating, no matter what kind of leaves they are. You can always, you know, scratch aside some of the top layer and find some dry, even in pouring rain. So I would say, what did it smell like when it was burning? What color was the smoke?
That's what I'm saying. It was white steam, dude. Was most of the stuff that was coming up. I'm on like a rolling. It's like a flat land, right? That the farm's on, but it's not really flat. It's actually it's actually how the Globers conceive it. It's kind of like a slightly convex field essentially that I'm on top of. Where it has all the crops. At the end of the
Oh,
field, a valley starts, and inside the valley, like I had a perfect view of this thing, dude. I swear to God, like it was like you could not have gotten a better place to essentially view this thing from like afar, essentially. But the smoke smelled like tree smoke, but it also smelled low key like fucking a small tinge of like burnt rubber almost. Like kind of like
oh
a
yeah.
combination of both, but more so the tree, like the normal bonfire smell that you get. And I remember I kind of smelled that, and I didn't think really anything of it. But my friend mentioned to me like, "Oh, that thing fucking stinks. It doesn't smell like a fucking like a good bonfire." You know what I mean? So I remember it did have a little bit of a rubber, but more so tree. But when you looked at it visually, you didn't see the red flame, at least at the daytime. I don't know. Maybe if I went at night, I would have been able to see the red flame. But I'm not gonna stay in my workplace till fucking night. But when you look at it, you couldn't really see this, but you see the fucking smoke coming up was all white steam, mostly steam, but white smoke too. Not really gray or black though. But yeah.
Can a car fire started by, let's say, lightning or whatever, can it burn hot enough to melt the front window into like a ball a molten ball. Can that fire get hot enough?
What was the car made of? Because I mean, they're so cheap now, man. It's what was the car made of? Do we know?
Not sure.
You got cheap aluminum and things like that. They can melt. Doesn't take much to melt that. And we were just speaking about, some trees can burn over 1,000 degrees, up to 2,000 degrees. So
Is that enough to melt glass into a ball?
glass into a ball? Possibly. I don't know. I've never blown glass. I can look it up for you though.
Yeah, you seen those cars that are on the side of the road where there ain't that many trees?
Yo,
And
SC,
yeah.
have you seen the video of the petrified frog?
Oh, petrified frog, no.
Someone apparently, now this could be, I watched it. I personally give it like a very large chance of being fake, just given like, I don't really believe shit on the internet, but essentially this guy, who was allowed in to like clean it up or whatever, like sift through and like clean some shit up or whatever, found a petrified frog mid leap in the ashes in Lahaina. And he has a video of himself like showing the frog and being like, "Yeah, bro, like I'm not saying it's real, you know what I'm saying? But I saw that shit and I was like, if that's the case, I have no idea what they did. Like, I'm gonna try and get the video for you, but you'll need timestamps because like the first part is some old guy talking about some bullshit.
I heard about petrified trees, but petrified frogs? I've never heard that, bro. Like there's whole petrified forests and all kinds, and it looks freaking really amazing, like a painting. But a petrified frog? I never heard that.
Give him that when he showed it
Oh,
in the
there's a
video.
petrified man's leg with his boot still on it. They found it somewhere in Arizona somewhere. There's petrified everything. Bro.
I'd like to see that.
There's also a petrified engine block too. It's made out of solid rock, but it was an engine. And I don't know how old it was, but it's like an old diesel engine out of a boat or something. I don't know, but I seen it on. There's a video on YouTube about it. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Check it out. If I can find it, I'll post it.
Yeah, cool.
There's even a place in India or some foreign country. I don't know exactly which one. I don't remember, but where there's like this tree or something or this cave that hangs, and water drips down over the cave, and people hang things from in front of the cave, and the water drips down over it, and it petrifies things. Pretty trippy.
Stalactite and stalagmites, yeah. Those are freaked out, man.
What'd you call me?
Have you seen the crystal caves? That's the most spectacular thing I've ever seen. You guys seen those crystal caves?
I seen it once when I was a little kid, but I haven't been back since.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Huge, vast freaking areas. Let me see if I can find the picture. Vast caves and like beams and beams of like crystals like just popping out of everywhere. Like that blew my mind, that one.
Yo, SC, I'm about to post this video and tag you in it. I mean, watch the video and tell me what you think. I have a very large bias towards this being fake, just because, bro, people do shit like this all the time. You know what I mean? Like, people don't even do this shit for money. Like, people do this shit just to prank people. But, I mean, just if you watch it and then consider what he's saying and consider maybe he's not lying, I mean, it's kind of mind blowing in my fucking mind. Because bro, when he shows the frog, it literally looks as if the frog like took a leap and was instantly petrified, as if he looked at Medusa or something, bro. Like it's fucking crazy. Now, I'm not saying that a frog statue can't exist and this guy can't be fucking, oh yeah, look, and it's just a frog statue. But it's like, bro, I don't know, dude. You just gotta watch it, bro. It's fucking like I don't even know what to say, man. It's kind of.
Just the fact that before I watch it, just the fact that it's in mid jump, I'm already like suspicious about it. Let me tell you, from the get go. But I'll check it out.
What happened?
Nothing. You have the floor.
There's no sound on it, by the way. Just letting you know. I tried to watch it, but there's no sound. It won't unmute.
Huh? Mine has sound on it. I just heard it. Yeah, dude, it does have sound. That video most definitely has sound. Like I literally just turned it on and checked right now while I'm talking.
That's what I was doing. I'll try it again.
Did you like is BitChute on the video? It's kind of like YouTube. You can like locally mute the video. Did you check that? Maybe I don't know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, bro, I just did it again. It even pops up a thing to say it says unmute, like the press here, and you press it, it doesn't work. Could be just me, on my end. But yeah, I got no sound, bro.
Fuck. Can I share screen in here? Maybe when I'm about to get home, maybe I can just flip on share screen real quick and you can hear what it is. I don't know if there's a mod in here. I don't even know if that's an available ability, but
How long is it?
well, it's only like the first part of the video, so 2 minutes. Yeah, yeah. Essentially, it's a 2 minute long video.
Well, I'll try with another device. We'll see what happens.
Essentially, it's 2 minutes, and then the clip stops, and then the old guy starts talking and trying to explain what happened in the video, which I just watched it. I'm not there for fucking explanations. You know what I mean? I was just there to see this guy's, I guess, his testament to what fucking happened. Now, he could be a fucking lying prankster, so, but still, like, I just care about give him his peace. I'm not trying to hear an old man say happened after that.
Kind of broke up there, but think of this. Think of this, right? If this is to be true, what, the petrification happened in a matter of what? Hours, minutes? Think about it. It's in mid jump, right? So how did this happen? And it happened just recently now, right?
So real quick, do I sound okay?
Yeah, not bad.
Is it not bad, or is it better? Or
Better than usual, but you're like a little bit muffled.
Sounds terrible.
Does it?
Yeah.
the fuck you?
That's the worst thing I've ever heard.
You have to every
Sound good
time,
to
Bob.
me.
Every fucking time with these guys.
Well, it sounds like extremely muffled. I can hardly hear what he's saying. Are you guys actually saying that sounds normal to you? What is it? A
To
different
me,
headset?
say talk again, Jeremy. To me, he sounded okay, a bit muffled. Now we can't hear nothing, of course.
All right, here we go.
Now you're better. I just
Oh,
jumped
yeah.
in because I was like, if everyone's going to tell him that sounds good, he's going to think he sounds good.
They do this to me all the time. To me all the time. They're like, "Yo, you sound great," and then later, why do you sound like shit? Which
No,
headphones
to
up or
me, he
something?
sounded just a little bit muffled. That's it.
It's because he's Canadian. It's fine.
It's because we got better freaking telephone service than you guys do. Admit it. Come on.
Yeah.
So what's the idea with this frog thing? The idea is that the directed energy weapon can instantly petrify stuff? Like, is that the claim, or?
That's where Noah has to answer. This is Noah's thing. I don't think he said because of a directed weapon or anything like that. He didn't say any cause. I don't think. He just said watch the video. Did anybody else watch the video? Did it have sound? Is it just me?
Yeah, I hear sound on it. I haven't watched it, but I did open it and I heard sound, yeah.
Okay.
SC got CHS. You got that CHS?
CHS. What the hell is that?
Yeah, can't hear shit.
Yeah, that's what I got. I'm gonna try it on another device. Yeah, I just saw that, and with sound, yeah, that looks totally fake, bro. If you're still there, Noah.
They're saying it got like instantly petrified during the fire. Is the claim?
No, he doesn't claim. He just claims he found it in the ashes, and 20 feet away or something like that, there's molted metal next to it. And then the lady says that should have been burned, and it looks like hollow. It's like petrified, but it's hollow petrified. It's like the insides are gone, and there's just like a skin, like a frame. It looks totally fake. To me, anyway. I mean, yeah, it's a very short video. It's like 2 minutes or something.
Hey, can I get a mic check?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, cool. Thought it was just me. Hey, so yeah, you want to talk about car fires? Yes.
If you like, yeah. Specifically, the what kind of temperature it takes to melt the glass into a ball, from what I've seen, and like also if you'd like the selective burning.
So I can talk about selective burning and glass melted into balls. So this glass melted in the balls you seen, was that from the fires in Maui?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I used to be a tow truck driver for many years, right? And I would pick up a lot of car fires because what the people would do is they'd steal cars and just light them on fire, right? So I'd probably say I've picked up about maybe 100. And in those fires, sometimes you'd get half burnt fires, sometimes half burnt cars, sometimes you get full burnt, sometimes, only the motor burnt. So it all depends on where the car was, what was the weather like, was it windy? If it was windy, it actually fueled the fire more, right? Because kind of how a furnace works is it blows high wind in the fire. Like, have you ever like blew on a fire and it intensifies the fire?
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I've seen different types of fires, different uh, you know,
Okay,
yeah,
question.
different cars
Because
burn
your
in different
question.
ways. So that's possible, right? Because you said it was impossible for that to happen. And I'm telling you, it's possible. Now, hold on, let me finish because
Fair enough.
we've also had wildfires here where I live, and it would catch neighborhoods on fire, and this was a time when we had a bad drought. So I don't know if Noah can talk about the drought conditions where he's at, like maybe they could talk about that. But here, when we had droughts, it would catch, neighborhoods on fire. And, like I said, sometimes the whole car would be burnt. Sometimes sometimes the car, there'd be a house and a car that didn't even get touched in, uh, in a whole neighborhood that lit on fire. And we'd go pick up these cars because obviously they were junk, right? But we had to remove them, and we'd go and just pick up these cars, move these cars.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How many of these hundreds of cars that you've picked up have you seen the front windshield completely melted into a ball on the floor of the car?
Me, I've picked up cars where the windshield, everything is completely gone. Like just the
I didn't
metal,
say
just
gone. I didn't say gone. That's not what I asked you, bro. I
yes,
said how
melted.
many melted into a ball, the glass.
Yes, bro.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, okay, all right. If you've seen that, then I stand corrected. Then it's possible for a car to catch on fire and the glass in the front to melt into a ball. That's possible. You've seen it.
Yeah, man.
That's funny. That's
All
funny.
right, then
It's
I
not
would have
funny,
to
dude.
stand corrected. Then, if you've seen it,
Dude, you
if
need
I
a
believe
blast
you, yeah,
furnace to melt glass, bro.
No,
that's what
you
I think,
don't,
bro.
dude. When you get these burnouts, okay, do me a favor. You can go on any auction website, right? And you can look at some of these cars. Different, for car auctions, right? You can go, there's places where you can buy, they're called burnouts. You can buy these burnout cars and they'll sell them for like, I don't know, the price of metal, but obviously they'll be cheaper because then nobody would buy them. But you buy these cars and you go and sell them for scrap metal, right? So at these places where you can buy these cars, there's nothing, there's no windows. The windows have burned out. Some people
You
can
do
even
understand that
salvage some of the
tempered
cars.
glass doesn't melt; it shatters, right? You get
So where does this glass go then when these cars burn out? Where do they go? Does somebody come and take the glass off? What does somebody do a magic trick on it? Because from the time that the car burnt to the time I go and pick up the car, the window is gone. What happened? Can you explain that? Do you not understand that I've picked up cars where the window is melted? What
yes,
can't
but
you
you heat
understand
up a
about that?
tempered piece of glass. Go home, get yourself a piece of tempered glass, and then get a torch. Blow that torch on that piece of glass. Watch what happens. It shatters into little tiny pieces. That's exactly what it does because that's what it's designed to do. Now, how in the hell does a window that normally just shatters from the heat or anything else, it just shatters into pieces? How would it just melt into this liquid form and just droop down over the front of the dashboard or down over the side of the car? It wouldn't do that, would it? No, it would not.
Let me try to explain something. So you're using a little tiny torch with a small surface area that's going to heat up a small area of surface at the same time, and you're
You
going to get
really
a
are
different
like
result.
ignorant, stubborn, aren't you?
Okay, so you're not letting me finish, right? So
Yeah,
now
go
you're
one
going
at
to
a time,
try and
guys.
like what?
We have all
You're
night.
calling me
Yeah,
ignorant? I'm trying to explain something.
yeah. Let's not
SC,
get
can you stop
upset.
this guy so I can? I'm not upset.
No, not you,
I'm
bro. I'm
trying to
just saying in
explain.
general. Go on, please. Go on,
Okay,
bro.
so as I was trying to explain, there's going to be a difference in a torch trying to melt glass versus a car fire, which has more heat, more intensity. I don't know about more. I think a torch can probably get hotter, but I'm talking about I wouldn't even say magnitude, but yeah, I guess the intensity of the fire. It's there's going to be more area where it's hotter. Plus, like I said, there can be other conditions, other combustibles. There could be fuel involved. There can be, when when paints start to burn off the car, certain things happen. I mean, you're gonna make, then you got, other things that burn in the car too, that just intensify the burning. So yes, man, I'm not lying to you. I picked up cars where I mean, the rims were even burnt, dude. Like it's insane. All the aluminum, all the, like all the little God, there's like lines and stuff, lines to like the transmission and all this. I mean, dude, and mind you, I had to slide this thing up on a flatbed, right? Because I used to drive a flatbed tow truck. So you'd have to find like places to hook to the car to pull it on the bed. Sometimes it was so melted that the axle would fall off, or because you know how the axle's like held on by, you know, bolts and then other things to hold the axle to the car, right? And sometimes it'd get wedged. So, depending on where you pick the car up from, would it would be easier or harder sometimes. Let me just say that.
Look, if this is true, what you're saying, I mean, I will not argue with you. If you towed hundreds of cars and you say you've seen the glass melted all the time, I'm not gonna argue with you. I mean,
I'll tell you what, dude. I'll tell you
there was
what.
no God.
If Geo would allow me, tomorrow I can go because I don't have to be anywhere tomorrow. If he'd allow me to live stream my camera, I'll go to the place that I used to work. Maybe they have burnouts, maybe they don't. I don't know, but chances they have a few. I'll go over there and I'll show you exactly what a burnout car looks like. And I'll even have the boss there and I'll ask him specifically, or you know what? Fuck it. The guy who towed it. I'll ask the guy who towed it on camera, did you do anything to this window or did you pick it up this way? Because sometimes, they could salvage the window, right? The window's gone. But if there's rubber mount, the rubber seal for the window, I don't know what they call it. There's a name for it, but like a seal, right? If that's melted and the window is gone, how else can that window not be there anymore?
Let's
If
consider a few things.
if
Let's
nobody
consider.
salvaged it, no, I'm asking SC a question. If the window's gone and nobody took it off, and there's evidence of how the window there is melted, you'd have to attribute that to the fire did it, right? Remove the
yeah,
window from where it was.
yeah, bro. If
Okay.
I see that, you show me that, I'll be convinced. Yeah, but hold on, before we go, what CR, the other dude, said, right? He has a point as well. The glass is tempered. It's designed not to break, like in jagged pieces and kill you, right? It's designed because I think they have a plastic in the middle, and when it heats up or gets struck, right, it shatters into little pieces. I've seen that myself, right? So he has a point too, and tempered glass needs a certain temperature to melt, right? So I just want to say that.
Yeah,
I
let's
don't think
consider.
you heard when. Hold on, let me respond to that. I don't think you listened to me when I told you about the difference of trying to light something on fire with his torch. He said that
He
torch is a
heard you.
small torch.
He
Yeah,
He
heard
in
you,
did.
bro.
this area, I heard
He
all
heard
that.
you.
Yeah.
He heard you. He knows the difference between a car being on fire and a small torch, right, in the surface area. He knows all of these things. So
Then why would
let's
he
take it.
still consider it
God. Consider what exactly?
a tempered glass can't light
Exactly.
on fire? Why would there still be a question if he's heard of
He's not. He's not
alternative?
avoiding. He's not avoiding that extreme heat could do something. He's not avoiding those things, right? Is he?
No, not at all.
Okay, there you go. So he's not avoiding that extreme heat and other chemicals and other things, that are in the same location as the glass could cause some kind of change. So he's not negating those things. But let's consider a few things, right? How hot? What's the highest temperature the average car with a full tank of gas, plenty of oil, transmission fluid, brake fluid, antifreeze? What's the highest temperature you think it can burn at? Tires and all.
So what does that matter when I've seen
Well, it's
a
gonna
car
matter
light on
if
fire?
you.
It doesn't really matter because I've seen the cause and effect. I've went and I picked up a car fire and there's nothing left and it's burnt to the ground.
I've
Just
seen
the
that too,
metal's
bro,
there.
many times. I've seen it too many times. Okay,
So
I'm
why
not
are we
I'm
even
not
arguing about
necessarily. I'm not arguing with you, bro. I'm just coming in and I want to consider a few things, right? I want to consider a few things. So do you
Well, you're asking
concede that?
about
So,
temperature, like
oh
numbers
my,
of temperature, dude.
can I get
I
some
didn't
moderation,
come in
man?
like
Can I get some moderation or
I didn't
something?
come with
But you
like
gotta go back
a
and forth,
temperature
guys.
gauge. Well,
Good
well,
boy. Don't
he
get
wants
triggered,
to
bro.
like
He's
measure
pulling a
temperatures.
Columbo, right? He's coming in. He's pulling a Columbo. He wants to break it down. Why are you getting excited, bro?
I may be trying to, help him out here, and he doesn't even know. So let me just say this, right? We have to consider a few things. What's the highest temperature a car with aluminum, iron, plastics, fiberglass? Uh, consider all these things. What's the highest temperature? Tank full of gas, everything, right? What's the highest temperature that car is going to burn at? Do you know?
Who's measured these? Have you done this? Are you? Do you get paid to do this? Are you a scientist that studies the effects of fire on cars and what temperature they
Well, I
get?
mean,
Why
a
are you
lot
even
of
asking
people
these
use,
questions?
just like you used to find cars, a lot of people used to get paid to take cars and, do what you're speaking of so people could do insurance fraud. That's been done for many, many, many years. So many of us have seen cars that are completely burned up. Some of us have seen cars like you said. Part of the car is burnt, part of it's not. It depends on many different factors, which is something I'm trying to bring up, but you're not going to let me. And I might be trying to help your position, but I don't know what your goal is here. So let me just say, there's a few
I'm
things
letting you,
we
dude,
need to
but
consider. There are a few things we need to consider, and I think you addressed one of them. What was the environment? What was it like? Was there wind, right, to fuel the fire? That is something to consider, right? Because if you have a car and the majority of the time the highest temperatures may reach maybe 1600 degrees, maybe 1600, close to 2000, right? Now, what does glass melt at? What does glass melt? What is its melting point? Do you know?
I don't know. Do you?
It's about 2600 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay? So
Okay.
now we have to consider the wind. We have to consider, are there trees nearby that have caught on fire from the car fire? Or are the trees that are on fire caught the car on fire? These are things we have to consider. Or was it something entirely different, right? And these things we
Okay.
can cancel out by considering these things. But you must first consider
Right.
the thing, right? Instead of just trying to have
So
an
okay,
argument with someone that's trying to help you. So
great. I got you. I know you're trying to help me, but okay. So we got our highest temperature, right? 1800, right? Is as high as it can get, right? You said that's as high as it could get, but you said glass only melts at 2600 degrees. And I've seen if you said the maximum limit is 1800 degrees, these cars burn at, and 2600 is the highest glass can melt. But I've seen an entire car, including the windows, light on fire, and there's no more windows anymore.
they busted out, bro. They
Then
didn't melt. The glass didn't melt. The glass got so hot and it
I
shattered. And those little pieces of glass went everywhere, bro. And do you know how far they can go and start fires in other places? Do you know how far the flames can shoot from a car that has been, set on fire or has caught on fire? You went to pick the car up, right?
okay.
Have you ever
Let
stood there
let
when the
let,
car is
let me
burning?
okay. You know what? I even was like, I was like, wow, that can't be. But um there okay, there's been some that there was literally no window at all, and the you know how the windshield isn't designed to shatter, right? Because it has that plastic, like in not insulation, but like meshed with plastic, right? So the window doesn't shatter. Well, I seen uh the window, or I mean the windshield where the dash was, like folded on itself, like strange, man. And I was like, wow, what is that? But it was like, it was like discolored, and like it didn't look like glass, right? It just looked like, I was like, I wonder what that was. But yeah, man,
Well,
like I'm telling you, man, I've seen some crazy shit, dude, where you're like, what the hell?
now consider this.
Rim.
How how
Oh,
hot
okay.
can a how hot can a forest fire get? And how many feet do you have to be away from it to reach temperatures above 2000 degrees?
Okay, so this is another thing I wanted to talk about. I don't think I've publicly addressed this about wildfires. I don't know your background if you've been a forest fire fighter. Is that what you used to do? No.
The question was, how hot do forest fires get, and how many feet
I
away
don't
from
know
a
how
forest
hot.
fire do you have to be?
I don't know how
And
hot do they get.
they get well over 2,000 degrees.
Did you measure it?
Yeah, with my tape measure, man. Yeah.
No, you could use like a thermometer, a temperature gauge. So you didn't measure it. So you're taking somebody else's knowledge and just
No,
kind of
no,
using that as like some sort of like
no, not really.
bellwether limit
No,
or
just life
something to go off
experience.
of.
Just life
Life
experience.
experience. So you had
Yeah.
life experience with measuring the temperature of forest fires, right? Or you just
Yeah, not,
listens
yeah.
to
Take a
what's
look on the chat tab.
Oh my gosh, man. I don't have to go into detail about my history, right? Yes, I have
that's
experience
fine.
with fires being well over 2,000 degrees. Is that a problem? Are you
Because
saying
you measured them,
I'm
right?
lying about that or something? You saying it's not possible, or is it possible? Or do you even know?
So you didn't measure them, but now you have life experience that they do get that hot. So where did you get that temperature measurement from?
No, I told you I measured them with my tape measure, right? I told you that. But you said I didn't measure it. I didn't claim I didn't measure the temperature. I claimed I did.
How are you going to
I just,
measure
I
a
just,
temperature of something with a tape measure? Now you're just being intellectually
yeah,
dishonest and just.
I'm being sarcastic
I got a
because
laser
you're
thing that
quite
you
rude,
point at
man. When I
it
was
so I
trying
can
to
see
help you,
through it.
I mean, I was trying to help you, and you're being
No, you're
quite
being a
rude.
troll, dude.
You're trying to be very personal. So,
No, you're not trying to help me,
I'm
dude.
just
You're trying to
pointing.
like catch me in something, dude. Or
No, I'm
or
just
you're
pointing
trying to like.
facts that you need to consider when you're thinking about these things on both sides, not just you yourself, but everyone else too. Y'all need to consider
So
these things.
I didn't get to talk about wildfires, but I did want to consider your experience. That's why I asked you if you've worked with forest fires, because that would change a lot of things, because personal experience is evidence. It's anecdotal, but it is if you're a scientist and you had some sort of way of measuring these things, well, that evidence could get bumped up to scientific and perhaps empirical. But if you were just making basic observations, then it's not as high of evidence, but I would still consider it. That's the only reason I asked you. I didn't want to learn anything from you. I don't need to learn anything from you, and I don't think you're helping me. But let me talk a little bit about forest fires, because I do have personal experience with forest fires here where I live as well. I think I already said we've had bad fires where whole neighborhoods would burn. So we have mountains here, we have big forest fires, we had bad droughts, we had high winds that intensifies fires. So with all these things, this is what I don't understand about Maui and the fires, and how people keep attributing or uh, accusing the government of using directed energy weapons when they don't have no direct firsthand proof of that, just possibility. But I will tell you that those fires could have happened with the intense wind that they experienced on those days when those fires were
Oh
there.
boy, I can't wait to show you how wrong you are.
That's fine. You have an opinion, but what I'm saying is, when there is wind, and I know North knows this too, a fire will behave in you know in a way that it's even hard to even uh, calculate. It's a wildfire. It's like it's hard to predict where a fire is going to go. It'd be like, you know, predicting how the winds blow. And, you know, we don't even see the wind. But it is there, and it does affect the fire. So a lot of people that, you know, are using this directed energy weapon narrative, they don't account for what the winds were doing that day. And I remember seeing, and oh yeah, here's another thing. Well, like my city is notorious for crazy weather, right? One day it's snowing, the next day it's sunny and hot, or even not even the next day, like the next couple hours. And it'll rain in like one part of the city, and the other part of the city is like bright and shiny and sunny and warm. But we've had, you know, weather where it would be raining, but yet they're the fires, you know, they'd still, the fires were still burning. Like, it's crazy. Like, just people automatically assume since it's raining, it's going to turn off a fire or fires can't start, which is, you know, that's not true as well. So
Check this out, bro. Check out what I found, just to show you I don't have prejudice when I look for stuff, right? I don't care what I find either way. It appears that I found the melted glass on the car. Does that look real to you guys?
Dude, I've seen that, dude. That's what I'm talking about. I've seen that. That's real, dude.
Check that out, guys. I mean, if that's real, our boy here has a point.
Dude, I could even almost imagine the windshield laying on the steering wheel. I thought something was in the steering wheel. I was like, what the? But you know how you just glance at something and you're like, you know, but you see it so many times, you're like, what the fuck? Oh, this is different. Oh, blah, blah, blah. I like to analyze things. I do it a lot. I did it back then too. And I, you know, yeah, man. And it'd be strange, man. Like, there'd be a whole wheel that wasn't burnt, like one wheel on the car, and the rest of the car is fucking melted down. Sometimes the rims were melted down, dude. I'm telling you, man. It's strange, but it's, you know, it's something. It's hard to quantify these things, especially fire.
Yeah, it
So does
definitely
it?
looks like a
Anybody have?
melted window to me. Now, like I said, it could be a fake, but it doesn't look fake to me. I'll be honest with you. So you
And
claim you've
granted,
seen a lot
I
of
think
these
that's the
things,
back
right?
windshield too. I don't even think that's the front windshield. I think that's the rear, or maybe, perhaps it could be.
So you claim you've seen a lot of this, right, in your tow truck days? A lot
Yeah,
of this
dude.
stuff.
I
Okay.
I have, dude. Hmm. Yep, same color. You know, that's kind of the color that you know the metal looks like after it's been through one of them intense fires. Yep, all looks normal. Yeah, steering wheel too. You know what? I'll go snap some photos of no, you know what? I have to live stream it because you guys won't believe it. If it's not coming straight from my phone and I'm walking around and I'm showing these cars to you, you ain't gonna believe it. Cause see, you're even, you know, questioning this photo. And I get it. I would question a photo too. It's a fucking photo. There's photos of Bigfoot, right? But
No, bro. I'm not questioning.
if I'm there,
I had an argument with you, right? I went and I looked. I did research because I don't know anything about this, and I found something that goes against what I said and goes to your point, and I still brought it out to show it.
right on. But dude, I'm telling you, dude, a photo can still be faked. And my testimony or my personal experience, I could just be lying. So until I go and show you evidence of a car, but see, then you only get the aftermath. To really know is to take a car you physically seen, burn it, watch the effects of the
You still
fire.
rambling?
No, I'm not rambling, but I'm being thorough, dude. You gotta be, right? Unless you're just, you're just being a troll. But until you literally do it yourself, you wouldn't know, because, you know. But odds are that, the cars that I'm filming weren't somehow faked or whatever. Chances are high that, they're not faked. That's what I'm saying. But until he sees a live stream of some photos, or a live stream of these cars, these burnouts, then I'm sure SC will, agree with me. But for now, he just has to take my testimony and this photo. And I wanted to speak what Noah said about he said he's seen one Chinook, only one. And he said, "Oh yeah, I mean, he could have got they could have got thousands of helicopters up there and turned off the fire. They let it burn for 3 days." And I wanted to explain to him that whatever he thinks something's gonna take, it's gonna take 10 times longer, whatever he thought, because he's like, "Oh, they should have put it out that same day." But it takes people to, to get equipped. They got to equip their things. They got to do safety checks, and they don't have thousands of helicopters ready for this. They have a few, right? Maybe 10. I used to work at an Air Force base, and they didn't have thousands of helicopters, and it was the biggest base in New Mexico. They had a few helicopters, man. To park a helicopter, it takes a lot of space. Now, for thousands, you're going to need gigantic airports, man. No, you're only going to have. They only allow. I don't know if they allow, but logistically speaking, you can't have thousands. Plus, you're going to need thousands of pilots. They don't have thousands of pilots, dude, on an Air Force base. They got 10, 20, 50 tops. And they're not equipped for that duty, right? Maybe some are, but not all of them. I just wanted to talk about that, how, and 3 days, that's pretty good, right? That response time, I'd say, is fair. But for him to expect that they should have put it out that same day, yeah, that's asking too much, man. So, yeah, I just wanted to speak on that. Anyway, as you were.
You gonna check out that thing I posted in the live stream? I
Whoever
guess
just
not.
spoke there, you're very low. Couldn't hear what you said.
I was asking if he checked the thing I posted in the live stream for him to look at, because he said that we don't have directed energy weapons, but we do. They advertise them on television. So go figure.
I think I already talked about this, how part of the car can light on fire and part can't. So yes, sometimes there were intact windows. I even said a wheel one time didn't get burnt through. There was a brand new wheel. Sometimes the motor wouldn't burn. And yeah, sometimes the windows wouldn't catch on fire either. Sometimes they would. That's all I'm saying. Sometimes you'd get complete burnout, sometimes you wouldn't. So there you go.
Yeah, well, I found a whole bunch of pictures, and it appears glass and stuff can melt. So it is what it
I'm
is.
glad we could clear that up, right? I mean, because before we were, blaming the government and directed energy weapons. Now, possible that did happen because we can't rule that out, right? But it's potential. But now we can see maybe there was another way. Maybe the fire actually did do these things that we're attributing to directed energy weapons. It doesn't negate it totally, but now there's more information. That's all I'm saying, right?
Yeah, but let's
More
be
things
clear.
to consider.
We do have directed energy weapons. As a matter of fact, one was installed on one of the U.S. aircraft carriers. It's an invisible directed energy weapon, which can shoot
Okay.
down drones. Not only that, it can target certain parts, like it can target the engine of a boat. It can target the back wing of a drone. So this does exist. There is directed energy weapons.
Okay, so I've never seen them being used,
Hmm.
but
So
there
now,
is. What was that? I didn't hear that. What was that? I was trying to talk, but I was interrupted.
I don't know who interrupted you. I didn't hear anyone. But you said you've never seen lasers be used to burn anything?
Okay, so I've never seen these directed energy weapons being used, but I know they potentially exist because I used to work again at an Air Force base where they had these facilities that housed these aerial directed energy weapons to protect certain things that they housed on the base. So if they're real, I don't know. Uh, they spent a lot of money making them. Maybe they
You
were
never
real. Like I said, I didn't know. I don't know if they're actually operational, but I know there are places, there are buildings where they do have these style of directed energy weapons. Now, there's
well,
also other styles of directed energy weapons, and I think they were talking about deploying it to Israel to supplement the Iron Dome, and they had another name. I think it was called Iron Shield, but it was a directed energy weapon to shoot out these the missiles that were being fired upon Israel. So they do have that, and what SE was talking about, how you can mount it to a Humvee. I think, yeah, now they're starting to retrofit these these vehicles, smaller, mobile vehicles with these, lasers now. So yeah, I mean, possible, but you know, it's it's possible they use directed energy weapon. Fires can also can be the cause too, which is
So I
can
more like
posted.
fires be started by lasers?
sure.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
So
and
since
hold on a
fires,
second, bro. Hold
I
on.
get that logic. That's awesome logic. So since lasers can start fires, therefore Maui fires got started by lasers
It's
from the
better than
government.
saying.
Got it.
It's better to say.
That's
It's
awesome,
better
man.
than saying. It's
You're a
better
retard.
than saying direct energy weapons potentially exist. And then go on to tell us how you used to work at the Air Force Base and you know that there were direct energy weapons. So I think what I said was way more intelligent, right? Because I'm just asking you, if you know of the lasers that the public can have in their hand and what kind of fires they can start with them, right? What do you think other people have? And I'm just saying, consider these things. I'm not telling you it was laser. I'm not telling you it was do. I'm not telling you it was these things. I don't know, man.
Okay, so
We're being so
the
argumentative, bro.
people
I'm
that
just trying to
accuse,
help you out, man.
hey, the people that accuse the government for lighting these fires, though, they'd have to have, proof that they did it, right? That's all I'm saying, man. I'm saying the potential that these lasers could be used, yes, but to accuse the government of that, you'd have to have proof of that, man.
Did you hear me do that?
Not you, but other people have. I'd say Witsit. He made a whole video on it.
Well, he's not here, right? But it
Yeah,
is
he's lucky.
possible. It is possible, right?
You said he's lucky he's not here. Come on, dude.
I think I went through that whole spiel about I know that they exist. I didn't actually see them being used. I know lasers do start fires. Yeah, I went through it all. What didn't you not hear me explain? So why are you repeating yourself? You already heard it from me, dude.
Do you personally think the government will use lasers to see how they work or for an agenda? You think that's possible? Not that you have proof that it happened, but do you think, in your mind, do you think that's even possible?
Clearly weren't listening to me, were you? So again, I'm not
Dude,
going to
I,
repeat
dude, I
myself,
didn't
but
hear anything you said.
okay.
I just
And
asked you a
then
question.
somebody's rudely interrupting me while I'm clearly not finished talking.
You're not
But I'll
answering
go
the
ahead
question.
and finish.
Do you want to answer the
Oh,
question?
he's going to do it again. All right. You know what? You got the floor, dude. Go ahead and argue with yourself.
It's not an argument. It's a question. Do you think if laser energy weapons are available and they start fires, do you think the government would use them against their own people? That's a question directed to you.
I think he left, Rakia.
Why do
Yeah,
people
he
act
left.
like that?
I don't know. Let's watch the interruptions, though, please.
Do y'all think the government would use them on their own people? I'm 50-50. I can see why they would, and I hate to think that they wouldn't. Like, what about
Well, we
you?
can go by track. Sorry, I thought you were done, Rakia.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say we can go by their track record, bro, because we know that I believe it was in the 50s. They wanted to see what would happen, like for radiation poisoning. So they decided to inject pregnant women with radiation to see what would happen. So I would say, yeah, why not? I would say it's higher than 50-50.
You think they've done it in the past, so that gives them a track record, so they would use things like this in the future just to test things out on the public. Maybe in good, like, even say it's for the good of humanity, right? I don't know how they justify these things, but that's why I give it 50% that they would use laser, these weapons, trying them out or whatever. It's definitely possible for someone to get aggravated and not want to answer that like you did or like I'm doing. I could probably ask everyone else and they would give a similar thing if they had the knowledge on what the government's done in the past. Well, surely if they've done it in the past, they probably would do it in the future. I mean, they've done other tests against certain races. If you know, against the military, you can find a huge block of military personnel that said, "Yeah, I was used as a guinea pig." You know, the government used me, or they used us as a group. There's been lawsuits against the government from military groups that, you know, they gave us these injections or they put us through these tests that they knew were going to harm us. You know, so I think we have to be honest with ourselves. If they have an agenda and they want to test a weapon or do something like that, I think they would not only use it on our own people, but it's been proven that they would. So I hope that guy is listening, how you act as a human, and just answer a question. Well, he might be intoxicated or something.